Chapter 1. When Songja traversed into this realm, he found himself ensnared within a burlap sack. As he extricated himself from the confines of the sack, the blinding light assaulted his senses, and memories from this life surged forth like an overwhelming tide. In the azure cloud continent, martial prowess reigns. Supreme martial practitioners cultivate their essence through various paths. Innate, entry-level, postnatal, golden body, great perfection, extraordinary, and saintly, each representing significant stages of advancement. The sword sect, the chi sect, the Dao sect. Numerous factions arise from diverse cultivation methods, resulting in a plethora of sectarian powers. Among the 16 nations of the continent, the Great Jin Kingdom, where Songja resides, is a rather minor entity. The Song family within the Great Jin Kingdom is one of the less conspicuous clans amidst the myriad of families. And Songja, unfortunately, is regarded as the most inept outer disciple of this family. At the age of 16, he exhibited no signs of awakening, a veritable waste among wastes, a pitiful remnant of what might have been. It was no surprise that he fell victim to a conflict of words with the young prodigy of the Song family, Song Bo, who, under the cover of night, ensnared him in a burlap sack, killed him, and discarded his remains upon the mountain to feed the wolves. His head throbbed, as if it were splitting apart. How can I traverse the world in this wretched state? In my previous life, I was a pitiful soul beset by grievances, and now, reborn, I am on the brink of demise once more. Songja cursed vehemently. With a sudden crack beneath his foot, he stumbled and fell, his hand pressing against a lifeless body. Upon drawing closer to the ground, he beheld the grim reality. This place was a mass grave, littered with corpses. All is lost, Songja lamented. Consumed by despair as he awaited his fate in that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Do you wish to complete the first attribute collection and activate the system? What? Songja exclaimed, astonished. He then noticed a gentle orb of white light materializing before him, adorned with numbers and annotations. Residual vitality 5. Binding reward 50 spirit energy. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it. Instantly, he awakened his spiritual power from being a mere waste. He ascended directly to the first stage of innate cultivation. His injuries healed rapidly. His body felt light, and the pain dissipated. Was happening. Songja clenched his fist in disbelief. The commotion attracted the attention of a massive magic wolf nearby. Initially preoccupied with devouring a corpse, it now fixed its blood-red eyes upon Songja and lunged towards him, its aura surging as he attempted to evade in panic. The wolf, with its gaping maw, was already surrounded by several small bubbles of energy. Vitality 10, body strength 10, agility 15, stamina 5, perception 10. Songja quickly comprehended the situation and excitedly pointed at the attributes. Indeed, upon selection, the attributes from the magic wolf enhanced his own capabilities. His awareness of the surrounding environment sharpened, and his speed increased. The magic wolf charged directly at Songja. Songja instinctively felt a surge of fervor. Although he had never awakened before, he possessed considerable knowledge about the lesser skills within his family. Subconsciously, he waved his right hand forward, unleashing a burst of energy that struck the throat of the demonic wolf with precision. The corpse collapsed. Have I vanquished it? Songja exclaimed with delight. Could it be that I can extract the attributes of magical beasts and thereby enhance my own power? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Having been reborn and having endured humiliation in 2 lifetimes, Songja resolved that this time he would not suffer any indignity. He was determined to upheave this new world. This continent is so wondrous. Having traversed here, I wonder if I can return to my previous life when I reach the pinnacle of power and fulfill my long-held aspirations. Yet, I must focus on the present. Songja shook his head and took a few quick steps. Ascending directly from the ravine, he cast his gaze around. Not far away lay the Song family's training grounds, where he could faintly see dozens of individuals bustling about. Most of the family's outstanding young members were gathered there. Songja had never had the privilege to step foot there. To return like this would surely invite scorn. He clenched his fists, feeling the innate energy within him pulsate, lost in contemplation. Since I can absorb the attributes of magical beasts, I might as well cultivate in this secluded mountain for a while. Cautiously navigating through the rear mountains, he soon encountered a vibrant giant python with fiery red eyes. Level 3? Songja licked his parched lips. A level 3 magical beast was significantly more formidable than the previous demonic wolf. Moreover, it possessed a fire attribute, granting it formidable attack power. After a moment's hesitation, the vibrant python, flicking its tongue, lunged at him. Will likely attack from a distance first, he thought, leaping to the side before it could open its mouth. Indeed, 2 fireballs were unleashed in rapid succession, sparks flying as they splattered against Songja's hand. Bubbles have appeared. Songzhe exclaimed, exhilarated. According to his conjecture, he could extract attributes only when he sensed the aura or attacks of the magical beast vitality. 20. Agility. 10. Spiritual energy. 6. Insight. 8. The bubbles were significantly more plentiful than those from the demonic wolf. After swiftly extracting the attributes, Songzhe felt his innate energy enhance considerably. Furthermore, the scorching heat from the fireballs launched by the vibrant python was considerably mitigated utilizing his agility. Songzhe deftly evaded the python's attacks. In the Song family, he had no means to cultivate energy, thus he developed a keen interest in various literary texts, historical records, and extraordinary tales. His extensive reading rendered him well-versed in magical beasts, various materials, and even the methods of smelting and forging thus, even with little combat experience. The moment the giant python beheld the flames, it instantly grasped the opponent's traits, the range of attack, and various vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Songzhe unleashed 2 successive low-level skill waves, striking the python precisely at its most vulnerable 7-inch point. The scales that were particularly fragile, a 3rd-tier fire python, was vanquished. The only regret Songzhe harbored was the limited attributes extracted, a consequence of the beast's low rank. For 3 days, Songzhe relentlessly hunted the magical creatures beneath level 5 in the back mountains. On the 4th day at dawn, he emerged from the mountain's edge, disheveled yet with a keen gaze, an ominous aura of slaughter subtly emanating from him. With my innate 3rd stage, coupled with other attributes, I should be ready for revenge, right? In the training ground surrounding the Song family estate, dozens of youths practiced each move with solemnity. A middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed, periodically offering guidance. You are the future hope of the Song family. Train diligently. The eldest son, Song Bo, is your role model. At such a young age, he has already reached the innate 9th stage, on the brink of entering the threshold of mastery. Suddenly, the previously focused group of youths halted, glancing behind them. Songzhe furrowed his brow and turned. Astonishment etched across his face. Songzhe, aren't you supposed to be dead? He caught himself mid-sentence and retorted, what right do you have to be here? Get lost, and do not tarnish this place. Approaching steadily, Songzhe, ragged and bloodied, maintained his composure. Waste of space. Songzhe, leave at once. Don't come here and embarrass yourself. The youths mocked. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer of confusion in Songzhe's lowered gaze. When he lifted his head again, a serene smile adorned his face. Are you deaf? Do you wish to be punished? Songzhe stepped forward menacingly, hurling insults. Songzhe showed no intention of stopping, moving forward slowly yet resolutely, his eyes fixed intently on Songzhe. 3 days ago, you were present, weren't you? Just the innate 2nd stage, nothing but trash. Songzhe's voice was low and laced with disdain. Songzhe frowned, realizing the weight of Songzhe's words. He had been there when the eldest son had nearly beaten Songzhe to death, even volunteering to fetch a sack to dispose of him in the mass grave outside. You have quite the resilience. Do you wish to die once more? Songzhe's murderous intent surged, his inner energy circulating. In that instant, several bubbles formed above his head. Spiritual energy. 10. Sword intent. 6. Sword technique. Falling leaves sword art. Cultivation technique. Yellow rank. Breaking waves palm. Without hesitation, Songzhe swiftly absorbed the knowledge, instantly comprehending the falling leaves sword art and breaking waves palm. His cultivation slightly improved, though not dramatically. The manifestations of strength, speed, and agility had yet to appear according to Songzhe's conjecture. This was due to the fact that he had already surpassed these fundamental attributes, leaving Songzhe far behind. Take another step forward, and according to the rules of the Song family, I shall show no mercy. Songzhe prepared to strike. His hand swiftly sliced through the air, unleashing a fierce current of energy that aimed menacingly at Songzhe's head. He anticipated the splatter of blood. Yet, in an instant, the figure before him vanished to slow trash. Songzhe's voice echoed from behind Songzhe. What? Songzhe gasped in shocked eye. This time, he exerted 80% of his strength, employing the same technique, the wave-splitting palm. This move is not to be used in such a manner. Observe closely. Songzhe raised his arm at an angle similar to Songzhe's, but with greater speed and ferocity. Crack! Ouch! Songzhe's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth as he collapsed. Fainting from the pain, I'll spare your miserable life this time. Perhaps you'll learn a lesson, Songzhe remarked nonchalantly, striding across the training grounds toward the main gate of the Song. Residents, the youths in the square, stood in stunned silence, their jaws agape. Is that really Songzhe? How can that useless one be so formidable? As the crowd began to regain their composure and rushed to assist Songzhe had already reached the entrance. Inside, voices of flattery arose. Young master, congratulations. At just 20 years old, You have already stepped into the realm of entry-level mastery. Your future is limitless. The hope of our Song family, the door swung open, revealing the arrogant Song Bo, who stepped out with an air of superiority, immediately spotted the disheveled Songja. You? Song Bo thought he was seeing a ghost, confirming that this Songja was indeed alive. He sneered, "You have a tenacious life, but a waste like you only consumes the Song family's provisions." The attendants beside him echoed the disdain. "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't obstruct the path." A smile graced Songja's face as he calmly replied, "Have you forgotten your place, you servants? Disrespecting your master is a capital offense." His words rendered Song Boss attendants momentarily speechless, their spirits shaken however. They quickly regained their haughty demeanor, marching up to Songja, their fingers nearly poking his face. They shouted in derision, "Do you have the right to call yourself a master? You are merely a waste." Slap. The one who had insulted him was sent flying, crashing to the ground, trembling. "Do you dare lay a hand on me?" The remaining attendants summoned their inner energy, lunging towards Songja with reckless abandon. Songja frowned. "A group of first-tier novices, and yet your energy bubbles are so meager." Effortlessly dodging their attacks, he unleashed the wave-splitting palm. The sound of slaps echoed crisply. Several attendants fell to the ground, howling in agony, their teeth scattered, the number unknown. "If there's a next time, you shall lose far more than just your teeth." Songja's expression remained placid, yet an aura of lethal intent swept through the air. "Have you learned some skills?" Song Boss' face darkened ominously. He sensed that the once worthless Songja had transformed. In just a few days, he dared to strike back. And just now, he had clearly employed the Song family's yellow-level technique, the breaking wave palm. When beating a dog, one must regard its master kneel and apologize at once, or I shall ensure you meet your end once more. Song Bo unleashed a subtle, yet palpable pressure, intending to leverage the momentum of his newly attained entry-level prowess to intimidate Songja. Finally, a glimmer of excitement appeared on Songja's face. He fixated intently on the numerous bubbles emanating from Song Bo's spiritual energy. 50. Strength 20. Aggressiveness 20. Sword technique, snowfall without trace. Skill level, mystic fiery palm. The numbers were countless. After absorption, his strength firmly stabilized at innate level 4, easily mastering the sword techniques and skills waste. D. Song Bo, having lost all patience, launched a direct palm strike forward. Seeing the intimidation ineffective, "There's a waste between us." Songja evaded effortlessly, sneering, "But it shall never be me." Song Bo was genuinely taken aback with his speed. Evasion below innate level 6 was utterly impossible. Following that, several fierce attacks were similarly dodged with ease. "Bastard, let's see how long you can evade." Song Bo cursed, directly enhancing his power to innate level 6. A faint reddish aura enveloped his body. Fiery palm. The Song family's mystic level technique could only be learned upon reaching the entry-level realm. Songja noticed another bubble manifesting around Song Bo, and upon absorption, he felt a surge of energy simultaneously. His cultivation steadily ascended once more. As his inner energy circulated, a delicate red glow surrounded him, even more radiant than Song Boss. "Is this skill fusion? Is that even possible?" Songja was elated. The breaking wave palm he had absorbed from Songja unexpectedly merged with the fiery palm, forming an entirely new technique. Fiery tides. It even surpassed the level of the fiery palm, reaching the late mystic tier. "This is impossible. How could you, a waste, possibly master the fiery palm?" Song Bo exclaimed in shock. Unhesitatingly raising his palm to strike, Songja mirrored the motion without hesitation. Sending forth his own palm, 2 brilliant red beams collided fiercely with a thunderous roar. Songja staggered, retreating 2 steps. In contrast, the genius of the Song family, Song Bo, let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward before crashing to the ground. After struggling momentarily, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in shock before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Songja understood that with his current abilities, it was utterly impossible to defeat Song Bo in a direct confrontation. It was indeed unfortunate that his adversary had underestimated him, only showcasing a mere fraction of his innate prowess at the 6th level. "I must hasten to enhance my strength." With that thought, Songja swiftly turned and slipped through the door. The news of his recent injury inflicted upon Song Bo would soon circulate throughout the Song family. Before facing any repercussions, elevating his power was of utmost importance. He returned to the modest courtyard where he resided as a direct descendant of the Song family. The once considered waste, Songja, lacked the privilege of a proper dwelling. Though referred to as a courtyard, it was merely a small plot of land used for cultivating vegetables, which Songja was responsible for tending. Upon pushing open the gate to the courtyard, Songja was astonished to discover that several medicinal herbs within the yard were radiating faint, nearly imperceptible orbs of Light spiritual energy. These herbs had been meticulously nurtured by Songja, who had originally intended to harvest them for alchemical purposes, hoping to transform his own constitution. Without hesitation, he collected everything and then retreated into the house for a refreshing shower. Clad in a fresh outfit, he felt significantly revitalized. The rear mountain was home to numerous exquisite herbs, and he had resolved to sneak in. Just as he prepared to leave, the door swung open, revealing a petite girl of about 15 or 16 years old. It was Song Linger, one of the few in the Song family willing to associate with him. Despite her youth, her innate talent for cultivation was exceptional, already reaching the 8th stage of innate ability. Seeing Songja's delighted expression, she inquired, "Where have you been these past few days?" A bittersweet feeling welled up in Songja's heart, in the vast expanse of the Song family. Only Songlinga seemed to have noticed his absence. "I just went out for a little relaxation and have just returned," he replied casually, when a sudden thought struck him. With a playful smile, he leaned closer to her and asked, "Have you been diligently practicing lately? Let your brother see what level you have attained." Surprised yet slightly proud, Song Linger unleashed her internal energy, the formidable aura of an 8th stage innate practitioner emanating from her. Songja's face lit up with joy. Spiritual energy, 40. Agility, 20. Sword technique, meteor butterfly. Cultivation method, yellow level, Lingyun Pa. "You've reached the 5th stage of innate ability," Songja exclaimed, feeling a wave of satisfaction. "Show me Lingyun Pa in action," he urged, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. "Songja, you seem quite peculiar today. Why are you so interested in these matters without having awakened your spiritual contract?" Song Lingo pouted, yet obediently gathered her internal energy, causing the surrounding airflow to become chaotic. Wind spirit, 5. With that, another attribute of energy surged within Songja. "What are you saying?" Song Linger approached with curiosity etched on her face. "I have something to attend to in the rear mountain. I'll find you later." Songja turned and headed towards the door. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced back and asked, "Did anything happen just now?" Shaking her head, Song Linger replied, "Are you feeling unwell?" Songja chuckled awkwardly before darting away, sneaking towards the entrance of the rear mountain. This is the forbidden ground of the Song family, where the formidable members of the clan cultivate their skills in the secluded mountains. It stands as the most viable option for Songja thus far. However, upon reaching the entrance of the mountains, he unexpectedly encountered an elderly man seated cross-legged. Indeed, he is truly a venerable elder of the family, exhibiting an astonishing level of prowess. Songja, nearly drooling, approached him eagerly, extending his hand to seize the opportunity. "What are you doing?" The grand elder opened his eyes, breaking free from his meditative state. He furrowed his brow, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Songja, feeling as though something was amiss at that moment. To his astonishment, he discerned that this seemingly worthless Songja from the clan emanated a faint aura suggestive of innate cultivation at the 8th level. It must be a mistake. The grand elder, with a face full of skepticism, prepared to investigate once more. At this moment, Songja had exerted every effort to conceal his fluctuations in aura. Indeed, the elder frowned, displaying a demeanor that suggested his reluctance to engage. "Elder, I would like to go and explore the back mountain," Songja politely inquired. Having recently benefited from others and experienced a significant enhancement in strength, he naturally felt the need to be courteous. "Are you unaware of the rules? In our clan, anyone whose strength does not exceed the innate 9th stage is not qualified to enter the back mountain," the elder replied with a tone of officialdom. Songja found himself in a bit of a quandary. Just then, a beautiful woman approached. In her middle age, with a touch of makeup and dressed appropriately. Her pair of peach blossom eyes held a hint of cunning. She was the matriarch of the Song family, Songbo's mother, Lu Ryue. "Elder, what is the matter?" Lu Ryue's tone was gentle, her expression warm. The elder stood up to respond. "This young man wishes to enter the back mountain." "Oh," Lu Ryue said with a slight smile, glancing at Songja, her smile tinged with an undercurrent of darkness. She continued, "Since he wishes to experience it, let him go. After all, he is also a member of our Song family." The elder furrowed his brow, but did not oppose her. He immediately shifted aside, disinclined to converse further with Songja. Songja turned and made his way down the small path leading to the back mountain. Shortly after, he heard the elder call out from behind, "The back mountain is fraught with danger. Do not wander recklessly. Remember, do not encroach upon the Lu family's territory, or you shall bear the consequences." Songja casually acknowledged with a light reply, his steps brisk as he vanished from their sight. "What is the meaning of this woman aiding me?" Songja pondered, a look of confusion on his face. Typically, Lu Ruyue barely acknowledged him. Yet today her actions were indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyue made her way back to her residence, her expression darkening instantaneously. Upon receiving news of Songbo's injury, she had swiftly taken measures to contain the situation. The clan's prodigy had been so grievously harmed by that useless individual that he had bled and fainted. If this matter were to spread, it would be disastrous. Lu Ruyue was devising a plan to eliminate Songja, and upon encountering him moments ago, he foolishly sought to venture into the rear mountains, which played perfectly into her hands. The rear mountains were fraught with peril. Even the elite members of their clan would not dare to enter alone. Wasn't Songja merely courting death? At that moment, Songja, gazing at the myriad of bubbles scattered across the mountainside, was nearly beside himself with joy. Goodness, I've struck gold. Spiritual energy, 10. Spiritual energy, 15. Strength, 35. Speed, 30. What is going on? Just as he was fervently tapping the bubbles to absorb the spiritual energy, Songja suddenly sensed an anomaly. He soon discovered a cerulean spider lurking beside several precious herbs. A level 5 magical beast, the ice spider. A wave of dryness swept through his throat. Indeed, this was the rear mountains, and the very first magical beast he encountered was already at level 5. Evidently, the ice spider was poised to attack. Before he had finished absorbing the last of the bubbles, it sprang forward, enveloping Songja in a chilling aura. Flame palm. Songja swiftly evaded to the side, while simultaneously raising his palm. A dense surge of fire spirit erupted from the edge of his hand, striking the ice spider with great force. The ice spider let out a shriek, a wound appearing upon its body, yet it did not fall. Instead, it turned with ferocity, exhaling frigid breaths towards Songja. Wherever the icy breath passed, frost coated the surrounding flora. This was indeed formidable. Songja quickly dodged and absorbed the attributes of the ice spider. Water resistance? What a treasure! He felt a surge of excitement. After the absorption, he immediately noticed that the effects of the chilling aura had diminished significantly. Subsequently, he darted left and right to lure the ice spider, leaping through the air in a grand motion. Flame raging. Seizing the moment, Songja unhesitatingly unleashed his fused skill, incorporating the techniques derived from his sword intent. A fiery longsword flew from his hand, plunging directly into the soft abdomen of the ice spider. This technique was acquired from the Grand Elder. The ice spider lay defeated, an esteemed level 5 beast. Surely it must possess a commendable crystal. Drawing upon the knowledge gleaned from his studies, Songja swiftly approached and began to excavate the creature's carcass. Indeed, he uncovered a blue crystal, no larger than a fingernail. In an instant, he absorbed it, feeling his power steadily ascend. Excellent, excellent. Time is of the essence. With a determined gaze, Songja sprinted up and down the hillside at remarkable speed, continuously absorbing the ethereal energy contained within the precious herbs. In the blink of an eye, having traversed the entire slope, his strength had nearly reached the 9th tier of innate power. Dispatching 2 level 5 beasts had become increasingly effortless. He pondered whether further advancement might lead him to encounter even more formidable adversaries. Licking his lips, he concluded that this hillside could no longer satisfy his ambitions. Just as he ventured forth to explore new territories, a shadowy figure charged at him from the side, launching an attack. An innate realm practitioner. Songja's pupils contracted sharply. As he retreated, he meticulously locked onto the opponent's aura. Though obscured, he discerned that it was a man. Energy level, 60. Yellow grade technique, blazing palm. The man exclaimed, "Damn it, a member of the Song family?" Surprise rapidly morphed into fury within Songja. The aura and techniques wielded by his assailant unmistakably pointed to the Song family. Swiftly piercing through the opponent's attribute bubble, Songja's strength surged past the 9th tier. The individual before him was agile and unleashed his full power without hesitation. Caught off guard, Songja found himself in a precarious position, forced to evade. You truly are a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you enjoy playing the part, why not go all the way today? The man spoke coldly, attempting to instill psychological pressure on Songja. You wish to kill me. Yet are you prepared to be killed? Songja's gaze turned frigid, his heart unburdened. Suddenly closing the distance, he unleashed a torrent of flames. Boom. The assailant was momentarily unable to evade, struck directly. Staggering backward, his eyes were filled with terror. You have reached the entry-level realm? His voice trembled. Not yet. But it will suffice to end you. Songja's confidence surged, and without hesitation, he charged forward to pursue. The assailant turned and fled towards the depths of the rear mountain. Think you can escape? Songja hastened his pursuit, yet the adversary slipped away with remarkable speed. vanishing beyond the borders of the rear mountain, an area with which they were intimately familiar. Frowning, Songja positioned himself at the boundary, recalling the elder's stern warning against crossing it. The rear mountain was not entirely under the control of the Song family. A dividing line split it in two, with the other half belonging to the Lu family, a clan of formidable strength, one that the Song family could ill afford to provoke. However, Songja sensed something amiss. The individual had navigated the terrain with such ease, indicating a prior acquaintance with the path. Could it be that he had traversed from the Lu family's territory? Curiosity piqued, Songja felt an insidious plot was concealed within. Surrounded by an array of exotic flora, he deemed it a pity to forego their energy. Ultimately, unable to resist temptation, he leaped from the slope, absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy, thus enhancing his strength once more. Just as he prepared to seek out higher-ranked magical beasts, a cacophony of commotion erupted from behind a nearby ridge. Alarmed, he realized it was a level 6 thunder serpent. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, Songja's eyes sparkled. Such a creature was a rarity in these parts, especially one of the lightning attribute. Without hesitation, he ascended the ridge and peered down. 3 men clad in white brandished their weapons, encircling a massive blue serpent that crackled with arcs of blue lightning. They were struggling to withstand its assault, but a young woman in colorful attire managed to engage the thunder serpent, barely maintaining control of the situation. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel was appealing, and with so many attributes at stake for absorption, a mischievous grin spread across Songja's face as he rose. Meanwhile, several Lu family members, drenched in sweat, contemplated retreat. One of them, turning around, was startled. What the hell? There's another person here. They noticed Songja, who wore an expression of excitement as he pointed and gestured. Immediately, they reprimanded him. Are you from the Song family? Get out of here. This is not your place. Ignoring their reprimands entirely, Songja proceeded to absorb the attributes of the individuals before him, including that of the level 6 thunder serpent. His power surged, allowing him to break through to the first stage of initiation. This is splendid, he exclaimed with delight. Reaching this new realm significantly enhanced his command over his strength. And in mere moments, he had assimilated numerous techniques from the Lu family disciples, quietly beginning the process of integration. Are you seeking death? The Lu family's disciples erupted in furious insults, yet at that moment, they found themselves besieged by the formidable thunder serpent, entirely unable to divert their attention to deal with Songja. Take care of yourself first, Songja quipped, arms crossed in mockery. The 3 disciples, incensed by his taunts, lost their composure and were struck repeatedly by the serpent's massive tail, collapsing to the ground, battered and bruised. Only the girl in colorful attire remained, valiantly holding her ground. Need a hand, miss? Songja, unable to watch any longer, felt a surge of chivalry. The girl glanced at him but offered no reply. Just then, the thunder serpent surged violently, its head gathering blue electric energy. Watch out. Without hesitation, Songja rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the girl's delicate waist and pulling her aside. The softness and warmth of her presence stirred a tumult of emotions within him. The girl gasped, her face flushing crimson. Before she could offer a reprimand, she witnessed Songja pivot and collide fiercely with the thunder serpent. A chilling breath of ice enveloped them, momentarily slowing the serpent's pace. Wrath of the Flame, Songja called softly, seizing the opportunity as the serpent's body stiffened, unleashing a fiery ray that effortlessly severed its vital spot, bringing it down instantly. It was the season of harvest. With delight, Songja prepared to extract the shimmering crystal of electric energy from the serpent's head, only to suddenly sense a looming danger from behind. The 3 Lu family disciples, having witnessed his effortless victory over the thunder serpent, believed they had significantly weakened it through their struggle, thus allowing Songja to reap the rewards. Exchanging glances, they tightened their grips on their weapons and, while he was unguarded, launched a coordinated attack from 3 directions, their eyes gleaming with malice. Songja was no longer the obsolete figure he once was. Having absorbed numerous attributes, his sensitivity to danger had sharpened considerably. With a metallic clang, the disciples' weapons clashed together, only to find Songja had vanished. They were left in utter shock. One of the disciples looked up and was startled to see Songja had mysteriously appeared behind his companion, a sly smile gracing his lips, rendering him speechless. After all, in his mind, he had not seen Songja move at all. The Lu disciple standing before Songja wore a bewildered expression, frowning. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, another disciple, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brow and decisively darted forward, releasing his spear without a second thought, aiming directly at Songja while shouting, "Duck!" The onlooker's heart raced in terror as the spear hurtled toward him. Cursing under his breath, he intended to evade. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself utterly immobilized. Before he could comprehend the situation, a long spear had already pierced his chest, his eyes wide open in shock as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 3 members of the Lu family stood frozen, unable to react. Applause rang out as Songja clapped his hands, a smug smile on his face. Marveling at the ruthlessness of the Lu family, the most powerful clan in Jinsha town, who would even slay their own kin, he leisurely stepped forward, crouching down in front of the onlookers to retrieve the thunder crystal. The assailant had not anticipated that Songja would emerge unscathed. While it was Lu Min who faced calamity, cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he observed the pallid countenance of a young woman in colorful attire and another member of the Lu family. He suddenly shouted, "You wretched dog of the Song family, you have slain Lu Min. Prepare for the Lu family's vengeance." His fierce demeanor could easily deceive the uninformed. Fearing dissent from his companions, he hastily declared, "Shui Ro, Lu Tian, you have all witnessed it. This scoundrel is the one who killed Lu Min." The expression of the young woman shifted dramatically, her face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Although she disdained his behavior, she dared not speak out, for he was Lu Li, the eldest son of the Lu family. Lu Tian, being of low status within the Lu clan, was acutely aware of Lu Li's accumulated authority, which rendered him unable to counter him. Terrified of incurring his wrath for any delayed response, he quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "Young master, your words are undoubtedly the truth. It was indeed this brat who killed Lu Min. Lu Min, the grandson of the elder of the Lu family, was not one to be trifled with." Despite his own bravery, he knew that any retaliation from the elder would only bring trouble for his father. Observing Lu Tian and Lu Shuiro's compliance, Lu Li grinned widely, saying, "Good lad, return and collect some cultivation resources. This young master shall not treat you unfairly." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's remaining apprehensions vanished, replaced by newfound confidence. Gazing at the resplendent thunder crystal in Songja's hand, he boldly commanded, "Foolish dog of the Song family, hand over the thunder crystal obediently, and our young master Lu Li will pardon you, letting the matter of Lu Min's death be forgotten." Songja, momentarily taken aback while extracting the energy from the thunder crystal, had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Lu Li's attempt to invert right and wrong was reminiscent of Dong's infamous act of calling a deer a horse, yet they seemed to accept this distortion of truth. At this moment, Songja suddenly recalled his past life as an underdog, subjected to relentless humiliation. He had endured countless similar experiences, and to his astonishment, mere days into his new life, he found himself facing yet another ordeal. The accumulated resentment of a lifetime surged within him, igniting an intense fury. With a sharp crack, the thunder crystal, already drained of its bubbles, shattered in his grasp, the sound crisp and resonant. Seeing the crystal break, Lu Li was momentarily taken aback before unleashing a torrent of curses at Songja. "You fool! After we painstakingly defeated the thunder serpent, you dare to crush the thunder crystal? Do you wish for death?" The crystals of magical beasts that had not reached a certain realm were exceedingly fragile, easily shattered even by an ordinary strongman. Lu Shuiro, with her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, could hardly believe that Songja had crushed the crystal of a level 6 thunder serpent, a rare resource for cultivation. Lu Li's fury emboldened Lu Tian, who, without hesitation, swung a slap towards Songja, malice etched on his face as he shouted arrogantly, "You worthless wretch, do you wish to perish?" However, before he could finish his words, Songja swiftly seized Lu Tian's wrist, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the mountainside. Immediately following, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted as Songja broke Lu Tian's arm, rendering him unconscious from the excruciating pain. Witnessing such a volatile display from Songja, Lu Li swallowed the words he had yet to utter. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Lu Shuiro standing nearby, and a sudden urgency gripped him. He realized that if he performed admirably at this moment, he might win the affection of the fair maiden. He leaped in front of Lu Shuiro, shielding her with his body, and commanded, "Shuiro, quickly flee. This scoundrel from the Song family intends to silence us. I will hold him off. You must escape." He envisioned Lu Shuiro responding with heartfelt words of solidarity. Yet to his surprise, she turned and left without a word, her voice icy as she declared, "Very well, senior brother, you hold him off while I fetch help." Yet her leisurely pace belied the urgency of her mission to summon aid. Lu Li could only manage a wry smile, realizing he had to maintain his facade, adding a few more words of encouragement about avenging himself and willingly sacrificing for his junior sister. Had he turned to see Lu Shuiro's demeanor, he would likely have lost all desire to continue his charade. Just moments ago, an enraged Zhenwu observed the unfolding scene, his eyes darting between the two. Unable to fathom the turn of events, falling into a heavy silence. What are you staring at, you wretched creature of the Song family? Look at my junior sister once more, and I swear I shall pluck out your eyes. Overly invested, Luli noticed that Zhenwu hesitated to take action, mistakenly believing it to be due to fear of his status as the young master of the Lu family. He immediately straightened his back and began to berate him once more. With his eyes regaining a semblance of clarity, Zhenwu, seeing Luli's unrepentant arrogance, could not restrain himself and clenched his fists, contemplating a confrontation. Luli, perceiving this, offered an awkward smile and seized the opportunity to flee swiftly, his speed seemingly surpassing his limits. Zhenwu was left momentarily stunned. As dusk descended in the main hall of the Lu family, a resounding crash echoed as a finely crafted porcelain bowl shattered upon the floor, splintering into several pieces. The middle-aged man in black robes, seated at the prominent position on the right, had risen, his dark short beard and tangled chin betraying a face twisted in fury. By the time Zhenwu returned to the small courtyard from the back mountain, night had already enveloped the land, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. He sat cross-legged on his bed, allowing the moonlight that streamed through the window to cascade over him. Having arrived in the Qiyun continent merely 2 days prior, he had, through his extraordinary abilities acquired during his transmigration, transcended from an unawakened waste to the threshold of enlightenment in the blink of an eye. Should others learn of this, they might uncover something significant. Although he was not averse to complications, it was always preferable to avoid unnecessary troubles. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhenwu felt a rapid depletion of spiritual energy coursing through him, the aura of his nascent stage visibly diminishing. What is happening? He exclaimed in shock. He depended on this ability to navigate the world. In a panic, he quickly closed his eyes and turned his focus inward to ascertain what was transpiring. Upon inspection, he was nearly propelled from his bed in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could there be a cauldron within me? When did this occur? Confusion enveloped him. Fortunately, having lived 2 lifetimes, he quickly regained his composure, speculating that this phenomenon was likely connected to the powers he had gained through his transmigration. Resolutely, he forced himself to calm down and once again assumed a meditative posture, seeking to draw nearer to the mysterious cauldron to uncover its secrets. This matter unfolded with remarkable smoothness, devoid of any hindrance. He surveyed the interior and exterior of the small cauldron with clarity. The square vessel, with its 4 corners, displayed walls that were flawless and exceptionally polished. However, to his astonishment, the cauldron contained an abundance of bubbles, each marked with numerical indicators that made Zhenwu's mouth water. Vitality, 10. Agility, 12. Strength, 8. There was even a rare resistance to lightning. The quantity of bubbles was utterly double that which he had previously absorbed. Observing this, Zhenwu was deeply moved and hastily focused his thoughts to collect these bubbles. Initially, he reveled in the process of gathering them. However, he gradually realized that the collection was not entirely effective. The bubbles marked with the number 10, after being picked up, did not vanish completely but merely transformed into a 5. This development troubled Zhenwu, yet he did not cease his actions. It was only when he extracted a bubble and noticed that the number remained unchanged that he comprehended the futility of his efforts. He was not a greedy individual. If he could not collect them, then he would let it be. Having gathered such a multitude of bubbles, he anticipated a significant advancement in his cultivation and swiftly checked his cultivation level. Upon glancing, he was instantly taken aback. Clearly, there has been no progress whatsoever. It remains merely an introductory phase, unchanged in the slightest. Zhenwu widened his eyes as he gazed at the small cauldron within him, unable to restrain an expletive. Damn it, so it was you who just siphoned off my power. As soon as the words left his lips, the aura surrounding him fluctuated once more, transforming in an instant into the innate 5th tier. However, this time, Zhenwu remained remarkably composed. This time, Zhenwu observed as his powers transformed into bubbles and returned to the small cauldron. He scratched his head, gazing at the bubbles within, a thought flickering through his mind as if he had grasped something significant. Could it be that these bubbles are remnants of the power I failed to fully absorb? Zhenwu muttered to himself. It is worth noting that in the past few days, he had been fervently absorbing bubbles whenever he encountered them, never contemplating the extent of his own absorption. Just as he remained uncertain, the bubbles within the cauldron unexpectedly soared out, dispersing and embodying various attributes throughout Zhenwu's body. In an instant, his cultivation level was restored to the initial stage. This scene unfolds like a magic trick, leaving Songja in a state of bemusement. Indeed, it appears to be as he suspected. The movements of the small cauldron confirmed his thoughts. With a quick glance at the small cauldron, Songja chuckled. If I were to fully harness these bubbles, wouldn't my cultivation experience a significant advancement? He anticipated encountering more individuals in the future, extracting an abundance of bubbles. If he could not achieve at least a 50% absorption rate, how wasteful that would be. Yet, upon further reflection, he wore a pained smile of resignation. There was nothing he could do. The mere thought of so many bubbles remaining unutilized filled Songja with frustration. It was akin to witnessing a sumptuous swan dish before him, yet being unable to partake. How cruel that was. Thus, he oscillated between the joy of glimpsing a treasure trove and the agony of being unable to claim it, unknowingly, as dawn approached. The sun began to rise from behind the mountains. The gentle moonlight of the night had transformed into the warm sunlight of morning, yet Songja remained oblivious. At this moment, his eyes were dark, his brows furrowed, and he had spent the entire night pondering how to extract the bubbles from the small cauldron. Just as he was consumed by his worries, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, drifted in from outside the courtyard. Songja, Songja. Within the courtyard, Songja found himself in a near-manic state, his mind fixated solely on the bubbles overflowing from the small cauldron, eager to extract them immediately. With a creak, the wooden door of the courtyard gently opened. A fragrant breeze wafted in, revealing Song Linger, clad in a flowing red outfit. Her face beaming with delight as she appeared before Songja, her small hands clasped behind her back. Songja, can you guess what I brought for you? Songja did not respond. Propping his chin on his right hand, he sat at the table, his gaze intensely fixed ahead, his eyes wide open. This scene startled Song Linger, causing her to disregard her own feelings. She placed the white porcelain bottle onto the table and seized Songja, shaking him vigorously. Amidst her shaking, she cried out, Songja, please don't frighten me. The mere thought that Songja, who had been her companion for so many years, might be in peril brought her to the brink of tears, her voice tinged with a palpable sob. As she shook him, Songja finally regained his senses, blinking away the remnants of a night spent in confusion. He leapt slightly, exasperatedly remarking, What's the matter? I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying like this? Upon hearing him speak, the weight of worry lifted from Song Linger's heart. She shot him an indignant glance, lightly slapping him with her small hand to express her annoyance. Yet, Songja paid little heed. His gaze was drawn to the white porcelain bottle on the table, which was evidently designed to hold elixirs. The term elixir flashed through his mind, igniting a surge of joy within him. With his eyes wide and a grin spreading across his face, he thought, what better way to utilize this than through alchemy? It was no wonder he had been so perplexed throughout the night. He had never before engaged in the art of alchemy. And to call him a novice would be an understatement, despite his wealth of theoretical knowledge. Just as she had begun to feel relieved, Song Linger, noticing Songja's unusual laughter, couldn't help but glance at her hand, puzzled. I didn't hit him hard. Why is he acting so foolish? However, before she could comprehend the situation, she felt something soft brush against her fair cheek, warm and unexpected, leaving her momentarily stunned, her eyes wide and unblinking. At the tender age of 18, Linga was no longer an innocent girl oblivious to the ways of the world. In that instant, she realized what had transpired. And her already rosy cheeks flushed a deeper shade, resembling a ripe apple. With her head bowed, her small hands tightly grasped the hem of her garment, betraying her anxiety and unease. In her mind, she pondered, has this fool finally seen the light? Over the years of companionship, those around them were well aware of her feelings for Songja, yet it remained a mystery whether he was intentionally oblivious or genuinely unaware, always maintaining an elusive demeanor that often left her feeling irritable. In a moment of excitement, Songja embraced Lingair and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming joyfully, Thanks to you, Lingair, you truly are my lucky star. Within the knowledge of this body, there existed a particular elixir capable of maximizing the absorption of spiritual energy, known as the spirit-enhancing pill, derived from ancient texts. What does he mean by calling me his lucky star? Lingair pondered, her head bowed in slight confusion. However, the sweetness that blossomed in her heart soon overshadowed her doubts. A lucky star indeed. If she could bring him good fortune, that would suffice. With a bashful expression, Lingair slowly lifted her gaze and said, Brother Songja, if I could bring you. Her words trailed off abruptly. For before her stood no trace of Songja, only the gentle morning sun caressing her face. Damn it, Lingair exclaimed in frustration. Stamping her foot and gritting her teeth, Songja, you rascal, go and be reincarnated already. No sooner had she uttered these words than a gust of wind swept through, and Songja's figure suddenly reappeared before her, inquiring, "Ling, do you have any money?" It dawned on him halfway through his approach that alchemy required both cauldrons and herbs, all of which demanded currency, yet he possessed not a single cent in this world. Without money, he had no choice but to borrow. Thus, he hurriedly returned, extending his hand to the one person in this world who would treat him kindly, Song Ling, to ask for a loan. Ling was taken aback, completely stunned. She had not yet regained her composure when, with remarkable honesty, she offered him the fragrant pouch adorned with 6 petals of pure white flowers that hung at her waist. The entire process transpired in a daze, driven purely by instinct. Songja, filled with urgency, paid little heed to the details, seizing the pouch and vanishing from the courtyard like a wisp of wind. As she watched his retreating figure fade away, Ling came to her senses and glanced at her now empty hands, suddenly realizing something important. She quickly called out, "Songja, Songja, come back." Unfortunately, having already run a considerable distance, Songja could no longer hear her cries. Exiting the Song family gate, he made a beeline for the bustling market of Jinsha town. Utterly unaware that behind the door of the Song residence, a pair of furtive eyes were fixed upon him. Upon seeing him head toward the market, those eyes promptly turned and rushed back into the house, their haste rivaling that of Songja. Upon arriving at the elegant and serene Song family mansion, the man lightly tapped on the door 3 times. After glancing around and confirming no one was in sight, he whispered, "Young master, that fellow has emerged from the courtyard." His voice was so soft that it would be inaudible unless one were to stand close by. A cold voice emanated from within the room. "Understood, you may leave." The servant hurriedly exited, while a man clad in fine garments stood by the window, gazing up at the bright sky, idly toying with a petal in his hand. He murmured, "Songja, what trials have you endured these past few days to transform from a mere wastrel into your current self?" The man was Song Bo, the eldest son of the Song family, who had been knocked unconscious by Songja due to his own negligence. Song Bo was not a man devoid of capability. His position as the eldest son of the Song family, commanding numerous younger kin, was not solely attributable to his unparalleled cultivation among the youth of the clan, but also to his myriad cunning stratagems that instilled fear in his juniors, deterring them from challenging him. Had it not been for his overconfidence, believing that a supposed deadbeat, even if awakened to spiritual energy, could never rival him, he would not have found himself bested by Songja. The thought of being defeated by this so-called wastrel ignited a surge of fury within him, causing him to crush the pristine petal in his hand. Gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Songja, you shall pay for this. One day, I will ensure your utter disgrace. This Song family shall rightfully belong to me." The shattered petal fragmented into several pieces, gently drifting down to the ground in tranquil silence. Meanwhile, Songja arrived at the bustling marketplace, where the early morning throngs were already vibrant with activity. He could not help but marvel. Jinsha town truly deserves its reputation as the central hub connecting the north and south. Look at all these people. Jinsha town, a small city within the Yingchuan prefecture of the Great Jin Kingdom, was renowned for its unique geographical position, facilitating a continuous flow of merchants traveling between the north and south, often bringing with them various rare treasures, which significantly contributed to the town's prosperity. As Songja entered the market, he became engrossed in activity. Since the previous owner of this body rarely ventured out, he was entirely unfamiliar with the marketplace and had no choice but to seek directions from others. After considerable effort, he finally located a place specializing in the sale of cultivation resources. Arriving at a narrow alley, he spotted a burly man draped in coarse garments, with disheveled hair, squatting on the ground and wielding a broom, as if attempting to sweep away the dust. This scene piqued his curiosity, compelling him to glance at the stall, wondering what object could evoke such care. Upon closer inspection, he halted abruptly. There, on the stall, lay a small, dark tripod, no larger than a thumb, resembling a toy. Both its interior and exterior were pitch black, and from a distance, it appeared akin to a piece of charcoal, easily overlooked. The burly man was astute. As soon as Songja paused, he swiftly tucked away his feather duster and chuckled, "Young hero, you have a discerning eye. Do not underestimate this trinket merely because of its size. It is a treasure I procured with great effort." "Treasure? Who are you trying to fool?" Songja thought disdainfully. Were it not for the slight quivering he felt from the small tripod within him, he wouldn't have bothered to examine this inconspicuous object, especially one so diminutive. Yet, since the tripod within him was exhibiting signs of movement, this tiny artifact must indeed be extraordinary. With this notion in mind, Songja remained silent. Crouching down to inspect the tiny tripod from various angles, and couldn't he help but voice his skepticism. This thing is a treasure? To his trained eye. Aside from recognizing it as a single-foot tripod, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. Ah, I say it is a treasure, yet you remain unconvinced? The burly man, upon hearing Songji's words, tossed aside his feather duster and stood up. Oh dear, my temper is flaring. I shall make you see the truth. With that, he stepped forward, snatching the single-foot tripod from Songji's hand, his beard quivering as he huffed. Young lad. Watch closely and learn what it means to be blind to the obvious. With those words, the man's aura began to swell, releasing a torrent of intense flame energy that enveloped the single-foot tripod in midair. Innate ninth stage. Sharp-eyed Songjin immediately recognized the man's cultivation level. He never anticipated that a casual outing would lead him to encounter someone capable of sweeping through the young talents of the Song family with ease. The bubbling energy emanating from the man was promptly seized by Songjin. This was essential to his existence, and he could not afford to neglect it. Enveloped in the thick flames, the thumb-sized tripod's outline became indiscernible. Onlookers passing by, witnessing the fiery display of power, couldn't help but exclaim at such heat. Even black gold would melt. Black gold, a forging material, is both resilient and precious, making it an unrivaled choice for crafting divine weapons. Humph, ignorant. Did you not see that no metallic residue has fallen? A woman's disdainful voice rang out amidst the crowd, provoking the ire of a man clad in brocade, who was accompanied by his followers. Behind Songjin stood a woman draped in azure gauze, her figure elegantly outlined. Her chestnut hair was artfully arranged behind her, and her face was partially obscured by a delicate silk veil, hinting at her ethereal beauty. Who dares speak such nonsense? Our young master declares it shall melt. And you dare to retort? Have you a death wish? A follower stepped forward, his arrogance palpable. The brocade-clad man, upon seeing the woman in azure, immediately became animated. Leering as he said, a fine figure indeed. If you were to accompany me home for some merriment, I might overlook your insolence and even reward you. What say you? He failed to perceive the disdain glimmering in the eyes of the woman clad in blue, naively reaching out to lift the veil of the fair maiden. Lu Shuqian, remove your filthy hands. The man before him, adorned in resplendent garments, was none other than Lu Shuqian, a notorious scion of the Lu family, infamous in Jinsha town for his nefarious deeds of bullying the weak and oppressing the vulnerable. The blue-clad woman was evidently an outsider. Had any local woman encountered him, she would have fled in terror rather than engage in conversation. Disapproving of this wretch, Songjin extended his right hand and grasped Lu Shuqian's wrist, delivering a cold snort. Ah, who do we have here? Is that not the waste of the Song family? Caught off guard by the grip on his wrist, Lu Shuqian paused momentarily before a mocking smile spread across his face. Is the Song family so destitute that even a good-for-nothing like you dares to emerge? Lu Shuqian scoffed derisively, then his tone shifted to a menacing growl. Let go of me, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. At that very moment, he attempted to wrench his arm free, only to be astonished to find that what had once been an effortless endeavor was now beyond his capability. Despite his innate strength of 6 segments, he could not liberate himself from Songjin's grasp. A wave of panic surged within him, though his countenance remained fierce, albeit slightly lacking in conviction, while Songjin had stabilized his cultivation at the 5th segment. The true attributes he possessed far surpassed those of this inferior individual reliant on elixirs for strength. With a grin exposing a row of immaculate teeth, he remarked, "Shall I release you then? Any repercussions are not mine to bear." The moment his words escaped his lips, he loosened his grip, channeling a concealed force that surged through Lu Shuqian's sleeve, propelling him several meters away until he collided with a roadside stall. Despicable! Lu Shuqian, feeling humiliated, scrambled up from a heap of vegetables, spitting in disdain. You too, hurry and subdue him. Beat him to a pulp. Yet, the 2 companions he had brought along stood frozen in fear, their terror evident in their trembling forms. Ah, who would have thought we would meet again so soon? Among the 2, Songjin recognized one familiar face. Was that not Lu Tian? His gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Tian's arm, recalling how he had shattered the boy's wrist the previous day. It was astonishing how quickly he had healed. The Lu family truly was the foremost clan in Jinsha town, treating their subordinates with such care. To others, Songjin merely cast a fleeting glance, but to Lu Tian, it felt as though a sword were poised at his throat, instilling a profound sense of dread and trepidation. This is a man even Master Luli fears. With a swift motion, Lu Tian could no longer withstand the pressure. He turned and fled with remarkable agility. Haha. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of disdain and erupted into laughter. You scoundrel! Lu Shuqian, feeling utterly humiliated, was consumed by rage. He bellowed, channeling the innate energy of the 6th level, and charged forward with a peculiar stride, exclaiming fiercely, "Yellow level intermediate, flowing cloud step." At that moment, a bubble emerged from Lu Shuquan's body, revealing that this fellow possessed a form of footwork, though it was of a lower tier. It was still a type of movement technique. Songja unceremoniously absorbed it. "Heh, the Lu family's flowing cloud step has truly been tarnished by you wretches." In an instant. Having absorbed the technique, Songja coldly uttered a command, stepping forward with his right foot, effortlessly evading Lu Shuquan's punch. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, his movements appeared even more profound. As he deftly dodged, Songja promptly seized Lu Shuquan's wrist, executing a splendid shoulder throw. The result was Lu Shuqian landing in a most undignified manner, akin to a turtle on its back. The lady in green, observing Lu Shuqian's awkward position, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This remark garnered unanimous approval from passers-by, and even a daring individual took a turtle, placing its shell against the ground, its splayed limbs resembling Lu Shuqian's own disheveled state to an uncanny degree. In contrast to the mockery directed at him, Lu Shuqian was predominantly taken aback, enduring the pain as he lay there, pointing at Songja with a look of utter astonishment, exclaiming, "How could you possess the techniques of the Lu family?" This step differs from other martial arts techniques, being exceedingly rare. Although it is merely a yellow-tier footwork, it remains a remarkable find. Over the years, the Lu family has never imparted it to non-direct descendants. He was fortunate to acquire it through his connection with Lu Li. At the time of his acquisition, he felt a sense of elation, even though his peers looked down upon this technique. How could the Lu family regard such a trivial yellow-tier footwork as a treasure? Why should others be unable to master it? Before Songja could respond, the masked woman in blue interjected with righteous fervor. Songja shot her a disdainful glance, dismissive of such a minor character, while his curiosity was piqued by the single-legged small cauldron. Lu Shuqian, intimidated by that glare, managed to rise with the trembling support of another. Aware that he was no match for this seemingly useless individual, he spat out a harsh remark and fled in disgrace. "Songja, you wait for me. This matter will not be settled so easily." Songja paid him no mind, his gaze fixated on the small cauldron amidst the flames. A flicker of excitement coursing through him. He discerned a faint glimmer beneath the single-legged cauldron, which vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Coincidentally, this moment was captured by Songja's keen observation. As this minor farce drew to a close, the burly man retracted his aura and, with a chuckle, extended his hand clasping the diminutive cauldron. "What do you think? This little cauldron remains entirely unscathed even under such intense heat, and it feels remarkably cool to the touch. Go on, feel for yourself." Just as Songja was about to reach out and test it, a delicate arm resembling that of a white lotus reached in, eagerly exploring the cauldron. "Indeed, it's astonishing. It bears no warmth at all. It's chillingly cool. What could be the explanation?" The voice of the woman in the azure attire expressed her astonishment. Songja shot her an exasperated glare, snatched the cauldron back, and meticulously examined it with his fingers, particularly scrutinizing the base for a considerable time, yet found nothing amiss. Could it be an illusion? Doubt began to creep into Songja's mind. Observing Songja's fidgeting with the cauldron, the burly man grinned and remarked, "It's said that while my strength may not be formidable, my mastery over fire attributes is quite adept. Perhaps there isn't another in the entirety of Golden Sands town who could rival me." His insinuation was unmistakable. He was lauding the single-footed black cauldron as a treasure. After all, how could it endure such scorching conditions without even a trace of heat? "What is the price for this cauldron?" Songja, unable to decipher the true nature of the cauldron, nonetheless felt an inexplicable sense of its extraordinary value. Upon hearing Songja's inquiry, the burly man's enthusiasm surged. With a playful squint, he replied, "Seeing that you are likely a scion of a wealthy family, and recognizing its worth, I shall charge you 5 gold coins. In the realm of the Azure Cloud continent, currency is primarily categorized into gold, silver, and iron. 1 silver piece equals 100 iron coins, while 1 gold piece equates to 100 silver coins. You're trying to swindle me." Songja's eyebrows twitched, and with a slight toss of the small black cauldron in his hand, he frowned and muttered, "A common family could sustain a year of comfortable living on merely 1 silver coin. A single gold coin could last a lifetime." He had not anticipated that this burly man, whose appearance belied his intentions, would demand 5 gold coins outright. At this unexpected demand, the previously jovial man suddenly grew displeased. He scrutinized Songja with a condescending gaze and unceremoniously reclaimed the cauldron, snorting disdainfully, "How disappointing. You are a gentleman of the Song family yet cannot even produce 5 gold coins? And you dare to emulate the art of purchasing? While Songja struggled to articulate a retort, finding himself at a loss for words, for he truly lacked the funds. In Ling Ur's purse, there were only 3 gold coins, a sum she had painstakingly saved through frugality. Just as he was enveloped in confusion, the woman in azure extended her graceful hand once more, smiling gently. Allow me to assist you. With that, she produced 5 gold coins and tossed them to the burly man, retrieving the cauldron from his grasp and delicately offering it to Songja. The kindness of your rescue shall be forever etched in my memory. Consider this cauldron a gift from me to you. Though her expression remained obscured by the veil, her actions conveyed her sincerity. Songja nodded, eschewing any pretense, and accepted the cauldron, stating, Consider this as a debt I owe to the fair lady. I shall repay you in due time. Upon hearing the term fair lady, the woman in azure trembled slightly. No one had ever addressed her in such a manner before, and she was left pondering the meaning of the phrase. She silently recited those 2 characters in her heart, finding them quite intriguing. Songja lifted his foot, prepared to procure the herbs for alchemy, but suddenly halted after taking a step. He spoke, I am Songja. If you require anything, seek me at home. Having said that, he no longer lingered and proceeded towards the herbal vendor. Songja, the woman in the green attire, let out a soft laugh. While others typically asked their benefactors for names to express gratitude, this individual voluntarily introduced himself. Was he perhaps seeking to solicit money? How amusing. She repeated the name Songja in her mind twice, a wave of curiosity blossoming within her, as she found his words peculiar and his demeanor even more so. That's not all that's interesting. There is something even more captivating. The burly man resumed his seat, grasping a broom, and could not help but chime in upon hearing that. Oh, uncle, what could possibly be more interesting? The woman in green inquired, intrigued. How could it not be interesting? 3 days ago, this Song family scion, Songja, was merely a soulless being, unable to cultivate, a complete waste. Yet now, he's become someone even I cannot perceive, intriguing indeed. It was evident that he had discerned that Songja's cultivation was not merely at the innate 5th stage. Upon hearing this, the woman in green gazed towards the spot where Songja had vanished. Her curiosity intensified. Songja arrived at the area for purchasing elixirs, yet despite his efforts, he could not locate the herbs necessary for concocting the spirit-enhancing pill. Inquiring all around yielded no results. No one had heard of herbs such as lampwick grass or golden sparrow root, which were essential for this elixir. Could it be that the recipe was documented in ancient texts, and the requisite herbs had long since become extinct? After a fruitless search, Songja pondered to himself with suspicion. Left with no other option, he decided to purchase some herbs for the nourishing origin pill, which would serve well for practicing his alchemical skills. Though the herbs for the nourishing origin pill were rather commonplace, the substantial quantity he bought still cost him a gold coin. As the sun began to set, casting a crimson hue across the sky, Songja returned to the Song family doorstep, carrying a large sack of herbs nearly a meter taller than his head. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a fragrant breeze collided with him, causing the sack in his hands to tumble down the steps of the inner door. Lingo? Why are you in such a rush? And why do you look so pale? The newcomer was Song Linger, her expression fraught with urgency. Upon seeing Songja, she immediately grasped his hand and urged him to flee, exclaiming, Songja, you must hurry. We have no time. However, Songja, utterly bewildered, could not simply follow her without understanding the situation. He shook off her small hand, a frown knitting his brow. What on earth is going on? You must explain clearly before we leave. He intended to retrieve the sack of herbs, but before he could reach for it, a petite figure clad in embroidered shoes stepped onto the bag, the excessive force threatening to tear it open, revealing glimpses of the herbs within. Where do you think you're going? What trouble have you caused, you fool? Do you not understand? Songja furrowed his brow slightly, and upon looking up, he was met with the sight of Lu Riyue. The woman, whose appearance exuded an air of dignity, regarded Songja with palpable disdain, as if his very existence were a source of embarrassment for her. Upon spotting Lu Riyue, Linga was taken aback, stammering out her name in disbelief. Within the Song family, Lu Riyue had ingrained herself into the hearts of every member, perhaps due to the frequent absence of the family patriarch, Song Qingyuan, which allowed her to wield power with even greater audacity. The mere sight of her instilled a sense of trepidation among all members of the Song household. Oh, Madame Lu, would you kindly remove your foot? Songja remarked coolly, his gaze fixated solely on the sack of medicinal herbs before him. That was worth a gold coin. Feeling a sense of indignation at being belittled, Lu Riyue, who had long held the reins of power within the Song family, could not tolerate such insolence. Without hesitation, she lifted her leg to deliver a kick, intending to teach this ungrateful fool a lesson about who truly ruled the household. However, her leg remained suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch, leaving Lu Riyue momentarily stunned, her lips parted in astonishment. This inept individual surprisingly possesses some level of cultivation. No wonder he has survived in the back mountains. Lu Riyue's desire for power is intense, yet her cultivation remains steadfast, having reached the initial stages of mastery. That kick she just delivered, infused with a portion of her strength, was intended to eliminate Songja in one swift motion, thereby circumventing a multitude of troubles. Did you not hear me? Songja's aura surged as he abruptly rose, commanding fiercely, "Remove your foot at once." In a mere few seconds of explosive fury, Lu Riyue found herself caught off guard and was sent flying backwards, staggering several steps and nearly collapsing. Fortunately, a burly man clad in black robes caught her, remarking in a sardonic tone, "Is this how the Song family educates its juniors? Failing to distinguish between senior and junior, this is quite alarming. I must take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of Madame Song." As Songja gazed at the middle-aged man in the black robe, his expression remained calm. Yet tumultuous waves surged within him. This was due to the conspicuous absence of any aura surrounding the black-robed figure, whose head was adorned with a series of question marks. What is happening? Before Songja could ponder further, the burly man in the black robe raised his hand and struck down towards his crown, the overwhelming force creating a tremor in the very air. Songja. Behind him, Song Lingo gasped in shock, due to his previous inability to cultivate. Songja had little interest in the masters of Jinsha Town, but Song Lingo was well aware of their prowess. The individual before us is Lu Jia's esteemed elder, Lu Mao, whose profound and unfathomable cultivation places him at the pinnacle of Jinsha Town. Confronted with such a ferocious and domineering strike, Songja's eyes widened in disbelief. His body rendered utterly immobile, and the sole thought racing through his mind was, "Am I destined to perish like this?" After all, he had only just been reborn into this life. Fueled by a deep-seated resentment for Songja's slaying of his grandson, Lu Mao unleashed his attack without reservation. The palm strike landing squarely upon Songja's crown, the formidable force propelling him violently against the wooden door of the Song residence. The door, unable to withstand such tremendous power, bore evident cracks. With a violent cough, Songja expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his head spinning uncontrollably. Miraculously, he had survived, thanks to the small cauldron within him. Had it not intervened at that critical moment to absorb the majority of Lu Mao's force, he would have likely met his demise on the spot. How could this be possible? Lu Mao's mind was in turmoil. How could a full-force strike from one of his caliber fail to eliminate a mere junior? Such a situation would surely invite ridicule. However, now was not the time to ponder why Songja remained alive. With a renewed resolve, Lu Mao flickered into motion, intent on delivering another lethal blow to Songja. Just as Songja, having narrowly escaped death, began to feel relief, the ominous aura of mortality enveloped him once more. Helpless, he yearned desperately for an enhancement of his strength. "You dare!" Suddenly, Song Linger appeared before him, her gaze fixed defiantly upon the imposing figure of Lu Mao, whose palm was perilously close to her forehead yet halted in its tracks. To the side, Lu Riyue, having witnessed Lu Mao's arrogance, had been reveling in the unfolding drama until she realized someone had dared to intervene. Upon recognizing the individual, she promptly silenced herself. "Lu Mao, has your arrogance reached new heights?" Unbeknownst to all, a venerable elder with flowing white hair materialized behind Song Linger, gently stroking his white beard while casting a knowing glance at the black-robed man before him. "Song Qin, you are still alive." Lu Mao's complexion darkened as he comprehended the identity of the man before him all too well. "Haha." Song Qin erupted in laughter, declaring, "As long as Lu Tenfeng still draws breath, the king of hell would not dare claim this old bone of mine." Song Lingo, coming to her senses, felt a surge of joy, yet upon seeing Songja's pallid visage, panic gripped her heart. Great-grandfather, Songja, he. Blood continued to seep from the corner of Songja's mouth, seemingly impossible to stem. Observing this, Song Qin immediately crouched down to feel Songja's pulse, his calm demeanor evaporating in an instant, replaced by a mix of gravity and confusion. "Great-grandfather, I am fine." The severely injured Songja managed to utter, recalling the fond memories of his childhood when this very Song Qin had showered him with affection, only to vanish from his life after the age of 6. To his astonishment, fate had granted him this reunion today. "Do not speak." Song Qin's white brows relaxed slightly as he retrieved a milky white pill from his robes, placing it into Songja's mouth. Sighing with relief, he instructed, Linger, assist Jur back to his room. I shall join you shortly. Song Linger harbored a deep concern for Songja, making it impossible for her to refuse his request. Without a moment's hesitation, she supported him and led him into the house, leaving behind Song Qin and the others. Just as they departed, a throng of Song family members rushed over. The elders of the Song clan, upon seeing Song Qin, bowed in unison and greeted him with respect. We pay our respects to the Supreme Elder. Song Qin waved them off modestly and, casting a cold glance at Lu Mao, declared, Lu Mao, I will seek justice for today's events from your Lu family in due time. My Song family has matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself from seeing you off. The intent to dismiss was unmistakable. Lu Mao's expression fluctuated. He was uncertain whether his strike had indeed killed Songja, especially considering the severity of Songja's injuries. Moreover, the high-quality elixir that Song Qin produced indicated that the situation was quite dire. In 3 days, my Lu family shall return, and the outcome will be far from trivial. With that ominous remark, Lu Mao turned on his heel and strode away in anger. Once Lu Mao departed, the atmosphere grew tense with silence. The Song family members dared not utter a word before Song Qin, their heads bowed in deference. Even Lu Ruyu became notably subdued, although her lowered gaze and restless eyes hinted at her turbulent thoughts. 10 years. In just a decade. What have you done to the Song family? How dare the Lu family so brazenly bully the descendants of my clan? Song Qin's outrage was palpable as he berated those present, his fury evident. The crowd remained meek, not daring to speak, their heads bowed in shame. It was Lu Ruyu who finally spoke up. Supreme Elder, you may not be aware, but Lu Mao came to us claiming that our Song family members had killed his grandson, and he even had witnesses. We were powerless to counter his accusations. Indeed. Supreme Elder, another chimed in. Lu Mao's assertions were so vehement that we had no means to refute them. He claimed that one of the Song family's children who went to the market was the murderer of his grandson, and after investigating all the Song family members, it turned out that only Songja. The elders spoke halfway, hesitating to continue. They were all astute individuals, well aware of how much Song Qin cherished Songja a decade ago. Who could say if that affection remained after 10 years? It was prudent to choose their words carefully. Song Qin waved his sleeve with force and addressed Lu Yu. Come, enlighten me on this matter. He then led the group into the hall. Meanwhile, Song Lingo supported Songja to a small courtyard. Just as they entered, Songja abruptly turned and shut the door, also closing the window. Song Lingo gazed at this scene in astonishment. The severely injured Songja appeared to have transformed, suddenly lively and sprightly. Hiki. Songja chuckled, sitting on the table with a grin. Shouldn't I be lying in bed, on the verge of death? He had thought he was doomed. Yet unbeknownst to him, the small cauldron within him had absorbed much of Lu Mao's power, and even his injuries had miraculously healed, an inexplicable turn of events. Indeed. Song Lingo instinctively nodded, then shook her head like a rattle drum in denial. No, you wouldn't die. Seeing her reaction, Songja felt a slight tightening in his heart. He stepped forward and embraced her gently, whispering, Thank you, Linger. In that critical moment, she had bravely stood before him, confronting the formidable Lu Mao. Such loyalty was not lost on him. Suddenly embraced, Song Linger hesitated briefly, then relinquished her struggle, resting softly against his chest. Songja, did you really kill Lu Min? She asked, recounting the events simply while furrowing her brows and looking up at him. What do you think? Songja felt a pang of regret. He should have eliminated both of them at the outset. Absolutely not. You couldn't have killed him. You lack the ability to cultivate. How could you possibly defeat Lu Min? Lingo shook her head earnestly. She had encountered Lu Min before. Despite his low cultivation level, he had awakened his talent. It was implausible that the unawakened Songja could have defeated him. Observing her earnest and endearing expression, Songja couldn't help but jest. What if I truly did kill him? Lingo was taken aback by his words. After a moment of silence, her gaze firmed as she declared, Who dares to harm you? I shall kill him. Though she was merely a cultivator of the 8th stage. Her willingness to confront the Lu family to protect him deeply moved Songja. In his past life, he had been treated like a mere plaything, ridiculed and kicked about. Never had anyone shown such care for him. Silly girl, I am a man. How could I allow you to protect me? Songja playfully tapped her delicate nose, chuckling softly as he released his aura of the entry-level realm. Upon sensing the shift in his energy, Lingo gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Songja, you can cultivate now? Have you ascended directly to the entry-level realm? A few days ago, Songja was but a mere wastrel incapable of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the realm of initiation, leaving her utterly astonished. What significance does the initiation stage hold? Sooner or later, I shall traverse this continent and stand atop the pinnacle of martial prowess, Songzhi declared with a raised brow and an air of arrogance. Linga suddenly found the Songzhi before her somewhat unfamiliar. His commanding presence was undeniably impressive, yet it inexplicably left her feeling a tinge of melancholy. Had the kind-hearted and warm Songzhi of yore truly vanished forever? She mustered a smile, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. I always knew that a golden dragon does not dwell in the shallows. You are destined to shine brilliantly." She had thought the same when she observed him poring over ancient texts day after day. Unaware of the shift in her demeanor, Songzhi retrieved a small, single-footed cauldron from within his robes and inquired, "Linger, do you recognize this object?" Lingo shook her head, noticing his concentration was wholly absorbed by the cauldron. With a forced smile, she remarked, "I shall go fetch some food. You have been out all day and must be hungry." Without giving Songzhi a chance to respond, she turned and exited the room. Songzhi, oblivious to her departure, remained fixated on the cauldron, convinced that it held the key to unlocking some profound secret. The single-footed cauldron stood resolutely on the table as he scrutinized it from every angle, yet he could discern nothing, just as he was engulfed in confusion. The four-footed square cauldron within him unexpectedly manifested in an ethereal form, startling Songzhi to the brink of alarm. In these recent days, he has come to realize that his ability to extract attributes is likely connected to this small cauldron. At this moment, even the ethereal shadow is wary of being seen. For exposure is never a favorable circumstance. The spectral form of the four-legged square cauldron hovers directly above the singular-footed small cauldron, and then an astonishing scene unfolds before Songzhi's eyes. Merely the projection of the four-legged square cauldron's phantom upon it causes the black-gold single-footed cauldron to begin an astonishing fusion, the visible speed of which is striking. In less than 3 minutes, the single-footed cauldron melts into a pool of dark liquid, revealing a slender crystal shard the size of a fingernail, glimmering with a unique radiance under the sunlight. What is this object? A thought crosses Songzhi's mind as he reaches out to touch it. Yet before he can make contact, a bubble emerges with a soft plop from its surface. Spirit Pearl Fragment. 1. A Spirit Pearl Fragment? What exactly is this? It seems he is unable to collect the bubble. This revelation made him realize that bubbles could convey information he was unable to grasp. It seemed that the series of questions posed by Lu Mao and Song Qin were likely due to their overwhelming cultivation level, which rendered it difficult for him to acquire attributes from them. Although he could not capture the bubbles, the shards of the spiritual orb should be within reach. As Songzhi reached out to grasp them, he was suddenly lifted into the air, directly absorbed by the ethereal form of the four-footed square cauldron. Leaving not a trace behind, Songzhi's expression darkened, 5 gold coins lost. He gained nothing, merely to have it whisked away. Infuriated, he felt an urge to smash the wretched cauldron. Alas, it was merely a phantom. Once its task was complete, the phantom returned to Songzhi's body. Observing this, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, and he hastily turned his internal gaze to check for any changes in the four-footed cauldron. To his disappointment, there was no alteration. Instead, all the bubbles within had vanished, leaving him with the feeling of having worked hard for naught. It seemed he had labored in vain. With a bitter smile, he decided to seek out the misfortune of the magical beasts on the back mountain, hoping to enhance his cultivation in the process. As he opened the door, he encountered the white-haired, white-bearded Song Qin, who awkwardly smiled and said, "Grandfather Song." Song Qin appeared unconcerned about Songzhi's lack of injuries. His hands clasped behind his back, he casually remarked, "Follow me." With that, he began to walk toward the back mountain. Songzhi was not the same person he once was. The old man's demeanor felt exceedingly strange. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and followed. Song Qin led him along an alternative path to the back mountain, one that the Song family's youth rarely dared to traverse, a place regarded as a forbidden ground. Just as doubts filled his mind, the two arrived at a small bamboo grove. Song Qin gazed at a tombstone before him and sighed, "Qin girl, look who I've brought." Upon seeing a burial mound constructed of solid stone behind him, Songzhi noticed the inscription on the stone tablet, "Tomb of Baiyue Qing." Mother? The thought surged in his mind. He had never seen his biological mother, only knowing her name, Baiyue Qing. "What are you still standing there for? Come pay your respects to your mother," Song Qin chided, urging him. Feeling somewhat dazed, Songzhi, upon realizing this was his mother's grave, felt his mind go blank, yet instinctively knelt before the tomb. Is this truly my mother? Wasn't it said that there was merely no news of her? How could a tombstone suddenly appear? This was all too abrupt. Song Qin seemed to have anticipated his reaction, offering a bitter smile. "This is indeed your mother's tombstone. light some incense. With a swift motion, he retrieved several incense sticks from his storage space, igniting them with a flick of his fingers. Songja silently accepted the incense, and after 3 bows and 9 prostrations, the sorrow of having lost his mother in both lives welled up within him, tears forming in his eyes. Grandfather Song, who killed my mother? Songja gazed at the unfamiliar and daunting gravestone, his heart heavy with inquiry. Child, you are far too weak at this moment. Song Qin's withered hand gently rested on his shoulder, his voice laced with emotion. That individual is beyond your reach. Kneeling, Songja raised an eyebrow and replied coldly. Regardless of who it is, the vengeance for my mother is a matter of utmost importance. He turned to face Song Qin with unwavering seriousness, asking once more, please. Grandfather Song, tell me. I must avenge my mother and exact justice upon my enemy. Resolute in his determination to inhabit another's body, he felt a twinge of conscience for not taking action sooner. Moreover, with aspirations to traverse this realm, what was there to fear? Observing Songja's fervor, Song Qin felt a surge of emotion, a flicker of joy momentarily lighting his eyes. How could his son remain so inconspicuous? Excellent, excellent. Song Qin laughed heartily 3 times, looking at the gravestone and saying, Qin girl, this is your child, so reminiscent of a young Qin Yan. Song Qingyuan, his biological father. Yet he had never publicly acknowledged this within the Song family, with the world perceiving Songja solely as an illegitimate son. This person holds a position of great power, with abilities that transcend the heavens and earth. Few in this world could ever harm him. Even if you exert yourself for 1,000 years, you might never even touch the hem of his garment. Are you truly prepared for this? Is revenge still your desire? Song Qin fixed his gaze intently upon Songja. Revenge. A single, resolute word unveiled Songja's determination at that moment. The pinnacle of Jiuzhou? Rather than fear. He felt a surge of excitement within, curious about the world beyond. Wonderful. After a decade apart, he was astonished to find that not only had his grandson cultivated his abilities, but his once timid nature had transformed so significantly. Song Qin, stroking his white beard, smiled with warm satisfaction. From his pocket, he produced an object the size of a die and handed it to Songja. This is the pinnacle technique of the Song family. Once mastered, you will traverse this realm with ease. Take good care of it, my child. The pinnacle technique of the Song family? Songja was not dismissive. Yet he could hardly fathom that the Song family from the small town of Jinsha could possess anything of such high caliber. Surely, the peak of the Xian rank was already their limit. How could such a martial art attract Songja's attention? Grandfather Song, you mentioned that the person possesses boundless abilities. Yet, the Song family's martial arts. Songja brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, offering an awkward smile. Song Qin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. What an ambitious lad. You look down on a top-tier celestial martial art? Your appetite is quite large. His teasing manner left Songja utterly flabbergasted. A top-tier celestial martial art? Did I hear that correctly? Grandfather Song, what did you just say? A top-tier celestial martial art? The astonishment within Songja was akin to the reality of his own transmigration. He had come to terms with the fact that he could not absorb energy beyond his current realm, thus shattering his fantasies of instantly standing atop the Qingyun continent by acquiring celestial martial arts from others. Hearing so suddenly about a top-tier celestial martial art, it was no wonder he was so taken aback. Song Qin kindly nodded, smiling. Indeed, this is the Song family's top-tier celestial martial art. Accept it and practice diligently. He refrained from disclosing to Songja why the inconspicuous Song family from the small town of Jinsha possessed such prestigious martial arts. Songja furrowed his brows momentarily, then slowly relaxed them. He did not wish to confront the implications, yet he sensed that his lineage was far more complex than it appeared. With this thought, he gladly accepted the celestial martial art. The 6-faced magic cube began to rotate in his hands, gradually enlarging until its faces split apart and stacked together, forming a tome. This sleight of hand was rather impressive, Songja mused. The title page bore 4 grand characters inscribed in small seal script, Song Yan sword art. It was evident that this was a highly lethal sword technique. Holding the top-tier celestial martial art, Songja did not rush to examine it. Instead, his mind wandered to the small seal script, which seemed to be exclusive to the Liang and Yang provinces of the 9 provinces, both situated in the west, occupying half of the Qingyun continent. Could it be that his biological mother was connected to the Shu kingdom of Liang province or the Qin kingdom of Yong province? The intricacies of this lineage would likely require his own exploration. He then perused the Song Yan sword art, discovering that it comprised merely 7 illustrations. After quickly finishing the pages, he gazed at Song Qin in astonishment. Grandfather Song, is this all there is to the sword technique? Just 7 illustrations? How does one cultivate it? Song Qin nodded earnestly, articulating each word with clarity and a serious expression. This top-tier sword technique is not something everyone can cultivate. Whether or not you succeed depends on your comprehension. Comprehension? Intrigued, Songja, with a curious demeanor, turned to Song Qin and asked, Grandfather Song, have you practiced this sword technique? A top-tier sword technique was irresistibly alluring. It was hard to believe he attempted it. As expected, Song Qin nodded and began to share his cultivation experiences. However, Songja's attention was not on this. He was exhilarated. For as Song Qin shared his insights, the previously enigmatic bubble of inquiry suddenly burst forth with another bubble, comprehension. 5. Haha. This is indeed attainable. Had it not been for Song Qin's presence, Songja would have been so exhilarated that he might have leapt into the air. Such an exceedingly rare attribute, unexpectedly acquired through this means, left him astounded. Without hesitation, Songja grasped the comprehension bubble, and a cascade of profound insights regarding the practice of the Songyan sword technique flooded his mind. It turned out that Song Qin had merely mastered the first move, and even that was only at a rudimentary level. Is it the harmony slash? Songja murmured softly, as Song Qin observed him so nonchalantly absorbing his teachings. He felt a surge of irritation, only to be rendered speechless by Songja's words. What followed was even more astonishing. Songja picked up a branch from the roadside, assumed a sword-wielding posture, and an overwhelming aura of entry-level energy surged around him, causing his sleeves to flutter dramatically. The familiarity that Song Qin possessed with the Songyan sword technique rendered him incapable of doubting its essence. Even as disbelief lingered in his heart, excitement danced upon his countenance. With a resounding shout, Songja thrust the branch in his hand forward, creating an illusion of a slight tremor in the air. Witnessing this scene, Song Qin's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with incredulity. A prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy. That single strike had already manifested the embryonic form of the first move, the II slash, of the Songyan sword technique. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a simple thrust, yet Song Qin discerned the subtle currents of air stirred by the blade. Albeit faint, they were undeniably present. After decades of arduous practice, he had only just achieved such an effect, while his grandson had grasped it with but a single glance. What else could he be, if not a genius? In contrast to Song Qin's astonishment and elation, Songja pouted slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. An increase of 5 points in comprehension had yielded only this modest advancement? Absorbing the comprehension bubble had made it evident to him that this was far from the culmination of the first move of the Songyan sword technique. There remained ample room for improvement. Lost in his thoughts of frustration, Song Qin suddenly lifted him into the air. Though now a young adult, and significantly taller than Song Qin, he was effortlessly hoisted above his head. This scene exuded a peculiar blend of strangeness and warmth. To my surprise, at the tender age of 16, I found myself being lifted high, albeit with a sense of discomfort enveloping my entire being. A genius, indeed, exclaimed Song Qin, oblivious to the thoughts of others. His joy knew no bounds, as he delightedly proclaimed the brilliance of his grandson, expressing sentiments that the Song family harbored hope for the future. After a while, Songja finally spoke up, Grandfather, please put me down. It must be tiring for you to hold me like this. Upon hearing this, Song Qin gently set him down, though the excitement in his expression remained unabated. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you that Songyan sword technique on the back mountain, he declared with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with the light of hope. Nodding in agreement, Songja and his grandfather descended the mountain under the cover of the inky night. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they encountered Linger, who sat at the entrance clad in a flowing red dress, resting her chin on her hands with a troubled expression, lost in thought. What is the matter? Who are you thinking about? Songja approached her quietly and inquired softly. Besides that scoundrel Songja, who else could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, a sense of familiarity washed over her, and upon looking up, a flush of crimson instantly crept across her cheeks. She stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, Oh, so you've grown wings and begun to bully me. With that, she swiftly turned and departed, leaving no room for Songja to respond. Watching her retreating figure, Songja could only smile wryly, realizing that there was plenty of time ahead, and knowing her feelings. There was no need to rush. The following day, early in the morning, Song Qin summoned all the legitimate descendants of the Song family to the hall. As Songja stepped over the threshold, he found himself standing behind Songbo and Songda, who had lost an arm, mockingly remarked, The old master of the Song family said that only direct descendants could enter the hall. So now, even illegitimate children can claim to be legitimate? At his words, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Sitting in the leftmost seat, Lu Ryue's lips curled slightly upward, her gaze never once flickering toward the doorway. Songja anticipated that attending this family meeting would inevitably attract ridicule. Yet since Song Qin had insisted he be present, he steeled himself and complied. His temper flared at the thought of others mocking him, and he retorted with a cold snort. What? Is losing an arm not enough? Do you wish to be a useless wretch? The moment these words left his mouth, Songdo involuntarily recoiled, trembling slightly, his gaze toward Songja diminishing in intensity. Useless. Songbo spat disdainfully at the sight. His sidelong glance signaled to the younger members of the Song family to take action. One among them, calm and composed, sat shirtless in black attire, his well-defined muscles suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. He subtly nodded, rising with an air of nonchalance, and addressed Songja. I've heard that Song Shidi has commenced his cultivation. Truly a cause for celebration. This individual, Songja, is acquainted with another of Songbo's sycophants, known as Song Tianqing. He is an ardent martial enthusiast, possessing a mastery that surpasses even that of Songbo. And he subtly hints at a potential breakthrough to the next level. With a raised eyebrow, Songja responded indifferently. Are you planning to abandon Songbo and become my subordinate? His words, devoid of restraint, audaciously suggested that Song Tianqing should change his allegiance. The gathering was momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into raucous laughter. Am I mistaken? This worthless Songja actually expects Brother Tianqing to be his enforcer? It is utterly ludicrous. He should consider his own limitations before making such demands. Perhaps he has not merely awakened from slumber, rather, he has been unable to cultivate for over a decade and is now foolishly ecstatic about this newfound ability. Haha. Song Tianqing's thick brows twitched slightly as he imperceptibly shifted his shoulders, chuckling. Songja, my junior, you must be jesting. This is no laughing matter. The corner of his mouth curled upward, displaying an expression of disdain. Oh, are you then refusing my proposition? Aware of his low standing within the Song family, Songja decided to use this individual as a means to convey to the onlookers that the former Songja was no more. As his words lingered in the air, a searing aura enveloped his fist, and in an explosive surge, he unleashed a fiery punch towards Song Tianqing. His momentum fierce and reminiscent of a tiger descending from the mountains, an intimidating sight indeed. Noticing Songja's aggressive onslaught, Song Tianqing merely chuckled derisively. Relying on his formidable physical prowess to withstand the blow, it was well known that Brother Tianqing had honed both his physical and energy cultivation. Far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he could likely absorb this fool's punch with ease. Yet, even as the thought of confidence lingered unspoken, Song Tianqing, bracing himself, suddenly found himself akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall adorned with a tapestry, blood splattering as he fell. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Even Lu Ruyue appeared astonished. She was well aware of Song Tianqing's formidable skills. Even those at the second stage of advancement would struggle to breach his defenses. Had she truly encountered a specter today? Ah, Songja, you've harmed a clansman. According to clan rules, you must be executed. Seize him. Upon witnessing Song Tianqing being sent flying and spitting blood, Songbo's expression shifted to one of delight. And he erupted in fury, standing up to issue a fierce command. In his usual demeanor, Songbo commanded immense respect, with a single word. Several elders of the Song family immediately rose to heed his call. These individuals, all possessing foundational cultivation, were a force that even Songja could not contend with. As they advanced, Songja fervently absorbed the surrounding energy. After all, these individuals were already intent on opposing him. If he did not absorb their energy, it would be a missed opportunity. Seeing the elders of the Song family closing in, Songja's expression hardened, and he took a subtle step back. Well aware that he was no match for their collective strength, I dare anyone to try. Behind Songja, a figure clad in gray, Song Qin, bellowed fiercely. Swiftly positioning himself before Songja, glaring defiantly at the approaching elders. I have seen the Grand Elder. As soon as Song Qin appeared, these individuals immediately became respectful, their earlier ferocity vanishing. With a swift motion, Song Qin struck the air, and those elders who sought to besiege Songja were met with stinging slaps across their faces, leaving them both enraged and terrified. This is my Song family's prodigy. How dare you lay a hand on her? Do you wish for death? Song Qin exclaimed, pointing at Songja, his anger directed at the elders of the Song family. After the events of the previous night, he regarded Songja as the future hope of the Song clan. Such a hope should not be marred by troubles from within the family. Prodigy? A large question mark arose in everyone's minds, with Lu Ruyue unable to suppress her scorn. This prodigy? Him? It's likely that this old man has been back for so long that he is yearning for a grandson. Grandfather, I am the future of the Song family. I am your grandson. Song Bo, unable to contain his frustration at Song Qin's favoritism towards Song Jia, exclaimed. It was clear that he, too, was the son of Song Qingyun, a legitimate heir of the Song family. How could a mere illegitimate child like Song Jia compare? Upon hearing Song Bo's words, Song Qin's gaze flickered. After all, this was also the bloodline of his own son, thus a grandson of his. Softening, he replied, Boer, this matter does not concern you. Step aside. With that, he pushed him aside, turning his attention back to the elders of the Song family. Just standing there. Song Qin exuded an immense pressure that weighed upon everyone present. Excellent. I have just arrived in time for a splendid performance. As the elders of the Song family began to sweat profusely, the grand doors of the family burst apart, revealing a figure with long black hair, a robust stature, and a flowing robe, who erupted into laughter. The members of the Song family immediately rushed towards the entrance, and Song Jia seized the opportunity to approach Song Linger. Standing behind Song Qin, greeting her with a smile, Linger, good morning. His greeting was simple, yet Linger did not respond, appearing lost in thought, dazed and confused. Just as Song Jia was about to inquire, the robed figure who had burst in pointed at him, declaring proudly, I have come here for him. As soon as these words left his mouth, several individuals surged in behind him, among them several familiar faces, Lu Shuiro, Lu Li, and Lu Mao, all present. It seemed that the Lu family had come to provoke them. Preposterous. My Song family's prodigy is not something you, Lu Tingfeng, an old relic, can simply claim. Song Qin recognized this man as Lu Tingfeng, the esteemed elder of the Lu family. The two had clashed for many years, each well aware of the other's background. Seeing him so arrogant ignited Song Qin's fury. With a wave of his robe, Lu Tingfeng scoffed, refusing to engage with Song Qin. Instead, he stepped aside, allowing Lu Shuiro to take center stage. Dressed in pure white, she gracefully approached the crowd, offering a slight bow before addressing them. Uncle Song. A few days ago at the back mountains of our two families, I, along with several clan members, happened upon Song Jia. At this point, Lu Shuiro suddenly began to sob, her voice tinged with emotion as she pointed at Song Jia while wiping her tears. This scoundrel has killed the grandson of grandfather Lu Mao and has even dared to be disrespectful towards me. The scene fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Nonsense. Upon hearing such slanderous accusations, Song Jia, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Li. While Lu Shuiro furiously retorted, shameless wretch. It was clearly you few who sought to seize my thunder crystal, and that fool's mistake led to his demise. Why am I to bear the blame for it? At that moment, Lu Ruyue suddenly stepped forward, her embroidered handkerchief concealing half of her face as she chuckled lightly. Zhao possesses remarkable martial skills. Just a few days ago, he was a frail scholar incapable of harming a chicken. Yet now he is able to slay a level 6 thunder serpent. Truly impressive. However, her words only served to darken Song Jia's countenance further. Song Qin's expression shifted abruptly, a surge of energy erupting from his palm as he struck Lu Ruyue back, causing her chest to ache and a trickle of blood to escape the corner of her mouth. Mother! Song Bo exclaimed in alarm, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Mind your tongue. If you continue to prattle, you may find yourself relinquishing your position as matriarch, Song Qin admonished, his brow furrowed. What is it, old fool? Do you intend to silence me permanently? Lu Tingfeng cast a cold gaze at Song Qin. I have no interest in your family's affairs. But this scoundrel has disrespected my granddaughter, and he must provide me with an explanation today. Indeed, Song Jia has slain my grandson. If you do not surrender him, I shall unleash a bloodbath upon the Song family and ensure your clan is eradicated from Jinsha town. Lu Mao's fierce visage trembled as he glared menacingly. No sooner had Lu Mao spoken than a throng of Lu family disciples surged in from behind, each brandishing weapons as they chorused, bloodbath upon the Song family. Bloodbath upon the Song family. Such a display could not have been spontaneous, it was evidently premeditated. Song Qin cursed inwardly, regretting his decision to allow Lu Mao's wretched spawn to return the day before. The situation had become quite precarious. Great Elder, they seek to claim Song Jia. This worthless waste. If we hand him over, the Grand Elder of the Song family interjected, his brow knitted in concern. Now is not the time for bravado. A single misstep could lead to the ruin of the Song family's hard-earned legacy. You. Song Qin glared at the assembly, both enraged and disheartened. as he witnessed an elder of the Song family willing to sacrifice their kin for self-preservation. In merely 10 years, how rapidly human nature had deteriorated. Yet, it was not just the Grand Elder. The expressions of the other Song disciples mirrored this treachery, inciting his white beard to bristle and his energy to surge within his palm. This scene prompted the members of the Song family and the elders to retreat in unison, fearful of becoming victims of Song Qin's wrath. "Grandfather, please do not be enraged." In this critical moment, Songja managed to calm Song Qin, shaking his head and saying, "This is ultimately the hard-earned legacy you and my father built." Observing his underage grandson, a flicker of solace washed over Song Qin's heart. "Lu Mao, you accuse me of murdering your grandson, yet what evidence do you possess? Uncle Lu Tingfeng, you claim I have harassed your granddaughter, but where is your proof?" Songja faced the Lu family's formidable figure with unwavering composure, devoid of fear. "Evidence?" Lu Mao's plump face quivered as he scoffed. "Lu Tian, Lu Li. Come forth and declare whether it was he who killed my grandson." Lu Tian and Lu Li stepped forward, nodding without hesitation. Lu Mao instantly erupted in delight, regarding Songja as one might a caged rabbit, and sneered, "What do you say now? Will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you?" As for Lu Tingfeng, he dismissed the need for explanation, confident in his granddaughter's admission. Surely no respectable young lady would tarnish her reputation to frame another. He laughed derisively. "Ha! A thief calling out to catch a thief." Songja erupted in laughter, pointing at Lu Tian and Lu Li. "The witnesses are all from the Lu family. I could just as easily assert that you are fighting among yourselves for the Lei Jing, and that Lu Tian even assaulted Lu Xuero. How dare you?" Lu Tongfeng roared in fury upon hearing this, outraged that his granddaughter, still a maiden, was so insulted by Songja. In his wrath, the floor beneath him cracked inch by inch, aimed directly at Songja. The oppressive aura of intimidation enveloped Songja, instilling within him a sense of imminent doom, rendering him immobile, a mere lamb for slaughter. Yet, astonishingly, he remained unscathed, for the visage of Song Qin, detested by Lu Tingfeng, materialized before Songja once more. The menacing aura dissipated upon encountering him. "If you wish to harm my grandson, you shall first tread over my corpse." Song Qin came to a realization. This was a conspiracy. There was no reasoning to be had. Someone sought to harm his grandson. With a swift motion, a fiery spear appeared in Lu Tingfeng's grasp, which he brandished with authority, declaring, "Well then, it has been a decade since we last clashed. I am eager to experience the ferocity of your Song family's flame palm." Song Qin remained silent, his fiery palms emanating scorching heat, veins aglow with intensity. With a furrowed brow, he advanced toward Lu Tingfeng's spear. Their collision produced a sound akin to intertwining metal, truly astonishing to behold. It is worth noting that Song Qin met the spear with his bare hands, akin to catching a blade with empty palms, an act that left onlookers in awe. Both combatants were but a step away from the realm of the golden body, their speed and strength nearly equal. Spectators could only glimpse the dazzling sparks, the figures barely discernible amidst the chaos. Such strength. Songja gazed in astonishment at the fierce struggle between the two, his body trembling with excitement. In this fierce confrontation, the Lu and Song families hastily withdrew, fearful that the residual waves of battle might harm them. "Grandfather Lu, who do you believe is more formidable, grandfather or the elder of the Song family?" Lu Xuero inquired softly, her brow furrowed as she observed the two figures clashing relentlessly. Before Lu Mao could respond, Lu Li, positioned behind him, leaned forward with a grin, saying, "Is that even a question? Grandfather Tingfeng is undoubtedly the stronger one. He has long desired to court Lu Xuero, and with this rare opportunity to engage, he would never let it slip by." Lu Mao cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression growing grave as he focused on the tumultuous duel before them. "It's difficult to say," he remarked. "Both of them are but a step away from achieving the golden body, and their techniques are well acquainted with one another, making it arduous to determine a victor." Just as his words fell, Lu Tingfeng and Song Qin collided once more. The sharp tip of Lu Tingfeng's spear lunged towards Song Qin's throat, while a fiery palm decisively seized the spear's shaft, following its trajectory downward. The other hand, palm facing forward, aimed directly for Lu Tingfeng's chest. With a slight smirk, Lu Tingfeng welcomed the challenge, thinking, "If we are to measure our foundations, then let it be so." One hand grasped the long spear while the other mirrored the movement, striking towards Song Qin's palm, transforming their clash into a contest of spiritual prowess. Witnessing this scene, Lu Mao could not contain his delight and exclaimed, "Foolish. Do you truly believe my elder brother has made no progress over the years?" Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the Song family sank, and Songja began to feel a surge of concern. Song Qin had sensed something amiss the moment their palms collided. Attempting to retreat could very well result in severe injury or even death. How infuriating. The old fool, how could you possibly open up a new Qi? Song Qin's eyes brimmed with unwillingness, astonished that at his age he could still establish a Qi, significantly enhancing the spiritual energy within him. Upon entering the acquired realm, a whirlpool would form within the body, and once a sufficient amount was reached, a Qi would be created. The number of Qis formed is contingent upon the martial artist's innate talent, comprehension, and experiences, among other factors. Clearly, Lu Tingfeng must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity in the past decade. Otherwise, how could he have managed to forge a Qi at such an age? This was no small feat, haha. In stark contrast to Song Qin's struggle, Lu Tingfeng appeared at ease, laughing heartily as he declared, I have traveled through the vast lands of Jin and stumbled upon a rare opportunity, which has allowed me to manifest an additional Qi. What do you say? Surrender, and, out of respect for our years of rivalry, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. As soon as Lu Tingfeng's words fell, Songja felt a jolt in his heart. He discerned another bubble emerging above Lu Tingfeng's string of question marks. Opportunity 10. Opportunity. Such a trait is fortuitous and cannot be sought after. If my opportunity attribute were to increase, does that mean I could find benefits even by the roadside? The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through Songja. In the days to come, as he traverses the continent, this opportunity attribute would prove invaluable. Regrettably, as Lu Tingfeng and Song Qin battled, no one dared to approach within several dozen meters, let alone retrieve the bubble. With Songja's current strength, he could only harness his thoughts to retrieve it from a mere 1 or 2 meters away. Was he to abandon this chance? A sense of unwillingness welled within him. Missing such a rare attribute would be more regrettable than losing a fortune of 100 million. While he was lost in thought, Song Qin's complexion turned pale, clearly unable to hold on much longer. With a flash of determination, Songja swiftly seized a treasured sword from a clan member, shouting, Grandfather, I shall assist you. The entire event unfolded rather abruptly, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment as they watched Songja rush forward, yet they found themselves unable to react. They were utterly incapable of approaching the formidable aura surrounding the two men, feeling as though they were immobilized. However, Songja was unfazed. He penetrated the aura as if it were mere paper, utterly inconsequential to him. What is happening? This was the collective inquiry of the crowd. Jur, do not come over. Song Qin exclaimed in alarm. He could not spare a moment to ponder why Songja was able to approach them. All he desired was to urge him to retreat swiftly, for the realm of combat they were entangled in was beyond his capacity to endure. As Songja advanced, Lu Tingfeng's expression shifted, and a steely resolve ignited within him as his internal energy surged violently. In an instant, he propelled the weakened Song Qin aside and charged directly toward Songja. The fallen Song Qin was oblivious to the severity of his injuries, consumed solely by concern for Songja. Damn it! In his anxiety, he caught sight of the sword in Songja's hand and an idea sparked within him. Facing the oncoming Lu Tingfeng, cold sweat beaded on Songja's forehead, although he was confident in his ability to withdraw unscathed. The overwhelming presence of this peak postnatal fighter momentarily unsettled him. Were it not for the small cauldron, he would likely have suffered internal injuries from the sheer force. Calm and composed, Songja grasped his longsword with his left hand while his right rested on the hilt, assuming a poised stance. In that moment, his gaze sharpened. Devoid of fear or anxiety, replaced instead by an emotionless aura of lethal intent. At that instant, the spectators collectively believed Songja was courting death. It was utterly absurd for a mere innate martial artist to contend with a peak postnatal powerhouse. Only Song Linger was frantic, yearning to rush in. Yet she found herself unable to move an inch. Slash. Just as Lu Tingfeng's spear was about to reach Songja, two identical exclamations resonated through the air. In synchrony, both Songja and Song Qin drew their swords, aligning perfectly, one thrusting straight, the other angled. Their blades interwove, forming a cross that clashed with Lu Tingfeng, who was mere inches away. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed, obscuring the outcome of the duel from the Lu and Song families. Grandfather. Sensing the oppressive energy dissipate, Lu Shiwero was the first to dash forward, eager to locate her grandfather. As the dust settled, the once long-bearded Lu Tingfeng, with his dark hair, presented a striking figure. His demeanor far from ordinary. With a single strike, Lu Tingfeng's once long beard was reduced to a mere stubble, his black hair disheveled. And his dark robe was marred with numerous sword scars, the tiny wounds vividly apparent. The long halberd he wielded had been shattered into 3 segments. And he now clutched an iron rod, his disheveled demeanor evoking astonishment. What was most perplexing, however, was that despite Lu Tengfeng being in close proximity to Song Qin and his companion, he inexplicably found himself at the entrance of the Song family residence after a cloud of dust settled. Behind him lay a terrifying sword mark that penetrated the wooden plank, revealing the scenery outside. It was unfathomable to consider the price Lu Tengfeng had paid to endure such a blade. Supported by Lu Xuero, he discarded the iron rod and, with a slight change in his gaze, addressed Song Qin. "Well, you old rascal, who would have thought you possessed such formidable sword techniques?" Coughing, he felt a surge of blood rising and spat out a mouthful of crimson fluid. "Grandfather," Lu Xuero exclaimed, her heart tightening with concern. In stark contrast to Lu Tengfeng's disarray, Song Qin and Songja appeared considerably better. Song Qin's complexion had even taken on a slight flush, while Songja looked rather pallid. "What now? Do you still wish to taste another of my blades?" With an arched brow, Song Qin feigned readiness to deliver another strike. Yet, the previous Iato cut had wielded such potency that the ordinary swords in their hands had shattered into several pieces. That Song Yun's sword technique truly proves to be a futile endeavor, he mused softly. "Humph." The frail Lu Tengfeng let out a cold snort and addressed Lu Xuero. "Let us return." Lu Xuero nodded, assisting her grandfather as they departed from the Song family estate. Meanwhile, Lu Mao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Elder brother, will we simply let Minner's matter rest?" Lu Tengfeng offered no reply, leaving only the silhouette of the two as they receded into the distance. "What, Lu Mao? You little rascal, do you seek to receive my sword?" Song Qin, brandishing a sword he had procured from who knows where, grinned widely. This sight made Lu Mao grit his teeth, filled with resentment as he waved his hand and departed with the Lu family. Safe travels. No need for farewells. Following this battle, the Song family's disciples, long suppressed by the Lu family, suddenly felt a surge of confidence, some even shouting in exhilaration. "Drrr. I never imagined your comprehension of that Song Yun sword technique would surpass even my own," Song Qin remarked joyfully as he observed the Lu family leave. Both he and Songja executed that Song Yun sword technique simultaneously. Song Qin thrust straight, while Songja angled his blade. In that moment, Song Qin discerned hints of the sword-drawing style inherent in that Song Yun sword technique, deepening his understanding of it. Songja, too weak to utter a word, felt a dizzying sensation enveloping him as he slowly succumbed to unconsciousness, his thoughts lingering on the notion that he had indeed seized an opportunity. 3 days later, in his small courtyard, Songja awakened languidly in bed. "Where am I?" he murmured, blinking his bleary eyes, feeling a slight ache in his eyelids. At his bedside, the crimson-clad Song Linger suddenly leaped into his arms, causing him to fall back onto the bed once more. "Songja, you scared me to death," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, her eyes glistening with tears. One could only imagine how much she had wept during his days of unconsciousness. Feeling a sense of guilt, Songja gently stroked the girl in his embrace and chuckled. "See, I am perfectly fine now. Besides, they say good people don't meet misfortune, calamities live for 1,000 years. Noticing her still resting on his chest, her eyes darting around, he felt a sudden panic and hurriedly said, "Look, I've made you cry. How could I not be a calamity if I've caused such a lovely and beautiful girl to weep? The king of hell wouldn't dare claim me, so please, do not cry." With a soft laugh, Song Linger, still nestled against him, wiped her tears and playfully slapped his chest. "Who says one is a calamity?" Seeing her smile, Songja felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about his previous solitary life. Realizing that comforting a girl was indeed a challenging task, with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing the white-bearded Song Qin accompanied by Lu Ruyue and her child. As he walked in, spotting Linga resting on Songja's chest, Song Qin chuckled. "Ah, youth truly is a blessing." A sigh of relief escaped my heart. My grandson had finally awakened. Upon hearing these words, Linga felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, quickly rising to her feet, her head bowed, and her small hands fidgeting nervously. Lu Ruyue stifled a chuckle, teasingly remarking, "The old gentleman is surely not far from embracing his grandson." The words only caused Lingo to lower her head even further, nearly burying it in her bosom. "Grandfather." Upon seeing Song Qin, the newly awakened Songja's expression brightened, but it quickly shifted upon noticing Lu Ruyue and her son. Song Qin sighed, approached Songja's bedside, and took his hand, saying, "Jure, she is, after all, your adoptive mother. Shall we let bygones be bygones?" He cast a subtle glance towards Lu Ruyue and her son. Lu Ruyue, being astute, immediately responded with a radiant smile. "Jure, any past grievances were my fault for neglecting your feelings. From now on, I shall care for you as if you were my own son." As she spoke, She lightly touched Song Bo's arm, who reluctantly offered an apology. It was my younger brother's fault before. Dear brother, please forgive me. Songja furrowed his brow slightly. After all, this was merely an internal conflict within the Song family. If Lu Ruyue genuinely wished to mend their rift, he could indeed extend forgiveness. Yet he felt that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Noticing his frown, Lu Ruyue awkwardly added, Boer is still young and naive. He will improve in time. Lu Ruyue and her son's attitude seemed sincere, prompting Song Qin to interject. Jure, Boer is ultimately your half-brother. And Lu Ruyue is your adoptive mother. The future of the Song family's legacy will rely on your support, and their assistance is indispensable. At this point, Songja could only nod in resignation and offered his forgiveness. However, when the conversation turned to the Song family's legacy, no one noticed the glimmer of coldness in Lu Ruyue's eyes. Citing his recent awakening and fatigue, Songja dismissed the three of them and, with a furrowed brow, instructed Lingo, I just woke up and find it inconvenient to move. Please investigate what Lu Ruyue has been up to lately. Having shed much of her earlier embarrassment, Lingo paused before nodding. Do you suspect that their reconciliation is merely a facade to deceive us, hiding ulterior motives? Songja's brows knitted even deeper as he expressed his concern. A leopard cannot change its spots. Even a dog cannot resist its nature. Those capable of ensnaring me are unlikely to change so easily. Understood, Linger replied, handing Songja some kanji before departing to observe Lu Ruyue and her son. As she turned to leave, Songja's pupils widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He exclaimed, shocked and incredulous. He had discerned a peculiar bubble emanating from Linger, inscribed with two words that he could scarcely accept, deception. 1. How could deception manifest as an attribute? No, could Lingo truly deceive me? The image of Lingo's charming demeanor and her sweet smile, warm enough to melt the frost, filled his mind, causing his heart to race. He shook his head vigorously, frowning as he murmured, I refuse to believe she would harm me. For the first time, Songja felt a sense of aversion towards the bubbles that had suddenly emerged. Deep in thought, he found himself troubled and, before he knew it, had risen from his bed, making his way toward the grave of Bai Yueqing on the back hill. Mother, if you were watching over me from above, could you enlighten me as to what is happening? He pondered, gazing at the tombstone with a heavy heart, letting out a long sigh. At that moment, he suddenly heard a woman's voice, unfamiliar and startling. The abruptness of it made him jump to his feet, fearing that he might be confronted by a ghost. His piercing gaze fixed intently on the grave behind the stone marker, apprehensive of an unexpected appearance. Mississippi. Came another unfamiliar female voice, faint and indistinct. Songja's ears perked up, and his eyes instinctively darted toward the back of the tombstone. Behind it was a cluster of grass, overgrown and unkempt, towering above him. He pushed through the foliage, crawling forward, and unexpectedly caught sight of two female figures, their slender forms clearly visible. Li, are you? A wave of dread washed over him. Upon glancing at the other woman, he found her to be an utter stranger. Although Li Yu was veiled, her silhouette and voice were unmistakable to Songja. Miss, this is what the eldest young master prepared, the Qianji brought from Bashu. This material is originally a medicinal herb, but with a slight modification, it can. The woman's lips curled into a chilling smile, sending a shiver down his spine. Li Yu responded with a laugh. Very well, with this in hand, that old fellow Song Qin shall surely not survive for long. A wave of horror surged through Songja. The Qianji was crafted from strychnine seeds, inherently a medicinal herb that posed no harm to the body. However, if the seeds were processed into Qianji, they became a lethal poison. Once ingested, the victim would endure excruciating convulsions for an extended period before succumbing, a truly cruel fate. The thought of Song Qin's potential demise struck him with fear. The Lu family would likely pounce upon the Song family in an instant. Li Yu could not possibly be unaware of the significance of this plan, and it was likely that she had already colluded with the Lu family. As expected, he overheard the maid say, Miss, proceed as you wish. Once the deed is done, the eldest young master will lead the Lu family into the Song residence. And from then on, the Lu family of JNSH Town shall be under your control. Excellent. Go inform my brother and await my good news. Li Yu's lips curved into a smirk. The Song family, which she had dominated for over a decade, could not simply fall into the hands of the inept Songja, becoming a mere pawn for others. Upon hearing such treachery, Songja's face darkened, and he turned to descend the mountain to inform Song Qin. Otherwise, both Song Qin and Lingo would be in grave danger. And he found himself lacking deep affection for the Song family. However, just as he took a few steps, he realized he could not cross the small patch of ground before him. A sudden chill of foreboding gripped his heart. Indeed. A cloaked figure suddenly appeared before the two women, their gaze cold and somewhat haughty as they said, "This brat has been spying here. I have him trapped." "Li, are you?" Taken aback, quickly recovered and laughed. "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you. This useless fool. I never expected you to acquire the skill to spy." Songja, with a sheepish grin, replied, "Heh. I was merely passing by and happened to stumble upon Aunt Li. I assure you, I meant no harm. I shall take my leave at once." Such a discourse, intended to evade, is undoubtedly futile. Within his mind, he calculated that the figure cloaked in black possessed an unseen strength far superior to his own. Thus, he could only rely on wit rather than brute force, lest he be akin to a bird striking against stone. As he pondered, a bubble emerged above the black-clad figure's head, revealing information that was peculiarly not related to attributes. Liaozhou, Shu Kingdom, 100. Songja had witnessed this type of bubble, containing solely information rather than attributes, for the second time. Observing the figure 100 and recalling the previous one, a flicker of realization sparked within him, prompting an involuntary smile. "What are you laughing at, you good-for-nothing? You are already like a fish in a barrel, and yet you find cause to smile." Lu Ryue, seeing Songja unperturbed and even amused, could not help but scold him in indignation. Little did she know, Songja's laughter stemmed from his discovery of another function of the bubble, an informative cue. If the preceding number denoted information, then the subsequent figure represented credibility. Though the exact limits remained uncertain, it was evident that one was significantly lesser than 100. In other words, Song Linger possessed merely a modicum of deception. Who amongst us lacks a small secret? Thus, it appeared inconsequential to him. The weight of his earlier worries dissipated instantly, and he found himself laughing uncontrollably. "Aunt Lu, you're mistaken. Although I may be a failure, is it wrong to find joy?" Songja, acknowledging his inescapable fate, felt his spirits considerably calm. Lu Ruyue's elegantly arched brows knitted in displeasure, as she ordered, "You shall remain here to confine him. I want him to witness his grandfather's fate, and see Song Linger humiliated." "How dare you?" Songja's laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes widening as he shouted with fervor. His imposing demeanor, however, was somewhat diminished by his confinement, casting a hint of melancholy. Observing his reaction, Lu Ruyue unveiled her face. Her once beautiful visage contorted into a grimace as she hissed, "Dare I not? What has your Song family owed me? At this juncture, what do I have to fear?" Songja's expression turned to one of confusion. Since Song Qingyan had married Lu Ruyue as the matriarch of the Song family, what debts remained? She had enjoyed years of prestige. How could there be a sense of indebtedness? Are you filled with doubt? Do you think that as the matriarch of the Song family, I bask in luxuries that ordinary folk could scarcely dream of throughout their lives? Lu Ruyue, seemingly misaligned in her reasoning, began to elucidate upon seeing the perplexity on Songja's face. 20 years prior, Song Qingyuan had descended upon Jinsha town like a shooting star, creating a tempest in this border town. Arriving grievously wounded, he was rescued by Lu Ruyue, the daughter of the Lu family. In her tireless devotion to his recovery, she stood by him day and night. Their mutual attraction blossomed over time, leading Song Qingyuan to contemplate proposing to the Lu family. However, the Lu family, citing an existing engagement with the Lu family as an excuse, forcibly separated them. Fueled by resentment, Song Qingyuan resolved to achieve greatness in Jinsha town. With his formidable abilities at the time, he truly stood at the pinnacle of the town. He set up a martial arts arena, rallied local fighters, and enlisted a few as his trusted allies, thereby establishing the Song family on the spot. Subsequently, whether in the marketplace or within the realm of martial arts, the Song family, having recently established itself, surged forth with extraordinary momentum, resembling the third most powerful clan in Jinsha town. Sensing a palpable threat, the Lu and Lu families resolved to unite in their efforts to suppress the Song family. However, their actions had the opposite effect, ultimately solidifying the Song family's position in Jinsha town. As the Song family continued to flourish, the one most elated was Lu Ruyue, who stood by the window each day, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for Song Qingyuan to come and claim her hand in marriage. She understood that all of Song Qingyuan's endeavors were aimed at winning her heart. Indeed, 10 days later, Song Qingyuan arrived in a grand procession to propose, accompanied by the sound of drums and gongs, making it abundantly clear to all of Jinsha town that he was to wed the esteemed daughter of the Lu family. However, at the moment of their union, a bloodied maidservant, who had been with Lu Ruyue since childhood, burst into the chamber, her heart wrenching as she recounted the horrific massacre of the Lu family at the hands of the Song clan. To Lu Ruyue, It felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Before she could savor the joy of marrying her beloved, she was struck by the devastating news of her parents' murder. A tragedy that cast her into a realm of despair. She nearly succumbed to the weight of her grief and fainted upon hearing the news. The revelation that the Song family was responsible for the massacre of her family left her utterly incapacitated. Upon regaining consciousness, with the gentle encouragement of her maid, she refrained from confronting Song Qingyuan, her sole purpose in remaining by his side being the thirst for vengeance. In a moment of fury, with tears burning in her eyes, Lu Ruyue cried out, "I loved him deeply, yet he allowed my parents to be slain. What has the Song family ever given me? Hatred. Endless, unyielding hatred. The love that once flourished has transformed into an equal measure of loathing." Songja, furrowing his brow, replied, "How can you be so certain that my father ordered the assassination of your entire family? At that time, he was busy marrying you. He had no time for such matters. The tale is steeped in desolation, yet it is riddled with flaws." Songja had never encountered Song Qingyuan, making it difficult for him to assess his character. How can one possibly judge the entirety of a matter based solely on a single person's account? Lu Ruyue produced a weathered piece of parchment from her waist, its edges worn and frayed, as if it would crumble with the slightest touch. This was a letter penned by Song Qingyuan to the Lu family, recounting how, on the occasion of my marriage, both families conspired against the Lu clan and subsequently framed the bandits for the act, with Qing'er as a witness. "What more can you say?" Lu Ruyue, filled with emotion, pulled the woman she was addressing closer and spoke with poignant sorrow. Songja was taken aback, with both witness and evidence present. He found himself at a loss for rebuttal. One must bear the consequences of their actions alone. My grandfather played no part in this. Why subject him to harm? Lingo is innocent as well, Songju exclaimed, panic rising within him. With such deep-seated enmity, Lu Ruyue would not easily relent. The maid named Qing'er sneered, "Innocent? What of Master Lu and Madam, not to mention the entire Lu household of over 100 souls? Are they not innocent? So it seems only your family bears the title of innocence." Songju inhaled deeply, unable to contest her words. Yet he was resolute in his refusal to allow any harm to befall Song Qin and Linger. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, battering against the barriers that ensnared him. "You scoundrels! Should you dare to harm my grandfather and Lingo, I shall slay you," he roared, akin to a caged tiger. His fury unbridled. Lu Ruyue offered a desolate smile. "Death. I have been dead for 16 years. She disregarded Songja and turned her gaze to the cloaked figure. Her eyes cold as she commanded, 3 days. "You must keep him confined for 3 days. Do not jeopardize my grand scheme." The cloaked figure seemed to harbor little regard for her, displaying a hint of disdain at her frigid demeanor, yet due to various circumstances. He nodded indifferently and ceased to speak. After receiving the assurance, Lu Ruyue vanished into the desolate hills with Qing'er, a place seldom visited, being a forbidden zone of the Song family. Do not waste your energy. This dragon-binding array, though a rudimentary formation, is beyond your feeble entry-level cultivation to unravel. Perhaps in your next life, the cloaked figure remarked nonchalantly, lounging against a tree, legs crossed, a root of unknown origin clenched between his teeth. Songzhou attempted several times to break free, yet found no fluctuation in the barriers. He realized the cloaked figure spoke the truth. With a contemplative glint in his eye, he forced a smile and said, "Senior, if you intend to confine me for 3 days, I shall surely starve. Why not simply bind my hands and feet and allow me some sustenance?" His face was alight with faint cheer. With a derisive snort, the cloaked figure spat out the root and retorted, "Save your breath. Your life or death is of no concern to me. All that matters is keeping you confined. Although that wretched Lu Ruyue is determined to survive, that is of no relevance to me. Once this task is completed, I shall return to the imperial court to report. This wretched place is truly unfit for human habitation." The mere thought of returning to the battlefield brightened my countenance considerably. Observing the demeanor of the cloaked figure, Songja felt a surge of urgency, yet he found himself utterly powerless against this individual, impervious to reason. Thus, the cloaked man vigilantly watched over Songja day and night, his gaze unwavering. Despite Songja's parched lips and desperate attempts at conversation, the figure remained unmoved. "Could you not take a break? I have spoken for 2 days and nights. Do you not tire?" The cloaked figure, holding a perfectly ripe apple, took a bite, savoring its crispness. While Songja did not feel physically fatigued, his mouth was exceedingly dry, with his lips beginning to crack, rendering his speech increasingly unclear. Songja opened his mouth to speak, but even the act of moving his lips felt like an indulgence, his mind momentarily blank. Before he could complete his thought, He collapsed abruptly, falling to the ground without warning. The cloaked man, perched in the tree, was momentarily stunned, discarding the apple as he rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey, do not feign death. One cannot die simply from talking." In truth, it was not mere pretense. Songja had been severely injured prior to his confinement. And after 2 days without proper rest or a morsel of food, his collapse was entirely to be expected. The cloaked man suddenly recalled that Lu Ruyue had mentioned this young man had been grievously wounded by the elder of the Lu family. Realizing the implications of Songja's prolonged deprivation, he became alarmed. Lu Ruyue had instructed him to keep Songja alive. For how could they utilize him to subdue Song Qingyuan if he were to perish? With a furrowed brow, he conjured a brush of ethereal energy, sweeping it with a flourish to disperse the so-called dragon confinement array. He hurried to Songja's side, intent on assessing his condition, when unexpectedly, Songja launched a fierce counterattack, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the man's chest. The cloaked figure was taken aback. He had crouched down, so close to Songja that he had no time to evade. Fortunately, his formidable strength allowed him to absorb the blow, but the force still dislocated half of his shoulder, blood gushing forth. "You fool!" The cloaked man seethed, enduring the pain as he glared at the standing Songja. With a flick of his brush, he unleashed 2 sharp tendrils of darkness, hurtling toward Songja. Startled, the weakened Songja attempted to evade, but his mind reacted faster than his body. The dark tendrils grazed his waist, leaving a deep gash. Glaring at the healing cloaked figure, Songja clutched his wound and fled without hesitation. He had previously contemplated that this cloaked man seemed at odds with Lu Ruyue, and given the news from the Shu Kingdom, it was evident he had his own motives for being here. Even with the dragon confinement array in place, his presence indicated that Songja was a crucial element of his mission. Otherwise, he would not be so intent on keeping him alive. Understanding this, Songja resolved to take a risk, and fortune favored him. Songja ran down the mountain in a frenzy, his mind consumed by a singular thought. "Grandfather, linger. Please be safe." The exposed bones on his shoulder, mingled with crimson blood, prompted the cloaked figure to halt the bleeding and furrow his brow as he pursued. He could not allow his hard-won prize to escape. Despite Songja's head start, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. And soon the dark-clad pursuer was hot on his heels. The overwhelming aura was palpable, even without a glance over his shoulder. "Damn it," Songja cursed, his lips stained with blood, frustration boiling within him. To maintain clarity, he bit down on his lips, using the taste of his own blood as a stimulus. Yet, the gap between them continued to close, the pursuer's voice ringing out behind him. "Stop right there, you little brat." The image of the enraged figure echoed in Songja's mind. "No, I cannot allow this. If this continues, he will inevitably be caught." The path down the mountain, while not particularly long, requires passing through a farm under the jurisdiction of the Song family. Before him, he remains on the descent. Songja's eyes darted around, and, under the astonished gaze of the men in black, he resolutely plunged into the towering grass on either side of the road. "Damn it!" exclaimed the man in black. As he angrily swung his pen to cut through the dense undergrowth, his speed consequently reduced. If he did not take such measures, the injury on his shoulder would likely worsen due to the forced passage through the chaotic thicket. This was not what he wished to behold. While he harbored such concerns, Songja was unperturbed, dashing through the thicket with one hand pressed against his wound. "Damn it, don't run." The figure in black fumed. "If I catch you, I will surely end your life." In a state of exasperation, despite the fact that his brush could easily slice through the undergrowth, the dense foliage posed obstacles that impeded his pursuit. He bore the pain radiating from his shoulder while furiously cutting through the vegetation, relentlessly chasing after Songja. Yet, even amid such difficulties, Songja did not vanish from his sight. As Songja sprinted ahead, a frown creased his brow. This relentless pursuer was proving to be a persistent specter. While he grappled with strategies to elude him, he suddenly spotted something familiar amid the brambles, a shimmering orb. Spiritual energy. 10. Hope surged within him. It dawned on Songja that this mountain was indeed Spirit Treasure Mountain, where spiritual herbs and medicines flourished abundantly. As he raced onward, he swiftly grasped the orb, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Thus, Songja led the man in black on a winding chase along the mountainside, absorbing the spiritual essence from the herbs and medicines he encountered. A vast area of vacuum emerged amidst the thicket, a testament to the black-clad man's handiwork. The expenditure of such significant spiritual energy left even him somewhat fatigued, and the distance between the two began to gradually widen. "This brat, how is it possible for someone at the entry level to exhaust this much spiritual energy?" The figure in black pondered, feeling his own speed diminish while Songja inexplicably maintained and even increased his pace. Little did he know, Songja had been continuously absorbing the spiritual herbs, replenishing his own energy manifold. His parched lips regained their color, and the pain from his waist wound was alleviated by the nurturing essence. Observing the black-clad man's gradually slowing speed, Songja recognized the opportune moment. A slight smile crept across his lips, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the pursuer's view. The sudden turn of events left the man in black momentarily stunned, rooted in place, uncertain of where to turn. Damn it, this kid possesses such speed, he cursed, gazing at the swath of severed foliage. After lingering for a moment, realizing he was out of options, he sheathed his brush and, with a change in expression, bolted toward the foot of the mountain. At that moment, he exhausted the last remnants of his spiritual energy, determined to reach the foot of the mountain before Songja and intercept him. Elated at the sight of the black-clad figure not pursuing him, Songja suddenly sensed something flash past on his left, causing his heart to race. Could that be him? Songja speculated that the mysterious figure likely possessed the strength of an 8th or 9th rank entry-level practitioner, rendering him incapable of engaging in direct combat. In terms of martial skills and depth of experience, he could not possibly compete. His eyes darted about, and a frown creased his brow as a foreboding feeling settled in. Soon, he too arrived at the mountain's base, only to find the black-clad figure seated cross-legged on the ground, recuperating his spiritual energy. If he were to step out now, given Songja's current physical condition, he would undoubtedly be captured. While spiritual herbs and medicines could enhance one's energy, such benefits were ultimately temporary and limited in quantity, leaving no possibility of contending against someone who was nearly a whole realm above him. Hidden among the distant grass, Songja bit his lip, uncertain of how to proceed. The rear mountain possesses but a single exit, while the rest is obstructed by towering walls constructed of stone by the Song family. In his prime, Songja could have easily scaled those walls. However, in his current state, he would likely find himself helpless, awaiting capture once more. Cursed be the situation. What shall I do? If I do not act swiftly, both Linger and grandfather will be in peril. Recalling Lu Ruyu's plan, Songja found it impossible to remain composed. 2 days had already elapsed, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him. A fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in azure caught his eye, moving gracefully with a silken veil and wielding a longsword. It is she. Songja's heart leapt in surprise. Was she not the charming young woman he encountered at the market? Though veiled, her enchanting silhouette revealed her beauty. What could have brought her to this desolate place? His gaze shifted between the cloaked figure and the azure-clad maiden, caught in a moment of indecision. The azure-clad woman had learned from the burly man that Songja was the son of the Song family, who had been wandering the town for 2 days before inquiring about the rear mountain, which was deemed off-limits. Yet, the nearby farmlands were open for exploration. Resolute in her decision, she made her way here. Upon reaching the end of the path, she observed the masked figure seated before her and furrowed her brow. Dressed in black during the broad daylight? Such attire could only signify ill intentions. Approaching the cloaked figure, her gaze fell upon the skeletal shoulders, sending a shiver through her. Turning on her heel, she reaffirmed her suspicion of his malevolence, declaring, "Speak. Who are you? In broad daylight, dressed as such, you must be up to no good." With an air of curiosity, she glanced towards Songja, her heart racing. "This is a killer. A killer. How dare you speak to him like that? Are you seeking death?" Yet, the man in black had no time to pay her any heed. He was preoccupied with hastily regaining his spiritual energy while keeping a vigilant eye on the exit for any sign of Songja. He had no spare moments to concern himself with this wild girl by the roadside. "You." Upon realizing he was ignoring her, the young woman in green was immediately incensed. With a swift motion, she drew her precious sword and declared with a huff, "Not speaking, are you? Do you believe I won't strike you down?" Hidden among the weeds, Songja nearly fainted. The gentle maiden he had encountered at the market now appeared so domineering, ready to resort to violence at a moment's notice. The blade was poised at the throat of the man in black, glinting fiercely in the sunlight, almost blinding. Noticing the sword at his neck, the man in black's expression shifted subtly as he replied in a deep voice, "Who are you? How do you possess the Thunder Abyss sword?" The Thunder Abyss sword is a renowned blade from the Jiuzhou continent, ranked 35th among the legendary swords, embodying the fierce essence of thunder and standing proudly above the realm. According to his knowledge, this sword possesses a formidable electric attribute, its exterior intricately adorned with enigmatic lightning patterns. Between its dual blades, there are 7 peculiar holes, each unique in shape yet diminutive in size. Upon hearing this, Songja noticed that the sword wielded by the woman in green was identical in form to the Thunder Abyss described in the texts. He frowned. realizing that the woman possessed the thunder abyss, indicating she was no ordinary individual. The woman in green raised her delicate brows in mild surprise and remarked, "You recognize the thunder abyss. You are not without distinction yourself." As soon as she uttered those words, she noticed something protruding from the cuff of the man in black, resembling a fragment of a gold medal, though its exact nature was difficult to discern. A competition brewed within her. This must surely be an indication of his identity. With this thought, the woman in green acted without hesitation, positioning her sword against his throat while her left hand bent down to seize the object. The man in black's expression shifted dramatically as he rolled away on the ground, evading both the sword and her grasp. However, in the ensuing flurry of movements, a larger portion of the item was revealed, clearly displaying half of the character for Shu. The woman's complexion changed abruptly upon this realization, and she pointed her sword, "Lay you on," at the man, exclaiming, "You Shu bandit! How dare you trespass into our borders and cause trouble in the great Jin kingdom?" A sense of foreboding washed over her, and after a moment's hesitation, she made her decision. The day was drawing to a close, and few would venture here. The man in black scoffed, "Little girl, you refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet you dare to barge into hell. Do not blame me for being merciless in the underworld." His demeanor hardened as he brandished a brush, wielding it with a flourish that sent several ink-like threads hurtling toward the woman. The inky tendrils moved with astonishing swiftness. "Merely a parlor trick," the woman in green scoffed, her sword dancing with unyielding precision, successfully deflecting the incoming threats. With a sweep of "Lay you on," she taunted, "Is this truly all the skill your Shu kingdom possesses?" Seeking death, the man in black, incensed by her disdain, propelled himself forward in an instant, closing the distance between them. The brush, once pliable, transformed into sharp spikes, its ink color rendering it somewhat alarming. The woman remained unfazed, deftly countering his assault with "Lay you on," retreating gracefully with each parry. After 7 steps, the man suddenly halted, gazing at her with a smile and remarking, "You are still too inexperienced, little girl." As his words faded, an ink barrier arose within the 7 steps, encircling the woman. "A formation?" she mused, her brows furrowing before relaxing. Did he think such a rudimentary technique could ensnare her? Even as death approached, he boasted. This ink-killing formation was far more complex than it appeared. The man in black let out a cold huff, his eyes fixed on her with a chilling intensity. The woman's brows arched in defiance, and a crackling sound enveloped her as a terrifying pressure surged forth, a hint of lightning flickering in the air. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous explosion erupted in their vicinity, causing Songji's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. The man in black appeared to be entangled in a grave predicament. "What did you just say about the killing formation?" With each step the woman in green took, the 7 points of the ink-wash killing formation quivered violently, erupting instantaneously. The man in black was filled with dread, for the ink-wash killing formation was the most formidable array he commanded, yet the woman before him seemed effortlessly capable of dismantling it. How could this be possible? With each advance of the woman in green, the man instinctively retreated, panic-stricken, until his feet collided, causing him to stumble to the ground. "Who are you?" he stammered, feeling the suffocating force of the lightning attribute power, his fear escalating. The woman in green wore an expression of indifference. Seizing the opportunity amidst his turmoil, she darted forward, her sword slicing through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon his neck. His eyes widened in shock, lifeless and unblinking. Who could she possibly be? Witnessing this scene, Songji felt a stirring in his heart, unable to believe that someone at the 8th or 9th tier could perish in such a manner from sheer fright. As he furrowed his brows, a familiar yet terrifying voice suddenly pierced the air. "What are you thinking?" The woman in green had somehow appeared beside him, glancing down at the wound at his waist, her delicate brows knitting together. "You are injured? Did he hurt you?" They stood close enough that Songji only needed to tilt his head slightly to behold her neck, as white as a swan. Inhaling her unique fragrance, his mind became a whirlwind, and he took a deep breath, pushing her away gently. "Thank you." With that, he rose and dashed towards the Song residence, worry gnawing at his heart. Observing Songji's figure, the corners of the woman's mouth turned up slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lovely face. How could she have appeared here by mere coincidence? She had diligently gathered information about the Song estate in recent days, knowing he would not be within the premises when she ventured to the back mountain. Unexpectedly, she had come to his aid, teasingly remarking, "You owe me another favor." Upon their arrival at the back entrance of the Song estate, the sight that greeted them left both in shock. A massive hole had been breached in the stone wall. The surrounding rockery and flora in disarray, and the pebble-paved path was smeared with blood. Several guards from the Song family who had been stationed at the rear were lifeless. There is nothing to worry about. Do not panic, the woman in green said, sensing that the situation was far from favorable. However, to her astonishment, Songja merely furrowed his brow and hastened towards the inner courtyard. What was happening? Were these not his brothers from the Song family with whom he had spent countless days? Why was he so indifferent to their deaths, showing no reaction at all? The woman in green murmured, her earlier fondness for him dissipating somewhat. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to follow him and uncover the truth. Navigating through the inner chambers, Songja rushed towards the main hall, where he caught sight of Lu Tengfeng, sword raised, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the gravely wounded Song Qi. Songja froze momentarily, then shouted fiercely, "Stop." However, he was still several hundred meters away from the main hall, and given Lu Tengfeng's formidable strength, how could he be deterred by a mere utterance? After years of fierce rivalry, having finally determined a victor, Lu Tengfeng would never let this opportunity slip away. He was intent on bringing about Song Qin's demise. As Lu Tengfeng's sword was poised to pierce Song Qin's chest, Songja could only shout in desperation, powerless to intervene. Grandfather. The once ethereal Song Qin no longer bore the semblance of an otherworldly being. His disheveled white hair framed a face contorted in pain, and his darkened lips spoke volumes of his suffering. As the sword plunged into his chest, Song Qin caught a glimpse of Songja, his eyes brimming with affection and mirth, devoid of any fear in the face of death. No miracle occurred. The longsword penetrated Song Qin's chest, blood cascading down Lu Tengfeng's blade, creating a rhythmic drip. Grandfather. Songja, witnessing this horror, was shattered to his core, screaming with a voice hoarse from anguish as he rushed forward in a frenzy. In the brief span of 2 days, he had felt the genuine care emanating from this elder. Just as he was beginning to savor the warmth of their familial bond, it was cruelly severed, leaving an insurmountable chasm between them. As Song Qin's eyes closed, Lu Tengfeng was elated, having triumphed after a decade and a half of conflict. Huh, old fool. I have prevailed. I have triumphed. With sword in hand, Lu Tengfeng wept tears of exhilaration. Yet, before he could bask in his victory for even a moment, a peculiar longsword suddenly pierced through his chest. Lu Tengfeng stared in disbelief at the blade lodged in his torso, unable to comprehend how his protective spiritual energy had failed him so effortlessly. In recent days, Lu Tengfeng has remarkably transcended to the pinnacle of the next realm, entering the golden body stage and acquiring his own protective spiritual energy. However, before he could savor the wondrous benefits of this newfound power, he met an untimely and inexplicable demise. A woman clad in azure, observing from a distance, was taken aback as she instinctively touched her waist, murmuring in astonishment, "When did this boy take my thunder abyss?" She felt nothing amiss. The thunder abyss, imbued with potent lightning attributes, reacted with Lu Tengfeng's innate fire attribute's spiritual energy, igniting him in flames with a crackling sound. Witnessing this, Songja was momentarily stunned and withdrew the thunder abyss. Meanwhile, Lu Xuero, engaged in a fierce skirmish with the Song clan's disciples, witnessed her grandfather being fatally stabbed by Songja. Heartbroken, she yearned to rush over for one last glance at him. Alas, just as she was about to take a step, a shadow materialized behind her, rendering her unconscious and whisking her away without a trace. After slaying Lu Tengfeng, Songja approached Song Qin and, with a swift motion, knelt before the elder with white hair and beard, tears cascading down his cheeks in unbearable sorrow. Just as he was engulfed in grief, the woman in azure at the entrance suddenly paled, urgently calling out, "Songja, beware of what lies behind you." It was Lu Ruyue, lurking nearby, who, upon seeing Songja's unexpected appearance, felt her expression shift. The ensuing events unfolded in ways she had not anticipated. Delighted to see Songja kneeling, she stealthily approached him, her long sword in hand. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyue decisively struck, her burst of power far exceeding her usual strength, a force not to be underestimated. Immersed in guilt and sorrow, Songja remained oblivious to the danger lurking behind him. Lu Ruyue's heart raced with exhilaration. If she could eliminate Songja, the entire Song clan would be hers. She was so close, tantalizingly close. Just as the long sword was poised to pierce Songja's back, a flash of crimson grace leaped into the fray, using her own body to shield him from the lethal strike. The sword plunged into her chest, rendering her fate sealed. As no healer, not even the legendary Hua Tuo, could alter her course now. "Songja, in this life, I have no regrets," uttered the crimson figure, who was none other than Song Lingo, sacrificing herself to save him. After delivering this heart-wrenching statement, she struggled to speak. Before the weight of sadness could fully envelop him, Songja stiffened upon hearing her words, turning abruptly to cradle the fading Song Linger in his arms, anguished cries escaping his lips. Linger, why, why? His relentless quest to return was solely for the purpose of rescuing Song Qin and Song Linger, yet both lay dying before him, with Lingo sacrificing her life for his. Gazing at the faint smile gracing Linger's lips, reminiscent of falling plum blossoms, both stunning and melancholic, he felt his heart shatter. With her last breath, Lingo laboriously raised her hand, yearning to caress the face of the young man she cherished, only to eventually close her eyes, her hand falling limply to her side. Linger, Linger. In merely a few short days since arriving in this world, Songja had already etched the vibrant girl who had deeply entwined herself with his heart into his very soul. Before he could articulate his feelings, fate cruelly intervened, severing their connection. Overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions and an unbearable inner anguish, Songja's eyes brimmed with a crimson hue, the bloodshot veins instilling terror. He fixated his gaze on Lu Ruyue, rising to his feet with a resolute yet heavy demeanor. Before Lu Ruyue could react, Songja's figure darted forward, and he delivered a fierce kick, striking her exquisite visage. The force of his fury was immense, akin to a kite severed from its string, sending Lu Ruyue crashing towards a pillar. Yet, before her delicate form could collide with the column, Songja reached her side. His countenance cold and furious, devoid of any emotion, as he unleashed another savage kick. This brutal cycle continued for dozens of iterations, rendering Lu Ruyue unrecognizable. Flung through the air without a chance to utter a word. With a resounding crash, battered and bruised, Lu Ruyue plummeted from the height, smashing into the ground. The floor cracking audibly, accompanied by the sickening sound of splintering bones, echoing throughout the realm. Witnessing such savagery from Songja, the Lu and Song families were momentarily paralyzed. Their eyes wide with fear at the sight of the enraged youth. Was this truly the once impotent individual they had known? You dare to harm my mother? Songbo exclaimed, startled by Songja's ferocity. Upon Lu Ruyue's impact with the ground, he regained his senses and, in a fit of rage, hurled his fiery palms towards Songja's back. Emotionless, Songja turned coldly, swatting Songbo aside with a single strike, sending him crashing into a pillar, rendering him unconscious. The family stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could someone so close to entering the fray be so effortlessly defeated? A mere slap? It was utterly inconceivable. Regardless of their thoughts, Songja advanced step by step towards Lu Ruyue, who lay there with several broken veins and shattered bones. Seeing the demon-like Songja approach, terror filled her beautiful eyes. The woman in the azure garb at the entrance could scarcely remain composed. Songja's transformation resembled a descent into madness. If he could not awaken from this state, he would perpetually exist in this relentless cycle of violence, a sight she could not bear to witness. Songja, the woman exclaimed, biting her lip in anxiety. In an instant, Lei Yuan returned to her grasp, and she bit her left middle finger, smearing the blood upon the blade. Softly, she intoned, "Divine deities, heed my call, lead through the 9 heavens, unleash divine retribution from above." As her incantation concluded, the once clear sky darkened ominously, with thunder rumbling and lightning crackling, resonating with the stormy energy surrounding her. "Songja, awaken," she cried, and a bolt of divine lightning struck down, aimed directly at the numb Songja as he approached Lu Ruyue. The sudden descent of divine retribution electrified both the Lu and Song families, their faces alight with joy, believing that this rampant demon had finally received its due punishment. Yet, before they could revel in their fleeting elation, the scene before them rendered them utterly astounded. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking directly at Songja. The ferocious and potent lightning seemed to vanish in an instant upon entering Songja's body, leaving him unscathed and standing resolutely, untouched by any harm. The most astonished of all was the woman in the green attire. Ever since she had unraveled her unique constitution and mastered the 9 heavens divine thunder technique, she had never faltered. While they were still in shock, Songja numbly approached Lu Ruyue, kneeling down and extending his hand to grasp her neck. With even the divine punishment proving ineffective against this worthless being, Lu Ruyue sank into utter despair, yet surprisingly, she began to laugh in the face of death, her laughter unrestrained. Ha ha. Ha ha. Her mirth carried a blend of sorrow, resignation, and a hint of exhilaration. Songja's actions faltered, his previously dazed gaze flickered, and he remained silent, simply squatting quietly before her. Save our matriarch, a member of the Song family, witnessing Songja's inaction, let out a fierce shout as he charged forward with the blade in hand. A few others responded, but alas, before they could even reach Songja, they were effortlessly dispatched by the woman in green. "Songja, awaken. Do not succumb to this," the woman pleaded as she knelt beside him, shaking him vigorously. Yet he remained unresponsive. Just as her brow furrowed in concern, Songja suddenly spoke, his expression devoid of emotion. What were you laughing at just now? Death is, after all, what you deserve. The utterance left the two women nearby momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that he remained unfazed, exhibiting a calmness that was utterly inscrutable. Haha. I deserve my fate. Is the Song family not equally culpable? Lu Ruyue, resigned to her impending demise, relinquished all hope for survival, lying flat and gazing skyward. A flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. Observing her demeanor only fueled Songja's ire, as he seized her sleeve and bellowed. You caused the deaths of my grandfather and Lingo. I will kill you. His eyes widened in fury, and with his left hand clenched into a fist. Spiritual energy visibly coalesced around it. Go ahead and strike me down. Lu Ruyue made no attempt to resist, closing her eyes and remaining silent, embodying a desire for death. The more she displayed such indifference, the more agitated Songja became, his fist, charged with spiritual energy, hurtling towards her crown with lethal intent. Stop. Just as the command reached Songja's ears, a formidable gust of energy surged forth, propelling him away. The overwhelming aura even forced the woman in blue to retreat. Lu Ruyue, are you all right? The newcomer, concerned, inquired as they rushed to assess her condition, only to be taken aback by the severity of her injuries. Upon seeing the newcomer, a blood-streaked smile blossomed on Lu Ruyue's face, an expression of genuine joy. Shen Yan, you have returned. These simple words revealed the identity of the visitor. None other than Song Qinyuan, the head of the Song family and nominal father to Songja. Draped in a brown overcoat, his robe billowing in the wind, Song Qinyuan, with a square jaw, nodded with concern. I have returned. You will be fine. He carefully lifted Lu Ruyue aside, assuring her, leave the rest to me. Without waiting for her response, he turned to face Songja, his expression darkening as he coldly admonished, this is your mother, who has nurtured you for over a decade. Regardless of her faults, you should never raise a hand against her. Missing the opportunity to eliminate Lu Ruyue, Songja felt a flicker of resentment. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He would not let this vendetta rest easily. She is not my mother. Songja replied calmly, a glimmer of defiance in his gaze. You wretched child. Song Qinyuan seethed with anger, his fury igniting as he propelled himself forward with blinding speed. So swiftly that even the woman in blue could scarcely perceive his movement, arriving before them in an instant. With a resounding slap, Song Qinyuan struck Songja across the face, the sound echoing sharply. Songja did not even flinch. Had it not been for the vivid red imprint left on his face, one might not have believed he had been struck at all. She is not my mother. My mother's surname is Bai. The words tumbled from Songja's lips, each syllable striking Song Qinyuan like a heavy blow. He stood aghast, his hand slowly lowering as the anger in his eyes diminished, letting out a deep sigh. Has your grandfather informed you of this? This conveys confusion regarding the dialogue. Songja seemed disinterested in inquiring further. She has murdered grandfather and Linger. Songja pointed at Lu Ruyue, stepping away from Song Qingyuan, advancing deliberately towards Lu Ruyue. He would not, nor could he, let this grudge go unpunished. Lu Ruyue, who had just felt a sense of relief, was suddenly filled with anxiety again, exclaiming, Grandfather was killed by Lu Tingfeng, and Lingo perished in an attempt to save you. I am not implicated in this. She turned to look at Song Qingyuan, her eyes brimming with a desperate plea for salvation. In an instant, Song Qingyuan appeared before Songja, shaking his head. After all, she is your mother who raised you for over a decade, and besides, your grandfather was not killed by her. Let this matter rest. There was a hint of softness in his gaze, likely stemming from his guilt towards Bai Yueqing, which he projected entirely onto Songja. I cannot. As Song Qingyuan took a step to obstruct him, a sense of certainty settled within Songja. He sneered coldly, You believe her words, yet you do not trust mine? The words left Song Qingyuan speechless. Ever since arriving in Jinsha town, he felt he owed Lu Ruyue a great deal, and now that she spoke the truth, how could he not believe her? With this thought, he felt his authority as the head of the family had been challenged, and in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, You wretched child, take another step and I swear I will ruin you. Songja, with his sword-like brows raised, stepped forward without hesitation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Witnessing his defiance, Song Qingyuan's anger intensified. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and struck towards the vital energy center, aiming to obliterate him in one blow. The woman in the green attire gasped in shock, unable to fathom that her biological father would treat his own son in such a manner. Songja, however, had no intention of resisting. His body soared through the air like a precious gem, yet a peculiar smile adorned his face. The green-clad woman caught him, her delicate brows furrowing. Before she could assess his injuries, Songja, having lost his ability to gather vital energy, suddenly coughed up blood. "Are you all right?" the woman exclaimed, her hand trembling as she supported him. Shaking his head, he smiled at Songqing Yuan, despite her assistance. At that moment, Songqing Yuan stood in a daze, staring at his own palm, realizing that in his fury, he had committed an act he would come to regret. Yet, it was too late. Songja had been rendered powerless, and there was no way to reverse it. On the contrary, Lu Ruyue felt a surge of joy. With Songja's vital energy center destroyed, how could he still be her rival? Even if he survived today, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate him in the future. Although he had been crippled, his inability to harness vital energy meant his cultivation would forever remain at the innate stage. Such disheartening news would leave most in despair, yet Songja wore a smile, feeling a sense of relief instead. He gazed at Songqing Yuan and spoke clearly. "Today, you have crippled me, and from this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Song family." To the astonishment of the crowd, the once graceful figure with flowing hair took the sword Ruiyuan and severed his long locks. With the transformation to a short hairstyle, he lost some elegance but gained a newfound vigor. "I cut my hair today to signify my resolve. From now on, Songja no longer exists. I am Baizha." With the severed hair in hand, he regarded the crowd with a calm demeanor and continued, "From this day forward, I, Baizha, shall have no dealings with the Song and Lu families. The grievances against my grandfather and Lingo shall one day be avenged. And I will flatten your houses to the ground. Flatten to the ground." The 4 words struck the hearts of the onlookers like heavy iron drums, causing Songqing Yuan's face to change dramatically as he seethed. "Wretched child. You think you can sever ties with the Song family just like that? You carry the blood of the Song family. Wherever you go, you are one of us. Is that so? Then how about this?" Baijia's gaze turned icy as he precisely sliced through the major artery in his wrist with the Ruiyuan, avoiding deeper injury, allowing blood to flow slowly down his skin. His actions did not cease, as he cut the arteries in both his hands and feet, blood gushing freely. The green-clad woman watched in horror, her heart aching as she yearned to intervene, yet her hand faltered and did not reach him. She always believed that if she were to intervene, he would harbor resentment towards her for a lifetime. "This blood, I shall return it to the Song family." With blood flowing freely, Baijia's complexion grew increasingly pallid as time passed. Within mere minutes, he appeared utterly drained of color. During this harrowing ordeal, those around him dared not utter a word, incredulous at the decisiveness with which he proclaimed his intent to repay blood with blood. Songqing Yuan, who had never truly regarded his son, was struck by an unfathomable terror emanating from what seemed like an ocean of indomitable will, leaving him momentarily speechless. After nearly half an hour of this exsanguination, Baizha found it increasingly difficult to stand. His visage had turned ghostly pale, resembling that of a corpse. Enough. The woman in the azure attire could no longer bear to watch. She reached out to press on his acupoints, halting the flow of blood, and produced a revitalizing pill, attempting to place it in his mouth. However, he stubbornly refused to swallow it. Furrowing her brow, she admonished him. "You bear not only the bloodline of the Song family, but also that of your mother. Do you wish to drain yourself completely? Can you justify this to her?" Baizha, momentarily taken aback, allowed her to insert the pill into his mouth, replenishing some of his vitality. "Now, I have repaid the Song family's debt. I shall lead him out of this door, and he will have no further ties to the Song family." It was unclear what the other party was thinking, as the woman in azure held on to Lei Yuan with one hand, while supporting the barely coherent Baizha with the other, step by step making their way toward the exit of the Song residence. He must not be allowed to leave. This child's resolve is unyielding. If he is not eliminated today, he will bring endless troubles to the Song family in the future. Witnessing this unfold, Lu Ruyue furrowed her brows and shouted desperately. As soon as the words were spoken, several elders from the Song family appeared at the entrance, poised to apprehend Baizha and his companion. Baizha remained silent, merely casting a glance back at Songqing Yuan, devoid of any emotion, numb and indifferent. This single glance sent a chill through Songqing Yuan, a formidable practitioner of the golden body realm, prompting him to furrow his brows and raise his hand, signaling for them to be released. The elders were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of whom to heed, yet they remained rooted in place. The woman clad in green tightened her grip on Lei Yuan's hand, resolved to take matters into her own hands if necessary. However, she was acutely aware of the formidable presence of Songqing Yuan, a powerful being at the golden body realm, far beyond her capacity to contend with. "Do you not comprehend my words? Let them pass." Songqing Yuan furrowed his brow, a hint of ire evident in his tone. Only then did the elders of the Song family part ways, granting passage for the two. The woman in green breathed a sigh of relief. If conflict could be avoided, it would be for the best, especially as she was burdened by an encumbrance. Thus, under the gaze of all present, the pair departed from the Song residence. After traversing several hundred meters from the Song family estate, Bai Zhe, who had been holding on with great difficulty, let his hands fall limply to his sides and closed his eyes. The sight startled the woman in green, prompting her to call out, "Songzhe, Songzhe." She momentarily struggled to adjust to his newly adopted name. Placing her delicate hand near his nostrils, she felt the faintest breath and exhaled in relief. Upon reaching the inn where she was temporarily staying, she carefully placed him in a room, gazing at his unconscious form with a furrowed brow as she murmured, "Is this a debt from my past life that compels me to rescue you time and again?" Yet, with her inherently kind heart, how could she abandon Bai Zhe to his fate? Rising to her feet, she addressed the empty air, "Summon my uncle Qingsong, and do so swiftly." As her words echoed, a figure materialized in the air, kneeling before her and respectfully stating, "As you wish, princess." With a swift motion, he vanished from the room. It was revealed that the woman in green bore the name Shangguan Mushiwei, a noble of the great Jin kingdom and the sister of the reigning emperor, Princess Jinling. Accustomed to wandering the martial world, she had fortuitously passed through Jinsha town, serendipitously intertwining her fate with Bai Zhe's, enabling her timely intervention. Gazing at the unconscious Bai Zhe, she recalled the image of him swearing an oath to the heavens while shedding blood to repay his debts. And her heart fluttered with intrigue. "What manner of person are you?" she mused softly. Before Qingsong's arrival, Shangguan Mushiwei devised a plan to discreetly retrieve the remains of Song Qin and Song Linger, recognizing their significance to Bai Zhe. 2 days later, adorned with a white jade crown, clad in a robe emblazoned with the yin-yang fish symbol, and wielding a whisk, Qingsong appeared in the inn's room. Upon seeing him, Shangguan Mushiwei could not help but chuckle. "Uncle Qingsong, when did you take up the mantle of a Taoist priest?" Zhao Qingsong, a royal physician of the great Jin kingdom, possessed remarkable medical skills capable of restoring life and mending bones. Removing his white jade crown, his dark hair cascading down, the man, now past his 30s, shot a disapproving glance at Shangguan Mushiwei and retorted, "Is this not due to you? You ventured out without permission, and your royal brother is frantically searching for you. Should I slip up, he would undoubtedly have you returned." Despite his stern words, the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. "Well then, Uncle Qingsong, I called you here for an urgent matter." As Shangguan Mushiwei approached, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Qingsong's, playfully imploring, "Uncle Qingsong, please save him." With a resigned smile, Zhao Qingsong gently pinched her delicate nose, then moved to the bedside to examine the youth, whose striking features were accentuated by his sword-like brows. Turning back in astonishment, he asked Shangguan Mushiwei, "Who is this lad?" Shangguan Mushiwei shook his arm insistently, her urgency evident as she replied, "Uncle Qingsong, it doesn't matter who he is. You must save him, or else he may not survive." Zhao Qingsong furrowed his brows, chuckling softly. "If I desire this young man to live, no one can claim his life, not even the king of hell." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and took the youth's pulse. His brows knitted further as he examined the boy's limbs and exclaimed in surprise, "Does this lad wish to perish? He has bled himself dry. Does he think his blood is excessive?" Just a glance at the wound and a pulse check revealed to Zhao Qingsong that the blood loss was self-inflicted. Indeed, he was a renowned imperial physician. "Enough with the chatter, Uncle Qingsong. Please save him," Shangguan Mushiwei interjected, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Feeling that her uncle was treating the matter too lightly, Zhao Qingsong offered an awkward smile and scrutinized the youth's condition once more, explaining to Shangguan Mushiwei, "Princess, this young man has suffered severe injuries, his lung has been punctured, and he has lost a substantial amount of blood. While it is not impossible to save him, it is undeniably challenging. Surviving 2 grievous wounds was already a miracle for Bai Zhe. Furthermore, with his dantian shattered, even if he were to survive." He hesitated, as the reality of a shattered dantian meant that spiritual energy could not be gathered, rendering him essentially incapacitated. For such a soul, was it worth expending great effort to save? Shangguan Mushiwei furrowed her brows and took a deep breath, her voice steady as she said, "Uncle Qingsong, just tell me what you need. If it is not available here, I will send someone to the palace immediately. The imperial treasury is well stocked with medicinal herbs. Surely we can save him." Zhao Qingsong was taken aback by her clarity of intent, and with a wry smile, he replied, "It is indeed possible, but, Uncle Qingsong, it has been a while since we last met, and you have become quite verbose. Just say what you mean, Shangguan Mushiwei retorted, unable to tolerate Zhao Qingsong's vague responses. Seeing her unwavering determination to save the boy, Zhao Qingsong sighed. His injuries are grave. And while the palace does possess some necessary medicinal herbs, for him to truly recover, we must acquire a specific item. Truly recover? What item? Shangguan Mushiwei inquired, her confusion evident, instinctively seeking clarification. By truly recover, Zhao Qingsong meant that the boy must be able to cultivate once more. Otherwise, even if he were revived, the inability to cultivate would render the effort meaningless, a notion that Zhao Qingsong could not accept. What? Uncle Qingsong, are you saying he still has a chance to cultivate? Shangguan Mushiwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she grasped Zhao Qingsong's hand, her excitement palpable. The shattered dantian had extinguished the hopes of an ordinary person for cultivation. Yet Zhao Qingsong suggested a possibility. This method requires a particular item, which is unfortunately unavailable in our imperial palace, Zhao Qingsong remarked, his brow furrowed. Moreover, only you can obtain it. Is there something that only I can obtain? Shangguan Mushiwei's expression turned to one of astonishment as she inquired, what is that? The Liuli golden goblet lamp. Zhao Qingsong hesitated momentarily before uttering those words. After speaking, he averted his gaze from Shangguan Mushiwei, fearing she might hurl something at him in response. Upon hearing those 5 words, Shangguan Mushiwei's countenance shifted dramatically. For the Liuli golden goblet lamp was a treasure of the Jin state in Jingzhou, prior to her escape from the palace. Emissaries from the Jin state had sought her hand in marriage, offering the Liuli golden goblet lamp as a betrothal gift to wed the princess of the great Jin Empire, Jin Ling, who was none other than Shangguan Mushiwei herself. It was precisely this reason that compelled her to flee the palace. To her dismay, Zhao Qingsong had now brought up the Liuli golden goblet lamp again. Her expression soured as she glared at him. Are you doing this on purpose? The Liuli golden goblet lamp is merely a beautiful ornament. How could it possibly restore my dantian? Uncle Qingsong, are you trying to push me into a pit of fire? Her anger escalating, she could not help but place her hands on her hips, embodying the image of a spoiled princess. Zhao Qingsong raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, a wry smile gracing his lips. Though the Liuli golden goblet lamp is indeed just an ornament, it possesses the remarkable ability to contain all things, serving as an optimal vessel for absorbing spiritual energy within the human body in place of the dantian. After this explanation, he sensed Shangguan Mushiwei's displeasure and quickly added, if the princess does not desire it, that is perfectly fine. Merely reviving him would be a tremendous act of kindness, and he would certainly be grateful for your efforts. Grateful? Shangguan Mushiwei pouted. If that fellow were to discover that I had the means to help him cultivate once more and chose not to, he would surely explode with rage. Yet, to acquire the Liuli golden goblet lamp, she would have to marry that hypocritical man. The mere thought of him made her shake her head vigorously. Biting her lip as she declared, let us carry him back to the palace first. Reviving him takes precedence. We can discuss cultivation matters later. I refuse to jest about my marital affairs. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Qingsong's lips curled into a subtle smile, brimming with amusement. Surely, he doesn't intend to trick me back to the palace, does he? Shangguan Mushiwei couldn't help but berate him inwardly at the sight of his smile. Fortunately, along this journey, Zhao Qingsong's protection prevented Bai Zhe's condition from deteriorating. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Qingsong commenced treatment for Bai Zhe. Meanwhile, in a change of attire, Shangguan Mushiwei cheerfully entered the study to pay her respects to her elder brother. Mushiwei performed a graceful bow and, with a playful smile, gazed at Shangguan Yun, who was diligently attending to official documents. Hearing his sister's voice, Shangguan Yun set aside his papers and promptly rose, approaching her with a smile. Oh Mushiwei, have you been away for so long that you've forgotten about your elder brother? As she embraced his arm, relishing in her sister's playful affection, he chuckled. If it weren't for Uncle Qingsong's message, would you have planned to stay away indefinitely? Curse you, Zhao Qingsong. You truly deceived me into returning. Shangguan Mushiwei secretly resented these words, yet her face remained adorned with a smile. How could that be? You wrongly accuse me, dear brother. Is it not true? You have been gone for several months, and that prince from Jin has been visiting me daily in search of you. Shangguan Yun playfully pinched her delicate nose, laughing. The prince is quite handsome and holds the esteemed title of a kingdom's prince. You are well matched, a pair of golden boy and jade maiden, a match made in heaven. Now that you're back, do not shy away from him. Upon hearing mention of that fellow, Shangguan Mushiwei furrowed her brows and replied, Brother, can we not speak of him? You've ruined my good mood. Haha, very well, I shall refrain from mentioning him. Shangguan Yin took his sister's small hand and led her outside, chuckling. "Now that you have returned, let us visit our mother. She has been quite worried about you." At the mention of mother, her previously joyous mood plummeted, and she abruptly released her hold on Shang Guanyun, pouting, "I refuse to go." Shang Guanyun sighed helplessly, realizing he had no means to persuade his only sister. Yet, thinking of their mother's lonely state, he could not help but say, "Those matters are behind us. Now, the royal family is diminished, leaving only you, me, and our mother. We are still family and ought to pay her a visit." Unexpectedly, this did not inspire her to consider visiting. Instead, it fueled her anger. Frowning, she huffed, "If you wish to go, then go. You may forgive her, but I cannot." With that, she turned and exited the study, leaving Shang Guanyun shaking his head with a bitter smile. At that moment, a handsome man emerged from behind the screen in the study, clad in a violet-blue robe adorned with delicate white embroidery, remarkably elegant. His striking features and well-defined profile marked him as a true beauty. "Your Majesty, why the distress? Did you not previously declare that everything was at the princess's discretion? Why, then, the current turmoil?" The man's expression was one of confusion, as it contrasted with what Shang Guanyun had previously conveyed. A hint of sorrow surfaced on Shang Guanyun's chiseled face as he sighed. "The Tang dynasty has been frequently mobilizing troops to the borders, subtly hinting at the prospect of war." The remark seemed somewhat out of place, lacking relevance to the previous topic of discussion. The man clad in a purple-blue long robe was none other than the son of the current prime minister, bearing the name Qin Ziyuan. Having frequently overheard his father deliberating on matters of state, he naturally grasped the intricacies involved. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ziyuan ventured to inquire, "Is your Majesty attempting to discern the princess's sentiments through this matter, to facilitate an alliance with the Jin Kingdom?" The Great Jin Kingdom stands as the weakest among the 16 nations of the 9 provinces, rendering it nearly defenseless against the incursions of the Tang dynasty. Only by uniting with the Jin Kingdom of Jingzhou can the Great Jin Kingdom endure. Shang Guanyun was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is my intention so easily deciphered?" The late emperor had often advised him that a ruler should maintain a faade of composure, balancing emotions, for such is the essence of imperial strategy. Qin Ziyuan chuckled heartily, "Brother, you might as well have the word trouble inscribed upon your forehead." Having grown up alongside Shang Guanyun, he felt genuine joy for his childhood companion. Now ascending to the throne with a heart devoted to the nation and its people. "Then do offer me some counsel," Shang Guanyun lamented, expressing his frustrations to his childhood friend, feeling utterly at a loss. Qin Ziyuan had indeed come to assist in resolving this predicament. Thus, he leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "Brother Shang Guan, are you aware of why the Tang dynasty has stationed troops along the borders of our Great Jin?" After a moment of contemplation, Shang Guanyun retrieved the map of the 9 provinces from the screen and unfurled it upon his desk, gazing at the expansive territory depicted. He furrowed his brow and pondered, given that both Great Jin and Great Tang lie within the Central Plains, a battleground of 4 wars. One would expect that the Tang dynasty would require Great Jin as a buffer state. Why then are they mustering forces at our borders, exhibiting signs of aggression? "Brother, have you forgotten? Have recent folk tales not circulated?" Qin Ziyuan reminded him. "The 9 provinces are the essence of heaven and earth, embodying countless paths of the Tao. To possess even one can elevate one to emperorship. This is a rumor that has spread throughout the 9 provinces, yet its veracity remains uncertain." Upon hearing these words, Shang Guanyun waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "These are merely folk tales. Do you truly believe that in this world one can cultivate to immortality or move mountains and seas?" Shang Guanyun's reaction was entirely within Qin Ziyuan's expectations. Having grown up in the palace, he had never witnessed any extraordinary events, unlike him, who was fortunate enough to return to his aunt's side and encounter accomplished practitioners. What about the matter concerning the elder brother and the princess? Qin Ziyuan cast a meaningful glance at Shang Guanyun, for the occurrences surrounding Shang Guanmuxue could not be explained by common reasoning. In her childhood, Shang Guanmuxue had been struck by heavenly thunder yet emerged unscathed. Subsequently, a Taoist sought her out in the imperial palace, claiming that she was a natural thunder body, which would greatly enhance the efficacy of the techniques from his Shinshao palace, and he wished to take her as a disciple. At that time, Shang Guanmuxue's parents were alive, and her father greatly admired those who practiced immortality and was fascinated by various arcane arts. However, due to his own limitations, he could not pursue the path of cultivation. Yet he never expected that his daughter could. He immediately silenced all opposition from the Shangguan family and sent her to the Shinshao Palace for training. Decades later, she returned to the Great Jin, But unable to endure the solitude in the affairs of Jin, she fled the palace. Reflecting on Shangguan Mushue's experiences, Shangguan Yun furrowed his brow and said, could it be that in this world, there truly exists a thing or a method capable of commanding the 9 provinces? He had never held any affection for such esoteric paths and possessed no interest in them whatsoever, even though those around him often discussed it. He regarded it merely as a form of physical cultivation, devoid of any deeper implications. Qin Ziyuan, upon witnessing this, burst into laughter, saying, isn't it true that in this world, belief brings existence while disbelief leads to nothing? Just as the Taoists of Liangzhou and Shuguo assert, one's appearance is born from the heart. This is the principle at play. Upon hearing the mention of Taoist teachings, Shangguan Yun felt overwhelmed and shook his head, stating, even if such matters were true, how are they related to the troops of the Great Tang at the border? The moment he mentioned the border, Shangguan Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly searched the map for the location of the Great Tang's troops. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, the troops of the Great Tang at Wanqing are precisely at the juncture of our Great Jin, Great Tang, and Great Jin. He then turned to Qin Ziyuan, his gaze sharpening, and asked, could it be that the object you speak of, which could allow one to claim the title of emperor, is located in Wanqing? The term emperor here does not refer to a mere ruler in the eyes of the common folk, but rather a supreme title bestowed upon martial practitioners on the path of cultivation. In the present world, those who can attain the title of emperor are all exceptional beings of extraordinary realms. Qin Ziyuan took a sip of tea and chuckled. Indeed, what surprises me is that even those in power among these nations aspire to seize the 9 provinces Yuanding. Does this not place our great Jin in peril? Shangguan Yun was unconcerned about such matters. His sole focus was the survival of the great Jin. Your Majesty, you are mistaken, Qin Ziyuan said with a bitter smile. If the Great Tang were to acquire the 9 provinces Yuanding, it could immediately produce an extraordinary being. At that point, destroying our dynasty would be but a mere gesture. In contemporary times, every nation in the 9 provinces has at least one extraordinary being stationed, while the Great Jin remains the weakest among the 16 nations. Only a solitary master of the Great Perfection realm presides over the situation. Should the Tang dynasty possess 2 extraordinary beings, its ambitions would undoubtedly swell, making it a trivial endeavor to encroach upon the small nation of Jin, akin to taking candy from a child. Shangguan Yun recognized the gravity of the matter, furrowing his brow as he proposed, in that case, why not send Mu Shui to the Jin kingdom? She can both gauge the Jin emperor's stance on this situation and address the matter of the marriage alliance, thus preserving the friendship between our 2 nations. Qin Ziyuan, silent yet smiling, considered his elder brother's resolution a positive development. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mu Shui burst forth from the study, feeling a sense of indignation regarding her elder brother's attempts to arrange a union with the Prince of Jin. She sat pensively by the lotus pond, her brow furrowed. Troubled by this predicament, perhaps confiding in Gondin might yield some clarity. At that moment, a figure clad in a robe of purple and gold approached, his long hair flowing gracefully, and a paper fan in his hand as he spoke with ease, exuding an air of elegance. Upon hearing his voice, Shangguan Mu Shui turned her head, her previously disheartened expression darkening further. She coldly replied, what could possibly be of significance? Your mere absence from my side is the greatest blessing. Having spent her formative years in the Xinxiao Palace, a place devoid of excessive formalities where actions were largely spontaneous, she found little affinity for the fastidious Prince of Jin upon her return. Upon hearing this, Shiganang's face, adorned with a smile, turned exceedingly awkward as he helplessly remarked, what offense have I, Shiganang, committed against the princess? The princess bluntly responded that it was of no consequence. Having arrived in the grand realm of Jin for less than half a month, and having only met a few times, he could not fathom why Shangguan Mushui held such a poor impression of him, leaving him utterly perplexed. None, Shangguan Mushui retorted, turning away, unwilling to engage with this overly formal individual. This predicament troubled Shiganang deeply. He found himself utterly infatuated with Princess Shangguan. Her delicate willow-like brows, sparkling eyes, enchanting visage, and vivacious spirit captivated his heart entirely. He had assumed that his visit, under the auspices of the Jin state, which held dominion over half of Jingzhou, would proceed seamlessly. How could it be otherwise? The weight of his concern was palpable. As Princess Shangguan Mushui gazed into the lotus pond, her attention was momentarily drawn to a bird with gray wings that flitted by. Pausing at the pond's edge, she admired the sight of the bird perched upon the lotus leaves. Noticing her rapt gaze, Shiganand felt a stirring in his heart. Without a second thought, He stepped forward and soon returned to her side. The princess adores little birds. Might I present this one to you as a gift? He offered, turning to his attendant. Please prepare a birdcage, something exquisite. The attendant acknowledged the request and withdrew. However, upon turning back, Shen Yan was met with a look of disdain upon Shangwan Mu Shui's finely crafted features. You are truly despicable. While others live freely, why would you wish to confine it in a cage? She exclaimed in indignation, snatching the bird from his hand. Holding it high, she declared, Fly away, little one. The farther, the better. Go explore the vistas you have yet to see. Her face radiated a longing, filled with dreams of distant horizons. Shen Yan stood in bewilderment. Did affection not imply holding tightly? Watching Shangwan Mu Shui storm away, he scratched his head, momentarily dazed, then broke into a silly grin, murmuring, Mu Shui's little hands are so soft. If Bai Zhou were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim, even in another realm, there exists a lovesick fool. Departing from the lotus pond, Shangwan Mu Shui made her way to the Imperial Medical Institute, eager to inquire about Bai Zhou's condition. Greetings, Your Highness. As she passed through the corridors of the institute, the maids and eunuchs bowed respectfully. The cheerful faces uplifted her spirits considerably. Uncle Qingsong. Uncle Qingsong. Upon entering the inner chambers of the institute, Shangwan Mu Shui bounded about like a joyous rabbit. Zhao Qingsong, who had been laboring diligently, set down his fan with a wry smile. My dear niece, what brings you here? You have always detested the sin of medicine. Having returned to the palace recently, she had avoided the medical institute entirely. Times have changed, Uncle Qingsong. Have you managed to awaken him? She seized the fan from his grasp, curiously fanning herself. Noting the difference from the fans of the Shenshao Palace, Zhao Qingsong, accustomed to her antics, grew serious as he discussed Bai Zhou's condition. Logically, he should have passed the critical stage. Yet, why has he not regained consciousness? The intricacies of this situation elude me. Shangwan Mu Shui furrowed her brow, perplexed. What do you mean? Has he or has he not been awakened? The timing of his awakening remains uncertain. It could be a matter of days, months, or even years. Zhao Qingsong glanced at her, continuing, there is even a possibility that he may never awaken. How could that be? Shangwan Mu Shui could hardly accept such a conclusion. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, Didn't my uncle tell me that this situation would be easily manageable for you? Haven't you encountered similar circumstances before? Why is it that he may not awaken? If Bai Zhou were to remain unresponsive, Shangwan Mu Shui felt an inexplicable void within her, perhaps stemming from her insatiable curiosity. Zhao Qingsong shook his head in resignation. It appears he is unwilling to awaken, likely due to profound psychological trauma. Physically, he is fine. Yet his subconscious resists returning to consciousness. If that were the case, Zhao Qingsong could not be held accountable. Feeling a surge of displeasure, Shangwan Mu Shui huffed softly and pushed past Zhao Qingsong to enter the room where Bai Zhou lay. Upon seeing him, calm and slightly flushed, resting on the bed, her eyes darted about. She understood his sorrow over losing his grandfather and Song Linger, yet his refusal to awaken was simply intolerable. If you do not wake up, what are the 5 precious items you owe me? What are the life you owe me? No, it is 2 lives. After all that, you intend to leave me empty-handed? The more she pondered, the angrier she grew, and she plopped down at the head of the bed. In Zhao Qingsong's astonished gaze, she raised her delicate hand and delivered a sharp slap to Bai Zhou's face, the sound crisp and resonant. Wake up. With another slap, accompanied by her discontented exclamation. She continued, You scoundrel! Hurry and awaken. You still owe me. Just as she prepared to strike again, a startled Zhao Qingsong quickly intervened. Mu Shui, you cannot act this way. He is still a patient. A physician must possess compassion. Even if he appears physically well, striking him while he remains unconscious is ultimately cruel. In his urgency, he momentarily disregarded formalities and called her by her name. As an elder of the Shangwan siblings and a brother to their father, he thought little of such familiarity. At that moment, as Shangwan Mu Shui disregarded Zhao Qingsong's admonitions and was about to strike again, Bai Zhou emitted a faint cough. Uncle Qingsong, he is awake. He is awake. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Mu Shui excitedly pointed at Bai Zhou, feeling more elated than if she herself had awakened. Zhao Qingsong was taken aback. Was this truly a viable method of treatment? With Bai Zhou regaining consciousness, he hastened to check his pulse and provide care. Bai Zhou's eyes fluttered open slightly, his eyelids heavy and somewhat taut. The scene before him gradually came into focus, revealing a delicate and fair face, adorned with crescent-shaped brows and a look of joy that resonated with him, causing his mind to buzz. Yanqi? Is that you? Yanqi? Tears welled in Bai Zhe's eyes as he abruptly sat up, embracing the woman before him, murmuring, "I missed you so much, I missed you." At that moment, Shangguan Mushiwei stood frozen. Never had anyone dared to embrace her in such a manner. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" With a fierce shout, Shangguan Mushiwei exerted her strength to break free, delivering a sharp slap as she angrily stamped her foot and departed from the imperial hospital. Zhao Qingsong, who had witnessed the entire scene, regained his composure and, recalling that Bai Zhe had just awakened only to suffer a grievous blow, hurried to the bedside, only to be rendered speechless at the sight before him. This fellow actually fainted from a slap, wryly remarking, "The princess is rather too whimsical." He did not remain unconscious for long. He awoke in the evening to find the room devoid of any presence. As Bai Zhe opened his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, he felt a sharp sting on both sides of his face, a reminder of the recent ordeal. What was happening? He sensed that he had been asleep for an eternity. And in his dreams, he had glimpsed a woman from a past life, the one who had shared his happiest moments. Rising from his resting place, he felt no discomfort. Yet the strangeness of both the environment and his attire left him in a state of bewilderment. Just as he was about to seek someone for answers, the door creaked open. A young woman entered, clad in a pale blue garment that wrapped around her chest, draped with a white sand-embroidered robe. Her hair was elegantly secured with a butterfly-shaped clasp. She carried a basin of clear water, her gaze lowered as she stepped inside. "My lord, you are awake," she said, not lifting her eyes to meet Bai Zhe's, yet somehow knowing of his consciousness. She placed the basin before the dressing table and began organizing the washing items while speaking. "You have slept for quite some time. I imagine you must be hungry. I shall prepare food for you." As she turned to leave, Bai Zhe, coming to his senses, called out, "Wait." He felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Her attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of ancient palace maidens. Had he perhaps traversed time once more? "What is your command, my lord?" she inquired. Bai Zhe stepped closer, gently lifting her chin with his fair hand, asking, "Can you tell me where this place is? Is it the state of Qin, the Han dynasty, or perhaps the Song, Tang, Yuan, or Ming?" He had assumed he had crossed into another era, his questions tumbling forth in a cascade. Feeling the warmth of his hand beneath her chin, the maid's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she dared to glance upward, avoiding direct eye contact with Bai Zhe. In a hurried tone, she replied, "My lord, this is the Great Jin Kingdom." "Not the Song, Tang, or Ming. The Great Jin Kingdom? Is that not one of the 16 kingdoms of the 9 provinces?" Bai Zhe asked, astonished. "Am I alive?" The maid understood then. Bai Zhe had believed himself to be deceased. She quickly withdrew from his grasp, lowering her head and respectfully stating, "My lord, you are very much alive. It was Princess and Dr. Zhao who saved you." With that, she hastily exited, fearing Bai Zhe might make some unexpected move. "Princess? Dr. Zhao?" Bai Zhe echoed, pondering these names. Having been in the Qingyun continent for less than a month, the only women he had encountered were of the Song family. Shaking his head, he mused, could it be her? The memory of the enigmatic woman in green, along with the sword manuals Lei Yuan and the mysterious technique, perhaps hinted at her involvement. "You are awake." Just as he was lost in thought, the door swung open once more, revealing Zhao Qingsong. Adorned in a long robe of white and blue, the royal physician. With his pronounced brows and bright eyes, he smiled. "It is good that you are awake, good indeed." Upon noticing the imprint of a palm on Bai Zhe's face, he nearly burst into laughter. Observing the physician's attire, Bai Zhe recognized him as the Dr. Zhao the maid had mentioned and immediately expressed his gratitude. "Bai Zhe thanks Dr. Zhao for saving my life." Zhao Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, "There is no need for gratitude. It is solely the princess's insistence that led to your rescue. Otherwise, I would have never intervened." Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was that he had saved himself. Bai Zhe was a man of gratitude and loyalty, he solemnly declared. "In any case, Zhao TCM has bestowed upon me the gift of life. Should you ever require assistance, I, Bai Zhe, vow to repay this debt with my life." Witnessing such sincerity, Zhao Qingsong smiled with a sense of paternal warmth. "Where is Her Highness the Princess? I wish to express my heartfelt thanks for her life-saving intervention." Bai Zhe recalled the figure of the woman clad in azure and felt an overwhelming urge to confirm whether she was indeed the princess. Zhao Qingsong found it inappropriate to impede him, especially since it was a mess of his own making that required resolution. Thus, he instructed someone to escort Bai Zhe to meet Shangguan Mushiwei. Guided by the guards, Bai Zhe, clad in simple gray attire, arrived at the back garden adorned with rocks and flowers. Before he could approach, a large stone hurtled towards him. The guard, alarmed, quickly led Bai Zhe to evade the projectile. The stone, the size of a head, crashed among the blossoms, shattering the beauty into fragments and uprooting the earth. Who is there? Shangguan Muxue, ever perceptive, immediately sensed the presence of an intruder, brandishing her weapon, Thunder Abyss, as she soared towards them. Upon recognizing Bai Zhe, her face lit up momentarily before quickly reverting to a stony expression. Why have you brought him here? Are you unaware that I cannot practice martial arts with anyone nearby? Shangguan Muxue glared at the guard with a displeased countenance, clearly indicating her displeasure. The guard was startled, immediately discarding his weapon and prostrating himself, exclaiming, Your Highness, the princess. This is a command from Dr. Zhao. How could I possibly dare to disobey? It turned out to be that scoundrel Zhao Qingsong. Su Guanmuxia promptly branded him as such in her mind. Upon seeing her, Bai Zhe was rendered speechless. Her visage, the way she expressed anger and joy in every movement, was strikingly identical to someone he once knew. Astonished by the incredibility of the situation, a warmth enveloped his heart. As if past transgressions could be atoned for this very night, albeit in a different manner. After dismissing the guard, she noticed Bai Zhe's dazed expression and felt a surge of irritation. With a flick of her sword, Thunder Abyss, a blade of light sliced past Bai Zhe's face, sending ripples across the small pond. What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets. Su Guanmuxia's anger intensified at the thought of his inappropriate behavior. Yet, this did not intimidate Bai Zhe. He approached her, his handsome face radiating tenderness, his eyes filled with an unexplainable affection. As he gazed into her eyes, the anger that once consumed Su Guanmuxia inexplicably dissipated, allowing him to seize Thunder Abyss from her grasp as she stood there, mesmerized, gazing at the man who towered over her. At last, I have found you. Bai Zhe's smile was akin to sunlight breaking through after rain, stirring something deep within her. He extended his arms, gently enveloping Su Guanmuxia in an embrace, whispering, In this lifetime, I shall never let you go. In that moment, Su Guanmuxia felt like a marionette, dazed in allowing him to hold her. Enveloped in the warmth of his embrace, her mind consumed by the indescribable yet profoundly stirring gaze he bore, infused with an overwhelming affection. What has come over him? This was the sole thought lingering in Shangguan Muxue's mind, undeterred even by the prospect of being frivolously treated once more. Beneath the waning moonlight, the two embraced by the small pond pavilion, surrounded by a serene stillness so profound that even the sound of flowing water resonated clearly. After a while, Shangguan Muxue's fair face flushed crimson, and she hastily pushed Bai Zhe away, darting off onto the stone platform. Bai Zhe stood momentarily stunned, watching as her graceful silhouette vanished from sight, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Having spent a sleepless night, Bai Zhe tossed and turned, his mind consumed by memories of the days spent with Yan Shi, his resolve to protect her in this world growing ever stronger. With the dawn's drum and the crack of the blade-wielding guards, Bai Zhe opened his eyes. He gazed out at the vibrant flora and fauna, a medley of sensations overwhelming him. No longer possessing the ability to gather spiritual essence, he wondered, despite his extraordinary talent for extracting the attributes of others, how could he store them without a vessel? Observing the bustling Imperial Medical Academy, he murmured, Is it truly impossible for me to cultivate in this lifetime? At that moment, the door creaked open, and the maid from yesterday entered, carrying a basin of clear water. Lowering her head, she said, Young master, you are awake. I shall prepare you for your morning rituals. As she spoke, she inadvertently rubbed the damp embroidered handkerchief against Bai Zhe's face, causing him considerable discomfort. With a slight furrow of his brow, he waved his hand and replied, I can manage by myself. As he reached for the handkerchief, before he could touch it, the maid had already knelt down in a flurry. Young master, what have I done wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend it. Do not dismiss me. I am truly sorry. Her expression was frantic, her voice trembling with fear. Seeing this, Bai Zhe could not help but let out a bitter smile, realizing that the palace was no different from any other place. Please rise. I am simply unaccustomed to having someone attend to me. He stepped forward to assist her. Yet she stubbornly remained on the ground, repeatedly insisting that she had erred and pleading not to be sent away. Enough. Stand up, Bai Zhe said, feeling a bit exasperated, as he pulled her to her feet. I truly do not wish to dismiss you. I can handle these trivial matters on my own. There is no need for concern. Who would dare punish you? I will take responsibility. The maid, clad in a light yellow wrap dress, looked at Bai Zhe with tear-filled eyes, appearing both fragile and pitiable. With trepidation, she asked, Young master, is it truly all right? Just days prior, she had witnessed a young girl being severely punished by the chief eunuch for a mere slip of the tongue, returning in a daze. as if her soul had been lost. The thought still haunted her, instilling a profound sense of fear. Baizhi observed the panic and dread in her eyes, and his expression softened slightly, though a hint of annoyance lingered. "What is your name?" he inquired. The maid, visibly flustered and dazed, replied, "I am called Xiaoxi. You may leave now. I will speak to the princess about this matter. It does not concern you." Baizhi gestured for her to depart. Xiaoxi, pale and dazed, exited with a vacant gaze. After completing his morning routine, he opened the door to find the busy imperial physician, feeling like an outsider, and with a sniff, he stepped outside alone. Although the great Jin kingdom was relatively weak, the palace was designed with opulence, rivaling even the grandeur of the Forbidden City. As he wandered aimlessly, Baizhi felt increasingly lost. While meandering, he stumbled upon a lush bamboo grove, its vibrant greenery flourishing with life. Drawn by its vitality, he unconsciously ventured deeper. As he entered the grove, a melodious sound resonated from within, surprising him. It seemed someone was playing the guzheng. The strings produced a clear and distinct melody, unmistakably that of the guzheng. Soon after, the bright and resplendent sound of the guzheng filled the air, oscillating between high and low notes, akin to a woman's alternating expressions of anger and sorrow. The unique, crisp tones of the guzheng vividly illustrated these emotions. Baizhi felt a stirring in his heart, quickening his pace towards the source of the music. He was deeply intrigued by the experiences that could cultivate such sorrow and indignation within a person. Venturing into the depths of the bamboo grove, he encountered a stone pavilion. Within this pavilion, a 12-stringed guzheng rested atop a stone platform, tended by a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in a modest, pale white robe that enveloped her figure. She adorned herself with a striking red sash at her waist, tied elegantly with a bow on her left side, while the remaining fabric cascaded gracefully down. Her long, delicate fingers danced lightly over the strings of the guzheng, and her finely arched brows furrowed slightly, enhancing the beauty of her smooth, porcelain complexion, which rendered her furrowed brows even more stunning. This was the first time Baizhi had encountered such a woman. He stood quietly nearby, entranced by her music, careful not to disturb her thoughts. Each glance and frown she displayed conveyed a depth of emotion. When she concluded her piece, her lips parted slightly as she exhaled a gentle sigh and slowly rose to her feet. Upon catching sight of Baizhi, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hastily concealed her face with her wide sleeves, as if fearful of being seen. Why would the young lady hide her visage with such divine beauty? How could she not reveal it to honor the heavens? Baizhi pondered sincerely. Just as she was about to call for assistance, her attention was caught by his words, and she asked with curiosity, "Who are you, sir? What brings you to this secluded bamboo grove? This place is forbidden to common folk. How did you gain access? Where have the guards outside gone?" Unbeknownst to her, the guards had been reassigned early that morning, and during their shift change, Baizhi had found an opportunity to slip through unnoticed. "My surname is Bai, and my given name is Zhe. You may call me Baizhi." He still felt somewhat uneasy with the term sir, finding it somewhat constraining. "Baizhi," she murmured, seemingly lost in thought, before urging, "You must leave this place, otherwise you may attract the guards' attention, and that would lead to trouble." However, Baizhi was undeterred. His curiosity about the poignant emotions expressed in her guzheng piece compelled him to inquire, "Your guzheng playing is exquisite, yet the sorrow and indignation embedded within resonate profoundly. What experiences have you endured?" Her brows knitted even tighter, and she shook her head, replying, "You should go." Without offering further explanation, she turned her back to Baizhi, obscuring her expression. Observing this, Baizhi's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and he chuckled. "You must be of the Qin dynasty, I surmise." Upon uttering these words, the woman, who had her back turned towards him, suddenly pivoted and gazed at him with a fierce countenance, inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" Her demeanor suggested an insistence on elucidating matters before allowing him to depart. Baizhi, unfazed, chuckled and remarked, "The zither you wield appears to possess 12 strings. However, one string remains uninstalled, with the small holes on either side neatly filled. Though the craftsmanship is commendable, subtle traces remain." The woman fell into a contemplative silence, her brows slightly furrowed. Observing this, Baizhi's lips curled into a slight smirk as he continued. "This 13-string guzheng can only be produced in the Qin kingdom on the mainland of Jiuzhou, where unique timber is sourced." The woman's expression shifted, yet she maintained her silence, allowing Baizhi to showcase his insights. The attire she wore bore semblance to the fashionable curved hem of the great Jin kingdom. However, the belt around her waist, which seemed to wrap around her garment, did not actually do so, for the flowing ends fell from within. At this juncture, Baizhi regarded the woman with a cheerful demeanor. It is noteworthy that the straight hem is the prevailing style in the Qin kingdom, rarely seen in other nations. The woman felt a heaviness in her heart, yet her visage remained composed as she responded, I admire the customs and traditions of the Qin kingdom, and I adorn myself in attire and lifestyle reflective of Qin culture. What is wrong with that? Indeed, there is no fault in pursuing what is favored by the common folk. Baizhi shook his head and sighed, stating, if others were to do so, they would certainly incur no blame, but for you, my lady, it is not so simple. The words left the woman momentarily stunned, and she replied in astonishment, why? You are the revered Empress Dowager of the great Jin dynasty, a symbol of its honor. How can you act independently as if you were of the Qin? If others were to witness this, would they not assume that the great Jin has become a vassal of the Qin? Baizhi furrowed his brow and spoke these words with calm resolve. In his previous life, this body had been well-read, possessing knowledge of both domestic and foreign affairs of the great Qin. Currently, the nation stands fragile, its royal lineage diminished, with only the siblings Shang Yun and his sister remaining in the direct line, while the collateral branches are few and far between, countable on one hand. The elder of the royal family is none other than the Empress Dowager, Qin Wanwei. Qin Wanwei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her attire would reveal her identity. Upon hearing the title of Empress Dowager, she expressed her grievances, saying, the palace walls are high and isolating. Though I am revered as the Dowager, who truly understands my suffering, if given the chance, I would prefer to be an ordinary woman, accompanied by the mountains and rivers, to conclude this life in peace. Baizhi, familiar with the history of the great Jin, understood well that this lady before him was no ordinary being. She resembled a caged bird, devoid of freedom. It is worth noting that she was merely in the prime of her youth, only a year or two older than Shangwan Mushiwa. Baizhi shook his head, at a loss for words of comfort. Married at the tender age of 18. She had become a widow before the marriage was fully realized, spending 4 years idly confined within the palace walls, with the prospect of many more ahead. If you desire, the heavens and earth can be traversed. If you do not, the ground can become a prison. Sighing, Baizhi turned to leave. As he departed, he uttered a phrase that seemed laden with profound meaning. Qin Wanwei was taken aback. His words struck a chord within her. The flowing, pale sleeves of her garment swayed gently, much like her heart at that moment. Can the ground become a prison? She murmured, her thoughts a tumultuous blend of emotions, uncertain of their origin. Meanwhile, as the morning court session concluded, Shangwan Mushiwei approached her elder brother's study, preparing to pay her respects, in accordance with the myriad of formalities of the palace. Though she detested these rituals, she felt powerless to resist. Just as she was about to push open the door, she suddenly heard a familiar voice within, raised in reprimand. Today, the great Jin finds itself in dire straits, with the Tang dynasty amassing troops at the borders, hinting at potential incursions. Ziyuan, what should I do? Shangwan Yun paced anxiously before his desk, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Standing below, Qin Ziyuan respectfully suggested, Your Majesty, our only course of action is to ally with the Jin state to resist the Tang. Otherwise, the century-old foundation of our great Jin will be obliterated in an instant. An alliance? Shangwan Yun's eyes brightened at the thought, but then he recalled the expression on Mushiwei's face and sighed, saying, Mushiwei is my only sister. If she does not wish for this, I shall never force her. But Qin Ziyuan hesitated, only to retreat to his position, falling silent. Suddenly, Shangwan Yun drew the long sword that hung from the screen with a swift motion, proclaiming in a voice that resonated like thunder, The only solution is for me to lead our troops personally into battle. I stand with my people. Ah, Qin Ziyuan gasped in shock. A personal expedition was a matter of great national importance, and such words should not be uttered lightly. Moreover, the great Jin had not yet reached the brink of life and death. He was about to voice this thought, but upon glancing at the map depicting the territories of great Jin, he swallowed his words. Such a trifling expanse of 3 prefectures, even if the enemy merely sought to invade, represented a battle of survival for great Jin in every conflict. With a creak, the study door was pushed open, revealing Shangwan Mushiwei with a grim expression, who spoke in a low voice. Brother Huang, I shall go to the Jin kingdom to persuade the Jin emperor to send troops. Her sudden appearance left the 2 men momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, Shangwan Yun rebuked. Nonsense. Sending an envoy to a foreign nation is no trivial matter. Furthermore, as a princess of our nation, how can you take on the role of an envoy? Standing silently to the side, Qin Ziyuan deemed it prudent not to interject into their conversation. Brother Huang, I shall ask you once. Will you permit it or not? At that moment, Shangguan Mushiwei exuded an unusual assertiveness, and in her hand, the Lei Yuan, which had appeared unbeknownst to her, crackled with a formidable lightning aura that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Shangguan Yun, perceiving the situation, cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, Mushiwei, if you insist on going, it may be possible. However, with your impulsive temperament, how can you achieve anything there? With this, he exchanged glances with Qinzi Yuan, indicating their prior agreement. Understanding that it was time for him to step forward, Qinzi Yuan took a step closer and said, Your Majesty, Princess, I have heard from Physician Zhao that the young man whom the princess saved requires the Liuli golden lamp from the Jin kingdom in order to resume his martial training. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mushiwei was taken aback, unsure of the man's true intentions. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded reluctantly. If that is the case, why not allow this person to accompany the princess? It would serve as a token of gratitude for the princess's life-saving grace, and he could provide companionship on the journey. Shangguan Mushiwei curled her lips and replied with a smile. Him? Accompanying me would only hinder my efforts, and I would end up having to protect him, which is of no use at all. Qinzi Yuan shook his head, his expression calm as he stated, the worth of this individual must be assessed further. As soon as the words were spoken, the two individuals were instantly filled with enthusiasm, eagerly inquiring about the method of testing. However, Qinzi Yuan, adopting a taciturn demeanor, refrained from divulging details, merely stating that clarity would be attained the following day. Thus, the three of them established the future course of Baizha, yet he found himself unable to refuse the allure of the shimmering golden chalice, which ultimately resided within the Jin kingdom. With a heavy heart, Shangguan Mushiwei exited the study, leaving Shangguan Yun and Qinzi Yuan exchanging knowing smiles, a conspiratorial grin gradually emerging upon their faces. Ziyuan, you possess the means to persuade Mushiwei to take the initiative to journey to the Jin kingdom, Shangguan Yun remarked, patting his shoulder with palpable delight. It turned out that the two had long agreed upon sending Shangguan Mushiwei to Jin to resolve the matter of the marriage alliance. Yet it would be futile if she were to propose it herself. Only her willing consent would suffice. Thus, Qinzi Yuan employed a subtle stratagem, and the outcome unfolded as anticipated. Upon leaving the study, Shangguan Mushiwei immediately headed to the Imperial Medical Bureau, eager to discuss the matter with Baizha. Her mind raced with thoughts on how to persuade him, completely oblivious to their previous day's encounter, which rendered her somewhat straightforward. Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical Bureau, she found no trace of Baizha, and in her quest to inquire with the maidservants attending him, she discovered no one present. As her brows knitted in concern, the matron overseeing the harem appeared before her, revealing that the maidservant had been taken to the Department of Severe Punishments. Shangguan Mushiwei was taken aback. How could a mere maidservant be sent to such a place? Upon further inquiry, she learned that it was due to her failure to attend to Baizha. Shangguan Mushiwei rescued the maidservant, Xiaoxi, from the Department of Severe Punishments, only to find her battered and near death from the brutal beatings she had endured. In haste, she ordered that Xiaoxi be taken to the Imperial Medical Bureau for treatment. Xiaoxi had been caring for Baizha, a task Shangguan Mushiwei had initially facilitated. And upon this realization, her ire towards the matron who wielded such cruel punishments intensified. In her fury, she returned to the Department of Severe Punishments to ensure the matron experienced the full extent of its torturous methods. Upon emerging from that grim place, the sun blazed overhead, casting a sweltering heat upon her. Shangguan Mushiwei contemplated seeking refuge in a cooler spot. As she passed by a palace, she was drawn in by the melodious strains of music that piqued her curiosity, alleviating some of the oppressive heat she felt. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the gilded characters on the palace plaque spelling out Hunyuan Palace. Shangguan Mushiwei paused, pondering how she had arrived there. She recalled her elder brother mentioning that there were several palaces within the complex that she was forbidden to enter, including Hunyuan Palace. In truth, Hunyuan Palace was an abandoned structure, long neglected, overrun with weeds and cobwebs. It seemed improbable that anyone would be playing music within. After much hesitation, Shangguan Mushiwei finally resolved to venture inside. As she pushed open the heavy, dust-laden door, the particles of dust danced in the sunlight, illuminated in the air. The melody continued to play, and Shangguan Mushiwei, determined to uncover the source, quickened her pace toward the sound. Soon, she arrived at the courtyard by the pond within Hunyuan Palace, where a young man clad in a flowing white robe stood atop a rockery, gently playing his instrument, his silhouette evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. There was something familiar about him. As Shangguan Mushiwei beheld the man with shoulder-length hair, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmured, "Baizha?" The man, engrossed in his melodic performance, instinctively turned to see Shen Yan and exclaimed in astonishment, "What brings you here?" This individual was indeed Baizha. After returning from the bamboo grove, he had noticed the Hunyuan palace and felt a stirring within the small cauldron inside him, leading him to believe that some treasure lay hidden within. However, despite his thorough search, he found nothing. Just then, upon seeing the small pond in the courtyard, he recalled the events of the previous day and felt a flicker of joy, plucking a leaf and, employing a technique reminiscent of a later era, began to play. To his surprise, the result was quite impressive. Shen Yan gazed at the leaf in Baizha's hand, astonished. "You can produce such music with just a leaf? Imagine what you could achieve with an actual instrument. You would surpass any musician of this era by 100-fold. Is that so strange?" Baizha dismissed the notion. Tossing aside the leaf, leaping down from the rockery, brushing off his clothes, and casting her a sidelong glance. "You still haven't answered me. What are you doing here?" "I merely passed by." "Is that so wrong?" Shen Yan retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. "I was actually looking for you. The Emperor mentioned he has business with you tomorrow." Baizha paused, taken aback that the Emperor of the Great Jin would seek him out, before regaining his composure to ask, "What matter?" He uttered only 2 cold words. "You." Shen Yan, exasperated, found his demeanor infuriating, as if the events of the previous night were but a figment of her imagination. With a huff, she turned on her heel and stormed away. "I have no idea." Observing Shen Yan's anger as she departed, Baizha remained unfazed, a slight smile playing upon his lips. "Is it so easy to provoke you?" His actions were merely a facade, intended to gauge her reaction. Yet, he felt a sense of ironic failure as he cast one last glance at the desolate palace, the furrow between his brows deepening. What could possibly cause such a disturbance within his cauldron? With no leads to pursue, he decided to abandon the matter for the time being. Upon returning to the Imperial Hospital, he learned of Xiaoxi's situation and felt a pang of guilt, prompting him to visit her. Fortunately, thanks to Shen Yan's timely instructions, Zhao Qingsong was able to provide prompt treatment, ensuring Xiaoxi's safety. As night fell and the waning moon cast its silvery glow, Baizha sat in the courtyard of the Imperial Hospital, gazing at the high-hanging moon, his thoughts swirling. With his dantian shattered, he could no longer circulate spiritual energy for his own use, rendering the medicinal pills almost ineffective. Alas, a journey to the Jin Kingdom was inevitable. He had also discovered that tomorrow was the day Shen Yan would test his capabilities to accompany the envoy to Jin. Just as his thoughts spiraled into disarray, Baizha suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him, as if he were infused with an inexhaustible vitality, leaving him utterly astonished. What could this possibly mean? A dazed expression crossed his face. Could it be? Suddenly, he recalled the possibility that the small cauldron within him was at work, prompting him to immediately turn inward and observe, only to be rendered speechless by the astonishing revelation that awaited him. This entity is astonishingly absorbing the residual glow of the crescent moon. In recent days, he has indeed observed the bubbles, yet collecting them proved futile. As there was no vessel to contain them, no matter how many he gathered, they remained insubstantial. To his astonishment, the 4-legged square tripod possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb. Even more significantly, the moonlight it absorbed coalesced entirely upon its 2 opposing legs, while the other 2 legs faintly emanated the essence of the blazing sun. At that moment, an astonishing event unfolded before Baizha. For bubbles suddenly emerged from the legs of the quadrupedal cauldron, each inscribed with the characters for yin and yang. Baizha was momentarily taken aback. Were these bubbles manifestations of the attributes within his consciousness? The notion stirred a complex mix of disbelief and intrigue within him, prompting a wry smile and a hesitant shake of his head. Despite his skepticism, he reached out to touch one of the bubbles. Ding! Upon contact, the bubble inscribed with yin dissipated into his being, sending a shiver coursing through him, as an icy sensation penetrated his skin and every pore. What is this? Baizha's confusion deepened. He reached for the bubble marked yang, and upon breaking it, he felt an overwhelming heat engulfing him, compelling him to hastily shed his garments and leap into a small pool. The cool water alleviated some of the burning sensation, and as he emerged, he let out a rueful laugh, pondering the nature of this newfound ability that had nearly led to his own demise. The night was tranquil, and Baizha hurried to the shore, anxious about being seen. As his hand broke the water's surface, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Was that truly his hand? Radiant as jade and glistening like tears, it was beyond the beauty standards of any future era. Excited by this revelation, he submerged himself for a closer inspection, only to resurface with a sense of disillusionment. Coughing, he realized he had overindulged in expectation. After drying off and redressing, he still found it hard to believe the transformation of his hands. While the luster was confined to his palms, it was nonetheless astonishing. Reflecting on his earlier experience, Baisha furrowed his brow and murmured, "This must be the power of yin and yang." The pale moonlight represented yin, while the searing warmth was undoubtedly the yang energy. The harmonious absorption of both had subtly altered his physique. Within him, he sensed the dual forces of yin and yang quietly reshaping his body, with the unabsorbed residual power resting dormant within the cauldron. After this episode, Baisha felt mentally drained, and weariness soon overtook him, prompting him to retire to his quarters for rest. The following day, Baizhu awoke with a rosy complexion and a vibrant spirit, accompanying Shangwan Mushiwa to the hunting grounds. According to her, Qin Ziyuan appeared to wish to assess him there. The royal hunting grounds, reserved for the great Jin imperial family, were expansive. Surrounded by a throng of soldiers standing at attention, armed with long spears, their demeanor proud and vigilant. Commoner Baisha pays his respects to your majesty. Upon encountering Shangwan Yun, clad in a dragon robe, Baisha approached and bowed. Shangwan Yun smiled and replied, "So you are Baisha? Please rise and allow me to behold you. This is indeed the person brought back by my own younger sister, and curiosity fills my heart." Baisha was momentarily taken aback. He rose and met Shangwan Yun's gaze directly, his brows subtly knitting together. The man's demeanor was gentle, and his eyes lacked the commanding presence typical of a sovereign. With this thought, Baisha sighed inwardly, realizing that the Golden Dynasty could not endure for much longer. As a commoner, he observed the impressive figure before him, and Shangwan Yun laughed heartily. Indeed, he is worthy of the princess's choice, exhibiting remarkable poise. Standing nearby, Shangwan Mushiwa's delicate face flushed, and she playfully chided, "Brother, what are you saying?" Her bashful demeanor sparked the imagination of those around her. All of this incensed the elegantly attired gentleman beside them, who stepped forward and indignantly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, have you not heard the phrase strong on the outside, weak on the inside? This wretched commoner, lacking any stature, must be employing some sorcery to deceive the princess." As he concluded, his fierce gaze fell upon Baisha, suggesting a readiness for conflict at the slightest provocation. Baisha had never encountered this man before, but the jade pendant bearing the character for Jin at his waist indicated he was likely Prince Shurganang of the Jin kingdom. With a light chuckle, Baisha remarked, "With such a delicate frame and refined features, your every gesture exudes elegance. Surely, you are Prince Shur of Jin?" The emphasis on the character Shur carried a weight that would not easily go unnoticed. Describing someone as delicate and refined typically pertains to a lady. Yet Shurganang had grown into this unusual form, his complexion fairer than that of many women, and his long fingers would make countless women envious. Upon hearing this description, Shangwan Mushiwa cast a glance at Shurganang and chuckled softly. "You are indeed handsome. How did I fail to notice this before?" Shurganang felt insulted and glared at Baisha, coldly stating, "Might you be the envoy accompanying Her Highness to the Jin kingdom?" Without waiting for Baisha to respond, he stepped forward and addressed Shangwan Yun with a formal gesture, "Your Majesty, the distance from the great Jin kingdom to the Jin dynasty is considerable, and along this journey, acts of thievery and violence are not uncommon." Before anyone could react, he turned his gaze back to Baisha, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "What qualifications does a powerless wretch have to protect the princess on her journey to Jin? How dare you?" "Shurganang, what do you mean by that?" Shangwan Mushiwa, incensed by the veiled insult, drew her blade with a swift motion, fixing a steely gaze upon him. Should he fail to provide an explanation, she would ensure his blood stained the ground. Shangwan Mushiwa was immensely powerful, and the atmosphere grew tense. Shurganang, facing her formidable presence, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. As a mere mortal martial artist, his cultivation barely reached the 8th or 9th stage of innate strength, rendering him no match for Shangwan Mushiwa. Grinding his teeth, Shurganang defiantly declared, "If I defeat him, may I be permitted to escort the princess to the Jin kingdom?" Shangwan Yun and Qin Ziyuan exchanged glances, and Qin Ziyuan stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, Prince Shur, Mr. Bai, let us all remain calm. His Majesty has summoned you three to resolve this matter." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, apart from the two of you, His Majesty has also sought out 3 experts from among the common people, who will be chosen to escort the princess to the Jin kingdom." Shangwan Mushiwa's protective stance towards Baisha greatly displeased Shurganang, prompting him to exclaim, "Then let us hasten the competition. For I intend to demonstrate that not just anyone is qualified to undertake such an escort." The implication of these words was unmistakable. inciting a fierce anger in Shangwan Muxue and Lei Yuan, who nearly lost their composure. Fortunately, Baiji's timely gaze restrained them. Now, let us invite the three brave warriors, announced Qinzi Yuan, having received a nod of approval from Shangwan Yun, summoning the remaining three competitors to the stage. Before long, three skilled individuals from the common folk stood before them and, in unison, proclaimed, "Commoners, pay their respects to your majesty. Quickly, I am not even familiar with your names. Why not introduce yourselves?" Shangwan Yun, encountering the forces of the martial world for the first time, inquired curiously as she observed their diverse attires. The trio exchanged glances. And the man on the left, clad in a black form-fitting outfit and wearing a conical hat, stepped forward first, with a respectful gesture. He introduced himself. "I am Shen Yan, known in the martial world as Zhenwu, hailing from Yingchuan County." "Zhenwu? I have my golden cudgel," Baizhi scoffed inwardly, finding these individuals somewhat dubious, and glanced at Qinzi Yuan with a hint of skepticism. The second man, adorned in armor over a crimson garment and draped in a long scarlet robe, wielded a 9-foot-long sword. With his thick brows, large eyes, and round black beard, he lacked the demeanor of a general, instead resembling a rogue. "I am Zuling, a descendant of generals, and I cannot miss the opportunity to escort the princess," he boasted, thumping his chest loudly. "If your ancestors were all generals, how did you end up like a brigand?" Baizhi thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the sight of his attire. While others dressed to enhance their appearance, this man's garb did nothing to elevate his presence. The final contender, strikingly handsome, donned white attire and held a long sword, adorned with a tassel resembling a shooting rainbow. Standing quietly yet exuding an air of a transcendent being. "I am Li Jianshan. I pay my respects to your majesty," he stated succinctly, his calm demeanor adding an aura of a reclusive master. Shirgandang spat disdainfully, scoffing, "What pretentiousness!" He found such individuals as intolerable as Baizhi. "Now that all 5 of you are present, we shall officially commence the competition," Qinzi Yuan declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly Ziling swung his large sword and bellowed, "All right, who will be my opponent?" The blade bore 2 holes, clasping 2 sharp spikes, resembling a self-modified weapon. "Ziling, hold your horses. This competition will be won by the one with the highest score, comprising 3 rounds, with martial prowess being just one aspect," Qinzi Yuan hastily clarified. Noticing Ziling's eagerness, Ziling, realizing his impatience, patted his large head and chuckled, "I thought we were going all out." Yixingyan, standing to the left, sneered derisively but offered no further comment. Li Jianshan remained impassive, his calm demeanor like a tranquil sea. Baizhi furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that the competition entailed 5 rounds, with martial prowess merely being one of them. He cast a sidelong glance at Shangwan Muxue, feeling a tinge of doubt. Given her cultivation, did she truly require a martial trial? After a brief respite, Qinzi Yuan guided everyone to the royal horse grounds, which housed numerous stables filled with thousands of horses. "Gentlemen, the first trial will test your equestrian skills, as well as your martial capabilities." Qinzi Yuan pointed to a spacious arena in the distance, capable of accommodating thousands, and explained, "You 5 shall ride within, and those who are unseated will be deemed defeated, until only one remains." Upon hearing the rules of the contest, the expressions of the crowd varied significantly. Yixinyan's countenance shifted slightly, as his equestrian skills were not particularly impressive. In contrast, Zhu Ling and Shi Gandan exuded confidence, appearing eager to partake. Meanwhile, Li Jianxian and Baizhi maintained inscrutable expressions, revealing nothing of their thoughts. The ensuing moments were dedicated to selecting horses from a multitude, a task that would test their ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of the steeds. Although Baizhi's face remained serene, inwardly he cursed. In both his past and present lives, he had never even touched a horse, let alone ridden one. The mere thought of conceding without a fight stirred a sense of reluctance within him. "Are you all right?" In the distance, Shangwan Muxue noticed that everyone else was busy selecting horses, while Baizhi stood there, seemingly dazed, and mistakenly assumed he was overcome with fear. Baizhi shook his head, gazing at the horses, which were all of similar hue. His head began to pound, and he chuckled bitterly. "If I were to tell you that I cannot ride, let alone judge a horse, what would you do?" "Ah," Shangwan Muxue exclaimed in disbelief. "Doesn't the Song family teach these things?" In the esteemed families of the Jiuzhou realm, regardless of their stature, there existed structured training, imparting the most fundamental skills, with horsemanship among them. Baizhi rolled his eyes, reflecting on his position within the Song family, where merely having a meal was a privilege, let alone receiving such education. "Dream on," he thought. "Never mind, you may go." I shall find a way on my own. He waved her off, dismissing her well-meaning but unhelpful words, wishing to alleviate his own burdens. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Shen Yan, who, as he passed by Baizhi, let out a disdainful snort and proudly strode towards the racetrack. How infuriating! Shangguan Mushiwei, unable to tolerate his arrogance, stepped forward and grasped Baizhi's hand, solemnly declaring, "You must win." In a moment of impulsiveness, she uttered these words but, upon reflecting on the earlier events, felt a sense of hopelessness. Nevertheless, Shangguan Mushiwei was the kind of person who would not retract her words once spoken, akin to water that has been spilled. Seeing the defeated expression on Baizhi's face, she forcefully released his hand and exclaimed, "If you do not win, I will electrocute you upon your return." With a fierce glare, she attempted to project an intimidating demeanor, unaware that such a display only added to her charm. Baizhi, already troubled, felt his heart race even more at her antics and resignedly remarked, "You might as well just electrocute me now." "What?" Shangguan Mushiwei's eyes widened in shock, her cheeks tightening as she regarded him. "How could that be? I was merely jesting. Wait for me to claim victory." In a surprising turn of events, Baizhi, who had previously been filled with self-doubt, now wore a confident smile and strode purposefully towards the racetrack. The stark contrast in his demeanor left Shangguan Mushiwei momentarily stunned as she watched him depart, pondering, is he truly capable? Her earlier actions had been instinctive, deep down. She harbored genuine concern for Baizhi, yet her personality prevented her from expressing anything further. As Baizhi approached the majestic horses, he reached out to stroke one's head. Some made in dissatisfaction, while others were quite docile. It was indeed a marvel to witness such behavior. As he caressed the horse's head, he felt a surge of wonder. While conversing with Shangguan Mushiwei, he had noticed that the individuals around him possessed a riding skill attribute. Realizing that this attribute could be acquired without storage, he endeavored to collect it, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. He swiftly gathered the riding attributes from all those nearby, which significantly bolstered his confidence. Upon reaching the horses, he was astonished to see bubbles appearing above their heads, particularly the chestnut-colored horse before him, which exhibited a multitude of bubbles. Speed, 35. Balance, 25. Spirit, 1. Attack, 5. Baizhi shook his head and murmured, "No, no." While the speed was acceptable, the spirit and attack attributes were woefully inadequate. Was this horse merely adept at fleeing? How could it possibly engage in combat with others? Shaking his head in dismay, he suddenly became aware of a towering figure beside him, Zhenwu. Noticing Baizhi's gentle grip on the horse, Zhenwu's face brightened, and he chuckled, "Kid, do you want this horse?" Baizhi paused, realizing you want it. "If you do, take it." Despite the horse's impressive stature and appearance, Baizhi, now aware of the attributes, would not choose this mount. "Haha, all right, thank you." Zhenwu appeared as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, rubbing his hands together with palpable excitement. Baizhi observed his eagerness for the horse, and, noticing his dazed expression, could not help but caution. This horse may not possess the sharpest of minds. He struggled to find a more suitable term for intellect and settled on mind instead. Zhenwu paused momentarily before clapping Baizhi on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Brother, are you the jester here? If the horse had a brain, it would no longer be a mere beast." With that, he led the horse away, chuckling. Baizhi shook his head, pondering how this descendant of a martial general could seem so foolish. A true warrior regards his steed as a brother, even a second life. Understanding that a more spirited horse offers greater assurance on the battlefield. Utilizing his extraordinary ability to discern attributes, he scoured the stables for a suitable mount. However, after a thorough search, he found none that met his standards. Some lacked speed, others were devoid of spirit, or entirely lacked aggression. None embodied the ideal horse in Baizhi's eyes. Meanwhile, the other four had selected their steeds, leaving Baizhi still shaking his head in front of the horses. Wudang, displaying a hint of impatience, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Little brother, your indecision in choosing a horse will hinder your progress." Ignoring Wudang's jibe, Baizhi turned to the attendant beside him, frowning, "There are no horses here that suit my preferences. Could you kindly inquire with Lord Can if there are any others available?" The attendant hesitated briefly before nodding. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall seek an answer." He understood the importance of his task, for it was evident to any discerning observer that Baizhi was closely associated with the princess, and crossing him was unwise. The attendant relayed Baizhi's request to Qin Ziyuan, who, upon consulting the head of the stables, confirmed the existence of another horse. "Then go fetch it." So my brother can assess its suitability, Qin Ziyuan instructed the elder horseman, whose hair was grizzled with age. However, the horseman hesitated, stating, "My lord, While this horse is indeed a rare find, it suffers from a peculiar ailment that renders it unable to stand, let alone be ridden. Baisha, who had been listening intently, stepped forward without hesitation, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Your Majesty, Lord Can, I am willing to give it a try. Perhaps I can save this horse. Shen Yan expressed surprise. You, brave sir, possess the ability to heal horses? The elder horseman regarded him with skepticism, unsure of his claim. Yet, he understood that the horse's time was limited, and if it could be cured, it would be a fortunate twist of fate. Brother, since the horse is already afflicted with such a bizarre illness, let us treat it as if it were a live horse. Shangwan Mushiwe voiced her doubts. Yet she observed Baisha's calm demeanor, unsure of what intentions lay beneath his placid exterior. Shangwan Yun nodded in agreement, addressing the horseman. Go and bring that horse here. Let our brave sir take a look and see if there is hope for its recovery. The horseman, taken aback, nodded and went to retrieve the horse. In due time, a frail, white horse was carried before them by several soldiers. Though its limbs were bony, its strikingly pure white coat commanded attention and admiration. How beautiful! As Shangwan Mushiwe gazed upon the pristine white mane of the horse, her countenance brightened with delight, and she stepped forward to caress the soft, furry creature. The elderly stableman, taken aback, swiftly intervened, exclaiming, Your Highness, you must not. Though this horse appears to be on the verge of death, it possesses a remarkable stubbornness. Even in its weakened state, it refuses to allow anyone to touch it, let alone ride upon its back. These words left Shangwan Mushiwe momentarily taken aback, retracting her outstretched hand in embarrassment. Shigandang stepped forward, pointing at the soldiers and remarked, The elder's words seem rather disconnected. If the horse's temperament is indeed so fierce, why are those carrying it unharmed? The aged horseman, not wishing to deceive his highness, hesitated before responding. These arrangements were made after considerable discussion with the horse, hence its compliance. However, riding it is utterly out of the question. Who are you trying to fool? He Xingyun retorted with an air of sarcasm. If you truly understood equine language, I would gladly consume the horse's dung right here. Having traversed the realm for many years, his speed was unparalleled, and his experience is vast. Who could truly comprehend the language of horses? As these words were spoken, the crowd looked on in confusion, finding the old man's claims hard to believe. Baisha glanced at the horse-raising elder and noticed the bubbles atop his head. An idea sparked within him, and he collected them all. Horse language, 15. Equestrian skills, 76. With the acquisition of the horse language attribute, Baisha, intrigued, approached the ailing horse and gestured towards it with his lips. The pure white steed let out a loud snort, seemingly in response. Goodness, it appeared to be suffering from anorexia. No wonder it was as thin as a mere skeleton. After comprehending its communication, Baisha hesitated for a moment and turned to Princess Shangwan Mushiwe, asking, Do you have a dagger to lend me? His words instantly drew the attention of everyone present, and Shangwan Mushiwe, perplexed by his intentions, retrieved a dagger from her storage space and handed it to him, inquiring, What do you intend to do? Nothing much. It claims to be hungry and wishes for a sip of blood, Baisha replied calmly. His statement, coupled with his demeanor, gave off an air of eccentricity. Shigandang burst into laughter, abruptly turning to Shangwan Yun and declaring, Baisha has offended the majesty of the emperor and openly defied authority. This is indeed a grievous crime. Just moments ago, the horse-raising elder had spoken of understanding the language of horses, and while the crowd held some skepticism, Baisha's bold proclamation further hinted that he too understood this language. Yet, a horse craving blood? It sounded utterly absurd. The horse-raising elder was momentarily taken aback, his withered hands trembling with excitement. Do you also comprehend the language of horses, sir? Baisha stared at him in silence for a while. The horse language attribute he had acquired was unexpectedly absorbed entirely, leaving him perplexed as to how he could suddenly understand upon inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and said, Given its frail condition, isn't it starving? A bit of blood should help it recover. Preposterous. Shangwan Yun could no longer contain himself. Rising abruptly with a frown, he pointed at Baisha and exclaimed, Do you think this is an appropriate place for such ridiculous claims? Even if you can speak horse language, have you ever heard of feeding on human blood to regain strength? Noticing Shangwan Yun's displeasure, Shigandang secretly rejoiced and quickly added, Your Majesty, this man is nothing but a scoundrel, spouting nonsensical words that disgrace the great kingdom. To spare him would only invite further contempt. Shangwan Mushiwe furrowed her brows, at a loss for words. How did he come to such conclusions? Could it be that he truly understood horse language? Baisha, well aware that actions speak louder than words, chose to remain silent. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he addressed the ailing white horse. "Brother, if you stand up, I shall grant you a taste of blood." Before anyone could mock Baizha, the horse, as if understanding his words, let out a snort and began to struggle to its feet, almost toppling over but managing to rise. "Incredible!" The horse-raising elder was the first to be taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief as if he had witnessed a miracle. "I have communicated with it for days without success. Yet with just a single sentence from you, it stands up. Truly, you are a remarkable being." Baizha awkwardly touched his nose, finding it utterly astonishing that he could wield the horse's linguistic attributes more effectively than the creature itself. Although the standing horse remained gaunt, it could not conceal the inherent majesty it possessed, truly resembling a magnificent steed of the highest caliber. Shirgan's face turned pale with disbelief. He looked at Baizha as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with ominous intent. "Do you truly understand horse language?" Shangguan Mushiwei exclaimed as she leaped down the steps, her astonishment evident as she regarded Baizha. After a decade of cultivation, she had never encountered anyone who comprehended the language of animals. Baizha nodded, gripping the dagger as he prepared to make an incision for blood. "Perhaps you should have mine instead," Shangguan Mushiwei softly suggested, biting her lip. "You have just recovered from a serious illness, and your vitality is still low." Drawing blood, her concern was palpable. Baizha felt a warmth in his heart, and, before she could react, he swiftly sliced the tip of Shangguan Mushiwei's little finger, collecting a drop of her essence before cheerfully approaching the horse. The sudden turn of events caught Shangguan Mushiwei off guard, gazing at the small cut on her left pinky. She puffed her cheeks in indignation, exclaiming, "How dare you, Baizha, conspire against me?" In truth, Baizha had initially desired Shangguan Mushiwei's blood, but was hesitant to voice his intentions. However, upon her unsolicited remark, he felt compelled to comply. Shangguan Mushiwei, a pure embodiment of thunder, possessed an inherent balance of yin and yang within her feminine form, rendering her blood a most potent elixir. Baizha, placing the blood near the horse's mouth, allowed it to lick it up, feeling the soft touch of the horse's lips and tongue against his fingertips. He remarked with a smile, "I have procured this restorative for you. Perhaps it will alleviate your appetite troubles, at least to some extent." The horse, accustomed to mundane fodder, had grown weary of its diet. Now, having consumed a mere drop of blood, it exhibited a transformation. Though its exterior remained unchanged, a spark of vitality was unmistakably restored. The horse stomped its front hooves, letting out a resounding snort, and raised its proud head to gaze at the onlookers. Throughout history, has there ever been an instance of a horse consuming blood? Yet, this once ailing creature, rejuvenated by a single drop from Shangguan Mushiwei, left one pondering the inexplicable nature of such an occurrence. Clearing his throat, Qin Ziyuan observed the stunned crowd and spoke up, noting that the time had come to commence the competition, as the valiant warrior had already selected his steed. Shangguan Mushiwei, witnessing the horse rise, felt a stirring in her heart and approached it, reaching out to stroke its snowy, plush coat, which radiated warmth, perhaps due to the blood it had ingested. The horse exhibited an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, nuzzling against her neck and causing her to giggle with delight. "Enough, enough," she laughed, playfully pushing it away. Turning to Baizha, she remarked, "This horse possesses remarkable spirit. It seems to be courting my favor." Baizha, with a hint of disdain, thought to himself that she would be even more astonished were she to behold its attributes. Speed, 96. Strength, 90. Constitution, 92. Spirit, 99. The displayed attributes were astonishingly impressive, surpassing any he had previously encountered. He attempted to capture the horse, yet it remained steadfast, leading him to suspect that it had transformed into a magical beast. With such a formidable steed at his side, Shangguan Mushiwei's spirits lifted, and she returned to her seat, cheerfully urging him, "You must win." Meanwhile, Shirgan, observing the scene keenly, grunted as he led his own horse, casting a scornful glance at Baizha. No matter how extraordinary the horse, a poor rider is of little use. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, he was a skilled horseman, adept at archery from horseback. Unbeknownst to others, Shirgan had donned his armor, equipped with bow and arrows, and wielded a silver spear, his gleaming white armor making him a striking figure. On the other hand, Baizha felt a twinge of anxiety as he patted the horse's head. That fellow seems quite arrogant, and his martial skills are commendable. He has chosen an excellent mount. Is there any way we can make him falter? To his surprise, the horse emitted a low grunt and gently nudged him with its muzzle, the force of which was surprisingly strong. Fortunately, Baizha's accumulated strength allowed him to remain upright. Otherwise, any lesser individual would have surely fallen, creating a spectacle. Baizha, astonished, inquired, What manner of creature are you? The strength behind that push was nearly on par with his own, leaving him bewildered as to how this horse could rival his own considerable might. The thought of enhancing its attributes tempted him, igniting a yearning within. Certainly, such thoughts can only remain as musings, for it is still necessary to rely on it to refute the scene. Upon witnessing Baizhi mount the white steed, Shangwan Mushue felt something was amiss. It was only when she beheld Wudang that she realized the absence of a weapon. A spark ignited within her, and she grasped the Lei Yuan firmly, her fingers elegantly gesturing as she exclaimed, "Take this." In an instant, Lei Yuan soared from her grasp, landing steadily in Baizhi's hands. Although it lacked a semblance of spiritual energy, Lei Yuan was inherently an unparalleled divine weapon, its sharpness incomparable to that of ordinary arms. Unfair. Wudang fumed, his beard bristling as he glared at Shangwan Yan. "Your Majesty, this Lei Yuan is a renowned divine sword from the illustrious sword canon, while the weapons we wield are mere common tools. How can we possibly compete?" The disparity in their armaments was glaring, even with exceptional equestrian skills. Retreat was the only option, leaving no room for counterattack. Observing her sister's actions and listening to Gantong's protest, Shangwan Yan felt utterly helpless and swiftly signaled to Qinzi Yuan beside her, urging him to resolve the matter. "Your Highness, do remain calm. Each weapon is a personal choice. If selection is not permitted, then should we not all utilize the military's arms?" Qinzi Yuan hesitated momentarily before conjuring this compromise. All should use common weapons, which would leave no room for dispute. Yet, who could have anticipated that Li Jianxian, who had remained silent until now, would coldly declare while holding his long sword, "This sword has accompanied me since my youth and has never left my side." The implication was unmistakable. He was unwilling to part with his weapon. Zuling and Hexinjian exchanged knowing glances and echoed in unison, "The commoner's weapon, too, is just as sacred." At last, among the five, were unwilling to change their weapons, provoking Gantong to fume with indignation, contemplating that had he known, he would have brought his father's divine weapon. Helpless and unable to refute, he reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, Baizhi, unarmored, wielding the thunder abyss and mounted on a white steed, positioned himself at the eastern side of the arena. The five formed a circle, spaced several dozen meters apart, waiting for Qinzi Yuan's command to commence the first contest. The first contest began. As Qinzi Yuan's words fell, Zuling, Xingyan, and Gantong conspicuously rushed towards Baizhi, forming a triangular siege to thwart his escape. How outrageous! Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Mushue felt a surge of anxiety, never expecting these three to target Baizhi from the outset, intent on eliminating a rival first. Meanwhile, Li Jianxian remained seated upon his steed, quietly observing with his sword in hand. "Though I stand alone, you are truly like hounds." Baizhi, seeing the trio charge, spat disdainfully, stroking the mane of his steed, declaring, "Let them witness what a divine steed truly is." No sooner had the words left his lips than the three were upon him, their blades and spears lunging in unison. In a critical moment, the white horse reared, emitting a piercing neigh, and with a powerful kick, it deflected all three weapons. Seizing the opportunity, the steed propelled itself forward, swiftly vanishing into their rear. By the time the trio regained their senses, Baizhi and his horse were nowhere to be seen, a speed truly unparalleled. Gantong swallowed hard, a bitter taste in his mouth, exclaiming, "This horse is simply extraordinary. How can it move so swiftly?" It was astonishing enough to have eluded even his peripheral vision. The spectators, Shangwan Yan and Qinzi Yuan, wore expressions of astonishment. The horse was indeed astonishingly fast, yet Shangwan Mushue beamed with delight. Only Li Jianxian, observing, maintained a serene demeanor, as if he had anticipated all that transpired. "Huh. Even if the three of you can join your efforts, I hold no fear." The white horse instilled confidence in Baizhi, allowing him to refrain from intervening, if not now. When Baizhi's proclamation incited the ire of the three, prompting Xingyun to leap from his mount in fury, brandishing his sword and scoffing, "Youngster, let me show you what a somersault cloud is." As his words echoed, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Xingyun, who had been several dozen meters away just moments ago, suddenly appeared before Baizhi, his sword descending from above. Baizhi's gaze turned cold. This man's speed had likely reached the limits of human capability, yet alas, he had underestimated the white horse. This object is truly not of this earthly realm. Chang'an moved with extraordinary swiftness, so much so that in ordinary I could scarcely discern his figure. Gloating inwardly at the prospect of toppling Baizhi and thus securing the first point, he was certain to attract the princess's attention. However, He gravely underestimated Baizha, and even more so the magnificent steed beneath him. The white horse let out a low grunt, a deep sound emanating from its nostrils, as it subtly shifted its hooves and miraculously evaded the strike. In the astonished gaze of He Changyun, the horse delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Silence. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound stillness. Baizha had not even lifted a finger. It was solely the horse that had dispatched an opponent. Shang Guanyun's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he chuckled. I did not expect this to be a divine steed. Indeed, it is quite accommodating. Its spirit is undeniably strong, Shangguan Mushiwei replied, her face beaming with joy. The situation unfolded so smoothly that she was thoroughly pleased. Only Qin Ziyuan scratched his nose. Murmuring to himself, he dismounted and lost. What more is there to say? I wonder if this fellow is a fool, not even comprehending the rules. He felt a twinge of helplessness. After eliminating one adversary, Baizha turned his gaze towards the robust and imposing Zuling, patting the white horse's head and advising, the steed beneath him lacks spirit and is overly timid. It will be up to you now. The white horse blinked, appearing to understand. Baizha did not draw the Thunder Abyss sword, instead confronting his opponent with the sword scabbard. With a tap of his left hand on the horse's back, the steed bolted forward like an arrow released from a bow. With a whoosh, they arrived before Zuling. Baizha feigned a horizontal thrust with his sword. In a moment of panic, Zuling instinctively raised his blade to defend, simultaneously squeezing his legs tightly against the horse's belly. Yet, the anticipated Thunder Abyss sword did not come. Instead, the horse beneath him suddenly erupted into a frenzied commotion, raising its front hooves high and stomping the ground while lifting its hind hooves. Despite Zuling's attempts to maintain balance by gripping the horse tightly, he lost his footing and was unceremoniously thrown off, tumbling to the ground. General Zhu, I concede. Baizha retracted the Thunder Abyss and chuckled at the fallen Zuling. Realizing he had lost his qualification, Zuling, though irate and dissatisfied, believing it to be the horse's misstep rather than a reflection of his own abilities, was still a man who could accept defeat and left, albeit in a huff. Thus, the combined efforts of the three were dismantled by Baizha in but a minute, leaving only Shurgandan clad in armor, brandishing a spear as he regarded Baizha. Relying on external forces is not a mark of true skill, Shurgandan observed keenly. Recognizing that it was the horse that had played a pivotal role in overcoming Zuling and He Changyun, while Baizha had exerted no effort at all. Baizha, feigning ignorance, smiled and remarked, So, the prince wishes to witness my prowess? Very well. With that, he swiftly drew the Thunder Abyss, grinning at Shurgandan. You, Shurgandan, exasperated, found this fellow utterly shameless, attempting to subdue him with a divine weapon while boasting of his own strength. He had seen shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. What? Are you afraid, prince? Baizha did not initiate an attack, instead holding the Thunder Abyss meaningfully as he gazed at him. As the thunderous weapon, Lei Yuan, was unleashed, the ordinary weapon in his hand posed no threat to his opponent. Regrettably, Shurgandan, unwilling to yield, gritted his teeth and with a fierce shout, charged forward on horseback, spear in hand. His equestrian skills were indeed commendable, as he skillfully maneuvered to avoid Lei Yuan while targeting the white horse, aiming to inflict pain upon it to unseat Baizha. Such a tactic could lead him to victory. Alas, he was not contending with mere mortals. The white steed would not comply with his desires. Each time he aimed to strike, the horse deftly sidestepped, inciting Shurgandan's ire to the point where he could only surmise that this was no ordinary contest. Seizing the moment of Shurgandan's frustration, Baizha aimed his long spear, and with a flash of lightning, cleaved the finely crafted iron spear into two. Shurgandan, glancing at the iron rod in his grasp, felt a surge of panic and quickly turned his horse to flee, realizing that had the strike landed on him, he would surely have been split in two. Unfortunately for him, the white horse was incredibly swift, delivering a powerful kick that toppled his mount, forcing him to instinctively roll away just in time to evade being crushed beneath the horse. My apologies, Your Highness, but you have lost, Baizha remarked, reining in the white steed and observing Shurgandan sprawled on the ground. The prince, gritting his teeth, felt the sting of his earlier mockery painfully reflected back at him, leaving him with a sense of deep resentment. What skill is it to rely on divine weapons and steeds? I am certain that under equal circumstances, it would be Baizha who would falter. Baizha paid little mind to Shurgandan's indignation, casting a dismissive glance and brazenly retorting, Indeed, I possess divine weapons and steeds. What of it? If you have the ability, procure your own. With that, he patted the white horse and turned away. The horse regarded the seething Wudang with disdainful eyes before haughtily departing. Witnessing such audacity from one man and his steed, Wudang, a prince accustomed to a life of luxury, felt his temper fray dangerously. "You will pay for this." Baizhu approached Li Jianxian, his expression growing serious as he spoke. "I sense a danger emanating from you." Although Baizhu had lost his cultivation, he had previously attained a certain level of mastery, complemented by the sword intent and martial skills he had acquired, making him far from ordinary. Yet, before him stood Li Jianxian, exuding the presence of an unsheathed sword, cold and lethal, poised to strike with deadly precision. Li Jianxian maintained an unperturbed demeanor, his arms crossed over his chest, the unremarkable sword resting quietly in his hand, silent as ever. "Now that it is just the two of us, why not showcase our abilities and do justice to a lifetime of learning?" Baizhu encouraged him verbally, yet he remained motionless, as if Li Jianxian were a statue, offering no words in response. The atmosphere grew tense and desolate, with both men locked in a silent gaze. "I feel rather superfluous here," murmured Shangguan Mushiwei, sensing an unusual tension between them. Shangguan Yunk, oblivious to the nuances, scratched his head and remarked with a hint of frustration, "This standing around isn't productive." Just as his words fell, Li Jianxian unexpectedly dismounted and coldly declared, "I concede." The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in utter disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Not only the spectators, but even Baizhu, who faced Li Jianxian, was momentarily taken aback. Both refrained from making a move, sharing the same intention of adopting a defensive stance, patiently waiting for an opportunity to exploit any weaknesses in their opponent. What was unforeseen was Li Jianxian's unexpected withdrawal from the confrontation. "Thank you," Baizhu murmured, hesitating briefly as he glanced at his retreating figure. He sensed, albeit faintly, that this individual bore no ill will towards him. Li Jianxian did not pause nor respond. In the martial competition, consisting of 3 rounds with 5 matches, the first contest presented 2 events, equestrianism and archery. After a brief intermission, Baizhu and his companions found themselves once more in the expansive arena, where several targets were positioned 100 meters away, each surrounded by additional layers of targets. "Esteemed participants, the second round of the martial contest is archery," announced the host. The bows and arrows utilized by the 5 were all prearranged, sourced from the military camp. Zhu Ling, confident in his archery skills, stepped forward first, grasping his bow. With seamless precision, he notched an arrow, drew back the string, and aimed, releasing a volley of 10 arrows in quick succession. Remarkably, only 1 arrow strayed from the bullseye, a commendable feat indeed. While marveling at Zhu Ling's prowess, Baizhu busily collected the floating orbs of archery energy that hovered above the heads of his companions, quickly amassing several, his vision sharpening as he focused on the distant target. He Heian, lacking in archery finesse, achieved a disheartening score. For arrows missed entirely, 5 veered off course, and only 1 found its mark in the bullseye. Such dismal results paled in comparison to Zhu Ling's performance. Then came Wudang, gripping an iron bow, who approached with an air of confidence. As he passed Baizhu, he cast a sideways glance, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Perhaps believing he would soon outshine, he Heiyun and expose his shortcomings. In the face of this provocation, Baizhu remained unfazed, coolly retorting, "Defeated foe." The words struck Wudang like a needle to the chest. He stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his composure, fists clenched in anger. "You shall witness my archery skills," he declared. Positioning himself at the shooting line, Wudang bowed respectfully to the Shangguan siblings before executing an impressive aerial maneuver, drawing his bow mid-air and releasing an arrow with a swift whoosh that struck the bullseye with remarkable accuracy. As the arrow embedded itself in the target, he landed gracefully on his feet. The astonishing display of archery left the audience in awe. "Excellent archery," Shangguan Yun exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Yet, before his words could settle, Wudang, with a flourish, stepped on the bowstring, biting down on the arrow's feather, and launched a second arrow with grandiose flair. The arrow flew true, piercing the bullseye with unerring precision, the pristine feather quivering in the air. This method of archery astounded Shangguan Yun, who couldn't help but applaud with both hands, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Prince Shi's archery is unparalleled, truly remarkable." Steadying himself, Wudang turned to glare at Baizhu, wielding his bow with one hand and an arrow in the other, astonishingly launching it in a throwing manner, and remarkably, he hit the target. The scene fell into a profound silence, and after a lengthy pause, Shangguan Yun and Qin Ziyuan led the applause, Even Shen Yan and Zhu Ling expressed genuine admiration. This individual's archery indeed surpassed their own. Only Bai Zhe and Li Jianxian remained composed, as if detached from the unfolding event. Wudang fired 10 arrows in succession, each striking the bullseye without a hint of deviation. Upon finishing, he stood tall and strode toward the stage, casting a defiant glance at Bai Zhe. As if to say, now that you lack divine weapons, let us see how you can triumph over me. Nevertheless, Bai Zhe uttered not a word, gripping his iron bow. He retrieved 3 arrows, his gaze sharpening as he knocked them simultaneously. The bowstring drew back into a crescent shape, poised and ready. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could he truly release 3 arrows at once? But would he be able to hit the target with each? A single miss would mean defeat. Wudang was taken aback. He had considered the simultaneous release of 3 arrows, yet the precision required to control their trajectory demanded exceptional skill, lest he stray off target. Humph, all show and no substance. Let us see how you fare, he scoffed, waiting for Bai Zhe to falter. As a glimmer of determination flashed in Bai Zhe's eyes, he released the bowstring, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Upon releasing the 3 arrows, he immediately drew and shot 2 more. The force of the bowstring exceeding that of his prior shots. The arrows, launched in rapid succession, magically aligned to strike the bullseye simultaneously. Even Wudang found it hard to believe. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he slapped his thigh in disbelief, exclaiming, "Am I dreaming? Is there truly such archery in this world?" More astonishing was the fact that the wielder of such skill was merely 16 years old. A prodigious talent. Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Bai Zhe, astonished by such a divine technique. However, Shen Yan merely smirked, seemingly unfazed. Isn't it just archery? I can unleash a flurry of arrows that all hit the same target. What she described was indeed a normal feat for a practiced archer. Li Jianxian furrowed his brow. Utterly perplexed by how Bai Zhe could launch the later arrows first, it was truly unfathomable. Without pausing, Bai Zhe mounted his white horse, shooting arrows while galloping back and forth, releasing 5 arrows in a seamless line within a single breath, all striking the same target. The first arrow pierced through the subsequent arrows, directly hitting the bullseye, leaving only 1 arrow intact at the center, while the others shattered. After accomplishing this feat, he approached the stage amidst their astonished gazes, bowing gracefully as he declared, "I am fortunate not to have disappointed. All 10 arrows have indeed struck the bullseye." He spoke with modesty, yet the slight smile playing at the corners of his lips betrayed his true emotions at that moment. "Excellent! Excellent! Truly worthy of the princess's favor, possessing such capability, he is deserving of my royal sister." Shen Yan, elated, broke into laughter. Hearing these words, Shen Yan shot him a fierce glare. Stepping forward to address the crowd, she haughtily declared, "My husband, Shen Yan, shall undoubtedly be the strongest person in this world. These individuals do not even merit my attention." As a direct disciple of the esteemed master of the Divine Sky Palace, her proclamation could not be contested. The incapacitated Bai Zhe met Shen Yan's piercing gaze with calm determination, stating in a steady voice, "Then I shall take on the mantle of the strongest." The words spoken were soft yet more astonishing than those of Shen Yan. Even the ever-composed Li Jianxian was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. How audacious to boast so boldly, without fear of stumbling over one's own tongue. A mere wastrel, incapable of even basic cultivation, dared to covet the beauty of a princess. As Wudang observed Bai Zhe stealing the spotlight, he felt the widening chasm between them, only to be taken by surprise when this fellow dug his own grave, prompting him to unleash a caustic remark. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Shen Yan found herself preoccupied with Bai Zhe's words, momentarily oblivious to Wudang's comments. Clearing his throat, Qin Ziyuan broke the silence, saying, "Li Jianxian, you are the only one left who hasn't shot an arrow. Do you wish to give it a try?" Standing resolutely with his sword, Li Jianxian shook his head and nodded, declaring, "I require only 1 sword." A great question mark hovered in their minds. Why shoot 1 arrow when 10 had been prepared? Before they could ponder further, without retrieving an arrow, Li Jianxian brought his fingers together and traced a circle before his chest. Suddenly, countless sword shadows, composed of ethereal energy, materialized before him. With a focused frown, Li Jianxian unleashed the sword shadows, which raced forth and obliterated all the targets present. The wooden targets shattered into splinters. The once crimson bullseyes now utterly non-existent. "You are a sword cultivator." As astonishment washed over them, Shen Yan stepped forward, raising her right hand high. The Lei Yuan, previously cradled in Bai Zhe's arms, soared into her delicate grasp. At that moment, Her gaze was fixated on Li Jianxian, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance, a blend of excitement and fervor. In the Qingyun continent, there existed an unspoken agreement. Those who cultivated beyond the golden body realm were not to appear in the mundane world. Since the inception of this unwritten rule, practitioners of martial arts had become a rarity across the landscapes of the Qingyun continent and the 9 provinces. However, beginning 30 years ago, the 9 provinces and the 16 nations frequently witnessed the emergence of lower-tier martial artists and even lower-tier families, such as the Liu and Song families of Jinsha Town, where Baizhi resided. This has led to the current tumultuous world, no longer as tranquil as it once was, beneath the surface. A hidden tide surges with an extraordinary spectacle. Li Jianshan no longer concealed his identity and stepped forward, declaring, "I am Li Jianshan of the Shushan Sword sect from Liangzhou, here to meet the esteemed disciple of the master of Shenshao Palace, Miss Shangguan." He did not refer to her by her status as the Golden Princess, but rather acknowledged her as a disciple, suggesting that in the eyes of these martial practitioners, the diminutive nation of Dajin held little significance. Shangguan Yun's gaze turned slightly frigid. Though he harbored resentment regarding this matter, he felt utterly powerless. These martial artists often prided themselves on their superiority, dismissing the realm of mortals that lacked formidable guardians. The Shushan Sword sect? Shangguan Mushui furrowed her brow, surprised to encounter someone from the Shushan Sword sect during such a trivial assessment. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Li Jianshan took a step forward, maintaining a balanced demeanor, and stated, "Indeed, the sword Immortal solely represents the Shushan Sword sect, not the nation of Shu. There is no need for such tension among you all." Presently, various nations across the continents began to engage with the local martial forces, with some even supporting a nation and discreetly dispatching warriors. Enough of this idle chatter. No matter your origins, prepare to receive my sword. Shangguan Mushui huffed, unable to tolerate the sudden appearance of the Shushan Sword sect within the imperial court of Dajin. She formed a sword seal with her hands, intertwining her fingers to unveil the formation of the Big Dipper sword array. With a haughty exclamation, she commanded, "Divine thoughts, guide us to the 9th heaven, divine thunder. Descend as heavenly punishment." Upon uttering these words, celestial thunder rained down upon Li Jianshan's position. Undoubtedly, he was a distinguished disciple of the Shushan Sword sect. Wielding his sword with one hand, his internal energy surged forth, manifesting as streams of sword chi surrounding him, with his treasured sword positioned at the center, poised to confront the descending celestial thunder. Thousands of sword chis clashed with the divine lightning, exploding in midair, forming a cloud reminiscent of a mushroom in the sky. Despite this, the thunder continued its descent, and the significantly weakened bolts were easily evaded by Li Jianshan. Before he could catch his breath, another bolt of divine lightning descended from the heavens, startling Li Jianshan, who dared not confront it head-on. He crossed his feet, moving with an uncanny grace, deftly evading the divine thunder. This continued for 6 strikes, aligning perfectly with the initial one, mirroring the positions of the Big Dipper. Observing the 7 large craters on the ground, Li Jianshan inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Shangguan Mushui, and remarked, with such martial prowess, "My lady, there is no need for a contest. On this journey, no petty thief would dare challenge your brilliance, so why must we engage in this trial?" Shangguan Mushui clicked her tongue. How could he understand? This contest was not merely for selecting guards. Mastery of martial arts was only to ensure her safety while aiding in her alliance with the Jin Kingdom to protect Dajin. However, such matters could not be disclosed, as they were of utmost secrecy for the nation. Shangguan Yun's eyes widened as he beheld the 7 craters on the ground, swallowing hard as his heart trembled, murmuring, "In this world, such power truly exists." He recalled that there was another master of the grand completion pinnacle in Dajin, and he wondered what the scene would be like if that person were to engage in combat. Ahem, it must be Li Jianxian, right? Shangguan Yun, having witnessed the struggle firsthand, forcefully asserted, "There is no need for comparison. I believe your prowess surpasses that of the 4 of them. Would you be willing to escort the princess to the Jin Kingdom?" Before Li Jianshan could respond, Shangguan Mushui immediately interjected, "I refuse." She pointed at Li Jianxian and declared, "He cannot defeat me. Why should he protect me?" The 5 participants in the assessment were momentarily taken aback, all sharing the same thought. Who could possibly best her? Wasn't this martial trial meant to assess one's ability to safeguard oneself? Ahem, Your Majesty, Princess, I propose a question to see how each of you would respond. And based on your answers, we can determine who shall accompany Her Highness, suggested Qinzi Yuan, recognizing the situation was spiraling out of control and knowing Shangguan Mushui's temperament well. If this continued, who would qualify to accompany her to the Jin kingdom. Could she possibly complete the crucial task of forging an alliance with Jin on her own? Given her disposition, it was evidently a daunting task. Shang Guanyun nodded, and he Xingyun and the others had no objections, especially since they had fared poorly in the recent equestrian and archery contests. If an opportunity arose to stand on equal footing, why would they refuse? The question was straightforward. Ziyuan sought to inquire how to forge an alliance between the formidable Jin kingdom and Dajin. The moment he finished speaking, Shigantong's face lit up with excitement as he pounded his chest and boldly proclaimed, "It's simple, just agree to let me marry Muxue. And I assure you that my father will forge an alliance with Dajin." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Muxue shot him a fierce glare and scoffed, "Dream on." The others pretended not to hear Shigantong's words. If it were truly that simple, why would there be any need for contests? Zuling pondered for a moment, scratching his head in frustration. "Your Majesty, Princess, I, Zuling, am a simple man and do not comprehend the intricacies of international relations. I only know that if there is a need for battle, I will be the first to volunteer for the front line. Your loyalty is commendable, Zolong, and we shall indeed require your service for the nation." Kan Ziyuan's eyes narrowed with a gentle smile, though in his heart, he had begun to formulate a plan. This left only He Xingyun, Bai Zhe, and Li Jianxian. Li Jianxian, bound by the taboos of a martial practitioner, could not speak on matters of state, thus remained silent. He Xingyun, being a mere rogue from the rivers and lakes, was even less capable of offering a good solution. As expected, he suggested, "It's simple. We should present rare treasures and seed land in vassalage." Upon the utterance of those words, Shangguan Yun was immediately consumed by fury, striking the dragon throne with his palm and exclaiming, "Summon someone. Arrest this treacherous minister at once." Upon hearing this, He Xingyun panicked, realizing he had unwittingly offended the imperial authority. The hope of gaining some merit and a favorable reputation had dissipated, and preserving his life became paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength, his legs propelling him to the utmost speed, and he vanished from sight in an instant. "Your Highness need not be enraged. This man is but a mere vagabond from the martial world, unworthy of your concern." As she spoke, she found it peculiar that Kan Ziyuan had invited such a person to participate in the examination. Kan Ziyuan, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought to himself, how else could Bai Zhe's prowess be highlighted without finding some lightweight? He had never anticipated encountering a sword immortal and inadvertently involving a prince of Jin. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kan Ziyuan cast an expectant glance at Bai Zhe, silently contemplating the capabilities of one favored by the princess. Shigandang, with a cold smirk within, awaited a remarkable statement from Bai Zhe, pondering how he might persuade his father to reject the proposal. Under the watchful eyes of all, Bai Zhe deliberated for a moment, then stepped forward and proclaimed with clarity, "Historically, weak nations have no diplomacy." These words rendered Shangguan Yun despondent. The decline of the great Jin had been predetermined 30 years prior. Meanwhile, Kan Ziyuan subtly nodded, his ears attentive to the forthcoming revelations. "I believe it would be more prudent to forge a defensive alliance with the Ming kingdom of Jingzhou rather than seeking an alliance with the formidable Jin." Bai Zhe, after a brief contemplation, retrieved a meticulously prepared map of the 9 provinces from his pocket. Without waiting for Shigandang's startled interjection, he pointed to the confluence of Jingzhou, Yuzhou, the Great Tang, the Great Jin, and the Great Ming, specifically the city of Wuhan, and stated directly, "This location is where the 3 nations converge," possessing an extraordinarily strategic position. Turning to Shangguan Yun and Kan Ziyuan, he confidently proposed, "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, Lord Kan, what if we were to offer this city to the Great Jin to formalize an alliance?" His thoughts mirrored those of He Xingyun. Recognizing that a weak nation could not successfully align with a strong one merely through words, both Shangguan Yun and Kan Ziyuan, being astute individuals, grasped Bai Zhe's implication. Thus, can a mere city of one forge an alliance with the Jin? Shangguan inquired tentatively. Bai Zhe did not answer directly. Instead, he recited a cryptic rhyme. "In the 9 yuan cauldron, the world is shaped. Through 16 rivers it flows. Within gold lies attack and defense, beneath wood, the salvation of the world. Water and fire show no mercy, while loam pays tribute to the vast ocean. Should one obtain a mere pound or 2, they could traverse thousands of mountains and rivers." Upon hearing this rhyme, the expressions of both Shangguan Yun and Kan Ziyuan shifted dramatically. The matters of the 9 provinces and the Yuan cauldron, though widely discussed, were strictly forbidden in diplomatic circles. Alas, it is already time for the midday meal. You, and you, swiftly escort Prince Shi and the esteemed guests to dine, Kan Ziyuan remarked, glancing up at the blazing sun and seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation. Wudang and the others looked bewildered, while the sword immortally held a flicker of understanding within. However, he did not come here for such treasures. Everything will be discussed when he meets Shangwan Mushua privately. Thus, they all exited the horse arena, leaving the Shangwan siblings, Yuan and Baizha. Do you possess any means to facilitate an alliance between the Great Jin and the Jin Kingdom? Speak swiftly. Shangwan Yun inquired eagerly. Forgetting to address himself as Your Majesty in his fervor, Baizha shook his head, reiterating his earlier sentiment. A weak nation possesses no diplomacy. An alliance with Jin is unattainable unless the Great Jin produces a formidable transcendent being. His gaze lingered on Shangwan Mushue for a moment as he solemnly stated, currently, the Great Jin is feeble, with fewer than 100,000 soldiers and a territory barely spanning 10,000 miles, comprising merely 3 prefectures. The number of high-ranking martial artists is exceedingly scarce. He lifted his gaze to Shangwan Yun and intoned, May I ask, Your Majesty, what reason would compel a Jin kingdom? Boasting nearly 100,000 soldiers and occupying the majority of Jingzhou, where high-ranking martial artists are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. To condescend to form an alliance with such a diminished Great Jin? His words rendered both Shangwan Yun and Yuan speechless. The plight of the Great Jin was undeniably dire. Bah, do not let the prowess of others diminish our own prestige. If they were truly so formidable, why do they not dare to attack now? Shangwan Mushue interjected, dissatisfied with Baizha's unearthing of the Great Jin's wounds. Baizha sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Were it not for the presence of that supreme being of the consummate realm within the palace, and considering that princess, your residence in the divine Xia Palace is the 3rd largest sect in the 9 provinces with disciples scattered across several states. It is likely that the Great Jin would have already been ravaged by the iron steeds of the Tang and Jin long ago. Shangwan Mushue attempted to retort, but the words faltered on her lips. She turned away with a huff and ceased to regard him. We are well aware of what you say. His Majesty did not summon you merely to criticize the Great Jin, Kenzin interjected, his eyes widening as an unnameable glimmer flickered within them. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Mushue quickly turned to Baizha and chided, Indeed, you were summoned to devise a plan, not to disparage my elder brother. Shangwan Yun nearly stumbled, almost collapsing. How have I become the object of your derision? Is the state of the Great Jin truly my doing? It has been this way since I took charge. It is quite simple, 8 words. Baizha extended his right hand, forming the shape of the number 8, and smiled. Establish alliances and cultivate talents, unite martial strength. Oh? What do these 8 words imply? Shangwan Yun, now intrigued, took the initiative to inquire. Baizha stepped aside and explained, this establish refers to forming alliances not only with the Jin, but also with the Wu and even the Qin. The words left the 3 perplexed. If the alliance were with the mighty Wu, situated in Yangzhou, it would be comprehensible. For that kingdom commands half of Yangzhou and gazes across the river at the Jin dynasty, making such an alliance quite natural. However, to forge an alliance with the distant Qin, located in Yangzhou, separated by countless mountains and rivers, seems devoid of significance. Yet, an alliance with Qin is indeed imperative. Baizha, discerning their confusion, began to elucidate. The Qin of Yangzhou and the Shu of Liangzhou are presently colossal entities among the 16 kingdoms. If the Jin were to ally with them, neighboring states would hesitate to encroach upon Jin's territory. Most crucially, this alliance must be an ironclad one. Without a robust pact, the formidable reputation of Qin may not suffice to deter the formidable Wu of Yangzhou or the Jin of Jingzhou. Only a steadfast alliance can instill a measure of trepidation in their military endeavors. Yuan nodded thoughtfully but soon furrowed his brow, saying, Yet the alliances you speak of involve powerful states, while you previously mentioned that weaker nations lack diplomatic leverage. Now, you wish to ally with these strong nations. Will they even be willing? He pondered, could this mean ceding territory? After all, what value does a single city or a mere pond hold for such a distant Qin? Indeed, Baizha agreed, then shook his head. While other nations may not present much opportunity, Jin possesses unique advantages. There exists a person capable of persuading the Emperor of Qin to ally with Jin. Who? The siblings, the Shangwan, inquired simultaneously. The main palace of the Divine Mist Palace is situated in the capital of Qin, and if an alliance could be forged, Shangwan Mushue would be most pleased. Though she had never believed herself capable of convincing the Emperor of Qin. The Empress Dowager? Yuan hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he voiced his thought. The mention of the Empress Dowager caused Shangwan Mushue's countenance to darken, an indescribable emotion washing over her. However, Shangguan Yun felt a stir of astonishment. Yet confusion arose within him. Did his mother possess such influence? Baizhi nodded earnestly. The Empress Dowager holds an esteemed position, being the elder sister of the current Emperor of Qin. If she were to advocate for it, there is a high probability that Qin would be amenable to forming a steadfast alliance with Jin. What do you mean by this? Can Ziyuan's expression grew grave and bewildered. Could familial bonds truly exist within the imperial family? He mused that even with the closest kin, when national interests are at stake, would any emperor be willing to make concessions? Let us allow the Empress Dowager to speak for herself. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from behind the stage. Though it was but a fleeting moment, all present heard it distinctly. Shangguan Mushue's face turned cold. With a swift gesture, her spiritual energy erupted, instantly tearing apart the backdrop curtain to reveal Qin Wanyue, clad in a pale white gown, her exquisitely delicate features adorned with astonishment. Mother! Upon seeing Qin Wanyue, Shangguan Yun hurried forward, bowing alongside Qin Ziyuan, and reproached, "Why are you here, mother?" Qin Wanyue's gaze was fixated on Baizhi, and eventually, with a bittersweet smile, she shook her head, saying, "Your esteemed talent is undeniable, yet I, Wanyue, find it impossible to remain at ease within this palace, destined to live out my days in solitude." Since their chance encounter in the bamboo grove, Baizhi's words had resonated in her mind. "If you wish, the heavens and earth can be yours. If one does not desire it, even the earth can become a prison." After much contemplation, she yearned to live for herself at least once in her lifetime. As she pondered approaching Baizhi for counsel, she learned of his participation in today's competition and, driven by curiosity, stealthily chose to observe. "Your Majesty, it is a grave matter. Your talents are squandered within the confines of the palace. A journey across the realms would undoubtedly benefit the great Qin." Baizhi bowed in respect. Upon encountering Qin Wanwei that day, he sensed her extraordinary nature. Although no attribute bubbles or question marks manifested, he felt deep within that she must be a martial artist. Qin Wanwei paused momentarily, then nodded slightly, her crystalline eyes gazing at Shangguan Yun. "Yuner, what Mr. Bai has suggested is indeed feasible for mother, but are you willing to let me leave?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yun trembled slightly. This posed a significant dilemma. If the only holy Empress Dowager of the Great Jin were to be discovered among the populace, the damage to the empire's reputation would be incalculable. Furthermore, with malevolent forces lurking in the shadows, should Qin Wanwei be captured, how could the Great Jin possibly navigate such a predicament? "Your Majesty need not worry. The Empress Dowager has long resided in the palace, having come to the Great Jin at a tender age. It is said that a woman changes significantly by the age of 18. Even if the Empress Dowager were to appear in the Grand Palace of Qin, few would likely recognize her." Baizhi spoke to alleviate his concerns, having anticipated these issues beforehand. Suddenly, Shangguan Mushue, who had remained silent, interjected, "Indeed, she has undergone considerable transformation since 4 years ago." 4 years prior, when Qin Wanyue was wed to the Great Jin, Shangguan Mushue had accompanied her once, but subsequently returned to the Celestial Palace. Is that truly so? Shangguan Yun glanced uncertainly at Qin Ziyuan, aware that this matter pertained to the very foundation of the nation, and even he hesitated to make a rash decision. Qin Ziyuan nodded and proposed, "If your highness fears the exposure of this matter, perhaps the Empress Dowager could leave the palace under an alias, while the true empress remains within." This notion was acceptable. "I agree." Qin Wanyue, anxious that Shangguan Yun might object, readily acquiesced. After all, this rare opportunity to escape the depths of the palace was not one she wished to forfeit. Nonetheless, Shangguan Yun remained indecisive. Even though this concerned a significant alliance with the Qin, allowing Qin Wanwei to leave the palace also bore implications for the Great Jin's dignity. "Your Majesty, what do you think of this?" Baizhi, recognizing that Shangguan Yun required a decisive push, stepped forward. "This time, I shall accompany the princess on the diplomatic mission to Jin. If we can forge an alliance with Jin, might I be permitted to accompany the Empress Dowager as well?" Shangguan Yun regarded Baizhi thoughtfully, musing that if he could indeed secure an alliance with the Great Jin, remaining by his mother's side could prove advantageous. After a moment of contemplation, he readily agreed. "Very well, if you can indeed facilitate an alliance between Jin and the Great Jin, I consent to the Empress Dowager secretly meeting to Qin." Qin Wanyue's countenance brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Yuner, thank you." Though not a complete success, there was finally hope for her to leave the palace, a flicker of light in her life. Subsequently, Baizhi elaborated on his national strategy, speaking passionately from midday until sunset, his words fervent, even as thirst overtook him. Even the bystanders, Qin Ziyuan and Shangguan Yun, were filled with excitement. If His Majesty were to follow my counsel and develop the domestic front, given time, even with just 3 prefectures, we could muster tens of thousands of troops to sweep across Yuzhou and even the entirety of the 9 provinces. Baizhou accepted the water handed to him by Shangguan Muxue, a faint blush gracing his cheeks, leaving one to wonder whether it was the hue of the setting sun or a result of his fervent enthusiasm. These remarks were the result of a night's contemplation. In his previous life, he had a profound affinity for alternate history military novels, and thus possessed considerable knowledge in this domain. The only deficiency lay in his understanding of the current map of the Qinyan continent. Beside him, Qin Ziyuan was exceptionally animated, clasping his hands and kneeling, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Mr. Bai's insights are invaluable strategies for governance and must not be regarded lightly. If implemented, the Great Jin shall surely regain its former glory. In days gone by, the Great Jin dominated the eastern part of the continent, overwhelming the other nations, which struggled for breath under its weight. Yet, within a few decades, it had fallen to such a lamentable state, a sorrowful tale for posterity. Which emperor does not yearn to revive their ancestral heritage? Although Shangguan Yun was the emperor during the decline of the Great Jin, he harbored grand aspirations to rejuvenate the dynasty and restore its past splendor. Excellent. Overcome with excitement, he stepped forward to grasp Baizhi's hand, warmly saying, "Your efforts in forging an alliance with the Jin kingdom are greatly appreciated." Sensing the tremor in his palm, Baizhi was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile forming. He never anticipated that while others traversed realms through martial prowess, he would find himself embroiled in the intricate games of nations, and overwhelming sentiment washed over him. Nevertheless, he solemnly nodded, assuring, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail in my duties." He knew that his journey also required him to devise a method to acquire the Liuli golden lamp, which was crucial to his martial ambitions as he aspired to become the foremost expert on the continent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouettes of the ruler and the commoner elongated yet harmoniously intertwined. That night, Shangguan Muxue, while preparing her belongings in her chamber, found herself accustomed to solitude and without a maidservant to attend her. As she arranged her garments, a frown creased her brow. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became. Ultimately, she abandoned her clothes and hurried to Baizhi's residence. She yearned to inquire how Baizhi had come to know Qin Wanwet, as she had observed their flirtatious exchanges at the horse grounds quite clearly. Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical College, the night watch young physician hurried forward to greet her. "Is Baizhi present?" Shangguan Muxue inquired, glancing around the dimly lit courtyard. "Mr. Bai is indeed here, by the small pond in the back courtyard." "Princess, are you searching for him?" The young physician, clad in the distinctive garb of the Imperial Medical College, replied, his eyes darting curiously. "No need, continue with your duties," Shangguan Muxue said, her expression brightening slightly as she shifted her weight and vanished in an instant. The young physician was left stunned, still hearing the remnants of her voice. Yet the space before him was already devoid of her presence. The night air within the Imperial Medical College was cool, imbued with a medicinal fragrance that wafted around the courtyard. By the small pond, Baizhi sat cross-legged, eyes closed as he absorbed the ethereal energies of the universe. "Your dantian is shattered. What are you sensing of the celestial energies? You cannot gather spiritual essence at all." A graceful figure appeared behind Baizhi, her lips parting slightly as she questioned with a hint of perplexity. Baizhi did not need to open his eyes to know who it was. Her forthright nature, completely unconcerned with the feelings of others, could only belong to Shangguan Muxue. "Could you be a tad more subtle in your speech? Is this not a roundabout way of calling me useless?" Baizhi felt the four-legged square cauldron within him absorbing the dual energies of yin and yang, and spoke with a hint of irritation. Perhaps realizing his lack of decorum, he felt a flicker of remorse, yet stubbornly replied, "Am I mistaken? What you're doing is utterly superfluous. Rather than this, you should focus on how to restore your dantian." The more he listened, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he stood up, turned, and glared at her, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Yes, I am a worthless fool. Pray tell, Princess Shangguan, what business do you have with a worthless person like me in the dead of night?" In that moment, Baizhi was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment as he gazed at Shangguan Muxue, asking, could it be that the esteemed princess is feeling lonely? No longer the innocent girl she once was. Shangguan Muxue could not help but spit out, "You rogue. Who is lonely? I believe it is you who is lonely." With that, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Baizhi's lower body, causing him to retreat in shock, nearly falling into the pond. He could hardly endure such a look from a girl. And covering himself, he demanded. What exactly do you intend to do? He had conceded defeat to her. With a triumphant smirk, Shangguan Mushiwei declared. Now let us more like it. On this journey to the state of Jin, you shall rely on this princess for protection. Baizhi rolled his eyes and sighed in exasperation. Is this truly what you came to tell me? After a pause, he continued, if that is the case, it is quite unnecessary. I can fend for myself. Although he could not gather spiritual energy, the absorption of yin and yang allowed him to momentarily unleash an increasing amount of spiritual energy sufficient for half an hour of combat. As long as he did not encounter a martial artist of significantly higher realm, he would not be in mortal danger. Humph, such bravado. Shangguan Mushiwei sniffed disdainfully. Who was it that owes me 5 gold coins? And who was it that I saved twice without receiving any gratitude? Upon hearing the mention of 5 gold coins and 2 life-saving favors, Baizhi's expression softened. He indeed owed Shangguan Mushiwei much and sighed, all right, my dear aunt. I acknowledge my faults. Now, do tell me, what do you truly seek from me? My dear aunt, that sounds rather domineering. I quite like it. Shangguan Mushiwei thought to herself, feeling a sweetness in her heart. In truth, she had little to say on the matter. As she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Observing the previously fierce Shangguan Mushiwei transform into a delicate beauty, paired with her captivating visage, Baizhi found himself momentarily entranced. He vigorously shook his head, dispelling any impure thoughts, and forced a smile, saying, speak freely. I promise to be candid. How do you know Qin Wanwei? Shangguan Mushiwei summoned great courage, closed her eyes, and shouted the question. Once uttered, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her. Almost as if she had been liberated. Baizhi was taken aback, scanning her from head to toe, and curiously asked, what prompts you to inquire about this? Do you harbor feelings for me? As he spoke, a mysterious, mischievous smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, causing Shangguan Mushiwei's heart to flutter wildly. As if a fawn were bounding within her chest. Unable to endure the expression he wore, Shangguan Mushiwei pushed him away with both hands and exclaimed, who likes you? You filthy rogue. With a resounding splash, her shove sent Baizhi tumbling into the pond. The night was heavy with dew, and the chill in the air intensified, making the water exceedingly frigid. Watching Baizhi plunge into the depths, Shangguan Mushiwei's heart raced, and she called out anxiously, where are you? Hurry and come up. After a minute or two had passed without a sign of him, her worry deepened, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Suddenly, with a vigorous leap, Baizhi emerged from the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying, drenching Shangguan Mushiwei, who stood at the pond's edge, seemingly dissatisfied with just a splash. He continued to douse her, exclaiming, ha, that'll teach you to push me. Although he had lived multiple lives, he relished this simple joy. For who would not yearn for the carefree playfulness of childhood? In that moment, he resembled a big child, gleefully splashing water upon Shangguan Mushiwei. Instinctively raising her hands to shield herself, Shangguan Mushiwei, relieved to see he was unharmed, felt a flicker of irritation as she huffed, you scoundrel. How dare you make me worry? The tears that had been poised to fall had already mingled with the water around her. As she contemplated a retort, she caught sight of her reflection in the clear water. Her delicate garments, now drenched, appeared exceedingly alluring. Startled by the sight, Shangguan Mushiwei, akin to a frightened rabbit, swiftly fled. Baizhi, anticipating a playful skirmish, was taken aback by her sudden retreat as she slipped away into the night, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Emerging from the water, he wrung out his soaked clothing. At that moment, a figure appeared from behind a wooden pillar, Qin Wanwei. Without turning, Baizhi continued to adjust his attire, shaking his head as he remarked, whether by design or by chance, what matters is that you, my lady, are willing to explore the realms of the 9 provinces. Qin Wanwei's lovely face momentarily froze in surprise before she offered a bittersweet smile, saying, why do I feel as though I've boarded your pirate ship? Ah? Baizhi chuckled, straightening his posture to gaze at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, a profound expression crossing his features. Then perhaps, my dear, you may never disembark. The words may have sounded somewhat frivolous, yet they bore a distinct resonance in Qin Wanwei's ears. She found herself involuntarily nodding, whispering within her heart, compared to this grand palace, I would much prefer to embark upon your treacherous vessel. The following day, at the imposing gates of the imperial city, Baizhi observed the myriad bags and parcels carried by Shangguan Mushiwei, his expression darkening. Did this girl truly believe they were embarking on a leisurely excursion? Not only was she laden with belongings, but she had also brought along Xiaoxi, under the pretense of lacking personal attendance. Yet, Baizhi was all too aware of her ulterior motives. Leaving Xiaoxi alone in the palace made him somewhat uneasy. Sir, Our journey to the Jin Kingdom shall be kept simple. Any negotiations for an alliance rest solely upon your shoulders. I implore you to take care. Dressed as a scholar, Qin Ziyuan had come to bid Baizhi farewell on behalf of Shangguan Yun, as Mu Xue was departing for Jin on personal business, thus the send-off was kept modest. Baizhi cast a glance at Shangguan Mu Xue, who, having shed her ornate palace garments, now donned a light pink gown exuding youthful charm, layered over a pristine white inner garment. While she may have lacked the breathtaking allure of her previous attire, she radiated an inviting warmth. What are you staring at? Shangguan Mu Xue shot him an indignant look, grasping Xiaoxi's delicate hand as she ascended the carriage. Just before drawing the curtain, she commanded, "You come and drive the carriage." With a pointed finger at Baizhi, she vanished into the carriage, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Qin Ziyuan could only manage a bitter smile, awkwardly remarking, "Her Highness has been raised in the Divine Sky Palace, where everyone indulges her whims, leading to her current disposition. I hope you can be understanding, sir." Baizhi shrugged off the moment, leaping onto the carriage. With a quick tug of the reins and a light cough to signal the horses, they set off toward the city gates. It is noteworthy that the horse pulling the carriage was the splendid white steed from the stables, which he had taken a liking to and subsequently adopted. After traveling several dozen miles beyond the city gates, Baizhi suddenly reined in the horse, halting the carriage. Inside, Shangguan Mu Xue sensed the change and poked her head out, puzzled. "What is the matter? We've only just begun our journey," shielding her forehead from the glaring sun. She continued, "Isn't it too early to stop for a meal?" Baizhi nearly stumbled at her words. This girl was indeed a glutton. "Ahem. Miss Jean has accompanied us for quite some distance. Aren't you weary? Why not join me inside the carriage?" He called out toward the trees. Shangguan Mu Xue's expression shifted as she noticed Qin Wanyue's silhouette emerging. Unable to suppress a disdainful snort, she retreated into the carriage, wishing to ignore her. Dressed in a pure white straight-cut gown, Qin Wanyue awkwardly sniffled. Her previous absence stemmed from her uncertainty in how to engage with Shangguan Mu Xue. "Miss Qin, now that the Emperor has granted you permission to leave the palace, why do you continue to hide in the shadows?" Baizhi inquired, regarding her with suspicion. Her appearance here indicated that she had secured Shangguan Yun's consent. Thus, why not join them in the carriage? Qin Wanyue, with her bright, expressive eyes, glanced at the carriage and then at Baizhi, wearing a knowing expression. She sighed, a hint of helplessness evident. She had never anticipated that her youthful choices would create such a significant barrier. "Very well, you may accompany me in driving the carriage." Baizhi displayed a clear expression, nodding gently. "No, I disagree." At that moment, Shangguan Mu Xue suddenly emerged from the carriage, her eyes glinting with envy as she gazed at Baizhi. She then turned to Qin Wanyue with a stern face and said, "You come in. I will let you sit half." After saying this, she retreated back inside. Qin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback and offered a polite bow to Baizhi in gratitude, murmuring, "Thank you, sir." She faintly sensed that Baizhi appeared to wish to assist her in resolving this long-standing matter. As Qin Wanyue entered the carriage, she sat opposite Shangguan Mu Xue. Neither of them looked at the other, enveloped in a silence that left the maid, Xiaoxi, feeling quite awkward, caught between the desire to speak and the restraint of her station. Baizhi shook his head helplessly and urged the white horse forward. By noon, the group arrived at a quaint tea house nestled along a mountain path. Xiaoxi took Shangguan Mu Xue's hand as they disembarked from the carriage, finding a seat and wiping it down for her to sit. Over the years, Qin Wanyue had mostly kept to herself, accustomed to serving her own needs. With a light green embroidered handkerchief, she brushed off the bench and prepared to sit down. "Go find somewhere else to sit. Don't linger in front of me." "It's bothersome," Shangguan Mu Xue huffed coldly. The fact that she tolerated sharing a carriage was already a significant concession. She did not wish to see her even at mealtime. Qin Wanyue, possessing a gentle temperament, offered an awkward smile and stood to find another table. Before she could move, Baizhi grasped her hand softly, saying, "Sit down. When one is outside, why complicate matters?" "You." Shangguan Mu Xue was taken aback by Baizhi's action in her presence, immediately displeased. "If you won't leave, I will." "Xiaoxi, we're going." As she stood, there was a moment of hesitation, seeing that Baizhi disregarded her. She felt a surge of anger and pulled Xiaoxi along to another table, plopping down with irritation. "Thank you." Qin Wanyue expressed her gratitude, but then added with concern, "Isn't it inappropriate to treat her this way?" She could discern a hint of Shangguan Mu Xue's feelings for Baizhi. Baizhi shook his head and divided the utensils between them, saying, "She grew up in the Divine Sky Palace, where everyone catered to her whims. The young lady is quite temperamental and has never been courteous to others. It is already commendable that Miss Qin does not hold it against her. Qin Wanyue's expression stiffened slightly as she became lost in thought and murmured, "Once, I was like this too." Thus, the four of them ended up seated at two separate tables. Shangguan Mushuan noted that the two did not seem concerned about her departure. Instead, the sight of her bowing her head and engrossed in conversation irked her greatly. With a sharp crack, she snapped the chopsticks in her hand, causing the young attendant to tense up and awkwardly retreat. Even the nearby stream seemed to sweat with anxiety, softly murmuring, "Miss, you should eat." Although discontent simmered within her, Mu Shui did not direct her ire toward others. Grasping the bun handed to her by the stream, she took a fierce bite. Her gaze fixed intently on the pair across the table, as though she were ready to devour them whole. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the stream, unable to contain itself, which momentarily startled Shangguan Mushui. Curiously, she inquired, "Xiaoxi, what are you laughing at?" "Miss, if there were a mirror here, and you saw your own reflection, you would find it quite amusing too." Xiaoxi dared not speak plainly, for at that moment, Shangguan Mushui resembled a scorned woman. "Really?" Shangguan Mushui paused, contemplating retrieving a mirror from her storage space to verify if she truly appeared so ridiculous, when suddenly a commotion erupted, capturing the attention of everyone in the tea house. Before long, a group of individuals clad in coarse hemp garments appeared, their expressions alarmed, some even bearing traces of blood. Behind them, a regiment of soldiers brandishing long spears, led by a mounted commander, advanced at full speed, swiftly encircling the group. The youthful commander appeared remarkably young, likely not yet of age, clad in armor with a single long spear gripped in his right hand, his countenance stern. "Surrender your belongings, and I shall spare your lives," he declared coldly, his spear aimed unwaveringly at the martial practitioners. A gray-clad man, with a clearly visible scar across his face, stepped forward with a serious demeanor, stating, "We have not seen what the general seeks. How can we surrender it?" "Indeed, General, we martial practitioners have never intended to oppose you. Why pursue us relentlessly for an entire day and night?" A voice chimed in support of the gray-clad man. Among them, a burly figure with bare arms, wielding a meteor iron chain, angrily retorted, "If you wish to kill us, let us see if you possess the capability." The young commander frowned, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding spear-wielding soldiers charged forward. Though these individuals were not particularly adept in martial arts, they possessed a modicum of skill. Even when encircled, they showed no fear of the ordinary soldiers. After swiftly dispatching several spear-bearing soldiers, their spirits soared, shouting, "Do not plead with him. Let us carve a bloody path through. This mere child does not frighten us." However, no sooner had the words left their lips than an iron arrow pierced the throat of one of the shouting men, his eyes bulging in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The young commander remained expressionless, lifting his bow once more, releasing another arrow that coldly penetrated the skull, ensuring the man was beyond saving. The group of martial artists, encircled like lambs awaiting slaughter, found themselves at the mercy of a young commander. Unable to endure the stifling atmosphere any longer, a fierce man wielding a meteor iron chain let out a thunderous roar, firmly planting his legs on the ground as he raised the chain high, spinning it with great velocity, causing sparks to fly in all directions. "Dog thief! Take this meteor firehammer!" he bellowed. As his words echoed, a fierce and searing aura of fire erupted from within him, igniting the meteor iron chain above his head. In an instant, the fierce man charged towards the young commander, his eyes ablaze with a scarlet hue. Faced with the onslaught of the formidable warrior, the young commander remained utterly indifferent, gripping his long spear with his right hand and slicing through the air, a cold, brilliant light tearing apart everything before him. Before the fiery meteor chain could be thrown, the fierce man, merely half a meter from the young commander, suffered a deep gash across his forehead, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, disbelief filled his eyes as he realized he couldn't even breach the distance to his foe. As the fiery chain fell to the ground with the man's demise, it ignited the surrounding dry grass, and swiftly, flames engulfed the tea house. Watching this unfold with a cold gaze, Baizhi felt a jolt of alarm. He placed 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle, summoning his steed, which bolted free from its tether and rushed to his side. Observing the encroaching flames, Baizhi promptly pulled Shangguan Mushui and the others into the cart. The inferno spread rapidly, consuming the entire tea house in mere moments, the blaze surging fiercely. In the distance, the young commander's orders could be faintly heard, instructing the soldiers to execute the martial artists on the spot. Baizhi furrowed his brow at the sight of the raging fire and gently stroked his horse, asking, "Can you leap out of here?" The tea house was now surrounded by flames, and any ordinary person attempting to escape would undoubtedly suffer severe burns. The horse rolled its eyes dramatically, snorted, and pawed the ground eagerly, displaying a readiness to leap. Baijia's face brightened at this, and he urged the cart towards the fire's edge. Fortunately, the horse's speed was remarkable, allowing them to evade harm both inside and outside the cart. The suddenness of the fire was peculiar. Baizhi scrutinized the confined area engulfed in flames, his brow furrowed in concern. Did those people not escape? Shangwan Mushua exclaimed, astonished. It was known that there were already individuals within the tea house, not to mention the soldiers and martial artists. Had they all failed to escape? Just as her words trailed off, figures began to dart through the flames, and soon, the young commander emerged with his soldiers, his long spear dripping with blood. The fate of the martial artists evident. His narrow eyes flickered towards Shangwan Mushua for a fleeting moment before he urged his horse onward, hastening with his soldiers towards the main road, seemingly eager to pursue any escaping martial artists. What an arrogant man, Shangwan Mushua thought, feeling irked by his fleeting glance. Just as she resolved to retort, his figure vanished from sight, with her head protruding from the vehicle. Qin Wanwei furrowed her delicate brows tightly and hesitated before speaking. This is still within the territory of the Great Jin. How could there be generals and soldiers from other nations appearing here? Indeed, Baizhi and his companions were currently within the confines of the Great Jin. Logically, it should be impossible for commanders from foreign lands to manifest. However, the recent scene had unfolded before them as if in stark reality. Can you discern the origin of that armor and weaponry? Baizhi too found himself perplexed by the extraordinary occurrence on the official road, which, combined with the flames before them, added an element of terror. None among them had any prior experience with military affairs, rendering them momentarily speechless. It was the small stream that hesitated for a moment before speaking. Young master, those soldiers wield weapons that are quite unique, distinct from ordinary swords and spears. Reminiscent of the long halberd carried by the leading general. It seems to be called. Her words triggered a change in Qin Wanyue's expression. Her lips formed a few words. That is the halberd of the Great Qin. Upon uttering these words, both Shangwan Mushue and Baizhi's expressions immediately shifted, their faces paling at the thought of the Qin soldiers from the distant Yongzhou appearing here. Could it be that even the Qin had designs on the Jin? Shangwan Mushue's mind raced to the worst-case scenario, a rare look of panic flickering in her eyes. If even the Qin sought to stake a claim on the Jin, it would likely herald the downfall of the Jin dynasty. Baizhi, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart, shook his head and remarked, "There are too many inconsistencies and too many questions. We should refrain from jumping to conclusions." "What do you mean?" Qin Wanwei asked curiously, her gaze fixed on him, eager to understand his perspective. Although she harbored some thoughts of her own, she was keen to hear Baizhi's insights. Firstly, the entire situation was exceedingly bizarre. Given the young general's capabilities, how could he allow such fragmented martial practitioners to escape so far? Secondly, how could a mere tea house ignite into flames instantaneously due to fire attribute's spiritual energy? More critically, this conflagration seemed to be contained solely within the confines of the tea house. Pointing to the flames still raging before them, Baizhi's brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, "Furthermore, do you not find the actions of this young general to be rather brazen, almost as if he intentionally wished for us to witness it?" The final sentence left everyone astonished. A spark of realization ignited in Shangwan Mushue's mind as she exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that we are being watched? Yet we have only just left the country not long ago." This matter was difficult for Baizhi to assert, and he shook his head, saying, "Unclear." Just as they were pondering the enigma, a bloodied man suddenly crawled out from beneath the carriage, startling the nearby Xiaoxi to the brink of fainting. Baizhi rushed forward and, upon turning the man's face to the side, was immediately taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming, "It's him." "Who is he?" Upon hearing Baizhi's words, the three women simultaneously inquired, their voices remarkably in unison. Baizhi pressed his fingers on several acupoints on the man's body to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds and, noticing they were still standing there in a daze, impatiently urged, "Come and lend a hand." Xiaoxi hurriedly stepped forward to assist, helping to lift him into the carriage. "Who is he? Do you know him? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Once inside the carriage to tend to the man, Shangwan Mushue asked curiously, while Qin Wanwei, standing nearby, also cast her gaze in that direction. Baizhi rolled his eyes and retorted, "Didn't you notice the scar on his face?" "Ah, it's him." Shangwan Mushue exclaimed in surprise, but then her expression turned puzzled. How did he end up beneath our carriage? The individual before them was, in fact, one of the martial artists pursued by the young general moments ago, the very one who had spoken first. Let us not linger on such matters, since it is he. We must hasten our departure. Qin Wanwei remarked gravely, her gaze fixed upon the road ahead. The three exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and promptly set the cart in motion, departing the tea house and advancing towards the main thoroughfare. Within the cart lay an injured individual, despite having received rudimentary bandaging. Urgent medical attention was imperative to avert the threat to life. Thus, Bai Ma and Bai Zhe, sharing a silent understanding, galloped along the official road with remarkable swiftness. As dusk descended, the group arrived at the border city of Jinsheng, a vital waypoint en route to the state of Jin. Bai Zhe and his companion sought lodging here while simultaneously searching for a physician to attend to their companion. Xiaoxi procured a doctor who, after taking the injured man's pulse and administering treatment, managed to save his life, albeit he remained in a deep coma, the duration of which was uncertain. You should all retire for the night. We have much ground to cover tomorrow, Bai Zhe said, observing the three young women, their fatigue evident after a long day. I shall keep watch. I will be the first to know when he awakens. Shangwan Muxue stifled a yawn, overwhelmed by exhaustion. She bid them good night and departed the room with Xiaoxi. However, Qin Wanyue did not leave. Instead, she seated herself, poured herself a cup of tea, and, after a delicate sip, inquired, "What do you think is truly occurring?" It appeared she was genuinely concerned that the Great Qin was stirring unrest in the Great Qin, which would render her own position quite precarious, not to mention her potential alliance with the Great Qin. Were this hope to dissipate, she would find herself once again confined within the high walls of the imperial palace. This fear, birthed from such contemplation, extinguished any semblance of drowsiness she had. Do not fret. I believe this does not align with the customary conduct of the Great Qin, Bai Zhe replied, his mind clear as crystal, smiling gently as he sought to reassure her. Noticing Bai Zhe's comforting demeanor, Qin Wanyue subtly lifted her gaze to meet his. At that moment, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere around them fell into a profound stillness. Ahem, I am feeling rather weary. I shall take my leave, Qin Wanwei conceded, succumbing to the vulnerability of their gaze, and hurriedly exited the room, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Bai Zhe, witnessing her hasty retreat, smiled softly before turning his attention back to the man lying on the bed, his expression returning to tranquility. Awaken, they have all departed, Bai Zhe uttered. Yet the man remained still, causing Bai Zhe to furrow his brow, momentarily doubting his own judgment. However, his abilities had never failed him before. Above the man's head, a series of bubbles emerged, indications of information. Objective, awakening. Condition, weak. Life points, 15. Strength, 20. Thus far, he had observed two types of bubbles, one that allowed for the extraction of attributes and another that did not. The inextractable is further divided into attribute bubbles, which cannot be extracted due to being far beyond one's own capabilities, and another form being prompt information. For instance, the immediate goals of awakening and weakness. Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow and abruptly seized a stool, coldly snorting, "Are you still pretending? If you don't wake up, I'll smash you with the stool." Despite his words, the individual on the bed appeared to remain unresponsive. Bai Zhe inhaled deeply, gripping the stool with determination as he swung it, the breeze rushing towards the man's face. Wait, wait, wait. Upon sensing the gust against his face, the man could no longer feign ignorance and quickly intervened, unable to suppress a few coughs due to the turmoil of his emotions. The stool in Bai Zhe's hand showed no signs of relinquishing its hold as he grinned at him and said, "So, are you going to explain yourself? Otherwise, I wouldn't mind saving a corpse." He harbored many questions, and the only clue he had thus far was this man, hoping to extract something of value from him. The man, bearing a scarred face, slightly twitched his lips and, with a bitter smile, replied, "My surname is Lu Pin, the sole heir of General Lu of the current Jin dynasty, the loyal and unparalleled General Lu, who guards the borders." Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. This name resonated within the memories of this body. The Lu dynasty was the backbone of the Great Jin, holding immense prestige in the military, yet tragically branded with the crime of treason, leading to the annihilation of his entire clan. As he mentioned his father, the man's lips quivered, his eyes glistening with tears, choking back his sorrow. "Indeed, my father was the unfortunate Shirchong. He was deceived by treacherous words, leading to the murder of my father and the extermination of the 9 clans of the Lu family." Upon reaching the depths of his anguish, Lu Pin was seized by a violent pain in his chest and succumbed to coughing. Bai Zhe pointed at the corner of his eye. Noticing that Lu Pin's tears did not cascade down his cheeks, but instead pooled beneath his eyes, rendering his eyelids soaked in a rather peculiar manner. Realizing his actions, Lu Pin acknowledged that perhaps his tears had betrayed the mask on his face. He did not shy away. tearing away the human skin mask with one hand to reveal a visage that was both handsome and unblemished. The handsome visage before him was a striking contrast to the scarred face he had encountered moments ago, far more appealing in its allure. Baija pondered in confusion. Why would one resort to a mask to conceal their true identity, only to be pursued by a general from the Great Qin? Surely, this was not the Great Qin. It was, in fact, the Dangu camp trained by his father with his own hands. The mere mention of the Dangu camp brought forth a wave of sorrow within El Pin. The elite soldiers painstakingly trained by his father were, tragically, unleashed upon his own family in their inaugural battle. How absurd it was! Baija was momentarily speechless, finding himself at a loss for words. One could only imagine El Chao's dedication to training soldiers for the sake of the Great Qin, only to discover that the first blood shed by his prized asset was that of his own kin. Yet, why then would he be pursued by them? What was the object that the young general had referred to? Baija was overwhelmed with questions, and with the rare opportunity for answers at hand. He could not restrain his inquiries. Upon hearing this, El Pin's gaze lingered on Baija's face for an extended moment, revealing an inner conflict as if he wished to speak but hesitated. If there are matters too difficult to articulate, you need not feel compelled to share. I am not one to press for such revelations, Baija remarked, sensing the discomfort that enveloped El Pin. Rest well, having just awakened. I shall remain outside. And should you require anything, do not hesitate to call, Baija said, rising to depart the room. Just as he was about to exit, El Pin erupted into a fit of coughs and then spoke. Sir, you have bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. Thus, it is only fitting that I share this matter with you. Upon hearing this, Baija gazed at him with a look of curiosity, eager to discern the underlying reason. He was unaware whether the young master had ever heard of the 9 Provinces original tripod. The mention of the 9 Provinces original tripod evoked a change in Baija's expression. And he queried with intrigue, isn't this merely a legend? El Pin shook his head, asserting, this matter is indeed true. The Qingan continent is divided into 9 provinces. When Diyu quelled the floods, he forged 9 smaller tripods from the national treasure, the Simu Wudang, which were subsequently placed in each province. Each of these small tripods is said to contain the pinnacle of martial arts, and legend has it that acquiring even one would bring glory to the 9 provinces, earning one the title of Tripod of Qingan. This was the first time Baija had encountered such a tale, and he furrowed his brow slightly, questioning. How credible is this? Diyu's flood control occurred several millennia ago. If this were indeed the case, why has it only now come to light? Completely credible, El Pin affirmed confidently. Oh? Baija raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical, surprised by El Pin's unwavering certainty. At this moment, he hesitated, his teeth clenched tightly, and eventually let out a deep sigh. From the carefully stitched seam of his inner garment, he produced a thin, lightweight piece of flexible parchment. Benefactor, you have bestowed upon me the gift of life, and have rendered my family, the El clan, a service of resurrection. This esteemed martial art from the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, I present to you as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving grace. The pinnacle martial arts of the 9 provinces? He mused, perplexed. But where is the cauldron? Baija, unable to gather spiritual energy at present, found little enthusiasm for the so-called martial arts, especially since he possessed the supreme Songyun sword technique of the heavenly rank. If he were to study anything, it would be the martial arts of the Song family. Nonetheless, spurred by curiosity, he reached out to receive the parchment. Upon a brief glance, the characters appeared obscure and difficult to decipher, yet there was an undercurrent of an imposing aura that seemed to look down upon the world. Suddenly, Baija's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the parchment in his hands trembling as he stammered, This is the Dragon Vein martial arts. In the present world, the continent was divided into 9 parts, each with its own royal dragon aura, with varying strengths and authenticity among the dragons. The Dragon Vein martial arts were the sole legacy of the true Dragon Emperor, left behind during the era of the Yu's water control, an art coveted by all on the Qingan continent. Realizing this, Baija's expression changed dramatically, his eyes glinting like a sharpened blade as he coldly regarded El Pin, exclaiming, You dare deceive me. How could the Dragon Vein martial arts exist among the 9 cauldrons martial arts? Within this parchment lies a faint and elusive essence of the dragon, a truth that Baija cannot mistake. For upon the parchment exists a singular bubble, unique in its hue, a resplendent golden orb, the true essence of the dragon. He endeavored to grasp this strand of authentic dragon energy, yet it eluded his touch. Perhaps his cultivation was insufficient, he mused. Upon hearing Baija's words, Lu Pin's eyes widened in momentary astonishment, and he could not help but admire. Sir, you are indeed extraordinary. despite lacking any spiritual aura. You were able to perceive this dragon essence within martial arts. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and in his fervor, he succumbed to a violent fit of coughing, his chest heaving. Baizhou was taken aback and approached to soothe his chest, frowning as he inquired, "What do you mean by this? Can you not sense it?" "Ha, Sir Jesteth," Lupin replied. "The nine-tripod martial arts is a legacy of Emperor Yu, and the true essence of the dragon contained within is indeed real. It is simply that few can discern it, let alone absorb it." Lupin recalled the tragic fate of his family, who had perished in their quest to safeguard this knowledge, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. "This martial art does not belong to me, Lupin. It was acquired by my father on the battlefield, intended as a tribute to Emperor Shi Chong of the Great Qin. Alas, before it could be presented, he was falsely accused of treason and met with a death sentence." His fingers clenched tightly in anguish as he lamented, "How infuriating! How lamentable! The nine-tripod martial arts is not something just anyone can cultivate. Its text is exceedingly obscure, further guarded by the dragon essence, making it difficult to fathom its depths. Nonetheless, countless individuals are drawn to the allure of the nine-tripod, especially among the royal families of the 9 provinces. Possessing the nine-tripod martial arts would allow one to seize the dragon essence, attain the true form of the dragon, and perhaps ascend to the revered throne of the nine-tripod. How could one not be consumed by greed? What of the nine-tripod? What of top-tier martial arts? Even if one gathers the dragon essence to achieve the true form of the nine-tripod and ascends to the great throne, what then? Baizhou, having come from the modern world, saw through the notion of emperorship as merely a service to the people. What significance does it hold? With that, he handed the parchment to Lupin, stating, "Here, take it. I have no interest in this." Lupin was left speechless. This was the very thing that millions dreamed of. How could it be deemed insignificant enough to be given away so casually in front of Baizhou? "Sir, this is true dragon essence, the pinnacle of martial arts, a symbol of the 9 provinces," Lupin insisted, believing Baizhou was unaware of its worth. Baizhou scoffed dismissively, expressing his displeasure. "Take it if I tell you to. What use is such a thing? Merely a hollow title. Even if one were to claim the true dragon throne without seeking the welfare of the common people, would the vast populace of the 9 provinces allow him to rest easy?" Lupin was momentarily stunned, having never encountered such words. His gaze towards Baizhou ignited with newfound fervor as he struggled to rise from the bed and, with a resounding crash, knelt before him, exclaiming, "Sir, your disregard for hollow fame and your concern for the world truly command my respect." Baizhou was momentarily speechless as he forcefully assisted him to his feet, his expression grave as he remarked, "If you handle this matter poorly, the commander of the Dangu camp will not spare you." He hesitated to reveal his true thoughts, fearing that this individual might misconstrue his concerns for the nation and the people as aspirations of grandeur, a notion he deemed unwise. Lupin stood in shock, a hint of fear in his voice as he asked, "Sir, will you not protect me?" Observing Lupin's naivety, Baizhou felt a surge of frustration. Did this man truly consider him a mere free bodyguard? Yet, recalling his past experiences softened his heart, and he resignedly replied, "Just accompany me for now. We shall decide once you have recovered." With that, he tossed a piece of parchment to him, granting him no opportunity for rebuttal, before turning and exiting the room, leaving the bewildered Lupin kneeling alone. Once outside the room, Baizhou took a deep breath, inhaling the cool night air that felt heavy upon his chest. While he held little interest in the position of Wudang, he was genuinely intrigued by martial arts, as he aspired to become the strongest warrior in the realm. Regrettably, he could not absorb that minuscule amount of true dragon aura. Perhaps then he might reap manifold benefits. This cursed ability, could it not be a tad more reliable? To see it not partake was truly disheartening. Baizhou murmured to himself, glancing into the pitch-black night, his heart aching. The cool breeze caressed his face, causing the strands of hair to flutter gently, and as he embraced the tranquility of the night, his mood gradually began to settle. After lingering on the balcony for an extended period, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting several yawns. Just as he contemplated sitting down for a brief respite, he suddenly heard footsteps overhead, causing him to startle and quickly hide. With his enhanced speed, strength, and agility, Baizhou swiftly detected a shadowy figure darting across the rooftop. Intrigued, he propelled himself upward, skillfully maneuvering along the wooden beams at the side of the house, closely trailing the figure in black. The cloaked figure moved with remarkable swiftness, revealing only a pair of eyes amidst the darkness as it approached the stronghold of the county's guards. Those shifty eyes scanned the surroundings before it let out a howl directed at the waning crescent moon, a sound akin to a wolf's cry. Upon hearing this, Several other figures clad in black swiftly emerged from all directions. The individuals exchanged a fleeting glance before swiftly infiltrating the general's residence. Moments later, as Baizhi furrowed his brow, the guards stationed there fell, one by one, to their ruthless strikes. Their satisfaction with merely dispatching the servants was short-lived. As they proceeded towards the interior of the house, in the blink of an eye, Baizhi witnessed several lives extinguished in silence. An appalling act of massacre unfolding before him. He was taken aback. Who would have anticipated encountering such heinous deeds during a night watch? With a light step, Baizhi utilized his agile movements, seamlessly blending into the courtyard where the guards were most concentrated, the very residence of the general's family. The cloaked assailants continued their grim work, and with a graceful leap from the rooftop, Baizhi landed softly on the ground, inadvertently colliding with a small girl. Her hair tied in a ponytail, yawning sleepily as she made her way into the room. Given her attire, it was evident she was also a daughter of the general's household. A surge of compassion welled within him, and he quietly enveloped her in his arms, concealing her in a safe spot. Startled by the sudden embrace, the petite and charming girl instinctively attempted to cry out and struggle. But Baizhi whispered gently in her ear, "Do not move. If you do, your parents will perish." These were the instinctive words of Baizhi, unexpectedly managing to gain control over the little girl, who marveled at the child's intelligence. "Brother, is there truly something wrong with my father?" The girl turned her head, catching sight of Baizhi's clean, albeit somewhat youthful, visage. Instantly, her worries dissipated, and she felt a flicker of joy upon seeing a young man not much older than herself. Baizhi momentarily paused, gently placing her on the ground, and spoke in a grave tone, "Do not move from this spot." No sooner had he uttered these words than a throng of black-clad figures converged upon the guard's residence from all directions. The girl felt a surge of alarm. She wanted to scream but recalled Baizhi's admonition and quickly covered her mouth. However, the subsequent actions of the black-clad figures shattered her composure. They were breaking through the window, blowing in a noxious smoke. The little girl, unaware of its nature, instinctively recognized it posed a threat to her mother and father. Without a second thought, she cried out, "Father, Mother, there are thieves." The tender cry startled Baizhi, prompting him to swiftly scoop up the little girl and flee. Seeking refuge in a different location, the shout proved effective, as the couple guarding the house immediately reacted, evading the disorienting smoke and bursting outside, only to encounter the two small thieves responsible for it. The husband and wife acted simultaneously, each delivering a precise blow to snap the neck of their foe, extinguishing their life without hesitation. However, they soon found themselves besieged by a multitude of cloaked figures. The male guard, his square jaw etched with confusion, coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you invaded my residence?" The leader of the black-clad assailants, wielding a hefty blade, sneered, "Zhuge, you have betrayed your sovereign and attempted to align with the Jin state. Is it not justifiable to eradicate your entire lineage? You are from the great Jin." Zhuge began, but was swiftly interrupted by a disdainful snort. "Now that my treachery is exposed, what need is there for further words? If you have the capability, come and claim my head. Dear husband, do not waste your breath on them." A woman, gripping two short iron spears, interjected with a huff. "The great Jin is destined to weaken and ultimately succumb to foreign powers. A wise bird selects its perch, and a loyal minister chooses his sovereign. If my husband seeks a worthy ruler, what harm is there in that?" Zhuge felt a tremor of realization, with the situation having escalated to such a point. There was no further discourse to be had. With a fierce roar, he gripped his long spear with one hand and fixed his gaze upon the black-clad intruders. "Come forth. Let me witness the might of the great Jin." The leader signaled to his companions, and in an instant, dozens surged forward, engaging the Zhuge couple in a fierce melee. Hidden nearby, Baizhi, having overheard their exchange, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he sighed. The great Jin is ultimately too feeble, so weakened that even its finest generals entertained thoughts of defection. He understood Zhuge Yin's reputation, a rare and illustrious general in the annals of the great Jin. Trained in the martial arts of the Zhuge family, his prowess was formidable. More importantly, the Zhuge family had always produced scholars and warriors, excelling in both martial arts and military strategy. Yet, even such a commendable general harbored intentions of seeking allegiance elsewhere. "Your Majesty, you must strive harder," Baizhi reflected, his mind swirling with thoughts, recalling discussions with Shen Yan about the developmental paths of the great Jin, unaware of the profound internal threats lurking within the realm. "Big brother, please save my parents." Just as he was lost in thought, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The Zhuge couple was encircled by the black-clad assailants, both sustaining various wounds. Before them stood two individuals wielding peculiar weapons, which when combined resembled two interlocking crescent moons, splitting apart into two sets of blades in a most unusual manner. The little girl, witnessing her parents' injuries, felt tears welling in her eyes, frantic like an ant on a hot pan. Yet, she was wise enough to understand that her intervention would only complicate matters for her parents, potentially throwing them into further disarray. At that moment, she raised her gaze to Bai Zhe, her heart stirred. Her pair of clear eyes glistened with tears as they fixated on him, evoking a sense of compassion within him. Bai Zhe gently patted her head, offering a bittersweet smile as he reassured her, "Rest assured, your parents will be safe." Even without the little girl's plea, he would still extend his assistance to the Zhuge couple. This is indeed a formidable general. As for whether he will switch allegiance to another nation, it bears no relevance to me. During their conversation, Zhuge Yin's expression had already shifted several times, his eyes icy as he regarded the two men in black before him, coldly stating, "A person of integrity does not engage in underhanded dealings. With such extraordinary weaponry, you must be the illustrious moonlit twin heroes of the Cheeshu Tower." The two black-clad figures exchanged glances and, lifting their masks, smiled. "As expected of General Zhuge, you have recognized our identities with remarkable speed. These two individuals are the renowned Mingyue twin heroes under the esteemed Qingzhou Tower, the foremost faction of the great Jin Kingdom's martial prowess. The elder brother is named Ming, while the younger is called Yu. Their original names remain unknown. It is well acknowledged that both possess formidable strength at the postnatal realm, and when united, they can easily overpower most adversaries at the 5th or 6th stage of this realm. Yet, before them stand the Zhuge couple, who are merely at the initial stage of the postnatal realm. How could they possibly contend with such might? It is commonly understood that in the Qingyan continent, martial prowess is revered above all, where martial energy is derived from the essence of qi. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each embody distinct properties. Metal represents the instrument of aggression and slaughter, while wood serves as a remedy for healing. Water and fire are devoid of mercy, capable of accommodating all while dismantling myriad laws. Earth, infused with the central yellow aura, embodies a duality of offense and defense. Upon entering the postnatal realm, one's internal spiritual energy begins to adopt a dominant attribute, no longer a chaotic amalgamation. When the attributes and techniques harmonize, their combined might surpasses that of conflicting methodologies. The illustrious Moonlight duo, despite possessing merely the strength of the 2nd stage of postnatal development, remarkably complement each other in their spiritual attributes and choice of techniques, enabling them to unleash a power akin to that of the 5th stage when united. This underscores the paramount importance of selecting techniques that harmonize with one's spiritual attributes. The Zhuge couple, bound by familial martial traditions, each harnessed distinct fire and wood spiritual energies that, being inherently antagonistic, fail to blend seamlessly. Consequently, how could they withstand the onslaught of the formidable Moonlight duo? Furthermore, the peculiar weapons wielded by the duo, combined with their techniques, yield a formidable synergy that surpasses mere addition, rendering the Zhuge couple increasingly vulnerable. After enduring numerous perilous exchanges, the situation grew dire. Observing this, Bai Zhe concealed the young girl in a safe location, offering earnest counsel before retrieving several small stones from the ground. Utilizing his agile movements, he stealthily hurled the stones from the shadows. Bai Zhe, possessing a swift burst of strength at the entry level of the 1st stage, managed to eliminate several black-clad adversaries with his surprise attacks. Just as the Zhuge matron found herself at a disadvantage, the leader of the black-clad assailants, sensing his comrades being dispatched one by one, turned with a chilling glare and barked, "Who goes there?" His shout drew attention to the black-clad figures stationed farther afield, who had been quietly incapacitated without their notice. The surrounding members, now tense, gripped their weapons more firmly, their eyes darting anxiously around. Meanwhile, the 4 combatants at the center of the fray remained undeterred. Despite the Moonlight duo's advantages, the Zhuge couple's fierce resistance proved not easily vanquished, and any misstep could lead to injury. At that moment, Ming saw that Lady Zhuge was in a state of weakness, her breaths quickening, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He raised his chain weapon and unleashed a formidable torrent of water attribute spiritual energy, executing a powerful strike aimed directly at her forehead. Zhuge Yin was already struggling to contend with the moon, and the thought of being distracted was unbearable. Witnessing his wife in peril filled him with sorrow and rage. In that critical instant, a small stone shot through the still night like a meteor, crashing into Ming's arm with a resounding force. The impact caused him excruciating pain, forcing him to relinquish his weapon, which clattered to the ground. Lady Zhuge was no stranger to brutality. Her gaze sharpened as she seized the opportunity, channeling her remaining spiritual energy into a small iron trident. With a fierce shout, she hurled one of the tridents with tremendous force, which violently tore through Ming's arm that had been struck by the stone, blood gushing forth in a lament that echoed through the darkness. The cold iron trident embedded itself firmly into the wooden post of the courtyard pathway with a resounding clang. "My hand!" Ming cried out in agony, having abruptly lost a portion of his arm, his face turning pale. Alarmed, the moon rushed over after breaking free from Zhuge Yin. Brother, her heart sank as she beheld Ming, who had lost half of his arm, blood flowing uncontrollably and mingling with flesh and shattered bone, a truly harrowing sight. Fury ignited within the moon upon witnessing this scene. She raised her weapon, intent on engaging the Zhuge couple in a desperate fight. Yet, it was only through the last remnants of clarity that Ming grasped her arm, struggling to utter, "We must go." But how could she simply retreat when their enemies stood before them? Run! Quickly! Ming understood that the Zhuge couple was not the true threat. The real danger lurked in the shadows. The force of that small stone had been terrifying, shattering the bone at his wrist. After calling out twice, overwhelmed by the agony, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The moon, unwilling to accept defeat, cast a fierce glare at the Zhuge couple before gathering her brother into her arms and disappearing into the night with a few swift leaps. Meanwhile, Baisha, now in a different position, gazed at the small stone in his hand, muttering, "It seems I can still unleash 2 more strikes. I wonder if this power can deter that figure in black." One must not underestimate Baisha's current power attributes, combined with the robust spiritual energy he had accumulated. Striking from the shadows would be utterly terrifying when others were caught off guard. Indeed, it was fortunate that Baisha had not abandoned his efforts to collect foundational attribute bubbles of strength, life, and speed in recent days. Otherwise, such remarkable speed and formidable strength would not be attainable. Although he was unable to condense spiritual energy or store it, he could still harness those fundamental attributes. At an unknown moment, Baisha had ascended to the rooftop, holding a small stone in his right hand, measuring it against the neck of the black-clad leader. In an instant, he unleashed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy, propelling the stone with fierce intensity. The stone shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. As Baisha summoned his spiritual energy, the vigilant black-clad leader, already forewarned, swiftly hurled a prismatic throwing weapon at Baisha. The small stone and the triangular weapon collided in midair, producing a shower of sparks. The stone shattered into 2 halves. Yet the triangular weapon continued its relentless trajectory towards Baisha. With a thunderous roar, the weapon struck the rooftop, causing a tremendous crash that resulted in half of the roof collapsing, yet no figure could be seen. The black-clad leader's gaze narrowed, and he turned to glance at the Zhuge couple, giving a cold snort as he remarked, "Consider yourselves fortunate." With a wave of his hand, he and the remaining black-clad men swiftly vanished into the night. At the moment he turned, Zhuge Yin noticed scratch marks on the leader's neck, evidently made by the splintered stone. "So powerful," Zhuge Yin murmured. The clash of their concealed weapons had unleashed a force surpassing that of their previous confrontation with the Mingwei twins. As the black-clad figures departed, the garrison heard the voice of the deputy commander, who, clad in armor, charged in with a throng of soldiers, with their only daughter, Zhuge Gui, leading the way. "Guaya." Upon seeing her unharmed, Zhuge Mu's pallid face broke into a smile as she rushed forward to embrace her. Yet, her daughter's small eyes were darting around, her little mouth calling out, "Where's the big brother? Big brother, where are you?" Alas, the ground held no trace of Baisha, rendering her questions unanswered. Just as the triangular weapon was about to strike him, Baisha had evaded it with his swiftness, seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted. He pocketed the weapon and likewise vanished into the night. Upon returning to the inn, dawn had already broken, and Baisha found himself wide awake. He chose to sit cross-legged on the balcony, naturally absorbing the essence of the moon with each breath. It was peculiar. Ever since that day by the pond in the Imperial Hospital, where he absorbed both yin and yang, he discovered that subsequent absorption felt remarkably effortless, akin to breathing. With every moment spent in the act of absorption, as the yin and yang energies increased within him, their transformative effects on his body became evident, fully utilizing the foundational attributes he had previously gathered. When the first rays of sunlight kissed his face, he opened his eyes to behold the crimson horizon, a smile gracing his lips. Sitting there, he distinctly felt his fundamental attributes strengthen yet again. The yin and yang energies are indeed formidable. Breakfast was served by the young attendant in the room. Upon opening the door, Baizhe observed that El Pin's complexion had improved considerably. He was now able to struggle out of bed and walk, albeit with difficulty. "Do not overexert yourself," Baizhe said as he stepped forward to assist El Pin in sitting down on a stool. El Pin managed a faint smile, replying, "Thank you, benefactor. Please, refrain from calling me benefactor. Simply addressing me as Baizhe will suffice." Baizhe, hailing from the modern world, clearly found the term benefactor to be rather unappealing. While he had indeed rendered El Pin a service, it seemed inappropriate to address him by his name outright. Thus, he suggested, "How about I refer to you as sir from now on?" With a wave of his hand, Baizhe picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the breakfast laid before him, relishing the meal after the considerable exertion of the previous night. El Pin's expression brightened, and he too joined in the feasting, eagerly consuming the spread. After their meal, Baizhe and his companions decided to remain in Jun County for a day or two, both to allow El Pin time to recuperate and to admire the charm of this border town. Although Baizhe had initially feigned a desire for rest, he found himself unable to resist the persistent pull of Shangguan Muxue, who insisted he accompany her to explore the sights of Jun County. Meanwhile, Qinwanhua stayed behind, quickly forming a rapport with El Pin, enjoying a delightful conversation. As they walked along the streets of Jun County, Baiji's countenance turned a shade of deep crimson upon witnessing the two cheerful ladies. He had never anticipated that modern girls would enjoy shopping. Regardless of the realm they inhabited, it appeared that women's inclinations transcended time and place. "Baizhe, come over here and take a look. This item is simply delightful." Shangguan Muxue called out from a street vendor, with Xiaoxi closely following her. In her hands, she held a small figurine resembling a young man. Adorned with a long sword, his hair cascading gracefully against his cheek, dressed in elegant attire, projecting an air of sophistication. Baizhe rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation. "Isn't it just a little clay figure? What is so special about it? I could craft one in a heartbeat." In his previous life, he had engaged in various peculiar endeavors. Moreover, he found the craftsmanship of this figurine rather crude. The facial features were indistinct, rendering it excessively inept. "Dear customer, while you may choose not to purchase, I kindly ask that you refrain from disparaging my ancestral craft," the elderly vendor responded, his displeasure evident as he glared at Baizhe. Shangguan Muxue also sensed that Baizhe had been rather indiscreet, hastily paying for the item and pulling him away while apologizing. "My apologies, good sir. Why did you pay him? This is far too poorly made. Once I find suitable clay, I shall sculpt a truly exquisite figurine for you," Baizhe remarked, feeling somewhat pained about the expenditure, even though it was not his own money. "Really?" Shangguan Muxue's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Baizhe. Taken aback for a moment, he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I would never deceive you." With a small clay figurine swaying in her hand, Shangguan Muxue felt a surge of delight, her mind wandering to the delightful creations that Baizhe might sculpt for her in the future. Little did she realize that she was so lost in thought that she failed to notice a horse galloping wildly behind her, showing no inclination to halt. Just as the steed was about to collide with Shangguan Muxue, she remained absorbed in her daydream about the figurines Baizhe would craft, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Baiji's heart raced as he instinctively reacted, not pausing to ponder why the girl did not evade. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, drawing her behind him, positioning himself directly in the path of the oncoming rider. Without any overt action, Baizhe merely shaped his lips as if to speak, and at that moment, the galloping horse abruptly halted, its hooves striking the ground forcefully. The horse came to a stop mere inches from Baizhe, while the rider, caught off guard by the sudden halt, was unceremoniously thrown from the saddle, landing amidst a vendor's stall by the roadside, his face comically adorned with a splatter of vegetables. Such a thrilling scene unfolded right before their eyes, leaving the passers-by on the roadside in awe. A benevolent bystander noticed that Baizhe and his companion remained motionless and kindly urged, "You should leave quickly. That bully will be here soon." Before he could finish his warning, a furious voice erupted from behind. "Who the hell dared to startle my horse? I will kill him." The young man who had been tossed into a heap of vegetables spat out a few mouthfuls of greens and angrily approached. The good-hearted passerby immediately panicked, fell silent, and scurried away. The arrogant youth strode towards Baizhe and his companion, his eyes landing on Shangguan Muxue, who wore a delicate pink wrap dress. Her slender figure was captivating, and even with a veil obscuring her face, one could still sense her undeniable beauty. The young man's countenance morphed into one of lustful greed as he quickly adjusted his attire and smiled. "I am honored to meet you, fair maiden. May I inquire your name?" He thought that by behaving decorously and presenting himself well, he might win the favor of the enchanting lady. and a sense of secret delight filled him. However, unbeknownst to him, Shangguan Muxue had already noted the lewd expression on his face and was contemplating how to teach him a lesson when she suddenly looked up to see Baizhi, curious to observe how he would handle the situation. Before Baizhi could utter a word, a young general clad in armor surged through the city gate not far from them, wielding a singular Feng Tianji spear, followed by rows of soldiers, all armed and ready. It's him. Baizhi's heart jolted as he instinctively pulled Shangguan Muxue into his embrace and retreated several steps, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Shangguan Muxue, taken aback by the warmth of his chest, felt a flush of crimson rise to her cheeks, involuntarily lowering her gaze. Meanwhile, the nearby Xiaoxi, witnessing the princess's demeanor, felt a surge of joy for her and also retreated into the throng. In contrast, the earlier lewd youth was left stunned, having not anticipated that his overtures would be met with such silence. Mississippi. He reached out to call after Shangguan Muxue, but before he could utter another word, the armored young general had arrived before him, furrowing his brow. With a swift motion of his spear, he struck the lad's back, sending him sprawling to the roadside. The young general surveyed the figure he had just dispatched and, together with his troops, made his way towards the Lord's residence. Baizhi watched the young general with an increasingly furrowed brow, pondering, could it be that the Zhuge couple was so eager to seek refuge in the Jin state? The young general was a commander of the Jin state's Dange camp, and the events of the previous night had revealed to Baizhi that the city's garrison commander, Zhuge Yin, harbored aspirations of defecting to Jin. What troubles you? Why do you look so pale? Shangguan Muxue, sensing the lack of further action, lifted her gaze to Baizhi, who appeared exceedingly troubled, and asked with concern. Baizhi shook his head, but then his eyes brightened as he looked at Shangguan Muxue and smiled. Do you possess anything that can verify your identity? In a haze of uncertainty, Shangguan Muxue instinctively nodded. She had always carried the royal gold medal of the Great Jin, a symbol well understood by all within the realm. Very well, let us proceed, he said, taking her hand as they made their way towards Zhuge Yin's residence, with the little stream following closely behind. The trio arrived at the entrance of a grand estate, and Shangguan Muxue gazed at the plaque that bore the words Zhuge Residence. Furrowing her brows, she inquired, whose estate is this? Why are we here? Baizhi offered no explanation as he led the two of them inside. Just as he was about to knock, the grand door swung open of its own accord, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, appearing quite advanced in years. Upon seeing the three visitors, the old man asked with a hint of confusion, are you seeking our master? Indeed, good sir. Is General Zhuge not home? Baizhi responded with a smile. The elder shook his head, calmly stating, young master, you have arrived too late. Both the master and mistress have gone to the city lord's residence. How long ago was this? Baizhi's expression changed dramatically. Could this be fate? Was it possible that from this day forth, Jun City would no longer belong to the Great Jin? Half an hour ago, the old man's words weighed heavily on Baizhi's heart, prompting him to turn and leave. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from within the residence. Brother, is that you? A little girl emerged, clad in a small dress with flower braids. Her voice filled with joy. She darted from beneath the old man's feet, and upon seeing Baizhi, her small face lit up with a smile, tears glistening in her eyes as she exclaimed, brother, brother, it really is you. Baizhi was momentarily taken aback before bending down to embrace her, chuckling, yes. But your brother has no time for reminiscing right now. I must find your parents. The girl's adorableness stirred a sense of affection in Shangguan Muxue, who couldn't help but reach out to touch her cherubic face, exclaiming, what a lovely little girl. I know why you have come, brother. You need not worry. Just wait inside, and by noon you shall have your answer, the little girl suddenly declared in her sweet, childlike voice, leaving Baizhi and his companions momentarily speechless. Who told you this? Baizhi's subconscious questioned, wondering if even Zhuge Yin's daughter could possess such insight at such a tender age. Yet he underestimated Zhuge's brilliance. As she playfully stuck out her tongue and giggled, brother, it doesn't matter. Just wait until noon, and you will have your answer. At this moment, Shangguan Muxue also realized that Baizhi had come here for a reason, and her gaze instinctively turned towards him, eager to discern the next course of action. Let us enter. Baizhi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the old man's watchful eyes, he carried the little Zhuge into the Zhuge residence. While awaiting the return of Zhuge and his spouse, Baizhi recounted the events of the previous night to Shangguan Muxue. Upon learning that he had engaged in a brawl without inviting her, Shangguan Muxue's mood soured immediately, and she huffed, such an exhilarating affair, why was I not summoned? Cough. Cough. Next time, next time. He had momentarily forgotten Shangwan Mushue's audacious nature. However, had she been present last night, it likely would not have been so troublesome. Does my sister also possess martial skills? Little Zhugagua queried, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Seeing the adorable Zhugagua instantly lifted Shangwan Mushue's spirits. She took the little girl's hand and smiled. Indeed, even 10 of your elder brothers would not be my match. Baizhi awkwardly sniffed, secretly muttering to himself. It's not that I am incapable of condensing spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would not be outmatched by you. Impressive. Zhugagua's eyes sparkled with wonder as she tugged at Shangwan Mushue's hand, exclaiming, Sister, will you teach me? I desire to learn martial arts. Baizhi was momentarily taken aback. Did not the Zhuge family possess a lineage of martial arts? Now that the little girl had reached an age suitable for foundational training, why had no one imparted this knowledge to her? What is your name? Did your parents not instruct you? Shangwan Mushue inquired, somewhat bewildered. Zhugagua shook her head, biting her lip in distress. My name is Zhugagua. My parents do not allow me to practice martial arts, saying I must not touch weapons. As these words escaped her lips, Shangwan Mushue's expression shifted subtly. Instinctively, she retrieved Lei Yuan from her storage space, poised to speak, only to witness the sword rise into the air, seemingly free from her control for the first time. The blade unsheathed itself, darting through the hall with a swiftness that accompanied flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, its formidable aura causing the young girl by the brook to pale in fear. What are you doing? Quickly put away Lei Yuan, Baizhi exclaimed, his expression shifting with confusion, bewildered by Shangwan Mushue's reckless release of the sword's unique powers in this setting. Shangwan Mushue's fair complexion drained of color as she helplessly spread her hands, offering a wry smile. It seems Lei Yuan is no longer under my control. This must be a jest, she mused. While it is true that the swords listed in the sword canon possess a degree of autonomy, they vary in strength. A blade lacking robustness could hardly exhibit such intense movements as Lei Yuan was now displaying. Yet, even so, was the current display not a tad excessive? Baizhi gazed upward at the swirling Lei Yuan, its thunderous roars above them instilling a profound sense of unease. Come here, at that moment. Zhugagua reached out towards the Lei Yuan, her delicate lips curling in a knowing manner, as though she had grown accustomed to such occurrences, and spoke softly. To everyone's astonishment, the sword descended as if endowed with consciousness, gracefully landing in Zhugagua's hands, even calming the thunder as if to avoid causing her harm. What? Shangwan Mushue, having spent considerable time in the Divine Sky Palace, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. This was no ordinary weapon but a divine artifact from the sword canon. The sight of it appeasing a mere child left her feeling as though the ground was crumbling beneath her. Baizhi's eyes remained fixed on the Lei Yuan, which danced in Zhugagua's palm, his heart racing, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. To his surprise, the sword, once docile, suddenly flared with aggression. As it lashed out at Baizhi's outstretched hand, a bolt of lightning erupted, an overwhelming aura surging forth, leaving him rooted in shock. Fortunately, Shangwan Mushue was swift enough to absorb the surge of lightning, or else Baizhi might have found himself bedridden for quite some time. Why would you strike at the young master? Zhugagua's small face flushed with indignation as she witnessed the sword's aggression towards Baizhi. Her tiny palm struck out, producing sharp sounds. Instantly, the Lei Yuan fell to the ground as if bereft of life, returning to its original state with a resounding clang. What is happening? Baizhi was momentarily bewildered. Only moments ago, the Lei Yuan had displayed the demeanor of a top-ranked divine sword, exhibiting signs of a sword spirit. It had now reverted to such a state. Shangwan Mushue approached, retrieving Lei Yuan and sheathing it, her brows furrowing slightly as she leaned towards Guire with a gentle smile. Guire, is your ability to communicate with swords innate? Pretty sister, you're mistaken. Guire does not merely communicate with swords, she can connect with all weapons. Zhugagua flicked her ponytail, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, her small hand beckoned, causing the weapons on the rack in the courtyard to spring to life as if possessed. Baizhi and Shangwan Mushue's expressions changed dramatically, instinctively shielding Zhugagua behind them, bracing themselves against the inexplicable onslaught of weapons. However, the weapons circled around her, much like the earlier reaction of the Lei Yuan sword, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Guire, are you a natural sword body? Shangwan Mushue, recalling Lei Yuan's earlier response and the words of her master, regarded Zhugagua with astonishment. The little girl, her face etched with confusion, looked up at Shangwan Mushue and asked, Sister, what is a natural sword body? Father is particularly worried about me injuring someone. Memories of Zhuge Yin forbidding her from leaving the house tugged at her young heart. Following the gazes of the crowd, Shangguan Mushue's expression turned nostalgic as she recalled her master's teachings in the Qingyan continent. While the number of martial artists is but a fraction of the population, the sheer number still yields many practitioners. Among them are those who are innately gifted, possessing unique physiques, abundant cultivation resources, and the mentorship of the continent's most formidable warriors. As she spoke, she turned to Zhuge Guo, a smile gracing her lips as she gently patted the girl's head. It seems Guo'er's extraordinary ability is indeed that of a natural sword body. A natural sword body? What kind of physique is that? Guo inquired with curious eyes. Having never heard the term before, the so-called natural sword body refers to an innate talent for comprehending the sword path, whether faced with ordinary weapons or divine ones. They would briefly gain a sense of self-awareness in Guo'er's presence. As she concluded her explanation, a serious expression crossed Shangguan Mushue's face, tinged with concern. A clattering sound erupted as the suspended weapons clattered to the ground, and little Guo'er, pale as a ghost, fainted. Fortunately, Shangguan Mushue caught her just in time, preventing her fall. She is too young. Controlling these swords consumes too much of her spirit. Let us allow her to rest, Shangguan Mushue instructed, gently placing Guo'er on a chair for her to recuperate. Xiaoxi and the elder collected the fallen weapons, returning them to the rack in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Baizhi glanced at Guo'er, then turned to Shangguan Mushue, asking, "Will this sword body pose any disadvantages for her?" Baizhi firmly believed that the heavens do not bestow such exceptional innate conditions without reason. Just like Shangguan Mushue, who was struck by lightning in her youth, had she not survived, she would not have developed the rare thunder body. It would have been difficult for her to live past 15. Shangguan Mushue hesitated before speaking. Her physique is fundamentally different from mine. Though I am known as a natural thunder body, it was acquired later. However, Guo'er was born with an exceedingly unique innate sword body. Shangguan Mushue's gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. A faint sorrow etched upon her visage. Judging by her youthful age, she seemed to be merely in her teens. Whenever she came too close to a sword, her brow would throb violently, tightly furrowing as if it were a manifestation of her uncontrollable spiritual force. If this continued, it would not be long before her constitution would burden her, and her life would be at an end in less than 2 years. The look in Shangguan Mushue's eyes as she regarded Zhuge Guo was tinged with compassion. This young girl was forced to endure such torment. Baizhi furrowed his brow, pondering if there was any way to save her. Anyone who laid eyes upon such an adorable young lady, knowing she had but a short time to live, would inevitably feel a surge of pity. The only solution lay in admitting her to the foremost sect of sword cultivators, the sword sect, where perhaps the inherent issues stemming from her innate sword body could be alleviated. Shangguan Mushue opened her mouth and recounted her master's words, articulating them precisely. The sword sect, as it is known, resides on the floating island in the Qingyan continent. True to its name, this island hovers in the sky above Qingyun, existing in the form of an isle. Due to the island's frequent movements, no one could predict its appearance, let alone the legendary sword sect, known as the Master of 10,000 Swords. What difference does it make to say this? Baizhi frowned, casting an exasperated glance her way. The floating island had only appeared a handful of times throughout Qingyun's history, and the disciples of the sword sect had only been seen in small numbers. Relying on the sword sect seemed somewhat despairing. Shangguan Mushue, undeterred by his tone, shook her head in resignation, stating, "There is nothing I can do. This is what my master has conveyed to me. As the current leader of the esteemed Shenyan, the foremost martial force in the Qin kingdom, it was clear that she would not speak falsely. If the leader had said so, then it was likely that no other sword cultivation factions could resolve the hazards posed by the innate sword body. Were they truly to merely watch as Guo'er suffered? Baizhi felt a pang of unwillingness. It reminded him of the helplessness he faced in his previous life. Noticing his furrowed brow, Shangguan Mushue could not help but offer a word of comfort. You need not be so disheartened. Perhaps Guo'er has her own opportunities awaiting her. In the grand scheme of life, who could truly predict the outcomes? Baizhi understood that merely contemplating the situation was futile. He shook his head, forcing himself to dismiss the matter from his thoughts. At that moment, the door of the Zhuge residence swung open, revealing 2 figures in disarray, supporting one another. It was apparent that both were grievously injured, with numerous wounds marring their bodies. "Master, Madam," the elderly man with a gray beard, who had spent the better part of his life in the Zhuge residence, recognized the figures as Zhuge's couple. Alarmed by their severe injuries, he hurried forward to assist them. Baizhi's heart raced. He quickly stepped forward to the Zhuge couple, closely followed by Shangguan Mushue. Zhuge Yin lifted his gaze to Baizhi and urgently called out to the elder, "Fubai, quickly, Take Guire and flee as far as you can. His voice was urgent, laden with palpable concern. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed outside the Zhuge residence, followed by a fierce light that cleaved through the grand doors, which then crashed down at the feet of Bai Zhe and the others. Standing before them was the young general they had encountered at the tea house, wielding a long halberd, his cold gaze directed menacingly at the Zhuge couple. A treacherous coward. Of no use left alive, kill. Upon uttering the command, the young general's steed neighed, its hooves pounding the ground as it swiftly reached Zhuge Yan, the heavy halberd shimmering ominously as it aimed for his throat. In that critical moment, Zhuge Yan's wife, Huang Pingying, stepped forward, shoving Zhuge Yan aside to shield him with her own body from the icy weapon. The halberd pierced through her neck, blood splattering onto Zhuge Yan's face. The warmth of his wife's blood turned chillingly cold in that instant, leaving him in a daze, his eyes devoid of life. The young general's expression hardened in surprise at his failure to dispatch Zhuge Yan with a single strike. Yet he showed no hesitation as he withdrew the halberd and aimed a lethal blow at Zhuge's head. Stop! In the moment Huang Pingying was struck, Bai Zhe had been unable to react, but he could not allow another tragedy to befall Zhuge Yan. At that moment, Bai Zhe summoned the spiritual energy stored within the Four Directions cauldron, erupting with a force far exceeding his usual self. He stepped forward with the most mundane of strides, yet his speed rivaled that of a seasoned cultivator. With no weapon in hand and in a state of desperation, he resorted to using his bare hands to intercept the young general's terrifying strike. The cold, lethal glint of the halberd crashed against Bai Zhe's palms without pause. Don't! Behind him, Shangwan Mushiwe shook her head vigorously, exclaiming loudly. She had never anticipated Bai Zhe could unleash such speed. Her despair deepened as she realized he was foolishly attempting to catch the halberd with his bare hands. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of the young general's mouth, having witnessed such futile defiance before. He increased his force, intending to strike down two birds with one stone. To everyone's astonishment, the halberd met Bai Zhe's palms as if it had encountered an immovable object, forcefully rebounding both the halberd and the young general. The young general furrowed his brow in confusion, his expression sharpening as he raised his halberd to sweep through Bai Zhe, aiming to cleave him in two. Caught in shock at his own ability to withstand the halberd, Bai Zhe's curiosity about the Four Directions cauldron intensified. What manner of object was it? Yet, he failed to perceive the relentless assault of the young general. The halberd sliced through the air, the rush of wind striking fiercely at Bai Zhe's waist. Get lost. Instead of striking Bai Zhe as expected, the halberd collided with the Lei Yuan and Shangwan Mushiwe's grasp, which crackled with terrifying lightning energy. Shangwan Mushiwe? The young general gripped his long spear with one hand, scrutinizing the peculiar weapon and the woman before him. Memories of the legendary Princess Jinling of the Great Jin flashed through his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow and speak. Indeed, it is I. And who are you to dare slay an official of the court within the borders of my Great Jin? Stepping forward, Shangwan Mushiwe regarded the man with a cold gaze. She had long found him displeasing at the tea house, but that was merely a matter of grievances within the martial world, unrelated to her status as a princess. However, the fact that he had slain the wife of a court official and attempted to assassinate Bai Zhe was something she could not tolerate. I did it. And what will you do about it? The young general waved his spear dismissively, his demeanor arrogant, showing no concern for the act of killing Huang Pingying. Shangwan Mushiwe's eyes flickered with intensity as she recognized the disdain for life reflected in him. It reminded her of someone she could not shake from her thoughts, sending a tremor through her heart. Despicable! She shouted in fury, her aura suddenly coalescing and erupting forth. The overwhelming energy surged like the waters of the Yellow River, forming a translucent layer of milky white armor around her, a sight both astonishing and formidable. This layer of armor is the spiritual energy armor, which may form after condensing 6 vortices of spiritual energy within the body. However, this is merely a possibility, not a certainty. Before reaching maturity, the young lady, Shangwan Mushiwe, has astonishingly opened more than 6 vortices of spiritual energy. The young general, shedding his initial disdain, noted that this girl was slightly younger than himself. Once she steps into the golden body realm, she will undoubtedly become an unparalleled prodigy. Let me witness whether the spiritual energy armor can withstand my brilliance. The young general's gaze sharpened, and as he wielded his long spear, a fierce wind surged from his body, forming a small whirlwind, an extraordinary spectacle. Wind attribute. Regaining his composure, Bai Zhe was taken aback by this scene. The general of the Dangu camp was indeed a practitioner of wind attribute, a rarity that rivaled that of Shangwan Mushiwe. In his days, a graceful figure darted forward, the arcs of lightning from the Lei Yuan's sword striking fiercely towards the young general. With a resounding clash, the Lei Yuan met the spear, and the seemingly ordinary weapon remained unscathed, suggesting it was no ordinary blade. As weapons intertwined, the young general abandoned his horse, leaping into the fray with an aggressive spear technique, each strike ferocious. Were it not for Shangwan Mushue's spiritual energy armor protecting her, she would have certainly been at a disadvantage in terms of strength. With her right hand, she blocked the incoming spear with the Lei Yuan, while her left fingers formed a seal, unleashing a slender bolt of lightning aimed directly at the young general's forehead. Humph! Resorting to petty tricks, the young general scoffed, deftly maneuvering the spear to deflect the lightning with the shaft, causing it to spiral and dissipate upon contact. Shangwan Mushue was momentarily stunned. Her reliance on the Nine Heavens' divine thunder had seemingly lost its potency before him. What was happening? As she stood in bewilderment, the young general retracted his spear and, with the swiftness of thunder, struck multiple times at Shangwan Mushue's chest, each blow landing on the same spot. Yet, despite this, she was merely pushed back, and the spiritual energy armor bore no signs of damage. His successive strikes, imbued with the wind attribute, could not breach the defenses of the spiritual energy armor, which caused the young general's expression to grow grave. As the two battled evenly, Baiji's eyes gleamed with fervent intensity. Suddenly, several enticing bubbles emerged above the two combatants, each one more alluring than the last. Both Shangwan Mushue and the young general of the Dangu camp stood as paragons among the younger generation of martial artists on the Qingyan continent, and the bubbles above their heads were irresistible to Baizhi. Above Shangwan Mushue, a smaller bubble displayed wind attribute, 40. Lightning resistance, 50. Nine Heavens divine thunder art. A top-tier technique from the divine celestial palace, inherited through generations. Strength, 100. Vitality, 1100. Agility, 150. The attributes within the bubble above Shangwan Mushue were indeed impressive, showcasing an abundance of fundamental qualities. However, the attributes displayed are astonishingly luxurious, with each value exceeding 100. The young commander is certainly not an ordinary individual. He appears to be in the prime of his youth, exuding an air of pride. Wind attribute, 45. Wind resistance, 55. The supreme technique of the royal family of the Great Jin, the primordial halberd. Strength, 110. Vitality, 1,500. Agility, 120. The attributes of these two individuals are extraordinarily luxurious. Were Baizhi able to absorb even one of them, he would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Regrettably, he can only observe, as their attributes remain impervious to his attempts, rendering the situation quite awkward. In the past, he relied on his will to pierce the bubbles above others' heads within a 2-meter radius, subsequently absorbing them for his own benefit. However, now he finds himself unable to breach these barriers, leaving him at a loss as to how to assimilate their powers. Nonetheless, these bubbles are not without merit. They at least reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the two individuals, in terms of attribute comprehension, as well as power, vitality, and spiritual energy. Shangwan Mushue pales in comparison to the young general. In simpler terms, Shangwan Mushue is utterly overwhelmed by the young general with no chance of victory. However, with the presence of the peculiar Baizhi, the scenario shifts. Aware that Shangwan Mushue surpasses him in speed, he promptly calls out to her distant figure, "Use speed. Let speed be your solution." Shangwan Mushue, ever astute, instantly grasps Baiji's intent. With a subtle, almost imperceptible motion, she maintains the pace of her Thunder Abyss sword, elevating her own form to its utmost limits. Her seemingly light steps conceal an air of profound mystery. Is this the thunder sound step of the celestial palace? The young general furrows his brow, observing that Shangwan Mushue's figure forms a circle before him, a sense of dread settling in his heart. It is not that she has duplicated herself. Rather, her speed of movement is so rapid that even his own eyes cannot discern it, leaving only countless afterimages in her wake, creating an illusion before him. As he contemplates Shangwan Mushue's position, a sudden scent of death wafts from behind him. Instinctively, he sidesteps to evade, yet remains unaware of the extent of the attack. Even as he narrowly avoids the strike, the Thunder Abyss sword grazes his shoulder armor, leaving behind a bloodied gash. The armor, too ordinary in quality, is easily pierced by the Thunder Abyss sword, and at that moment, the young general realizes the severity of the situation. His defensive capabilities seem to be several tiers inferior to those of Shangwan Mushue. Before he can ponder further, his pupils dilate in shock. He instinctively senses danger on both sides. How is this possible? Isn't Shangwan Mushue just one person? How could she execute such maneuvers? Alas, the brief moment leaves him no opportunity for further contemplation. In a panicked retaliation, he shifts from defense to offense, striking at the approaching Shangguan Mushiwei. Yet he finds himself grasping at thin air. The true form of Shangguan Mushiwei emerges from another direction, her Thunder Abyss sword crackling with lightning as it thrusts toward his shoulder. The young general's reflexes are already remarkably swift, and despite missing the initial attack, he uses the momentum to block the incoming strike with the shaft of his spear. However, how could Shangguan Mushiwei's full-force attack be so easily thwarted? The sword, imbued with the essence of thunder, cleaves through the spear's shaft and strikes his left shoulder. In agony, he swings his spear to repel Shangguan Mushiwei, narrowly avoiding graver injuries. A scarlet mark appears on his left shoulder armor as blood trickles forth. With a composed demeanor, he gazes at Shangguan Mushiwei and her companions, coldly remarking, "Consider yourselves fortunate. When next we meet, I shall claim your heads." In his overconfidence, he has fallen prey to Shangguan Mushiwei's swift victory. Yet he possessed an overwhelming advantage in strength, making his departure a simple endeavor. The long spear sliced through the air with ferocious force, striking the ground and stirring a whirlwind of dust and debris, obscuring the vision of Bai Zhe and his companions. Seizing this opportunity, the young commander departed with his soldiers unscathed. Infuriating, he escaped. Shangguan Mushiwei glared at the young commander fading into the haze, a wave of resentment washing over her. This individual was stronger than she. And now that he had eluded her grasp, she wondered if another chance to confront him would ever arise. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. His concern lay not with the young commander, but with Zhuge Yin's state. Following Huang Pingying's demise, Zhuge Yin appeared as a lifeless marionette, his eyes devoid of focus. Master! Master! The elderly Fu Bo, now in his later years, gently nudged Zhuge Yin, calling out sorrowfully. With Huang Pingying gone, the Zhuge household relied on Zhuge Yin to lead them. However, he stood there like a weeble, swaying slightly before returning to his original stance, dazed and speechless. Would he remain this way forever? Shangguan Mushiwei gazed at Zhuge Yin, concern etched upon her delicate features. The Zhuge family, after all, was a prominent lineage of the Jin dynasty, and their descendants were indispensable talents. To let this continue would surely be a lamentable fate. At this moment, the Lord of Jun City hastily arrived with soldiers. He was a corpulent middle-aged man, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he approached Princess Shangguan Mushiwei. His expression frantic as he exclaimed, "I am late to the rescue. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Shangguan Mushiwei waved her hand, signaling him to rise. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe, observing him, inquired, what was Zhuge Yin's purpose in visiting the Lord's residence? Speak truthfully. The Zhuge couple had returned from the Lord's estate severely injured, and the circumstances surrounding it were both perplexing and mysterious. The portly lord, taken aback by Bai Zhe's question, hesitated. Ordinarily, his temper would have led him to lash out. But he was astute enough to recognize the princess's presence, and thus he turned his gaze towards Shangguan Mushiwei, refraining from an immediate response. "Tell us what you know. Should there be even a single word amiss, your entire lineage shall face extinction." Shangguan Mushiwei maintained her frosty demeanor, cold and distant to outsiders. Hearing the threat of annihilation, the Lord's heart raced, and he instinctively knelt, stammering, "This morning, General Zhuge and his wife arrived at my residence with troops, and without a word, they restrained me, offering me no chance to speak. I then witnessed a young officer clad in armor burst in and engage in conversation with the Zhuge couple, which inexplicably escalated into a fight. I was positioned quite far away, but I could see it all through the curtains." Shangguan Mushiwei turned to Bai Zhe, who nodded in affirmation, thus granting the portly lord a reprieve. Sighing softly, she caught sight of the silent Huang Pingying and declared, "See to it that Madame Zhuge receives a grand burial, honoring the couple's years of service and safeguarding the borders of the great Jin. Do not neglect this, understood?" The lord, flustered, nodded vigorously in agreement. Bai Zhe and the others forcibly dragged Zhuge Yin into the estate, a process fraught with difficulty, as despite his dazed demeanor, he clung tightly to Huang Pingying's delicate hand, unwilling to release his grasp. With Huang Pingying's passing, Zhuge Yin's stupor enveloped the entire Zhuge residence in a veil of desolation. It was not until nightfall that Xiao Guo'er finally stirred from her slumber. Everyone was anxious that she might overhear the news of her mother's death and her father's stupor, fearing the impact it might have on her tender heart. They all unanimously resolved to conceal the truth from her. However, upon awakening, Xiao Guo'er's face was marked by an uncontrollable sorrow, her little features glistening with tears, evoking pity in those who beheld her. Brother, sister, you needn't hide it from Guo. I saw everything. I saw it all. Xiao Guo said, rubbing her eyes with her small, fair hands, her voice tinged with sadness. You saw everything? Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushiwei exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation. The peculiar innate sword body seemed to allow Xiao Guo to perceive everything around her even while in a state of unconsciousness. How could this be? Xiao Guo, dear. Do not cry, do not cry. Come with your brother and sister from now on, all right? Let us take care of you. Shangguan Mushiwei could hardly bear to see such a charming young girl weeping so sorrowfully, coupled with the guilt of having witnessed the tragic fate of the Zhuge couple. She felt compelled to speak. However, little Guo, suppressing her grief, shook her head defiantly, declaring, No, I must seek out the sword sect. I must cultivate my martial skills. I must avenge my mother. Despite her tender age, her eyes reflected a mixture of anguish and resentment, leaving one to ponder whether this was a sign of strength or folly. During her unconsciousness, Guo, possessing the unique innate sword body, had also heard Shangguan Mushiwei's words and understood that her time was limited. This realization only fortified her resolve for vengeance. Dear child, do not act rashly. Your mother would not wish for you to pursue such a path, lamented Uncle Fu, who had brought tea and was pained by Guo's declaration. The young Zhuge Guo, barely in her teens, bore an unusual determination on her small face as she clenched her tiny fists and asserted, Uncle Fu, there is no need to persuade me. I must seek revenge, I must. Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that the little girl he had watched grow up could harbor such stubbornness. The spark in her eyes made it clear that he could not dissuade her, and with a resigned sigh, he stepped aside. Meanwhile, Baiji's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. If Guo wishes for vengeance, she must first acquire the skills to do so. Yet, you are aware that your time is short. How do you intend to learn these skills? Guo, consumed by thoughts of retribution, initially forgot about this crucial aspect. But then, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she turned towards Shangguan Mushiwei, bending her knees and kneeling before her. In this moment, not only did Shangguan Mushiwei fail to anticipate the turn of events, but even her guide, Bai Zhe, was taken aback by her unwavering resolve. Sister Princess, may I enter the Divine Sky Palace to learn the arts? Zhuge Guo lifted her little head, her face brimming with hope. Shangguan Mushiwei gently caressed her cheek, her expression filled with delight as she replied. My master has always yearned for a disciple with an innate sword body. If Guo is willing to go, she may very well receive my master's true teachings. While she had only inherited the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique from the Divine Sky Palace, her master's ultimate skills remained unattainable, which was indeed a source of regret. Really? Zhuge Guo's face lit up with joy as she stood up, excitedly grasping Shangguan Mushiwei's hand. The more Shangguan Mushiwei looked at the little girl, the more she cherished her. Smiling, of course it's true. Thus, Zhuge Guo would have a promising future, and if Huang Pingying were aware, she would find solace. Yet, Zhuge Yin, now mired in the sorrow of losing his wife, remained oblivious to when he might regain his clarity. After managing Huang Pingying's funeral, Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushiwei entrusted Zhuge Yin to Fu Bo and left Zhuge Manor with Zhuge Guo, making their way to the inn. Upon their arrival, they briefly recounted the events that transpired at Zhuge Manor to El Pin and Qin Wanwei. El Pin quickly devised a plan, stating, I know that young general. He is Su Ziqing, a talent placed in the Dongye camp by the emperor of the Great Jin. He is a standout among the younger generation, excelling in talent, appearance, and intellect. As he spoke of Su Ziqing's arrival in Jun City, El Pin's gaze shifted cautiously towards Bai Zhe, revealing a hint of apprehension. Only after receiving a nod of affirmation from Bai Zhe did he relax and divulge the matters concerning the Dragon Vein martial arts and the possible prior connections between the Zhuge couple and Su Ziqing. After listening intently, Guo huffed, ever since Big Brother saved our family last night, my parents have resolved to abandon their plan to seek refuge in the Great Jin. Otherwise, today's events would not have unfolded. Reflecting on the consequences of this decision, the young girl found it difficult to accept, with both matters reaching their conclusions. Did it imply that he might have already returned to the Jin Kingdom? Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow, realizing that the trail regarding the Dragon Vein martial arts had gone cold with El Pin, while the Zhuge couple's situation had also reached its denouement. El Pin shook his head, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. I am well aware of Su Ziqing's temperament. The princess has wounded him, and given that I disappeared from the tea house, I suspect he will lay in ambush along the route, likely near the border between the Great Jin and Great Jin. The implication was clear. Su Ziqing would set a trap at the border, using the ensuing chaos as an excuse to absolve himself of any wrongdoing. Furthermore, The Dongye camp seldom revealed itself to the public, and few knew Su Ziqing's true origins, which would only facilitate his actions. What shall we do? Shangwan Mushue gasped, facing Su Ziqing directly, feeling somewhat intimidated. After all, he was at a much higher realm than she, and her abilities seemed insufficient against him. Meanwhile, Qin Wanyue's brows furrowed. This was a scenario she particularly wished to avoid, as the success of their mission to the Jin Kingdom would determine her fate. At this moment, Baiji's gaze flitted between Qin Wanyue and Shangwan Mushue as a clever idea sparked in his mind. He glanced around before closing the door, signaling for everyone to gather close for a detailed discussion. A night passed in silence, with all preparing for the impending battle on the morrow. The following day, Baizhi, accompanied by Shangwan Mushue, departed the city via a small stream, still driving the same horse-drawn cart, astride the same white steed. As they exited the city gates, they were graciously seen off by the portly city lord, heading towards the final boundary between the Great Jin and Great Jin, a distant mountain range several miles away. Towering 1,000 meters high, its base lush with vegetation, these far-off mountains, located in the southeast of Jun City, served as the last bastion leading to the kingdom of Jin. They were aptly named distant mountains due to the crisscrossing mountain ranges, their continuous peaks flanking the roads with rocky formations that created a unique terrain of ravines. Just as Baizhi and his companions had departed Jun City, a great throng of martial artists began to stream into the city, their numbers likely approaching 10,000, a truly spectacular sight. As Baizhi and his party entered the undulating distant mountains, they appeared relaxed, journeying quietly. However, as their cart traversed the ravine-like terrain, they suddenly heard the distant rustling of beasts scattering in alarm from the nearby thicket. Baizhi raised an eyebrow at this, instinctively pulling the reins of his white horse to steady the cart, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Before he could ascertain the situation, a swift rustle sounded as a multitude of soldiers, armed with weapons, emerged from the grass on either side, their faces devoid of color, gradually surrounding the entire cart. Upon seeing these individuals, Baizhi's expression turned to one of shock, and in a flustered tone, he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" In his panic, the reins slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. At this moment, ahead appeared Su Ziqing, mounted on horseback, wielding a long spear and clad in armor, his expression as impassive as a statue. Even as he surrounded Baizhi, his demeanor remained unchanged. "Surrender your possessions, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Su Ziqing's gaze turned icy, the cold glint in his eyes taking on a tangible form, strikingly fearsome. Upon hearing that his belongings were the target, Baizhi, relieved that his life was not at stake, inquired, "What is the general desire?" "Whatever I possess, I shall gladly offer." However, Su Ziqing disregarded the expected protocol, his gaze fixating on Baizhi as his eyelids flickered, and he scoffed, "I seek your life." Without uttering another word, he clamped his legs against the horse's belly and swiftly maneuvered to Baizhi's side, his cold spear aiming directly at his neck without a hint of hesitation. Su Ziqing recalled vividly the previous day's encounter, where Baizhi had bare-handedly countered his attack. This time, he showed no mercy, eager to see if Baizhi could evade his strike as he had before. With a resounding clash, the anticipated event did not unfold. Su Ziqing's spear was thwarted by a sound akin to that of a zither, failing to pierce Baizhi's flesh. Who was in the carriage? Su Ziqing's expression shifted as he recognized that while the force behind the zither sound was modest, it possessed an exquisite finesse that deftly neutralized his attack. The wind attribute embedded within his strike was also repelled. The response emanated from within the carriage as a gentle, melodious tune resonated, infused with spiritual energy, unleashing waves of zither intent towards Su Ziqing. Though Su Ziqing's prowess allowed him to handle the situation with ease, his soldiers suffered greatly. Several waves of zither sound struck them, brutally tearing their bodies apart, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails scattered about. After enduring a barrage of more than 10 zither-infused strikes, Su Ziqing's expression darkened considerably. Raising his spear, he executed a sweeping maneuver, dispelling the incoming zither notes with a single stroke. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself into the air, descending from above and repeatedly swinging his spear down upon the carriage, unleashing a series of icy beams imbued with wind attributes. Inside the carriage, a woman hastened her fingers, deftly plucking the zither strings, the somewhat chaotic notes aimed directly at the oncoming beams. As they collided, the wooden roof of the carriage exploded, splintering into numerous shards that scattered around. "It is you," Su Ziqing exclaimed, recognizing Shangwan Mushue, who sat cross-legged before the guzheng, her attire a delicate shade of white. His heart raced with surprise. The intelligence he possessed had not indicated her mastery of sound techniques. Could it be that the information was incomplete, revealing hidden depths within Shangwan Muxue? Veiled in mystery, Shangwan Muxue chose not to respond to him. With a deep breath, her delicate fingers began to pluck the strings of the guzheng in a rhythmic manner. The resonant notes rose and fell, at times deep and at others urgent, reminiscent of the fierce melodies of battle. As the long spear, propelled by a fierce gust, tore through the roof of the carriage and aimed at her, the distinct notes from the guzheng formed a faint protective aura, enveloping both Shangwan Muxue and the pale-faced stream beside her. A series of thunderous clashes ensued as the violent wind collided with the sound barrier, erupting in a powerful explosion that momentarily shook the very air around them. In the wake of the blast, Su Ziqing swiftly descended, his figure darting towards the carriage, where he raised his spear high and struck fiercely at the protective aura encasing Shangwan Muxue. This man, seeing that spiritual energy could not penetrate her defenses, sought to overwhelm her with brute force. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary. Shangwan Muxue, with her gem-like eyes flashing with determination, grasped the guzheng with one hand while drawing the stream into her embrace with the other, lightly stepping away from the carriage. As their forms stabilized in midair, the carriage had already been cleaved in two by Su Ziqing's spear. Were it not for Shangwan Muxue's protection, the residual shockwave alone would have been enough to claim the stream's life. Su Ziqing landed amidst the wreckage of the carriage, surrounded by splintered wood, and regarded the descending Shangwan Muxue with a cold expression, demanding, "Who are you? Where is Shangwan Muxue?" His interception was solely for her, should any harm befall her. Chaos would surely ensue at the borders of the great nations of Jin, Qin, and Jin, providing him ample opportunity to seize the coveted dragon vein martial arts. Moreover, it would effectively thwart any potential alliance between Jin and Jin, a prospect that pleased him greatly as a proponent of war. While the Shangwan Muxue before him bore some resemblance to the original, her martial arts path was unmistakably different. This incarnation of Shangwan Muxue emitted not a trace of the thunder attribute. As she landed, the version of Shangwan Muxue impersonated by Qin Wanwei paused, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "What does it matter who I am? However, I do possess what the general desires." With that, she produced a piece of aged parchment from her bosom, waving it before him. The slightly yellowed parchment exuded a disquieting aura. Upon sighting the parchment, Su Ziqing's stoic demeanor faltered, a rare flicker of excitement breaking through his expression, though he quickly concealed it. "Hand it over, and I shall let you go." The sudden emergence of the dragon vein martial arts had made him forget his previous intentions, his gaze now fixated solely on the imminent acquisition of such power. "Brother, do you truly underestimate me?" Behind Su Ziqing, a low and discontented voice emerged from Baizhe. Before Su could turn around, Baizhe, with arms crossed over his chest, manifested the faint traces of the yin-yang Taiji symbol. The intricate design of the yin and yang fish seemed to encapsulate profound and esoteric principles. With a fierce roar, Baizhe unleashed the forces of yin and yang, which erupted forth in the form of two swirling fish, one black and one white, that surged towards Su Ziqing's back. By the time Su sensed the ominous power approaching him, it was already too late. The yin-yang fish struck his armor and, without warning, penetrated his body. What is this? The sudden invasion of the yin-yang fish into his being filled Su Ziqing with a primal fear, akin to that of an ordinary person confronted with the unknown. Though he appeared unscathed at the moment, he could not shake the dread of future repercussions. Just as he uttered these words, he felt the wind attribute within him rapidly diminishing at a visible rate. Alarmed, Su swiftly sealed off the vortex of wind attribute energy within him, halting the alarming decline. Baizhe, reveling in the delightful sensation of the yin-yang fish absorbing power within him, abruptly lost that connection, his brows twitching in distress. That energy, painstakingly extracted from the four-legged cauldron, was not meant to vanish so easily. When he had initially drawn out the yin-yang energy, he was astonished to find it capable of absorbing elemental attributes, which led him to attempt multiple extractions. Though the process was arduous, he had successfully procured a portion, considering it a strategic advantage. Yet, to his dismay, it was gone after its very first use, a classic case of losing more than one gains. The yin-yang fish had manifested upon the four legs of the cauldron. In other words, there was but a single pair of yin-yang fish among the four legs. Could it be that they had vanished so quickly? As he lamented this loss, Su Ziqing felt a violent surge in his chest, his throat constricting, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The yin-yang fish within him stirred, creating a significant rupture in two of his energy vortices, from which the energy escaped and returned to Baizhe's outstretched palm. Having absorbed a portion of the wind attribute, the yin-yang fish took form in Baijia's hands, one black, one white. A marvelous find, Baizhi thought with delight. This was the very yin-yang fish that had disrupted Su Ziqing's energy vortices. And the wind attribute energy contained within would undoubtedly serve as a considerable boon to him. Su Ziqing had initially possessed 6 energy vortices, with a 7th already hinting at its emergence, yet this unexpected assault had fractured 2 of his existing vortices and threatened the very existence of the nascent 7th. This filled him with both astonishment and fury. How infuriating! What exactly have you done to me? Su Ziqing pointed his long spear directly at Baizhi, his face unmistakably displaying his rage. Were it not for his caution regarding Baijia's peculiar techniques, he would have lunged forward to tear Baizhi apart. Baizhi shrugged his hands and chuckled. I haven't done anything. Nodding towards Qin Wanwei, who stood behind Su Ziqing, he added, the next move is yours, my lady. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Wanwei, holding a piece of parchment, lightly tossed it into Su Ziqing's palm. Staring in disbelief at the dragon vein martial arts that had landed in his hand, he could hardly fathom that such a legendary skill had come to him so effortlessly. Yet, before he could even peruse it, Baizhi shouted, You vile Su Ziqing, stealing my Lu family's dragon vein martial arts. How despicable! With an inexplicable flourish, he produced some hot sauce, smeared it on the corner of his mouth, pounded his chest, and dusted his face with white powder, all while appearing grievously wounded. Su Ziqing was left in a state of bewilderment. The bizarre events unfolded one after another. First, he had effortlessly acquired the dragon vein martial arts. And now he was witnessing Baijia's theatrical display, leaving him with nothing but a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. However, the subsequent turn of events soon clarified matters. From a distance behind them, Shangguan Mushui arrived with a throng of martial practitioners, leaping between trees, striding upon the ground. And even a few who could soar through the air on their swords, amassing an imposing force of no less than 10,000. Su Ziqing, now armed with the dragon vein martial arts, found himself at the forefront of the crowd, where Shangguan Mushui, clad in the regal attire she had brought from the palace, emanated an air of nobility. She pointed a delicate finger at Su Ziqing and called out, You there? Upon hearing her words, the multitude of martial practitioners behind her ignited with fervor, surging towards Su Ziqing with eyes ablaze, their momentum rendering his visage pallid. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, there was no time to rally the soldiers behind him. He fled with the dragon vein martial arts clutched tightly, disregarding his injuries, and vanished in an instant. The nearly 10,000 martial practitioners pursued him relentlessly, rushing past Baizhi, who stood momentarily stunned by the spectacle. The scene before him was nothing short of magnificent. He had never anticipated that Shangguan Mushui possessed such charisma, capable of rallying so many. It was likely that no one among the younger generation dared to provoke this formidable assembly of martial practitioners. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Baizhi felt a twinge of unease. After what felt like an eternity, the martial practitioners finally dispersed. Shangguan Mushui approached Baizhi, a smile gracing her features as she remarked, What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? These individuals will certainly give that wretched Su Ziqing a run for his money. With this thought, the anger she had previously felt towards Su Ziqing dissipated, replaced by sheer delight. It was at this moment that Lu Pin and Guo arrived, with Lu Pin casting a somewhat conflicted glance at Baizhi. Hesitation evident upon his face, as he opened his mouth to speak but faltered. Baizhi, perceiving the unspoken, chuckled and said, What do you think this is? He produced an object identical to the parchment snatched by Su Ziqing from his bosom, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Witnessing such a reaction, Baizhi felt a surge of joy. He had pondered long the previous day, realizing that an ordinary piece of parchment would be unlikely to deceive a genius like Su Ziqing. Only a parchment infused with the essence of dragon veins could achieve such a feat. However, the challenge lay in extracting even a trace of that genuine dragon energy, a task of considerable difficulty. After a night of rigorous study, Baizhi managed to extract the dual energies of yin and yang from the four-legged square cauldron within him, thus isolating a minuscule fragment of true dragon energy to imbue upon the counterfeit parchment. In this manner, the unsuspecting Su Ziqing would undoubtedly fall for the ruse, and Baizhi was certain he had ensnared him. Upon hearing Baijia's explanation, the crowd erupted with delight, showering him with praise for his ingenuity. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray long robe approached silently, his footsteps so light they made no sound, while Baizhi and the others were oblivious. The figure seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even standing among them, he remained undetected. Young man, you are exceptionally astute. and your skills are indeed rare." The elderly man with the gray robe spoke in a raspy voice that seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul, evoking a peculiar feeling among the assembled crowd. Baijiu was taken aback and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Senior, you flatter me. Such trivial tricks could hardly capture your esteemed attention." He felt a twinge of panic, realizing that this individual was clearly a formidable powerhouse, someone beyond their capacity to confront. Should he harbor any ill intentions? It seemed unlikely that anyone would leave unscathed. Just as he contemplated whether to voluntarily surrender the dragon vein martial arts to ensure the safety of the others, he heard the elderly man in the gray robe speak again in his gravelly tone. "Young lad, I hold no interest in your dragon vein martial arts. However, since I have witnessed this matter, I shall not depart so readily." A weary smile surfaced on the elder's face, appearing quite amiable, yet to Baiji's ears it resonated like thunder. Is this not a typical act of extortion? One finds oneself unable to refuse, for the opponent possesses overwhelming strength. The bubbles above the elderly man's head are not mere question marks, but deep crimson exclamation points. One does not need to look closely to discern the extreme danger implied. Any other thoughts are utterly inconceivable. "Senior, should there be any need, I shall certainly assist you," Baijiu managed to utter, despite the immense pressure, wiping away a cold sweat. On the other side, Shangguan Mushiwei, Qin Wanwei, and the others dared not even breathe, let alone speak. To be succinct, "I shall not beat around the bush," the elderly man in the long robe said, directing his gaze towards Zhuge. "I have taken a liking to this young girl at first glance. Her fate is intertwined with ours. I wish to take her under my wing. Would you be willing to part with her? So it is a matter of taking on a disciple." Baijiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he soon felt a tinge of helplessness as he responded, "Senior, was constitution is unusual. If the issue of her lifespan cannot be resolved, it would be of no avail." His implication was clear. Regardless of how formidable your sect may be, if you cannot address Zhugegua's limited lifespan, it would be of little use. And it might be better to seek assistance from the Divine Sky Palace. The elderly man maintained his smile, his withered hand gently caressing Zhugegua's small head. The girl, who had been curiously observing him, suddenly froze, her little face displaying a hint of disbelief. "Big brother, we'll go with Grandpa." Zhugegua hesitated for a moment, her small hand tightly gripping as she looked towards Baijiu and Shangguan Mushiwei. Baijiu exchanged glances with the others. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "All right, Guo must be obedient and follow Grandpa. Understood?" Although he did not fully comprehend why little Guo would voluntarily wish to accompany the elderly man, he recognized that she was no ordinary child. Though young, her wisdom had already awakened, and there must be a reason behind her decision. The elderly man in the gray robe stroked his sparse beard and laughed heartily. "Your name is Guo. From this day forth, I shall take you under my wing. My dear girl, do you consent?" The process of accepting disciples is a simple one that must be traversed. Zhuge, endowed with exceptional intelligence and an innate spiritual essence, possesses a unique constitution. Were it not for the constraints of mortality, she would undoubtedly stand as a paragon among the prodigies of Qingyan continent. Guo earnestly nodded, kneeling before the elder and performing a profound bow in homage to her master. "Excellent. At long last, our sect has a successor. From this day forth, I shall address you as Linger," he proclaimed, recognizing her innate brilliance, which seemed almost divinely inspired, and bestowing upon her a title befitting a disciple. Guo executed another bow, her voice sweet and innocent as she expressed, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name. I shall diligently adhere to your teachings and strive for excellence in my cultivation." The elder did not afford them the chance for farewells. A great sword of dark yellow hue soared through the air, and he, with Zhuge, ascended upon the blade, bidding farewell to the onlookers. "Senior, may we seek Linger in the future?" Baijiu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he addressed her not by her former name, but by her new title, hoping to elicit a response from the elder. After all, Guo's biological father was still alive, and he harbored a subtle belief that their paths would cross again. Outside the tower, the scene unfolds. Beyond the heavens, the sword reigns. The elder left them with this enigmatic phrase before departing with Zhuge. In an instant, he seemed to vanish without a trace. Yet his presence lingered 100 miles away, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Upon hearing these words, Baijiu silently contemplated them, his brow furrowing slightly as he turned to the others. "Have any of you heard this phrase before?" he asked. Both Shangguan Mushiwei and Qin Wanwei shook their heads, while El Pin furrowed her brow in thought, possessing a vague impression of having encountered the phrase somewhere, but unable to recall its origin. After a temporary pause in their endeavors, Bai Zhe and his companions returned to Jun City, where they prepared their horse-drawn carriage to journey towards the great Jin Kingdom, not forgetting the purpose of their diplomatic mission. The group traversed the rugged mountain ranges, covering several thousand miles over the course of 3 days, ultimately arriving at the border city of Xiayun City. As the sole city adjacent to the Great Jin's borders, Xiayun City was constructed with remarkable fortification. The towering walls, several dozens of feet high, were entirely forged from fine iron, a material essential for crafting military weaponry. The sheer audacity of using such a precious resource for city construction was nothing short of extravagant. Standing beneath the ironclad walls, an icy gust of metal-laden air enveloped them, causing even Bai Zhe to shiver involuntarily, drawing in a sharp breath. The grandeur of this city was overwhelming. Shangguan Mushiwei gazed upwards at the seemingly skyward-reaching Xiayun City, reminiscent of summer clouds devoid of any other hues. Qin Wanwei maintained an indifferent expression, showing little interest in the imposing structure before her. In contrast, Elpin felt a twinge of pride. Being a citizen of the Jin Kingdom, despite being wanted by the Great Jin. However, thoughts of the elf family's grievances swiftly extinguished any sense of pride he harbored. The onlookers, perceiving Bai Zhe and his companions as mere outsiders, chuckled at their prolonged observation of the city. Dressed in ordinary attire, Bai Zhe and his companions attempted to blend in, with Shangguan Mushiwei and Qin Wanwei, both strikingly beautiful, donning coarse hemp garments and veiling their faces with clean black cloth. Despite their efforts, their graceful figures drew the attention of many, sparking whispers among the crowd. After a brief moment at the city gates, Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow and took Shangguan Mushiwei's hand, leading her into the city, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, Shangguan Mushiwei promptly withdrew her hand, indignantly exclaiming, "Why are you holding me back? How dare they speak of me in such a manner? They deserve to be reprimanded." She nearly revealed her royal status but cleverly refrained. Bai Zhe, exasperated, replied, "We still have a considerable distance to travel to the capital of Jin. Can we avoid causing a scene at every city we pass? If we continue like this, we may not reach the great Jin capital for months, let alone complete our alliance mission swiftly." Chastised by Bai Zhe's words, Shangguan Mushiwei's demeanor wilted, akin to a withered eggplant, and she pouted. "Well, they were pointing at me, and I couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Right, Xiaoxi?" Seeking solidarity, she turned to Qin Wanwei, but caught herself and addressed her as Xiaoxi instead. The diligent Xiaoxi, taken aback by Shangguan Mushiwei's inquiry, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Bai Zhe observed this exchange, sensing something peculiar about Xiaoxi. What may seem like a typical mindset for a maid. He was able to perceive certain matters with a subtlety that stemmed from the duality of yin and yang. A group of them entered the vibrant city of Xiayun and sought out the most popular establishment, the Liyun Inn, where they ordered a variety of dishes and beverages. Shangguan Mushiwei, feeling quite famished, wasted no time in picking up her chopsticks and indulging in the food with no semblance of decorum befitting a lady of refinement. In contrast, Qin Wanwei beside her daintily nibbled at her meal, each gesture exuding the grace of a princess from the Wang family. Truly, Bai Zhe poured himself a cup of wine, shaking his head as he observed the contrasting manners of the two women. Elpin, sitting nearby, also poured himself a drink, and the two clinked their cups together in camaraderie. Just as they were savoring their feast, a conversation from a nearby table caught their ears. "Hey, brother, have you heard? Not long ago, in the remote mountain range several dozen miles from Xiayun, nearly 10,000 martial artists gathered for a spectacular scene. What's so impressive about that? I know they were all there for the Dragon Vein martial arts." "Dragon Vein martial arts? You must be jesting." "Oh, my temper. You really shouldn't doubt me." Within that mountain range, a young man acquired the Dragon Vein martial arts, and those 10,000 martial artists surrounded him. To this day, he has yet to escape. As he took a sip of his drink, he lamented, "Come to think of it, he seems to be one of our own from the Jin Kingdom. I wonder if he can secure the Dragon Vein martial arts and make a safe retreat." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mushiwei envisioned Su Ziqing's frantic attempts to evade capture. And in her amusement, she inadvertently spat out her drink, splattering it across Bai Zhe's face. Bai Zhe, taken aback, rolled his eyes at the girl, utterly speechless. He felt a surge of irritation welling within him, but upon seeing her face, one that bore so many debts, he could not muster the anger. Instead, he resignedly wiped his face and transformed his frustration into appetite, resuming his hearty eating. Witnessing Bai Zhe's reaction, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Waiter, bring me 10 pounds of beef and 10 jars of Daughter's Red." At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly burst through the entrance, led by a corpulent giant towering at 9 feet. His ample girth jiggled as he moved, and with a thunderous crash, he slammed a pair of axes, each weighing several dozen pounds, onto the table. Thankfully, the table was forged from fine iron. Otherwise, it might have been reduced to splinters. The proprietor truly was a clever one. Baizha had previously found it peculiar that all the tables were made of iron, only to realize it was a precaution against such occurrences. Accompanying the rotund brute were several others, all adorned with red headbands and sporting fierce expressions. Clearly not of the gentle sort. The young waiter, visibly trembling, timidly placed the items on the table, scarcely daring to utter a word before hastily retreating, revealing his palpable fear of the men. Baizha beckoned the waiter over, who rushed to him with a forced smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Seated at a table a safe distance from the hefty man, Baizha felt at ease asking the waiter about the group. Who are they? Are they regulars here? It wasn't mere curiosity that compelled Baizha to inquire. He had noticed the waiter's body quiver slightly upon the giant's entrance, as if gripped by fear. His head bowed even lower. "Esteemed guest, it would be wise not to provoke them. That corpulent man is a bodyguard from the Zhenwu escort agency in Xiaoyun City, and he frequently visits this establishment for food and drink," the waiter whispered, leaning closer to Baizha, his fear evident in his eyes. Baizha furrowed his brow in confusion. What does the Zhenwu escort agency do? He was not well versed in such matters, having seldom watched films in his past life. At that moment, Shangwan Muxue, who had been in the midst of picking her food, nearly choked but managed to swallow, unable to suppress her laughter at Baizha's innocent expression. "You don't even know what an escort agency does. Is that really so strange?" Baizha replied. Cough, cough. An escort agency is responsible for transporting precious items or certain important matters for martial artists from one place to another. The individuals employed there are known as bodyguards. Even the usually graceful Qin Wanwei could not resist commenting, ultimately offering an explanation. Is this not merely a courier service? I lament. What is the difference from the ancient messengers who perished alongside their steeds? Yet, there exists a distinction. The ancient couriers were confined to the realms of the underworld or the official domain, while the present carriers are none other than formidable warriors, whose prowess far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Speaking of which, it seems I have recently heard whispers that the Zhenwu escort agency is preparing to transport a divine artifact along with some rare medicinal materials. The innkeeper muttered, "It is said they will set forth in just a few days, with their destination seemingly being Cha City." Upon hearing the name Cha City, the four of them exchanged glances, each furrowing their brows slightly. Cha City, the capital of the Great Jin Kingdom, is situated atop a 100-mile expanse of waterways, renowned for its surrounding solitary islands. Do not escorters typically shy away from assignments leading to the capital? Qin Wanwei, holding a bowl and balancing dishes, inquired curiously. Upon hearing her ethereal voice, the innkeeper was momentarily taken aback, and he promptly replied, "Miss, you are quite astute. Indeed. Most escorters are hesitant to accept tasks directed towards the capital, yet the Zhenwu escort agency is an exception." Baizha raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Qin Wanwei, ever so clever, retrieved a piece of silver from her sleeve, placing it into the innkeeper's palm, and smiled. "We have journeyed from afar and are unfamiliar with this place." This method the innkeeper was quite accustomed to, yet he was delighted to receive such unexpected fortune. He tucked the silver coins into his pocket, cheerfully proclaiming, "My lady, this dragon and tiger escort agency was founded by the royal kin of the Great Jin. It is said that the cargo in transit pertains to the fate of the nation." Before he could finish his statement, the shopkeeper furrowed his brow and bellowed, "What are you standing there for? Get back to work." The innkeeper offered a sheepish smile and excused himself to attend to his duties. They did not pursue further inquiries. After all, if it were indeed a matter of such magnitude, it was unlikely that an innkeeper would possess any profound insights. Baizha pondered deeply for a moment, sensing that this could very well be the crux of their negotiations in the Jin state. After a brief hesitation, he decisively declared, "Let us proceed to the Dragon and Tiger Escort Agency." With that, he led the way out of the inn, with Lu Pin and the others closely following. The Dragon and Tiger Escort Agency was situated to the northwest of Xiaoyun City, surrounded by blacksmith workshops and a few apothecaries, occupying a considerable expanse. Thus Baizha and his companions quickly located it. At the entrance of the agency stood 2 stone statues, a dragon and a tiger, both crouching as if to welcome the guests, yet exuding an air of vigilant ferocity. The bustling Zhenwu escort agency was alive with activity. as numerous martial artists gathered to pay their respects. The entrance was adorned with vibrant lanterns, suggesting that a grand banquet was underway. Baijia's brow furrowed slightly. Amidst the revelry, it was the perfect opportunity to navigate the murky waters. After some contemplation, he instructed Lu Ping, "Take Mu Shui and Xiao Shi to the Lion Inn to secure a room. I shall accompany Miss Qin inside for a closer look." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Mu Shui pouted in discontent, protesting, "Why does she get to go, and I cannot?" Her gaze flitted between Baizhi and Qin Wanwei, a palpable sense of displeasure emanating from her. Baizhi felt a surge of frustration. Among their group, Lu Ping, being from the Jin kingdom, was likely to attract unwanted attention in such a setting. Shangguan Mu Shui's carefree demeanor could lead to complications, while conversely, Qin Wanwei exuded poise and calmness, making her the ideal companion for infiltration. Yet, how to convey this without causing chaos? Perceptive as ever, Qin Wanwei discerned his thoughts immediately and smiled softly. "It's perfectly fine for Mu Shui to accompany you. Her martial skills surpass mine. With her protection, we can all feel assured." For the first time, Shangguan Mu Shui found herself appreciating Qin Wanwei's presence. Beaming at Baizhi, she exclaimed, "See, she agrees. Now, tell me how we shall proceed." She was convinced that being by Baizhi's side promised numerous adventures, and she was eager to partake in whatever excitement awaited them. Resigned to the circumstances, Baizhi sighed. "Very well, you two may head to the inn first. I shall return with Mu Shui later." Qin Wanwei nodded in understanding and led Lu Ping and Xiao Shi towards the Lion Inn. Left behind, Baizhi observed as they entered the Longhu escort agency without any apparent scrutiny. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to take Shangguan Mu Shui to a nearby clothing shop to select a few outfits. With Baiju's careful embellishments, the two emerged from the shop transformed, presenting a strikingly different appearance. At this gathering, Shangguan Mu Shui shed her coarse, woven linen attire and adorned herself in a resplendent silk satin ensemble. The translucent beads gracefully dangled from her arms, complemented by an imposing updo and a veil as delicate as gossamer, exuding an aura of opulence. In contrast, Baizhi's attire appeared rather peculiar. His head was enveloped in white cloth, his entire form swathed in a similar fabric, tightly wrapped to reveal only his eyes and mouth, creating an oddly mysterious appearance. "You look just like a mummy," Shangguan Mu Shui chuckled, holding her stomach in amusement, as Baizhi's white cloth strips did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the ancient wrappings. Baizhi rolled his eyes, clearing his throat, and gestured towards his throat, saying, "Mind your tone." Prompted by his remark, Shangguan Mu Shui immediately raised her voice and retorted, "What are you talking about?" Her words flowed in impeccable Sichuan dialect, causing Baizhi, standing nearby, to burst into laughter, as her familiar tone resonated with him deeply. In the land of Qingyun, the Sichuan dialect resembled a foreign tongue, leaving others perplexed and bemused, yet this offered Baizhi an opportunity to exploit. As they arrived at the entrance of the Longhu escort agency, the two guards, taken aback by Shangguan Mu Shui's peculiar accent and their unusual attire, were momentarily speechless. "Who are you? If you have no business here, do not cause a disturbance," one of them said, unable to contain his impatience, raising his hand to shoo them away. However, at that moment, Baizhi unexpectedly spoke in a somewhat clumsy Qingyun dialect, saying, "Greetings, I am Axi Bashayu from Tilef." "Ah?" The other guard furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "What did he say? What is Tugafan? What does that mean?" His gaze was filled with uncertainty as he looked at his companion. In contrast, the other guard's expression brightened with understanding, exclaiming, "This is a foreign envoy, a foreign envoy." He then personally escorted Baizhi and his companion into the Longhu escort agency, while his bewildered colleague stood by, still grappling with the situation. "A foreign envoy? What on earth is that?" he muttered, resuming his watch at the gate. The guard who led Baizhi and his companion into the courtyard found a secluded corner, suddenly turning with a mischievous grin directed at Shangguan Mu Shui, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. This startled Guan Mu Shui. As he approached her, she swiftly retrieved a dagger from her storage space and thrust it directly at his heart, executing the motion with remarkable precision. However, she had failed to cover his mouth. Fortunately, Baizhi was right beside her, promptly stepping forward to support the doorkeeper, deftly placing a hand over his mouth to stifle any sound. This seamless action creates an illusion that Baizhi is directly assisting the gatekeeper. Shangguan Mu Shui, being exceptionally astute, immediately positioned themselves on either side of the gatekeeper, guiding him towards a more secluded area. Once they reached a spot with few onlookers, Baizhi lowered the white cloth covering his mouth and reproached him with irritation, saying, "What on earth are you doing? We nearly encountered a mishap. The girl inexplicably brandished a knife. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, or the situation would have unraveled. Shangwan Mushue wore a look of grievance as she pouted and exclaimed. He reached out to me, rubbing his hands together, and I thought he desired something from me. As she recounted this, a hint of indignation and embarrassment colored her cheeks, and she menacingly mimicked a knife gesture with her hand. Bai Zhe, upon hearing this, nearly stumbled to the ground, his eyes rolling in disbelief. Others simply seek money, don't they? He had not anticipated that this guard was indeed familiar with the local customs, crossing his hands and rubbing them together merely to request a payment. However, this gesture could be perceived as quite lewd from a woman's perspective, making Shangwan Mushue's misunderstanding rather understandable. In light of the circumstances, Bai Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately crouched down, methodically peeling off the guard's clothing piece by piece. What are you doing? You rogue! Shangwan Mushue exclaimed, startled, as she beheld Bai Zhe preparing to strip the deceased's undergarments. Covering her face with her hands, she turned away in shock. Bai Zhe offered no reply. By the time she turned back, he had donned the guardess attire, complemented by a few tools for subtle disguise. He now bore a striking resemblance to the guard in both stature and demeanor. This left Shangwan Mushue momentarily stunned, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "How have you become a doorkeeper?" Having spent considerable time with Bai Zhe, she was quite familiar with the essence of his demeanor, making it effortless for her to discern the identity of the individual before her. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and move the body," Bai Zhe retorted, rolling his eyes as he unceremoniously flung the doorkeeper, now draped in a white shroud, into the grass behind the rockery, where the dense underbrush would conveniently conceal the corpse. Once this was accomplished, Bai Zhe, still disguised as the doorkeeper, led Shangwan Mushue towards the living room. Upon encountering a maid, he promptly commanded, "This is a distinguished guest of TLF. Please escort her to the VIP area." The maid hesitated, mentally questioning, what on earth is the VIP area? As she contemplated inquiring further, the ferocity in Bai Zhe's gaze compelled her to swallow her words, and she opted to keep her thoughts to herself. Thus, she guided Shangwan Mushue towards the guest area of the Longhu escort agency, while Bai Zhe, clad in the attire of the agency's guards, roamed about, seeking information. He scoured the back rooms, but despite his exhaustive search, he uncovered nothing of value. Just as frustration began to mount, he was unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder. Startled, Bai Zhe instinctively seized the hand of the person behind him, preparing to execute a shoulder throw, ready to incapacitate them. However, turning around revealed yet another ordinary guard. His mind raced, and he quickly shifted his grip to a handshake, smiling amiably. "Hey there, what brings you here?" The guard, oblivious to the pressure in Bai Zhe's grasp, queried with mild confusion, "Old 3, what are you doing? Why aren't you at the entrance welcoming guests?" Bai Zhe's disguise bore enough resemblance to that of the original guard that the other man momentarily failed to recognize him. "Ahem, the master summoned me to assist." Bai Zhe lowered his voice, attempting to mimic the original doorkeeper's tone, intentionally rendering it somewhat muffled to evade detection. Upon hearing assist, the guard paused, then replied, "All right. Follow me." Although he sensed something was amiss with the individual before him, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease, and thus, he unwittingly led Bai Zhe towards the rear courtyard. The rear courtyard of the Longhu escort agency was expansive, with a group of young escort trainees energetically practicing martial arts, their movements resonating with vigor. The guard ushered Bai Zhe into a storage room within the courtyard, cautioning him, "The items in here are quite precious, handle them with care." Bai Zhe nodded earnestly, keeping his head down. Inside the warehouse, several escort trainees busied themselves, carrying wooden boxes of uniform size that appeared not overly burdensome. Upon entering, Bai Zhe beheld a warehouse filled to the brim with these wooden boxes, all crafted from the same obsidian wood, each secured with a golden lock. The sole exception was a rectangular box, which sat prominently at the center of the collection. Observing the warehouse's contents, Bai Zhe noticed an abundance of spiritual energy bubbles emanating from the wooden boxes, causing his mouth to water. Regrettably, his dantian was shattered, rendering him incapable of absorbing the spiritual energy. Yet, given the presence of such energy and recalling what he had overheard at the inn, it was evident that these wooden boxes contained invaluable spiritual herbs and medicines. With such a multitude of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, one cannot help but wonder how the Longhu escort agency acquired them. However, Bai Zhe found himself more intrigued by the rectangular box, distinct from the other small wooden containers. Not only was its shape singular, but it was also crafted from fine iron, adorned with a grand golden chain that exuded an air of opulence. "What are you standing around for? Get moving." The supervisor, holding a whip, shot Baizhou a fierce glare, clearly indicating that failure to comply would result in punishment. Yet, Baizhou paid him no heed and joined the ranks of laborers, his gaze persistently drawn to the rectangular box, filled with curiosity about its contents. "Brother, stop staring and focus on your task." A fellow worker, noticing Baizhou's wandering attention, could not resist offering a gentle reminder. Clutching a small wooden box, he followed the group to the back entrance, where a substantial gathering of escort guards awaited. The foremost among them appeared to be key figures within the Zhenwu escort agency, dressed in attire that set them apart from the ordinary escorts. One of them, clad in full armor and wielding a spear, bore a striking resemblance to a military commander. Baizhou's heart raced. The appearance of military forces in Shen Yan City could very well indicate the presence of the Great Jin. The fact that an army was deployed suggested the presence of something of utmost importance within. General Linghu. All of these spiritual herbs and medicinal plants are stored in the carriages at the back. As Baizhou prepared to place his wooden box onto one of the carriages, he suddenly overheard this remark, causing him to momentarily falter. The imposing general, adorned in silver armor and grasping a long spear, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has that item been secured properly?" These words reached Baizhou's ears, stirring his curiosity. Just as he wished to listen further, a sudden elbow jostled him from behind, prompting him to hastily place his belongings on the cart and turn away. A restless itch consumed Baizhou. What on earth could that object be? By the time the spiritual herb boxes in the warehouse had been moved, the sun was already descending towards the horizon, and the guests in the hall had dwindled significantly. The only item left untouched was the rectangular iron box, standing tall enough that even a single person would struggle to move it. The supervising escort had driven away all the attendants, ensuring that no one attempted to lift the cumbersome iron box. As Baizhou departed with the guards, he seized the opportunity to inquire along the way and discovered that the iron box was a valuable item, specifically designated for transport by the escort. "I have heard that the shipment is scheduled for midnight, shrouded in darkness, though its authenticity remains uncertain." The speaker, audacious as ever, divulged such critical information to Baizhou without hesitation. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Baizhou vanished into the crowd. As night descended, he shed his guard uniform and stealthily stepped into the shadows, swiftly making his way to the inn. At this hour, the lay-in was nearly closing, and the only remaining patrons were Shangwan Muxiue and her companions. Upon seeing Baizhou return, Lupin hastily approached to welcome him inside, simultaneously shutting the inn's door. "What happened?" Shangwan Muxiue inquired with curiosity. She found herself bored to tears, playing the role of a guest amidst a monotonous cycle of feasting. Baizhou glanced at her, took a sip of tea from the table, and countered, "What about you? Any discoveries?" In his view, the bustling banquet offered a greater chance of acquiring information than his own endeavors. "Discoveries? All I've heard is a plethora of meaningless chatter about how this is the umpteenth meal," Shangwan Muxiue lamented, her expression one of frustration. "There is not a shred of useful information." "Wait, what did you say?" Baizhou seemed to catch a glimmer of valuable insight, his eyes widening as he grasped Shangwan Muxiue's wrist, exclaiming in urgency. His grip was somewhat forceful, causing her pain, prompting her to furrow her brows. "I didn't say anything significant. I merely mentioned how this is the umpteenth meal. What is the matter?" As she voiced her confusion, a spark of realization ignited within Baizhou's mind. He suddenly understood the gravity of the situation, leaving no time to explain to the others as he turned to depart. Having uncovered something crucial, the others were left in a state of bewilderment, but Qin Wanwei, composed and perceptive, recognized that Baizhou had indeed discovered something important. The urgency of the matter left her unable to inform them, leading her to say to Shangwan Muxiue, "Muxiue, you must follow him. He needs you." Shangwan Muxiue, though initially dismissive with a scoff, ultimately followed suit. Being an astute individual, she understood the underlying significance. Concerned for Baizhou, she hastened her pace, catching up to him before they reached the Zhenwu escort agency. Upon reaching his side, she inquired with a hint of annoyance, "What are you doing, rushing about so?" "Shoo." Baizhou gestured for silence as they concealed themselves in a secluded alley opposite the Zhenwu escort agency. Though the location was somewhat out of the way, it provided a clear view of the agency's entrance. Initially, Shangwan Muxiue dutifully squatted beside him, observing the entrance. However, as time passed without any sign of activity, her patience began to wane. "What are you really doing? Clarify it for me." Baizhou's gaze remained fixed on the Zhenwu escort agency as he quietly explained, There's a warehouse in the back of the agency containing a significant quantity of spiritual herbs and elixirs, including a rather mysterious iron box nearly a meter in length, forged entirely of fine iron, secured with a fist-sized golden lock. What's so extraordinary about that? Didn't we hear at the end that the Zhenwu escort agency had taken on a task? Perhaps it pertains to those items, Shangwan Mushiwei replied. Attempting to make sense of the situation, Shangwan Mushiwei spoke nonchalantly. As her words fell, Baizhi coldly interjected. I discovered General Ling Huyu of the Great Jin in the carriage at the back courtyard. On his way back, he had been pondering the identity of this general named Ling Hu. Although there are few with the surname Ling Hu among the Great Jin commanders, there are still several. It was not until they returned to the inn, when Shangwan Mushiwei remarked that it was already the third meal, that he realized this was likely the illustrious General Ling Huyu of the Great Jin. Ling Huyu, a prodigious talent of the Great Jin, began his military training at the tender age of 10 and commanded troops by the age of 15. At that time, Jingzhou was divided equally between the Great Jin and the Great Ming, with both nations possessing comparable strength. During his first battle, Ling Huyu led 5,000 men and, within just one day, traversed hundreds of kilometers to decisively conquer cities within the Great Ming. This battle marked a significant turning point, leading to the Great Jin's rapid conquest of 3 prefectures and 16 cities within a few months, astonishing the realm. From that moment on, Ling Huyu was bestowed the title of the Swift General by the Great Jin and was appointed to command the elite unit known as the Blade Camp, comprised entirely of martial practitioners. Now, 3 years have passed since that battle. While much of the populace may have forgotten, Baizhi, well-versed in the history of Qingyun, still vividly recalled the events. Impossible. You must be mistaken. He should be in the capital, Shangwan Mushiwei exclaimed, her face displaying shock. After that battle, Ling Huyu had formed a marriage alliance with the Great Jin imperial family and became the current prince consort. How could such a figure be found in a border city? Baizhi shook his head, his expression resolute. I have never seen Ling Huyu, but this ruse must have originated from him. A ruse? What do you mean? Shangwan Mushiwei asked, her face a picture of confusion, completely unable to comprehend his words. Seizing the opportunity before anyone arrived at the Zhenwu escort agency, Baizhi briefly explained. As you mentioned, the Zhenwu escort agency must have hosted such banquets several times. Moreover, the inn claims that the agency has numerous tasks involving spiritual herbs and medicines. Coupled with the information I gathered about the agency possibly transporting goods at midnight and the appearance of Ling Huyu, his cryptic remarks infuriated Shangwan Mushiwei, who pushed him sharply and huffed. Why don't you just finish what you're saying? What is going on? In truth, with her intelligence, she could deduce the implications if she thought carefully, yet she instinctively resisted the notion. Baizhi nearly stumbled, rolling his eyes before continuing to focus on the entrance. Given Ling Huyu's character, all this information could well be a cover-up. I cannot ascertain what lies within, but it is undoubtedly significant. Of course, how could it not be significant if the prince consort is involved? Shangwan Mushiwei retorted with sarcasm. However, she soon realized. You mean to say he wouldn't transport goods at night, but rather during the day, when there is a banquet? Many might assume the Zhenwu escort agency wouldn't be operating. If they were to transport goods in broad daylight, it would indeed catch many off guard. Baizhi, having lost patience with her guessing, stated directly, if my predictions hold true, someone will soon emerge from the Zhenwu escort agency, and not just one person. As soon as he finished speaking, figures began to flicker within the Zhenwu escort agency, followed swiftly by a procession of horse-drawn carriages, guarded by a large group of escorts, their expressions cautious as they hurried towards the city gate. Indeed, should we follow them? Exclaimed Shangwan Mushiwei, astonished and thrilled that her guess had proven accurate. Baizhi shook his head. Those are merely medicinal herbs, nothing of great significance. What truly matters is that iron box. He was acutely aware of its contents. Having personally handled it, the wooden boxes contained spiritual herbs and elixirs, yet it was the treasures within the iron box that he truly desired. An instinct whispered to him that the spiritual herbs were merely bait. The real prize lay within that box, which was the reason for Ling Huyu's presence here. The importance of whatever was inside that iron box was evident, especially given that it had prompted the current royal son-in-law to take action. Should he succeed in acquiring it, he might leverage it against the Great Jin. Of course, this was merely speculation, yet it warranted investigation. After all, he felt somewhat apprehensive about forming an alliance with the Great Jin. This task was undeniably challenging. As the convoy exited the city gates, a while later, 5 figures clad in black emerged, each carrying identical long boxes on their backs. The five resembled one another closely, four of them dispersed in different directions, north, south, east, and west, while one remained seated at the entrance of the Zhenwu escort agency, legs crossed, seemingly awaiting something. Are those the long boxes? Shangguan Mushui inquired quizzically. Having never seen the iron box with the golden lock, and with the boxes wrapped in black cloth, it was indeed difficult to discern their authenticity. Baijia's brow furrowed, never anticipating that Ling Hu Yu had such a scheme prepared, with four individuals moving simultaneously while leaving one behind. Which one was the genuine article? Hurry, what should we do? Shangguan Mushui urged, anxious. At her current speed, she could barely keep up, and any delay would mean losing the chance entirely. Baiji's gaze was fixed on the black-clad figure at the Zhenwu escort agency, his eyes glinting with determination. He gritted his teeth and declared, "We shall not leave. We will wait here." Wait. Shangguan Mushui observed his face, then glanced at the seated figure, reluctantly nodding. She could not leave Baizhi to pursue alone. If it was indeed Ling Hu Yu, Baizhi would stand no chance. He was far more formidable than Su Ziqing. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the seated figure at the Zhenwu escort agency remained motionless. At that moment, Shangguan Mushui's brows twitched. She swiftly pulled Baizhi aside to hide, her eyes signaling towards the front. There, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a blue long robe, wearing a blue crown and boots, stood calmly wielding a long sword. Addressing the black-clad figure before him, Wuyong Tunzuan, General Ling Hu, I trust you are well. The black figure did not respond, nor did he even open his eyes. Do not waste words with him. Eliminate him, and the treasures will naturally be ours. At the southern gate, another imposing figure, towering over 9 feet, stood bare-chested, shouldering a massive iron pillar that several men would struggle to encircle. In his other hand, he held a cloaked figure, a man dressed in black, whose iron box had long since been shattered by his might. The man's head hung low, suggesting that life had fled from him. Years had passed, yet you remained unchanged, still embodying such brutality. At the eastern gate, the man himself did not appear. Instead, the iron box, which had once adorned the black-clad figure, arrived first. Suspended in midair with the cloaked man firmly impaled upon it, lifeless beyond measure. Behind the iron box stood a middle-aged woman clad in nun's attire, her hand delicately wielding a whisk, her expression icy and detached. Meanwhile, at the western gate, an old acquaintance of Baizhi made his presence known, youthful yet composed. With arms crossed over his chest, he approached, stepping upon the iron box, while the black-clad man had mysteriously vanished. The individual in question is none other than Li Jianxian, whom Baizhi encountered during his assessment in the capital of the Great Jin Empire. Taoist Wuyazi, the butcher Yan Ludian, the esteemed nun Ningqing from Amay, and the accomplished disciples of the Shushan sword sect. The figure clad in black, seated cross-legged, scrutinized each face before him, recounting them with the familiarity of an old friend. As for Li Jianxian, it is likely he could not recall this person's name. You truly hold me, Ling Hu Yu, in high regard, he chuckled. With a subtle movement of his right hand and a slight shift of his hips, Ling Hu Yu stood, raising his right foot first, and smiled at the assembly. In that instant, Baizhi's expression shifted, and he found himself unconsciously pacing, murmuring, logically. If all 4 black-clad figures were slain and the iron box reclaimed, where is Ling Hu Yu? Where is Ling Hu Yu? Isn't he right before us? Su Guanmuxu observed his restless movements, puzzled. No, this is not Ling Hu Yu. Baizhi shook his head, elucidating. Everyone knows Ling Hu Yu is the general of swift speed, and he is also a southpaw. Su Guanmuxu glanced at the black-clad figure, noting that he indeed wielded his sword with his left hand, and inquired, is there anything amiss? The posture of rising is incorrect. A right-handed individual typically steps out with the right foot first, while a left-handed person would lead with the left. Baizhi's gaze sharpened. Articulating each word carefully, he raised his right foot first when he stood. This is a rather subtle detail, and coupled with the constant chatter of the man in black, few would take notice. Upon his reminder, Shangguan Mushui recalled the movements of the man in black as he rose. Suddenly enlightened and astonished, she exclaimed, then, where is Ling Hu Yu? This is not merely a matter of Ling Hu Yu's presence. It is as if the iron box itself has materialized there. Moreover, given Ling Hu Yu's meticulously crafted design, one cannot help but wonder what lies within that iron box. Baiji's curiosity has only deepened. What should be done now? Should they wait? Shangguan Mushui, devoid of any decisive thoughts, inquired. With Ling Hu Yu now confirmed to be absent, it is highly probable that the iron box before them is but an illusion. Baizhi found himself at a loss. for he too was unaware of Ling Huyu's whereabouts. As he hesitated, the group had already engaged in combat with the cloaked figures. The one bearing the iron box was not only holding his own against 4 opponents, but seemed to gain strength with every exchange. Yama's Hall. Will you not reveal your ultimate technique? Do you intend to allow Ling Huyu to escape? Ning Qing Shirtai exclaimed, her complexion ashen as she blocked Ling Huyu's longsword. The figure wielding the iron pillar, Yama's Hall, let out a cold snicker, stamping his foot to leave a tremendous imprint on the ground and declaring, "Step aside. A mere Ling Huyu is no match for me alone." The 4 combatants, all renowned martial artists at the Golden Core stage, showed no fear of Ling Huyu. If it were not for their divergent intentions, they would find greater ease in fighting independently rather than being hampered by their alliance. The 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously released their holds, allowing Yama's Hall to take action. Yama's Hall's ruthless demeanor revealed a lingering bravado. The cloaked figure wielded his sword with a sweeping motion, his eyes ablaze with determination, betraying no hint of fear. "Ling Huyu, taste my power," Yama's Hall bellowed, lifting the iron pillar and spinning it around him, unleashing a violent surge of fiery energy that quickly ignited the area into a blazing circle. Inferno C. With a thunderous shout, Yama's Hall's fiery aura intensified severfold as he swung the iron pillar with one hand, the immense weapon cutting through the air with a deafening roar aimed at the comparatively small, cloaked figure. Yet, the cloaked figure showed no sign of trepidation. At that moment, as the pressure locked onto him, his shoulder quivered slightly, and he shattered the fierce aura that had targeted him. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the ferocious assault. Though he had escaped, the door of the Longhu Dart Bureau behind him was mercilessly smashed in 2, splintered wood flying in all directions. The scene was far from over. Flames flickered in the eyes of Yenluo Hall as he harnessed the force of the descending iron pillar, sweeping it horizontally with remarkable fluidity, executing both movements in a seamless manner without a moment's pause. The cloaked figure was taken aback, astonished at how effortlessly Yenluo Hall wielded the seemingly massive iron pillar, manipulating the fire attribute's spiritual energy with unparalleled finesse, leaving him genuinely astounded. At that moment, there was no time for evasion. He hastily raised the sheath of his sword with his left hand to shield his chest, fully aware that a direct hit would shatter his torso and lead to his immediate demise. The immense force destabilized his stance, forcing him to retreat several dozen steps, carving a striking mark upon the ground. Although he managed to block the iron pillar, the sheer power behind it left him shaken. Within him, several spirals of spiritual energy surged violently, and the sword within the sheath suddenly erupted forth with a swift motion, chilling the very air around it. The longsword, now free from its sheath, transformed midair into a long, frost-laden blade, plunging fiercely into the massive iron pillar of Yenluo Hall. Instantly, a thick layer of frost enveloped both Yenluo Hall and the colossal iron pillar, solidifying them into icy sculptures, alongside the lotus-shaped flames that danced around Yenluo Hall. This scene appeared quite enchanting, with the ice-sculpted lotus, the towering iron pillars, and the humanoid statues. Though the combination seemed somewhat peculiar, it nonetheless added an exquisite beauty to the atmosphere. Ice attribute. Baiji's heart raced. This figure in black possessed the essence of ice. Not only he, but even Weiyazi, Ning Qing, and Li Jianstin wore somber expressions, for Ling Huyu had dominated the Great Jin with his earth attribute, a feat that had resonated throughout Qinyan. Never had there been a manifestation of such a unique attribute. "Who are you?" Ning Qing, holding a whisk, exhibited a fierce demeanor on her fair visage. They had never anticipated that the individual they had collectively apprehended was not Ling Huyu. The contents of that iron box were likely not what they sought. The figure in black caught the descending sword, sneering softly as he gently removed the black cloth from his face, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with a fair complexion, his youthful visage unmistakable. "Ling Hu Tianchong, it is you." Li Jianxian, who typically maintained an impassive expression, was now visibly unsettled. He recognized this young man all too well. However, his knowledge was limited to hearsay, as this individual was one of the 3 unparalleled genius sword cultivators from the south. His emergence was intended to serve as a personal validation, yet he had stumbled upon his goal effortlessly. The individual known as Ling Hu Tianchong, hailed as the Ice Sword Immortal, has sought out Li Jianxian. At this moment, Li Jianxian's hand trembles around his sword. This is his opportunity to prove himself. He, Li Jianxian, has trained in the Shushan sword sect since his youth, possessing unparalleled natural talent, yet he has never revealed his prowess to the world, rendering him unknown. The moment he steps beyond Shushan, he aims to make the world aware that the South is not solely home to three great sword cultivators, but also to him. Li Jianxian. Master Ningqing furrows her brow, her feather duster swirling vigorously as a ripple of water spreads through the air. Her spiritual energy cascades upon the frozen figure of the butcher, Yin Luodian. A droplet of this wave falls from his head, shattering upon his shoulder, scattering across his form. In an instant, a resounding crack is heard as the frost surrounding Yin Luodian is shattered from within by a surge of powerful spiritual energy, revealing his rugged visage. "Blast it, you deceitful brat! If you possess the courage, fight me again!" roars Yin Luodian, his fiery spirit rekindled, resembling a furious lion. With the massive iron pillar in hand, poised to strike down Linghu Tianchong. Confronted by the unfrozen Yin Luodian, Linghu Tianchong remains unperturbed, his expression calm as he speaks. "You are all renowned golden core experts. Why must you trouble a mere junior? If this were to spread, it would not reflect well on the Taoists or the Ame." His words, although seemingly humble, carry an air of defiance, subtly countering Wuyazi and Master Ningqing, both of whom represent substantial sects, their actions reflecting upon their respective schools. Unlike the more carefree martial practitioners, Wuyazi and Master Ningqing fall into silence, their weapons unconsciously loosening in their grips, indicating that they do not intend to conclude this swiftly. The tongue of this young lad is quite formidable. "Let me witness the strength of the three great sword cultivators of the South," Yin Luodian asserts, raising an eyebrow. His right hand clenches tightly, the veins in his arm bulging like those of an ordinary person's thumb, creating a truly terrifying visual spectacle. With a thunderous shout, Yin Luodian hurls the iron pillar into the air with his right foot, then strikes the center of the pillar's base with a punch, channeling a tempestuous force directly at Linghu Tianchong. The speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, even Linghu Tianchong, who had merely brushed against the aura's confinement, could scarcely react before the iron pillar was upon him. With no trace of panic upon his face, Linghu Tianchong was poised to strike when a dazzling beam of sword light flashed past, akin to a solitary glimmer in the darkness, swift, fierce, and precise, leaving all in awe with its single stroke. The sword light vanished in an instant, revealing Li Jianxian, who wielded a long sword, its blade outward, poised horizontally, aimed directly at the iron pillar. The sword struck with the ferocity of thunder, yet withdrew with the grace of water, creating a subtle ripple without leaving a trace. This single strike truly epitomized the essence of swiftness and swordplay, imbued with an ephemeral elegance. As Li Jianxian sheathed his sword, the massive iron pillar cracked audibly, splitting into two halves that tumbled to the ground, stirring up dust and unveiling the fist of the King of Hell. "You, what are you doing? We are on the same side, little brat. Have you made a mistake?" roared the King of Hell, his hand bound by iron chains. Astonished and enraged at the sight of the iron pillar cleaved in two. In stark contrast to the King of Hell's fury, Linghu Tianchong stood in stunned silence. His expression tinged with astonishment as he murmured, that is. Suddenly struck by realization, his countenance darkened. His words jolted the others awake. The ability to slice through the colossal iron pillar forged from deep-sea iron was indicative of a sword of extraordinary caliber. Yet its appearance was so unremarkable that none could recall its legendary status. "Shu Mountain, Baiyu," exclaimed Wuyazi, scrutinizing the sword sheath in Li Jianxian's hand. Disbelief flooding his being, his grip on the sword trembling. The Baiyu sword, ranked 10th among the renowned weapons, was the treasured artifact of the Shu Mountain sword sect. Crafted from millennia-old white jade, pure and flawless, adorned with intricately carved phoenix feathers, exuding an aura of restrained brilliance capable of claiming lives at a moment's notice. As Li Jianxian traced the delicate phoenix feather motif on the sword tassel, a nostalgic look graced his face. In days gone by, when his master had sent him down the mountain, he had bestowed upon him this treasured sword of the Shu Mountain sword sect, intending to demonstrate to the world that the sect had not fallen into decline, but merely concealed its brilliance. The King of Hell, holding one half of the severed iron pillar, chains coiling around him, muttered with a hint of resentment, "Humph, what is there to be proud of? Relying on the power of a divine weapon?" To him, the opponent appeared to be merely an inexperienced youth, hardly a worthy adversary. "One strike. If you can withstand my blow, I shall personally assist you in mending this iron pillar," Li Jianxian declared, his sword brow arched, the Baiyu sword sheath flicking with grace, his expression calm as he regarded the King of Hell. The so-called butcher, the murderous King of Hell, had never been so underestimated. Enraged, he glared with fury, one hand grasping the severed iron pillar, the cold, heavy chains wrapped around his arm, and bellowed, "You little brat. I was careless in acknowledging the power of your divine weapon. Now, do not think that withstanding one blow is difficult. I could easily handle 10 or even 100. He possessed the pride to back his words, being an elder among the golden-bodied powerful, having long since condensed a golden core within himself. Although the volume of his spiritual energy vortex could not compare to the prodigious talents of the younger generation, the might of a single golden core surpassed that of numerous spiritual vortices. Li Jianshan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He also comprehended the disparity between having cultivated a golden elixir within oneself and not having done so. Nevertheless, this realization did not cause him to retreat even a single step, despite the fact that he currently possessed no golden elixir within his body. He brought his right index and middle fingers together, deftly forming a sword seal, while silently reciting an incantation. In an instant, the white feathers from the sword sheath soared into the air, transforming from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 4. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords materialized above his head, and at the sight of the fierce sword energy emanating from these blades, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Though each sword carried its own force, they amalgamated into a singular stream of sword energy, a force as formidable as the mountains and rivers reversing their course, sweeping across half the sky and casting a pall over all living beings. This is. Linghu Tianchong gazed at the seemingly simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful sword energy unleashed by Li Jianxian, his pupils widening in disbelief as he stammered, "The river of sword qi. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the river of sword qi." The river of sword qi represents a unique realm of differentiation among sword cultivators, epitomizing the pinnacle of talent within the sword path. Upon the initial glimpse of the heart's realm of the river of sword qi, the sword energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, manifesting its own momentum. It was evident that Li Jianshan had already established his own sword momentum, a riverine force that could encompass all things, incomparable to ordinary sword energy. The three supreme sword cultivators of the South, hailed as the paragons of the younger generation, had all forged their own sword momentum, which was why they held such esteemed titles. A single strike of sword momentum, powerful and unyielding, is impervious to 100 weapons. Once one forms their own sword intent, it inspires a profound sense of dread. Yet, the Yama Palace seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, as they regarded the straightforward display of sword energy with a dismissive smirk. "Little child, the river of sword qi is far from an impressive technique." He raised 2 iron pillars with both hands, positioning them vertically before him, perfectly shielding himself behind these towering columns that matched his height. As a seasoned practitioner of the golden body realm, Yanludian emanated a sense of pride. The dual iron pillars stood resolutely in front of him, while a searing and tempestuous fire attribute energy surged forth from within him, momentarily resembling a fire dragon coiling around the pillars. At the dantian of Yanludian, a fiery golden elixir radiated a brilliant warmth, and as he activated his unique secret technique, the crimson elixir descended onto the fire dragon's eyes, which adorned the iron pillars. At that instant, the entire fire dragon seemed to come alive, undulating across the iron pillars, glaring fiercely at the formidable 100-sword mountain river above. Witnessing this scene, Wuyazi, Master Ningqing, and Linghu Tiansheng's expressions drastically changed. The butcher Yanludian had indeed revealed his true prowess, even resorting to his life-bound golden elixir, clearly indicating that he had been provoked. However, Li Jianxian remained unperturbed. With a swift flick of his finger, he directed a sharp aura of killing intent that erupted from his fingertips, and hundreds of sword energies surged toward the fire dragon coiled around the iron pillars. During their flight, the multitude of swords harmoniously shifted positions, merging into a colossal sword energy, its size rivaling that of the iron pillars. The fire dragon surrounding the iron pillars let out a fierce roar, exhaling a breath of genuine fire attribute energy, a shimmering and ferocious essence. The overwhelming sword intent clashed with the fire dragon that bore a golden elixir, resulting in an astonishing spectacle. One would expect a tremendous explosion from the collision. Yet there was no sound. The sword intent effortlessly crushed everything in its path, obliterating even the fire attribute golden elixir. A fleeting glimmer of cold light preceded a sword that, in the blink of an eye, severed the fire dragon along with the iron pillars. In the astonished gaze of the butcher Yanludian, a trickle of blood appeared at his neck. His massive form collapsed to the ground like a toppled pillar of gold and jade, marking the fall of an elder powerhouse of the golden body realm. Vanquished by the uncelebrated Li Jianxian with but a single strike, instilling fear in all, this youth possessed an astonishing mastery of sword energy. perhaps merely a step away from the realm of the sword master. Linghu Tianchong witnessed the breathtaking aura of Li Jianxian, encompassing all things, subtly suggesting a trend toward forming a sword barrier. The barrier, a manifestation of dominance, emerged from the culmination of sword energy. The might of the sword barrier could cleave mountains and drain rivers, shocking even the heavens. Li Jianxian sheathed his white feather, casting no glance at the deceased butcher Yan Ludian, instead turning to fix his gaze like a blade upon Linghu Tianchong. Engage me in combat. Should you triumph, you may withdraw safely. If you lose, the titles of the three great sword cultivators of the south shall henceforth change. What say you? Li Jianxian understood that the contents of the iron box were unlikely to be what they sought, and thus proposed a swift duel. Linghu Tianchong spread his hands nonchalantly and replied, "Do as you wish. If you can defeat me, I shall gladly relinquish this hollow fame." The words were spoken casually, yet the fierce determination in his eyes was unmistakable. With a deft flourish, he wielded his lightweight sword, creating a cascade of ice blossoms in midair, dazzling in their brilliance. Linghu Tianchong, the esteemed disciple of the Ice King Sima Yin, had undoubtedly mastered a certain degree of skill. The ice attribute, after all, is a unique force. How would it compare to the lethal intent of the metal attribute? Daoist Wuyazi stroked his beard thoughtfully, his words laden with significance. Meanwhile, Master Ning Qing glanced back and forth between the two, her gaze wavering, before she lightly stepped away, departing from the scene, her destination unknown. The onlookers did not intervene. Rather, they were filled with anticipation for the impending duel between Linghu Tianchong and Li Jianxian, two prominent young sword immortals of the age. As Linghu Tianchong accepted the challenge, Li Jianxian wasted no time in unleashing his formidable sword technique, honed for facing the butcher of Yanluo Hall. This time, however, the manifestation took the form of a colossal sword shadow, a white feathered blade cleaving the air, darkening the sky, and instilling fear in all who beheld it. The sheer scale of this sword energy was almost absurd. Bai Zhi gazed at the overwhelming sword aura that obscured half the sky, feeling a sense of helplessness. Shangguan Mushiwei scoffed, her disdain evident. If this is what you call the momentum of the sword energy river, then I must have mastered it long ago. As she channeled the Nine Heavens Thundersword technique, the heavens darkened, filled with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. Wasn't this also momentum? Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her abilities were exceedingly unique. She was innately positioned within the realm of the sword energy river, and given time, she would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Confronted by the vast sword energy that overshadowed the sky, Linghu Tianchong remained unfazed. With a flick of his lightweight sword, he planted it firmly into the ground, penetrating several inches of earth. Was Linghu Tianchong truly so misguided as to attempt to catch this overwhelming wave of lethal metallic sword energy with his bare hands? Wuyazi's mind was filled with questions, and he could not help but voice his thoughts. Even Bai Zhi felt a tinge of curiosity. What was Linghu Tianchong attempting? Beside them, Shangguan Mushiwei haughtily interjected. Isn't he overestimating himself? Linghu Tianchong is naturally attuned to the ice attribute. Within him flows the purest essence of ice energy from the heavens and earth, nurtured by the meticulous guidance of the Ice King Sima Yan. Would the sword energy river pose a challenge for him? Shangguan Mushiwei was unconvinced. Among the younger generation of the three great sword immortals from the south, although they all appeared to be at the golden body realm, each would surely possess some degree of reserve. Clearly, Linghu Tianchong had his own secrets. The immense sword energy pressed down, causing the air to thrum with tension. Yet Linghu Tianchong's expression remained unchanged as he smiled faintly. I acknowledge your talent in the sword path. However, your spiritual energy realm is ultimately too low. As soon as the words left his lips, a frigid aura erupted from Linghu Tianchong, a tempest of frost spreading wildly, turning everything in its wake into solid ice. In this scene, Bai Zhi and Wuyazi were struck with terror, retreating frantically. In contrast to Li Jianxian's mastery of the sword, Linghu Tianchong unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that ravaged the surrounding area for miles, a display of potency that was nothing short of breathtaking. These two were undeniably formidable. Bai Zhi observed that the houses around them were cloaked in a thick layer of frost, the inhabitants within still soundly asleep, yet irrevocably unable to awaken, filling him with profound astonishment. Confronted with Linghu Tianchong's formidable spiritual prowess, Li Jianxian raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Realizing that this individual's spiritual realm surpassed even the golden body stage he had previously witnessed, far exceeding the strength of a mere golden core. Nonetheless, despite not having reached the golden body realm himself, he remained undaunted. For for the heart of enlightenment within him blazed brightly. Summon the sword spirit. As the sword's momentum in the sky was obstructed, Li Jianxian inverted the white feather sword, driving the hilt forcefully into the ground, and proclaimed with fervent conviction. As those words were uttered, Wu Yazi's face turned pale with fear. He immediately lost his desire to continue watching and turned to flee. Su Guanmuxu, unable to explain, hastily took hold of Baizhi's arm and swiftly departed from the heart of Xiayan City. Why are you leaving? Baizhi inquired with curiosity. Do you know the reason why the top 10 swords on the Mingjian list have remained unshaken for countless years? Su Guanmuxu explained as she led him towards the inn. Baizhi shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding regarding the intricacies of the matter. Su Guanmuxu recalled her master's teachings and, feeling a sense of urgency, continued to guide Baizhi towards Lion Inn. The reason the top 10 swords on the Mingjian list have retained their positions, unchallenged by the subsequent divine swords, is that each of these swords harbors the true spirit of an ancient demon beast as its sword soul. Looking back at the backdrop of frost and flames that painted the sky, she trembled as she spoke. Within the Baiyu sword lies the true spirit of an adult fire sparrow. The true spirit of an adult fire sparrow. The fire sparrow is a branch of the sacred beast Zhuke, perfectly inheriting the legendary powers of the Zhuke, and possesses one of the ancient 10 flames. The Ziwei Heavenly Fire. The Ziwei Heavenly Fire is born from the convergence of starlight from the 7 stars of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhang, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang, forming the power of the 7 stars into this celestial flame. This Ziwei Heavenly Fire wields destructive power of catastrophic proportions, complementing countless metal attribute sword cultivators. Especially beneath the starry sky, its damage becomes exponentially devastating. As Su Guanmuxu spoke, her heart grew increasingly anxious. They had already arrived at the Cloud Inn, where they encountered Qin Wanwei and the others, urgently urging them to flee. Behind them, the terrifying force of the Ziwei Heavenly Fire was gradually expanding, with the faint silhouette of a vermilion bird flapping its wings and emitting a piercing cry. Surrounding it, the fiery blaze illuminated half the sky, seemingly boundless, yet advancing towards them at a discernible pace. Lu Ping swallowed hard, turned, and fled, moving with frenzied speed. Not daring to glance back, Shangguan Mushiwei grasped Xiaoxi, while Qin Wanwei led by Xia. The group ran without a backward glance, their spiritual energy surging to its zenith. Yet they still felt the overwhelming might of the Ziwei Heavenly Fire behind them. One can only imagine the sheer terror faced by Linghu Tianchong, who stood directly in its path. In truth, confronted with the fire sparrow's true spirit released from the Baiyu sword, Linghu Tianchong made no attempt to resist. Instead, he summoned the 2 ice-attributed golden cores within him and 5 spirals of spiritual energy, forming a barrier of frost before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. It was no exaggeration. After all, he was facing a true spirit that had emerged from the Baiyu sword. Even if he, Linghu Tianchong, was heralded as one of the 3 great sword immortals of the younger generation in the south, he was not one to contend with an ancient true spirit. Even if the true spirit's power was diminished to a mere fraction in the hands of the sword immortally, it was still beyond his capacity to endure. Linghu Tianchong, arriving later yet faster, swept past Bai Zhe and the others like a gust of wind, leaving behind a frosty pathway in his wake. Damn it! Bai Zhe couldn't help but exclaim. Linghu Tianchong's speed was simply astounding. Perhaps in terms of basic speed, Bai Zhe was not far behind. But others had the aid of spiritual energy, leaving him lagging far behind. Qin Wanwei, herself not particularly powerful, struggled with Bai Zhe, her steps appearing unsteady. Conversely, Shangguan Mushiwei had long since outpaced them. As the ominous Ziwei Heavenly Fire drew ever closer, Bai Zhe clenched his jaw, offering no explanation to Qin Wanwei as he released her hand, falling away. Hurry! Qin Wanwei stood frozen, watching Bai Zhe drop from her grasp, his words ringing in her ears as her mind blanked, leaving her in stunned silence. In that moment of shock, the merciless Ziwei Heavenly Fire engulfed the 2 figures, consuming them entirely. The entire Xiayan city was submerged in the flames of the Ziwei Heavenly Fire, with many citizens unable to even cry out, instantly reduced to ashes. In an instant, the lives of hundreds of thousands vanished like smoke. The vigilant soldiers of the Great Jin witnessed the death of their fellow citizens and comrades. Had they not promptly noticed the anomaly and opened the city gates, they too would have faced a grim fate. Regrettably, the majority within the city perished in this manner. General, must we simply stand by and watch? An old soldier, tears streaming down his face, gazed helplessly at the city reduced to cinders. his emaciated fist pounding the ground in frustration to release his pent-up resentment. The commander of the city guard fell into a profound silence. This inexplicable, malevolent fire could not be extinguished by water, nor concealed by earth. The moment one dared to touch it, nothing would remain, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What could they possibly wield against such an adversary? The prowess of the martial practitioners was exceedingly tyrannical. No wonder there had once been an agreement that they would not interfere in national conflicts, a stipulation that now seemed to have become a mere formality. Although this might temporarily benefit the great Jin, the long-term consequences remained uncertain, teetering on the edge of fortune and disaster. Thankfully, this strange fire had not breached the walls of Shen Yan city. Otherwise, the great Jin would have suffered greatly. Amidst the ceaseless blaze of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, Baiji's dantian lay shattered, rendering him incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. Yet, rather than being reduced to ashes, he moved with surprising ease. Should anyone witness this scene, they would surely think they had encountered a specter. At Baiji's chest, the four-legged square cauldron within him pulsed with a black and white aura, forming a faint protective barrier that shielded him from harm. As Baiji descended, he noticed with astonishment that Qin Wanwei had not fled. Her figure seemingly suspended within the Zhenwu heavenly fire, unharmed. Yet, he could not discern the reason for her levitation, which suggested she might be in a state of unconsciousness. Leaping from the building, Baiji reached the spot where Qin Wanwei had fallen, observing her in a pale, straight dress, her brow furrowed in distress. Above her head emanated a peculiar glow, which appeared to be shielding her from the significantly weakened flames of the Zhenwu heavenly fire. What could this phenomenon be? Intrigued, Baiji instinctively reached out to touch it, only to be repelled before he could come close. This mysterious force rendered him unable to approach, making it a futile endeavor to move Qin Wanwei. With the immediate threat to life dissipated in no means to assist her, Baiji's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Jianxian, the one who had unleashed the Zhenwu heavenly fire. While Linghu Tianchong had fled, Li Jianxian remained, having summoned the true spirit of the fire sparrow. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that something unexpected had transpired. Baiji's thoughts stirred as he cautiously approached the fire sparrow, which circled above, flapping its wings and screeching. The closer he drew, the more he sensed the vibrations emanating from the four-legged square cauldron within him, which appeared to resonate with the cries of the fire sparrow. Could it be that this small cauldron had some connection to the true spirit of the fire sparrow? Baiji recalled the initial resonance had been triggered by a fragment of the spiritual pearl, a gem of pure spiritual energy passed down from the ancient times of the Qinyan continent. Although merely a shard, it contained remarkable spiritual energy. Could it be that the fire sparrow spirit possessed the ability to absorb such energy as well? This thought sent his heart racing. Having previously absorbed a small piece of the spiritual pearl, which had subsequently unlocked the dual forces of yin and yang within the four-legged cauldron, he pondered what abilities he might gain should he absorb the fire sparrow spirit. The allure was undeniably compelling. Driven by this temptation, he inched closer to the fire sparrow spirit, acutely aware that even reduced in potency, the Zhenwu heavenly fire still retained a vivid, searing sensation against his skin and heart. Under the protection of the quadrupedal square cauldron, had it been anyone else, they would have likely been reduced to mere ashes. Approaching within 10 meters of the fire sparrow spirit, the creature, circling above, suddenly shrieked, its eyes, ablaze with two fiery orbs, fixated intently on Baiji. Its wings beating with greater fervor, seemingly issuing a threat. Initially, Baiji felt a twinge of trepidation, however. He soon realized that this creature was all bark and no bite, and its menacing display was effectively thwarted by the square cauldron. Humph. I thought it would be more formidable. Baiji shrugged off his apprehension and glanced beneath the firebird, his eyes widening in astonishment. What's this? Baiji's teeth chattered as he beheld the scene before him, akin to winning a $5 million lottery, an overwhelming delight. Beneath the fire sparrow, Li Jianxian sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting on his knees, forming peculiar seals, each hand distinct. Yet, it was the continuous emanation of energy from him that thrilled Baiji to the core. Fire Attribute 1. Fire Attribute Resistance 1. Li Jianxian resembled a generator of fire attribute bubbles, incessantly producing bubbles marked by the numeral 1, which, upon ascending into the heavens, were promptly absorbed by the fire sparrow spirit. Heh, featherless bird, I shall claim these. Baiji recognized that the fire sparrow spirit posed no real threat to him and smiled triumphantly, mentally puncturing these bubbles with fervor. The bubbles, which were meant to be consumed by the fire sparrow spirit, were entirely intercepted by Baiji midair. The fire sparrow spirit, witnessing this scene, was enraged. Its flames swirling with intensity, its wings beating even more vigorously. Yet, despite its fury, it did not dive down to confront Baizhi. As the accumulation of fire attribute bubbles increased, Baizhi felt his veins and blood slowly transforming, reminiscent of the time he absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The dual energies of yin and yang. It seemed as though his strength had significantly augmented, and a sense of enduring vitality enveloped him. Baizhi swung his fist. Even an ordinary punch igniting sparks, indicating the remarkable results of his absorption. After nearly half an hour of this process, Baizhi noticed that the bubbles had ceased to be collectible, his expression faltering in confusion. He attempted to peer within himself and discovered a small ember emerging on one side of the quadrupedal cauldron, seemingly increasing gradually, connecting bit by bit. Following the flow of energy, Baizhi was astounded to find that this side of the cauldron was absorbing fire attributes. Regrettably, such a vast quantity of fire attribute energy merely traced faint outlines upon its darkened wall. Baizhi gazed longingly at that section of the cauldron. Despite its continuous absorption, the pace was agonizingly slow. It was not the speed of bubble absorption that lagged, but rather the rate at which the cauldron's wall delineated its patterns, advancing only a small step after what felt like an eternity. How long must one wait for the intricate patterns of this bronze wall to manifest? Baizhi sighed and shook his head, ultimately deciding to avert his gaze to avoid further vexation. The absorption rate of the bronze wall was excessively rapid, leaving Baizhi unable to puncture the bubbles for continued absorption. Consequently, he found himself locked in a silent standoff with the fire sparrow true spirit. The fire sparrow, noticing the diminishing fire attribute aura emanating from Li Jianxian, became alarmed as it realized that the aura was being voraciously consumed by some unseen force. Yet, each time it flapped its wings in an attempt to strike Baizhi, its fiery eyes flickered momentarily before it settled into stillness, merely screeching in anger towards him. As time passed, Baizhi began to sense something amiss. Instinctively, he cast his gaze toward the direction he had been observing, which led him to the seated figure of Li Jianxian. Puzzled, Baizhi circled around Li Jianxian, yet found nothing of note. He looked up at the fire sparrow true spirit, and then back at Li Jianxian, utterly bewildered by the connection between the two. Noticing Baizhi's fruitless search, the fire sparrow true spirit ceased its shrill cries, instead emitting a series of mocking clucks, seemingly deriding Baizhi, which irritated him immensely. "What are you laughing at? You featherless firebird? I'm the one draining your fire attribute's spiritual energy." Unable to tolerate the insolent mockery of the irritable creature, Baizhi's temper flared. Yet, the fire sparrow true spirit remained unfazed, its fiery eyes glinting with disdain, inciting Baizhi's fury further. How dare a long-deceased, featherless bird spirit scoff at him? In a fit of rage, Baizhi kicked Li Jianxian's knee, his strength amplified by the fire attribute transformation. However, Li Jianxian remained completely unmoved. His eyes darted. Noticing the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations from Li Jianxian, yet countless fire attribute bubbles emanated from him. What could this mean? Had he stumbled upon something? Baizhi contemplated a chilling possibility. It was Li Jianxian himself. His gaze flitted between the fire sparrow true spirit and Li Jianxian, and in a sudden burst of determination, he unsheathed the white feather sword embedded in the ground, aiming to strike down Li Jianxian. "Stop!" A voice interjected suddenly, tinged with urgency. Baizhi instinctively scanned his surroundings, finding only the fire sparrow true spirit, and incredulously asked, "Are you speaking to me?" The fire sparrow true spirit's fiery eyes twinkled, its beak moving slightly. Its previous arrogance now diminished. It flapped its wings a few times before falling silent. Observing this, Baizhi's lips curled into a sly smile. Interesting. These bubbles are emerging from Li Jianxian. Perhaps he harbors some treasure within. With that, he raised the white feather sword once more, bellowing as he swung it toward the seated figure of Li Jianxian. "Don't." The voice urged again, but this time Baizhi did not relent. Just an inch away from Li Jianxian's neck, the voice grew frantic. "Stop. I'll give you what you want." Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Baizhi turned to the fire sparrow true spirit and remarked, "If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this hassle." He sheathed the white feather sword back into the ground, clapping his hands as he regarded the fire sparrow true spirit with a roguish grin. "You can actually communicate?" The fire sparrow true spirit inquired, astonished, its voice resonating with a masculine timbre, indicating it was indeed an adult male firebird. "It's just you and me here." Along with Li Jianxian, Baizhi replied, glancing at Li Jianxian. "This fellow seems to be in a meditative state and can't speak, so it's just you left." He regarded the fire sparrow true spirit with a knowing smile, rubbing his hands together, What was it you wanted to offer me? You better have something valuable, or I won't hesitate to continue. As he spoke, he prepared to retrieve the white feather sword, which instilled genuine fear in the fire sparrow's true spirit, prompting it to plead, "Please, do not draw your sword." Baija gestured for it to elaborate. Otherwise, he would indeed proceed. After all, upon drawing the white feather earlier, he had sensed a faint sign of recovery within his shattered dantian. Observing Baija's expression, the fire sparrow's true spirit let out a resigned sigh and gently waved its wings towards the meditating Li Jianxian. Instantly, a faint image appeared on Li Jianxian's chest. There, pulsating with a fierce flame, was an object the size of a clenched fist. Even through the barrier of skin and air, Baija could feel its formidable energy. "What is this?" Baija inquired, turning to the fire sparrow's true spirit with curiosity. This entity did not resemble a golden core. It appeared more akin to a stone. Furthermore, since Li Jianxian was primarily a sword cultivator of metal attribute spiritual energy, how could he possess a fire attribute golden core? This was primordial spiritual fire, the last remnant of the ancient Zhenwu heavenly fire. The fire sparrow's true spirit seemed resigned to its fate, explaining, "The 10 great flames of antiquity have vanished. Yet some fires still retain their legacy. For instance, our unique Zhenwu heavenly fire from the Zhuke lineage has preserved a flicker of its essence." Upon hearing this, Baija felt a surge of disdain within. He could not shake the feeling that the fire sparrow was 7 parts genuine and 3 parts false. If this truly were the sole remnant of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, how could it possibly reside within a mere cultivator among countless others? Shouldn't it have been enshrined long ago? It is akin to an individual parading precious possessions down the street, boastfully proclaiming their exorbitant value. Yet few would be inclined to believe such claims. The seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, having invoked my true spirit within the white feather sword, detonated within him with tremendous force. As the fire sparrow spirit recounted this tale, a rare expression of helplessness flickered in its fiery eyes, causing its flames to diminish slightly. After a brief pause, the fire sparrow spirit continued. When Li Jianxian was but a child, the master of Mount Shu implanted this seed of Zhenwu heavenly fire within him. Upon hearing those words, Baija's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at the fire sparrow spirit, utterly bewildered. Can such a thing truly be implanted within him? The seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, possessing such profound potency, seemed destined to cause immediate demise if introduced into the young Li Jianxian's body. The fire sparrow spirit rolled its eyes, revealing a hint of disdain, and responded, "It is impossible for your human bodies to accommodate the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, let alone to cultivate it." What, then, was its implication? Baija pondered momentarily, his gaze drifting toward the white feather sword embedded in the ground. And he soon discerned the anomaly. At the site where the sword was plunged, there were neither scars nor impressions left behind. What could this possibly mean? Baija murmured to himself, shaking his head in confusion. The fire sparrow spirit chuckled awkwardly, then sighed. "You have indeed uncovered the truth. The white feather sword serves as the vessel for the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire. What resides within the young swordsman is merely the root of the Zhenwu heavenly fire." It recalled the day it became the spirit of the white feather sword, when the master of Mount Shu had proclaimed the sword's innate qualities, which, combined with its presence, would allow the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire to flourish. However, this necessitated a root to separate the essence from the vessel, thus providing the best nurturing for the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire. Baija was taken aback, questioning, so those bubbles emanate from the Zhenwu heavenly fire seed within him? The vessel of the Zhenwu heavenly fire within the white feather sword was visibly growing at an astonishing rate, as crimson flames began to spread across the blade. In a mere moment, an intricate rune began to form, appearing both timely and cryptic. Baija observed for a while, feeling a tingling sensation run down his spine. "What is this?" he inquired, unable to contain himself as he pointed at the newly formed imprint on the white feather sword, noticing the fire sparrow spirit hesitating to respond. The fire sparrow spirit, caught off guard by the question, instinctively replied, "Ah, this is the 7-star technique." It realized midway through its explanation that it had inadvertently let slip too much. The 7-star technique. Baija whispered the term, his brow furrowing slightly as he recalled the text that described it. The Zhenwu heavenly fire, condensed through the 7-star dueling technique, is of stellar origin, and once refined, can imprint the power of the 7 stars. Baija scrutinized the slowly coalescing cryptic rune and murmured, "Could it be that the white feather sword is fermenting the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire within Li Jianxian, thereby catalyzing the 7-star dueling technique?" When the 7 stars position on the white feather sword is completely engraved, it signifies the completion of the 7 stars combat technique. At that moment, the power of the white feather sword will ascend to unprecedented heights, rendering it indistinguishable from the top 5 swords in the renowned sword compendium. A sudden jolt surged through the heart of the fire sparrow true spirit. This individual named Baizhi is truly formidable. Merely by observing the vessel of the white feather sword and the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, he could deduce everything. Indeed, this was the case. The sword immortally inadvertently activated the fire sparrow true spirit within the white feather sword, inadvertently triggering the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire within him, resulting in the current situation. Therefore, the treasure you refer to, does it pertain to the seed of the Zhenwu heavenly fire within him, or to this white feather sword? Baizhi gazed meaningfully at the fire sparrow true spirit, who had promised to offer him something. The fire sparrow true spirit chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ahem, little one. Here is this for you." As it spoke, it removed its left eye from its true spirit form. The fiery eye, radiating a scorching aura, withdrew from its being, instantly diminishing the spirit's overall presence, which had lost its earlier formidable essence. "What is this?" Baizhi inquired, extending his hand to naturally receive the descending fiery eye. Upon grasping it, he found it devoid of any burning sensation. Instead, it transformed into a crystal-clear, fiery red orb that shimmered enticingly. The fire sparrow true spirit, appearing somewhat weakened, remarked, "This is an essence of the Zhenwu heavenly fire that I have spent nearly a century condensing. While it lacks the potency of a heavenly fire seed, it is far from ordinary. What do you intend for me to do with this?" Baizhi held the heavenly fire essence in his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor, yet his heart brimmed with delight. This was due to the 4-legged square cauldron within him vibrating incessantly, seemingly eager to absorb the heavenly fire essence. The fire sparrow true spirit exhibited a look of appreciation, recognizing that while the heavenly fire essence may not possess the limitless potential of the heavenly fire seed, the Zhenwu heavenly fire it currently wields is undeniably superior to the seed in every conceivable aspect. This can be considered a modest gift for Baizhi, it pondered. In reality, it had no choice but to give. Otherwise, Baizhi might inadvertently disrupt the derivation of the 7 stars dueling technique. Soon, the 7 stars on the Bayou sword would completely coalesce. At that moment, "I hope you can assist this child, the sword immortal, in fending off the backlash of the heavenly fire." When mentioning this matter, the fire sparrow's true spirit adopted a somewhat grave tone, seemingly wary of the repercussions. Although Baizhi possessed the protection of the 4-legged square cauldron, he was ultimately at a disadvantage and forced a sheepish smile, asking, "What must I do?" The fire sparrow, being a remnant of an ancient holy beast, was not someone Baizhi wished to offend. In contemplating what to do, the last remaining fiery eye of the fire sparrow scrutinized Baizhi with a penetrating gaze, causing him to feel uneasy, as if he were about to be ensnared. Baizhi chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Senior, if you have matters to discuss, please do so directly. I'm not one to be trifled with." It was absurd. No matter how lacking in romantic prospects Baizhi might be, he would never entertain the idea of any entanglement with a true spirit. "You possess something that evokes a sense of trepidation within me," the fire sparrow remarked, furrowing its brow in curiosity. "That power feels somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite place it." A jolt of realization struck Baizhi's heart. It was highly likely that the fire sparrow was referring to the mysterious little cauldron within him, rather than his ability to extract attributes. His mood fluctuated. "Senior, please articulate what you require of me. I shall assist you in any way I am able," Baizhi stated with calm composure, gripping the essence of heavenly fire, which imbued him with a warm sensation, easing the tension in his meridians. The fire sparrow turned its gaze towards Li Jianxian, who was seated on the ground, and said, "When the 7 stars dueling technique erupts, the heavenly fire within this child will ignite upon the completion of the 7-star markings on the Bayou sword. If not properly channeled, he will meet a fatal end. The seed of Zhenwu heavenly fire within Li Jianxian would erupt in tandem with the progression of the 7-star markings on the sword's blade. Once unleashed, it would result in a cataclysmic outpouring of Zhenwu heavenly fire, and given his current level of cultivation, there would likely be no salvation." The fire sparrow had initially intended to expend its remaining strength to ensure that the sword immortal received the inheritance of the Zhenwu heavenly fire, but unexpectedly encountered Baizhi. An anomaly, perhaps it was fate. "You cannot possibly expect me to shield against the eruption of this Zhenwu heavenly fire," Baizhi exclaimed. Gazing at the fire sparrow as if it were a creature of legend, such an endeavor was tantamount to courting death. With his cultivation level, It was a certain path to annihilation. Why are you so flustered? Your ability to survive amidst this tempest of Z-Wei indicates that you possess the capacity to handle the heavenly fire's eruption, the fire sparrow asserted with unwavering confidence. Baiji's lips twitched, and he retorted with a cold laugh. You believe a single essence of heavenly fire can compel me to risk my life? Senior, I think you overestimate yourself. The eruption of the Z-Wei heavenly fire seed would likely deter even those at the pinnacle of the great perfection realm. How can you expect me to stand against it? This is no different from sending me to my doom. Although he vaguely sensed that the featherless bird intended to exploit the four-legged square cauldron, he was unwilling to produce it easily, thus rendering the matter moot. The fire sparrow, having existed for millions of years, was remarkably astute. Its single eye widened suddenly as it exclaimed, "The essence within you is akin to the Z-Wei heavenly fire. It cannot harm you in the least. Do you not comprehend this? Otherwise, how could you traverse this sea of flames unscathed?" Upon hearing this, Baiji recalled the faint patterns he had etched upon the four-legged square cauldron and pondered, might I absorb the erupting Z-Wei heavenly fire? The notion of absorbing the Z-Wei heavenly fire seemed to amuse the fire sparrow, which was about to laugh, yet hesitated upon reflecting on Baiji's peculiar ability to walk amidst the heavenly flames, leaving it momentarily speechless. If you possess such capability, then absorb as much as you can, it conceded, as circumstances had escalated. At that moment, the crimson seed of Z-Wei heavenly fire nestled in Li Jianxian's chest began to crack. The fissures were evident, and from within, a blood-red substance began to ooze out, resembling a vast expanse of lava, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to sear one's very soul. Quickly, it's up to you now. The fire sparrow, witnessing this scene, disregarded Baiji's willingness and flung him toward Li Jianxian's meditative position, shielding him from the imminent explosion of the Z-Wei heavenly fire seed. With a crackle, the fiery shell shattered, creating a small fissure through which surged several streams of Z-Wei heavenly fire, bursting forth from above Li Jianxian's head like a blooming flower. Baiji was taken aback. The eruption of the Z-Wei heavenly fire resembled an explosive spectacle. Before he could react, the four-legged square cauldron within Baiji suddenly surged to life, leaping from his body and positioning itself to absorb the Z-Wei heavenly fire seed. Remarkably, none of the explosive heavenly flames descended to harm Li Jianxian. Instead, they were entirely consumed by the cauldron, as countless fiery tendrils from the seed arranged themselves orderly into its depths. Upon witnessing the four-legged square cauldron, the fire sparrow's single fiery eye quivered, and it furrowed its brow in contemplation. This object feels strangely familiar. I believe I have seen it before. Yet, no matter how hard it tried to recall, the elusive sensation only intensified. Initially, it was assumed that the eruption of the Z-Wei heavenly fire seed would last for a considerable duration. However, the unfolding scene utterly astounded them. Suddenly, the quadrupedal square cauldron intensified its absorption, and those areas yet to crack were unexpectedly pried open by its formidable suction. The strand of heavenly fire grew increasingly vibrant, and within moments, the fiery red shell of the heavenly fire seed shattered, revealing a small dragon with a fierce countenance. Its limbs were diminutive, its body devoid of scales, yet the small horns atop its head exuded an air of majesty. As the heavenly fire seed split apart, the quadrupedal square cauldron ceased its absorption, and the 7-star positions on the white feather sword were completely delineated, emanating an extraordinary brilliance. The small dragon, upon beholding the white feather sword, emitted a series of chirps akin to a lively infant, and leapt from the side of Li Jianxian to the 7-star position of the white feather sword. In that instant, the 7-star positions on the white feather sword radiated a dazzling light, and the purple celestial fire spirit resting upon it was swiftly absorbed, successfully illuminating one of the stars. Originally crafted from flawless white jade, the white feather sword underwent a dramatic transformation. Its once pure white hue transformed into a striking crimson, a color both vibrant and somewhat unsettling. Is this all there is? Baiji gazed at the newly transformed white feather sword, momentarily taken aback. The fire sparrow spirit, witnessing this spectacle, cast a grateful glance at Baiji and remarked, "Thank you, my friend. The white feather sword has finally made significant progress." After uttering these words, it swiftly darted into the white feather sword, resuming its role as the sword spirit. As it entered, the vast expanse of purple celestial fire began to gradually dissipate. The quadrupedal square cauldron, still lingering outside Baiji's body, showed no mercy and voraciously resumed its absorption, swiftly depleting the surrounding purple celestial fire and leaving behind a charred wasteland in the city of Sheyun. At this moment, Li Jianxian awakened slowly. Startled to find Baijia's face mere inches away, instinctively retreating. However, he instead encountered a heap of scorched, stifling earth that burned him, forcing him to tend to himself. The inferno in Xiayun City raged for nearly an hour before abruptly extinguishing. The fire's onset was peculiar, and its departure equally sudden, claiming the lives of countless citizens. The guarding general, accompanied by the remaining soldiers, entered Xiayun City, utterly astonished by the scene before them. The once thriving city had transformed beyond recognition, emanating a scent of charred debris, with not a single intact house in sight, let alone any survivors. Thus, the soldiers had a clear view and suddenly exclaimed, "General, there is someone." In the face of such a cataclysmic blaze, the presence of a survivor drew the attention of the onlookers. A young man clad in white held a crimson longsword devoid of a sheath, his countenance cold and impassive. Beside him stood a handsome youth in black, whispering something into the ear of the stoic boy, who appeared distinctly disdainful. A few meters away, a girl dressed in light white garments smiled as she watched the approaching duo, indicating a familiarity among the three. "Baixia, you're safe. This is truly wonderful," Qin Wanwei, having regained consciousness, expressed her relief upon seeing Baixia unharmed, all her prior worries dissipating. Approaching him were none other than Baixia and Li Jianxian. Upon hearing her words, Baixia paused momentarily, nodded at Qin Wanwei, and then turned to Li Jianxian, saying, "Let me see your sword. After all, I did save your life." Unfortunately, Li Jianxian clutched the reborn Baiyu sword tightly, unwilling to show it. After the ZY celestial fire, Baixia immediately cast the essence of the fire sparrow spirit into his 4-foot square cauldron, eager to witness the appearance of the Baiyu sword upon unlocking the 7-star fighting technique. Yet, Li Jianxian remained as he always was, having merely expressed his gratitude upon awakening and thereafter choosing to ignore Baixia entirely. This infuriated Baixia to the point of exasperation, wishing he could seize it himself. Although such a notion was evidently impractical, as he was no match for Li Jianxian, having absorbed the essence of the ZY Tianhua coupled with Baiyu's rebirth. Li Jianxian's combat prowess had already reached a level that could rival or even surpass the 3 great sword immortals of the south, despite his realm remaining unchanged in the slightest. "Enough, perhaps we shall meet again another time." Li Jianxian seemed to struggle under the weight of Baijia's incessant inquiries. Suddenly snorting, lightly tapping his foot, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. Watching his retreating figure, Baixia clicked his tongue, muttering in annoyance, "I saved your life after all. Good deeds go unacknowledged." Qin Wanwei, uncertain of the exchange between Baixia and Li Jianxian, noted the approaching forces of the Great Jin in the distance and couldn't help but suggest, "We should take our leave as well." Baixia nodded in agreement, and the two hastened towards the nearest northern gate, the Great Jin commanders unable to catch up, left to choke on their dust. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, they spotted a small group in the nearby thicket, none of whom appeared ordinary, including the likes of El Pin and Shangguan Muxue. Upon seeing Baixia, Shangguan Muxue bit her lip, stepping lightly onto the grass, and in an instant, she was before him, her eyes red, clearly having shed tears. Baixia, faced with the weeping Shangguan Muxue, found it impossible to feign indifference, yet he dared not make any sudden movements. Considering she was the princess of the Great Jin and the cherished disciple of the master of Shinshao Palace. With a somewhat awkward smile, he inquired, "Are you all right?" No sooner had he spoken than Shangguan Muxue slapped him sharply across the face, the sound crisp and resonant, before she stormed off in a huff, leaving Baixia momentarily stunned. What was the meaning of this? He glanced at Qin Wanwei, then back at Shangguan Muxue's receding form, his expression a portrait of confusion. Qin Wanwei, stifling a laugh, suggested, "Perhaps you should go and appease her." However, Baixia was more curious about why these individuals had gathered there. At that moment, Elpin approached, his expression serious, stating, "Young master, it seems that the Dragon Vein martial arts have been safely taken away by Su Ziqing." The Dragon Vein martial arts he referred to were, of course, those crafted by Baixia himself. Yet, this news also hinted that Su Ziqing might have encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, how could he have escaped the relentless pursuit of so many martial artists in the distant mountain range? This situation resembles a ticking time bomb, given enough time. If he discovers the truth, he may very well seek vengeance upon them. Nevertheless, it is best to accept the present circumstances. Such matters belong to the future. And Baixia has no desire to inquire further. He gazes curiously at the individuals surrounding him and asks, "Who are these people? Why do they gather here without dispersing?" Lu Ping explains, a small portion of them are martial artists who escaped from Xiayun City, while the majority have sensed unusual phenomena there. as if some extraordinary treasure has emerged, prompting their curiosity to bring them here. It seems that this so-called treasure is indeed the rebirth of the Baiyu sword. The successful engraving of the Seven Stars combat technique caused a celestial power to descend, albeit for just a fleeting moment, which Baizha had overlooked at the time. Since everyone is safe, let us depart, he states, harboring little inclination to engage with this crowd. He instructs Xiaoxi to greet Guanmu Shui and the others, preparing to head towards the capital of the Great Jin Kingdom. However, as they are about to leave, the group of idle martial artists obstructs their path. One individual, wielding a paper fan and possessing a fair complexion, coldly remarks, "You must be the one who survived the ordeal in Xiayun City." Baizhu observes the nearly 100 martial artists behind him, a slight furrow forming on his brow, an ominous feeling creeping in. And what of it? What if I am? Before he can respond, Guanmu Shui strides over with an air of authority, snorting disdainfully. Unbeknownst to them, Lei Yuan has materialized in her hand, radiating flickering bolts of lightning and emanating a chilling power. Lei Yuan, ranked 35th among the renowned swords, is known to a significant portion of the populace in the 9 provinces. Thus, the appearance of such a distinguished weapon causes several faces to pale. Guanmu Shui, others may fear you, but I do not. You are merely a high disciple of the Shenshao Palace, a mere girl relying on a divine weapon. Scoffs an elderly woman among the martial artists, her body hunched and staff in hand, speaking with a raspy voice. This is none other than the infamous Yin Pashi. Someone in the crowd recognizes her identity, and another shouts, "What fear is there in confronting her?" Yin Pashi, originally a wandering martial artist, achieved the Golden Body realm through her own efforts and later became known as the matron of the Flower Pavilion, gaining notoriety alongside the Yin Luo Hall as the twin fiends of the Yellow Springs, a formidable reputation indeed. However, unbeknownst to them, Yin Luo Hall has fallen to the sword of Li Jianxian. Now, with only Yin Pashi remaining, she is not as daunting as before. Yin Pashi brazenly addresses Guanmu Shui by name, showing no courtesy, which nearly provokes her into a rage, but Baizha intervenes, asking, "Elder, do you have business in stopping us?" Draped in a purple shawl, Yin Pashi lazily lets her eyelids droop, her demeanor apathetic. "Who is this wet behind the ears child? What gives you the right to speak to me?" Her expression is one of haughty disdain, hardly sparing Baizha a glance. Baizha raises an eyebrow, taken aback by the arrogance of the so-called twin fiends of the Yellow Springs. The Yin Luo Hall scorn Li Jianxian, only to meet a swift demise at his hands. Is it possible that Yin Pashi before him has grown tired of life as well? A glimmer of ferocity flashed through Baizha's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed moments later. He managed to restrain himself. But the same could not be said for Guanmu Shui. With a sudden shove, she pushed Baizha aside and swung her weapon, Thunder Abyss, forward. A terrifying bolt of lightning surged forth, swiftly reaching Yin Paxi and striking her frail form with a resounding crash. The crowd gasped in horror. The beloved disciple of the master of Shenshao Palace displayed an alarming temper. They anticipated that Yin Paxi would not withstand the blow, yet to their astonishment, her figure dissipated upon being struck by the lightning. Was this the legendary Nine Heavens divine thunder? It seemed that Shenshao Palace was not as formidable as rumored. Suddenly, Yin Paxi reappeared to the left of her original position, a smile playing on her lips as she wielded her staff, casting a scornful gaze at Guanmu Shui. "You seek your own demise, old witch." Guanmu Shui erupted in fury. Shenshao Palace had been her home for much of her childhood, and she could not abide anyone belittling it. With her right hand gripping Thunder Abyss and her left hand forming a sword-like gesture with her fingers, she glared at Yin Paxi and declared, "You look down upon Shenshao Palace. Today, I shall make you experience its might." As her words fell, she flicked her fingers, and Thunder Abyss seemed to awaken with a soul of its own, slicing through the air towards Yin Paxi, leaving trails of lightning in its wake. Yin Paxi's sunken eyelids flickered as her body momentarily split into 3, her harsh laughter echoing. Shenshao Palace is merely a gathering of petty scoundrels. What formidable techniques do you possess? Just a band of thieves. In a fit of rage, Thunder Abyss surged forth, piercing through the 3 illusory figures of Yin Paxi. Yet they were merely remnants of her presence. Her true form was nowhere to be found. "Damn it. If you have the capability, then show yourself," Guanmu Shui exclaimed, growing frantic. Despite Yin Paxi's incessant taunts, her unique agility made it impossible to locate her true figure, leaving Guanmu Shui at a loss on how to strike her down. At this moment, Baizha's gaze swiftly traversed the crowd, his heart recalling the visage of Yin Paxi, striving to evoke the ethereal bubble above her head. Previously, attribute bubbles had emerged passively, never responding to Baiji's thoughts. Now, having absorbed a sufficient amount of Ziwei heavenly fire, a third of the pattern on the four-legged square cauldron had manifested. He pondered whether this attribute information might alter. With a sense of hopeful daring, he decided to experiment. As he had yet to investigate the changes brought about by the absorption of the Ziwei heavenly fire. As his thoughts deepened, the four-legged square cauldron within him flickered lightly. And in the next instant, Baizhi abruptly noticed Yan Pishi hunched over, behind Shangguan Mushui. The shadow phantom technique, an elementary skill of the heavenly tier. Golden body, at the third Dan realm, renowned for its silver needles of shadow. An esteemed figure in the flower pavilion of Qingyan continent. Spiritual Qi, 10,000. Strength, 323. Vitality, 9,000. Mastery of wind attributes, 90. Baizhi gazed at the series of significant data hovering above Yan Pishi's head, utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that after absorbing such a considerable amount of fire attribute, the information would transform so drastically. Not only the attribute values, but also the associated faction were laid bare. No wonder she moved so swiftly. It was a combination of mastery of wind attributes and the elementary technique of the heavenly tier. Baizhi nodded in realization, amused. He couldn't resist casting his gaze towards Shangguan Mushui, curious to see her attribute values. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a plethora of bubbles appeared above the furious Shangguan Mushui. Thunder attribute entry, 70. The beloved disciple of the Lord of the Divine Sky Palace. Cherished by all in the palace. The Golden Emperor's lineage, Princess Jinling 9 Heaven's Thunder Decision, a top-tier technique of the heavenly tier. Thunderfall Steps. An elementary technique of the heavenly tier. Acquired 9 stages, with 9 spirals of spiritual Qi within. Spiritual Qi, 23,000. Vitality, 30,000. Upon witnessing this astonishing array of information, Baizhi felt his mind buzz. Shangguan Mushui had actually manifested 9 spirals of spiritual Qi. Was she even human? It is known that upon entering the acquired realm, the unique spiritual Qi within gradually forms spirals, and only rarely encountered prodigies could open 9 spirals. Could it be that Shangguan Mushui was such a prodigy? Yet, to Baizhi's eyes, she appeared anything but. She seemed more like a fool. Anxious over her inability to locate Yan Pishi. I almost believed this data to be false, Baizhi sighed, unable to suppress a hand to his forehead. Ultimately, they were 2 grasshoppers on the same boat, helplessly remarking, "She is right behind you." Shangguan Mushui placed her unwavering trust in Baizhi. At the moment he alerted her. Without a flicker of hesitation, she pivoted not a fraction, deftly maneuvering the Lei Yuan sword to pierce towards her rear while simultaneously crouching low. The self-satisfied Yan Poxi, upon witnessing the approaching Lei Yuan, felt her heart skip a beat, yet she did not linger. In a flash, she left behind a fleeting shadow and vanished, leaving Shangguan Mushui grasping at air once more. Having missed her target again, Shangguan Mushui cast a look of reproach towards Baizhi, her eyes brimming with unspoken words. As if to say, "Why did you not inform me sooner?" Baizhi rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Listen closely. 10 steps to the left, 5 steps to the right, 7 steps forward." With each of Yan Poxi's movements, Baizhi swiftly called out directions, his pace quickening in tandem with Shangguan Mushui's sword control, which kept perfect rhythm. The onlookers, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, instinctively stepped back, wary of being inadvertently pierced by the icy Shangguan Mushui's sword. It appeared that her swordsmanship had undergone considerable enhancement through this exchange. Finally, unable to endure the sensation of being pursued like prey by radar, Yan Poxi resolved to eliminate this tracking force. She accelerated her movements, employing multiple phantoms to confound Baizhi. Seizing the moment before the illusions dissipated, she silently approached his rear, raising her staff, adorned with the carved head of a flattened serpent, which flicked its tongue as a glistening silver needle shot forth, aimed directly at Baizhi's neck. This is Yan Poxi's customary tactic, frequently employing silver needles to launch surprise attacks, effortlessly achieving victory over her adversaries. However, the presence of Baizhi signifies that she has chosen her target poorly. In her eyes, the silver needle has inexplicably veered off course, grazing Baizhi's neck and embedding itself in the ground, merely a hair's breadth away. Are you perplexed? Baizhi turned to face Yan Poxi, a hint of mockery glimmering in his gaze. He had surmised Yan Poxi's intentions, albeit belatedly, but what he salvaged was something she could never have anticipated. Indeed, it was her own shadowy phantom technique. While Baizhi could not extract Yan Poxi's spiritual energy, He could draw upon her foundational attributes, techniques, and skills. He had set his sights on the shadowy phantom technique, and upon extraction, he found himself at an equivalent level to her, yielding results far superior to his previous extractions. All of this is attributed to the small cauldron within, which has significantly strengthened after absorbing the purple veil heavenly fire. Yanpoxi seemed to grasp a certain possibility, her pupils suddenly dilating as she looked at him in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if Baijia's body had shifted slightly. The manner of this movement was strikingly reminiscent of her own phantom shadow technique. Baijia chuckled lightly, nodding without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, do you still wish to contend with me? To Yanpoxi, his smile appeared devilish. The proud techniques and skills she possessed seemed to have been so effortlessly mastered by him. It is worth noting that her phantom shadow technique was a serendipitous discovery. How could it be that another had acquired it? Boy, do not be so arrogant. Unable to accept this reality, Yanpoxi flicked her left fingertip, conjuring a feeble aura that transformed into a silver needle, aiming to pierce Baijia's peepa bone. Yet, before she could execute her strike, the icy-cold Shangwan Mushiwei deflected it with a sword, coldly declaring, "Your opponent is me." With that, she unleashed a fierce battle cry, activating her thunderfall step, the ground trembling beneath her with the resounding echoes of thunder. Those nearby struggled to maintain their footing as Shangwan Mushiwei swiftly closed the distance to Yanpoxi, her sword aimed directly at her throat. As the Thunder Abyss sword pierced towards her, Yanpoxi's face reflected terror, revealing a hint of panic. However, her figure gradually faded, revealing yet another illusion. Observing Yanpoxi's escape, Baijia could not suppress a faint smile, thinking to himself, "Let her go for now. I am curious to discover who dares to so brazenly oppose the Divine Sky Palace." The Divine Sky Palace, ranked among the top forces on the continent, has always maintained a distance from the prominent flower pavilion. How could anyone dare to look down upon the Divine Sky Palace? What are you laughing at? Quickly tell me where she went. Shangwan Mushiwei, hearing no address from Baijia, immediately grew displeased and urged him. She knew that with her fleeing, there was little left to report. Baijia waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the remaining cultivators as he calmly stated, "I am aware of what you seek. The strange light from Shayun City is indeed the manifestation of an extraordinary treasure." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere among the gathered crowd instantly ignited with fervor. "Young brother, what extraordinary treasure do you speak of? Have you chanced upon it? Do unveil it for us to behold." Baijia shook his head, chuckling softly. "That artifact is currently held by the Ice Sword Immortal, Linghu Tianchong. It is a black box of mysterious iron, seemingly containing something that rivals the martial arts of dragon veins." His earnest delivery and vivid expression led some to genuinely believe his words. "If you wish to acquire this treasure, you must venture to the capital. I lack the ability to assist, so I can only wish my esteemed brothers good fortune in seizing the extraordinary artifact." His words effectively dispersed a significant portion of the crowd, leaving behind only those who were indecisive and unsure. Baijia, lacking any inclination to concern himself with these lingering individuals, took the hand of Shangwan Mushui and others, guiding them back onto the official road, prepared to continue their journey. This group of cultivators, on one hand, harbored a deep-seated fear of the methods employed by Baijia and his companions. On the other hand, they were compelled by the revelation of the existence of that entity by Baijia. Although many chose to abandon the pursuit, a significant number remained resolute in their quest to seek out Linghu Tianchong. As for the outcome, Baijia found himself disinclined to concern himself with it. His actions were merely intended to cause a modicum of trouble for that scoundrel Linghu Tianchong, who had audaciously departed before him on an icy path, rendering the pretense of composure exceedingly difficult. After the events here concluded, Baijia and his companions continued on their journey. They traversed the city of Xiaoyun, and after a half-day's travel, arrived at the largest river in the Jin dynasty, the Mei River. It is said that in ancient times, a girl named Mei would often wash her clothes here, leaving the waters crystal clear and refreshingly cool, thus earning the river its name. At this moment, Qinwan stood by the Mei River, gazing at the transparent waters where fish and small stones were visible, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Mei River is indeed so clear." She dipped her small hand into the water, feeling the refreshing chill seep into her very soul. "Ah, who is that?" Suddenly, she noticed someone lying by the riverbank, clad in simple attire, indistinguishable as male or female from a distance. Her call attracted the attention of the group, and they all approached. As they drew nearer, Baijia could finally discern the person's features, his brow furrowing in surprise. It was none other than Master Ning Qing. During the contest between Li Jianxian and Linghu Tianchong, Master Ningqing had left first, and he had presumed she had urgent matters. Little did he expect to encounter her here. Shangguan Muxue stepped forward, placing her small hand near the person's nostrils, her expression darkening as she shook her head, declaring, "There is no saving her." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. Baizhu examined Master Ningqing's lifeless body. Noting the absence of visible wounds and the neatness of her attire, how could she have perished? "Let me take a look," Baizhu said, stepping closer and bending down, his hand resting on her vein. Just as he was about to assess her condition, Master Ningqing, who had been with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Her face contorted in a horrific grimace, pale and terrifying. The two were too close for Baizhu to react immediately. Master Ningqing lunged to bite his neck. But Shangguan Muxue swiftly kicked her away, saving him from danger. Undeterred by her failure to bite, Master Ningqing rose in an unusual posture. To call it standing would be misleading. It resembled more of a crawl, as her hands and feet remained on the ground. Her body sprawled as she strained to lift her head, revealing her fearsome visage. Her movements were reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Baizhu and his companions were struck with disbelief, their expressions varied yet united in incredulity. How could a person transform in such a manner? While they were still in shock, the prostrate Master Ningqing emitted a low growl and charged at them like a wild animal. Her speed was astonishing, so swift that Baizhu could hardly follow with his eyes, and in a mere breath, a scratch appeared on Qin Wanyue's neck. Furthermore, Master Ningqing had not changed her position. Her fingers bore long, terrifying nails, now stained with Qin Wanyue's blood. Baizhu instinctively leaned closer to Qin Wanyue, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Master Ningqing. Confusion etched deeply in his brow. "Are you all right?" Baizhu whispered, glancing down at her. Qin Wanyue touched the fine scratch on her neck, her delicate brows momentarily easing as she shook her head. "This wound is so fine, I can hardly feel any pain." Upon reflection, she found it peculiar that the transformed Master Ningqing did not directly pierce her throat. Given her remarkable speed, it would have been effortless to silently end her life before anyone could react. Meanwhile, Shangguan Muxue, witnessing Baizhu's unexpected protection of Qin Wanyue, huffed disdainfully and shielded Xiaoxi behind her, deliberately turning her head to avoid gazing at the pair. In contrast, Elpin stood alone, trembling in the presence of the bizarre Master Ningqing, with her hands and feet pressed to the ground. Master Ningqing threw her head back and let out a piercing scream, her disheveled hair cascading around her like a lunatic beneath the moonlight, though it was broad daylight. After her roar, a shadow of crimson flickered in her dim eyes, and before anyone could react, a flash of white light appeared before Baizhu, targeting his neck. Baizhu's foundational speed had significantly improved under his training, yet he could barely discern her movement. By the time he realized that the attack was aimed at him, it was too late. The elongated, grayish-white nails cut through Baizhu's slightly yellowed skin like a streak of light in the darkness. In that critical moment, a resounding clang echoed as a bolt of lightning surged forth, severing Master Ningqing's elongated fingers at the root. This flash of lightning was none other than Lei Yuan. From a distance, Shangguan Muxue brought her fingers together, manipulating the sword technique to control Lei Yuan, striking with the swiftness of lightning to cut off Master Ningqing's outstretched fingers. Remarkably, Master Ningqing seemed oblivious to the pain, not uttering a single cry. Instead, she tilted her head skyward, her eyes shimmering with a hint of red, and then an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. To everyone's astonishment, protrusions resembling ears sprouted from the top of her head, and the severed fingers began to regrow gradually. Even more astonishingly, a fluffy tail emerged from behind her. In just a few breaths, everything was accomplished. Master Ningqing cast a fearful glance at the Thunder Abyss sword, letting out a shriek before fleeing in haste. It was only then that everyone noticed the peculiar flesh-like appendages sprouting from her limbs, reminiscent of animal features. "Don't let her escape," exclaimed Shangguan Muxue, her determination unwavering. How could she allow a person who dared to harm Baizhu to slip away? Without a second thought, she activated the Thunderfall step and pursued her with incredible speed. Baizhu felt a twitch in his eyelid and commanded, "You all go wait for us in Moon Mei City." With that, he sprang into action, employing the shadowy movement technique he had pilfered from Yin Pishi to its fullest extent. Yet, despite his efforts, he found it exceedingly difficult to catch up with Shangguan Muxue, who was bolstered by her innate spiritual energy. Initially, Baizhu relied on the exaggerated tremors of the Thunderfall step to track her whereabouts, but as the distance between them widened, the tremors ceased to provide guidance. Furrowing his brow, Baizhu surveyed the towering trees around him, feeling a sense of gravity settle over him. If only he had stolen her thunderfall step as well. Frustration welled within him for not acquiring Shangwan Mushue's technique, now leaving him bereft of even a glimpse of her figure. In truth, even if he had mastered the thunderfall step, it would still be a formidable challenge to catch up with Shangwan Mushue, who was continuously fueled by her innate lightning attributes. It was important to note that without the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian, Baisha could only sustain his energy for half an hour with the meager resources of his internal cauldron. Furthermore, the disparity in attributes rendered the pursuit nearly impossible. Just as despair began to set in, the yin-yang mystic fish on his palm suddenly radiated a brilliant light and inexplicably began to move, leaving Baisha momentarily dumbfounded. A compass? He mused, observing the black and white fish, both of which pointed persistently in the same direction, regardless of his attempts to alter his position. Was there something of significance in that direction? Baisha remained perplexed about the purpose of the yin-yang mystic fish, formed from the convergence of yin and yang energies. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously advanced toward the direction indicated by the fish, moving stealthily to avoid detection. It was prudent to remain concealed until he could unravel the mystery at hand. Soon, he arrived at the location pointed out by the yin-yang mystic fish and immediately noticed a gathering of unusual individuals. They were peculiar indeed, dressed in black attire in broad daylight, which hardly suggested benevolence. Is that? Baisha observed a group encircling a black-clad figure, who bore a large black iron box on their back, resembling a coffin, complete with a long box and golden locks, identical to the one he had seen the previous night. Ling Huyu? Baisha furrowed his brow, a sense of uncertainty brewing within him. He longed to draw closer to eavesdrop, yet apprehension lingered. If it truly was Ling Huyu and Ling Hu Tianchong, his abilities would be woefully inadequate against them. As he hesitated, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a lithe figure darted among the trees, seemingly startled by something unseen. Upon encountering the mutated Master Ningqing, Baisha's gaze instinctively darted around in search of Shangwan Mushue. As anticipated, although Shangwan Mushue had yet to arrive, Baisha could already sense the tremors of the thunderfall step, akin to an earthquake, unmistakably signaling its approach. Demon, do not flee, came Shangwan Mushue's stern admonition from behind. The figures clad in black, feeling the force emanating from the thunderfall step, furrowed their brows, eager to vacate this perilous place, yet they were a moment too late. With a piercing scream, the mutated Master Ningqing suddenly seized the nape of one black-clad individual, her mouth agape to reveal sharp, elongated fangs, sinking them into his neck. A horrific cry erupted as the black-clad man's visage rapidly withered, leaving nothing but a mere skin-clad skeleton, a scene that was nothing short of suffocating. Having consumed the blood, Master Ningqing became even more grotesque. Her limbs, once merely reminiscent of animalistic form, now began sprouting fur, with fine strands emerging at the corners of her eyes. A disturbing shade of brown that sent shivers down one's spine. General, what in the world is this? A black-clad man stammered, his grip on his weapon trembling in fear as he beheld the transformed Master Ningqing. The figure referred to as the general paled slightly, his eyes darting in agitation. Yet he managed to contain his terror, gesturing with his flowing sleeves. We must depart swiftly. At his command, the black-clad men, stripped of their courage, fled in a panic. Some attempted to confront Master Ningqing aggressively, but invariably fell victim to her blood-sucking grasp, becoming nothing more than light, hollow shells devoid of flesh and bone. Master Ningqing seemed relentless in her pursuit of the black-clad men, chasing them down with an insatiable hunger. Regrettably for them, her speed rendered any hope of escape futile. In mere moments, only one remained, the man burdened with a long, locked chest. Master Ningqing, having absorbed a copious amount of blood, was now unrecognizable, entirely transformed into a beastly visage. Had one not previously witnessed her half-human, half-demon form, it would have been near impossible to fathom that she was once a person. At this moment, Baisha found Shangwan Mushue, and the two quietly followed to uncover the truth of the matter. Their pace was unhurried, allowing them to witness the entire transformation of Master Ningqing into a beast. In this form, she resembled a fox. Shangwan Mushue observed Master Ningqing before her, her delicate brows knitting together as she spoke. Indeed, it bore a resemblance, though the claws were alarmingly elongated. As they conversed, a figure cloaked in black, bearing a heavy iron box, engaged in combat with Master Ningqing. The nature of her power was somewhat peculiar, distinct from the 5 fundamental attributes, and unlike the special attributes possessed by certain beings. It was unmistakably Ling Hu Tianchong, as each of his moves exuded an icy aura. However, Even if he could freeze Master Ning Qing, she shattered his attacks in an instant. In terms of speed, they were evenly matched. Yet Linghu Tianchong excelled in the swiftness of his strikes, while the beastly Master Ning Qing displayed remarkable agility in her movements. Thus, after dozens of exchanges, neither had sustained injuries. Master Ning Qing, with her crimson eyes fixated upon Linghu Tianchong, licked her beastly claws with a hint of greed, seemingly regarding him as a potential meal. "You vile creature, you wish to consume me? Let us see what you are capable of." Linghu Tianchong's expression shifted as he wielded his sword, which emanated a chilling aura. With a firm stomp, a frost-laden mist blossomed forth. The bone-chilling cold made even Master Ning Qing, clad in her beastly form, shudder uncontrollably. What a profound icy essence. This man is on the verge of cultivating 3 golden elixirs. Shangguan Mushue's keen eyesight discerned his true nature at a glance. However, there are distinctions among individuals. Some possess a reservoir of spiritual energy that determines much. Take Shangguan Mushue, for instance. Although she possessed only 9 vortices of spiritual energy and had yet to attain the golden elixir stage, her spiritual essence far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the first or second levels of the golden body. Do you comprehend what is happening with Master Ning Qing? Baijia's gaze lingered not on Linghu Tianchong, but rather on the beastified Master Ning Qing, filled with curiosity. Shangguan Mushue shook her head, pondering. "I am uncertain. However, the scarlet energy she wields seems reminiscent of the blood attribute spoken of by our master, yet it is not entirely the same. In the Qian continent, where spiritual energy flourishes, there are originally no inherent attributes. However, as cultivators integrate their personal attributes, they form their distinctive spiritual essences. Predominantly, these are characterized by gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, followed by various special attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, and yin-yang. As for the blood attribute, Baisha recalled that it was regarded with disdain throughout the continent, as stated in the texts. The blood attribute's spiritual energy is both brutal and bloodthirsty. Those who cultivate this energy are predominantly beasts, while humans who dare to practice it face the wrath of the entire continent. There was once a swordsman who cultivated the blood attribute, wielding a frenzied and bloodthirsty sword aura that seemed solely intended for murder, indiscriminately slaughtering martial practitioners and ordinary people alike to refine his blood attribute and strengthen his sword intent. Regrettably, he was eventually hunted down by the saints of the continent, leading him down a path of destruction. I have heard of this. My master recounted his participation in that massacre, describing the blood attribute practitioners as truly terrifying, devoid of emotions and solely driven by slaughter. As Shangguan Mushue recalled her master's memories of that time, a look of horror involuntarily crossed her face, and her expression grew cold. It is said that this blood attribute swordsman, at the pinnacle of his extraordinary power, wreaked havoc across the continent, battling the saints for 71 grueling days, resulting in mutual devastation. The saints perished, leaving the blood swordsman's remains untraceable. This catastrophic battle left the current Qingyan continent devoid of any saints, with the highest power level only reaching the extraordinary realm. This incident has since become a topic of fascination among the continent's inhabitants. Although the blood swordsman was brutal, his power was undeniably formidable. Are you suggesting that someone is cultivating this malevolent blood attribute? Upon hearing Baizha recount the past legends, Shangguan Mushue furrowed her brows and pondered deeply. Baizha shook his head, his gaze lingering on Master Ning Qing. He too was uncertain if anyone truly practiced such a vile form of spiritual energy. As they conversed, the battle scene unfolded in a one-sided manner. Master Ning Qing dared not approach Linghu Tianchong, whose chilling power seemed capable of freezing even blood itself, compelling her to retreat instinctively. She attempted to scream and strike at Linghu Tianchong with her claws, but before she could get close, her claws were instantly frozen. Had she not decisively severed her own claws, she might have found herself entirely encased in ice. In utter desperation, Master Ning Qing shook her head vigorously, letting out a roar before turning to flee. Linghu Tianchong, witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Think you can escape? Not a chance." With his own subordinates falling victim to this monstrous being, he would not let her slip away so easily. "Take this." I spike. Without any visible movement from Linghu Tianchong, Master Ning Qing, who was darting around the treetops, suddenly let out a shriek as a massive shard of ice erupted from within him, rapidly piercing through her skin and immobilizing her completely. With a thud, she plummeted from the air, and before she could hit the ground, a sudden burst of crimson light emanated from her, causing her frozen form to shatter, leaving her to scurry away like a frightened rodent. At this point, Even Linghu Tianchong was taken aback. He had meticulously set this trap, using his subordinates as bait. And he had not anticipated that the seemingly foolproof situation would be disrupted by a flash of bloodlight. Contemplating that bloodlight, a cold glint appeared in Linghu Tiancheng's eyes, revealing his deep thoughts. Goodness, you should be wary of that ice spike in the future. This individual has reached an extraordinary level of control over the ice element, skillfully embedding spiritual energy within the body of Master Ningqing, poised to erupt and claim a life at any moment. Baiji's expression darkened as he spoke. Although he discerned this, the execution proved to be exceedingly challenging. Thus, he had no intention of pursuing such a tactic. After all, this maneuver appears to bear little significance at present. It suffices to remain vigilant over one's internal energy. It is only due to Master Ningqing's loss of humanity that he succeeded. Are you concerned for me? Upon hearing Baiji's words, Shangwan Mushue's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet her gaze sparkled with hope as she eagerly awaited his response. This remark nearly caused Baizhi to stumble and fall. As it was merely a reflexive utterance on his part, yet she managed to conjure such an elaborate interpretation. However, upon witnessing Shangwan Mushue's flushed visage, he gently nodded and replied, "Indeed. If you perish, I shall seek solace elsewhere. I have no desire to endure a life devoid of financial means." With that, Baizhi waved his hand dismissively and made his way towards the edge of the forest. The departure of Hu Tianchong and the grievous escape of Master Ningqing left a sense of futility and lingering behind. Observing Baiji's silhouette ahead, Shangwan Mushue's lips curled into a subtle smile as she mused, "You are so contradictory." With a light step, she followed closely behind. The time spent pursuing Master Ningqing had become rather excessive, and with the sun nearing the horizon, it was evident they could not find their way out of the woods. Seizing the opportunity before sunset, Baizhi caught several swift-winged rabbits in the vicinity. These were spirit beasts of the first and second ranks. Dealing with such creatures was effortless for him, even without spiritual energy. His speed could surpass that of the renowned swift-winged rabbits. He gathered some dry twigs and stacked them together, bringing his fist swiftly down from above. A faint flicker of fire igniting the kindling with a crackling sound. Witnessing this, Shangwan Mushue inquired with curiosity, "Did you gain this ability from that Ziwei heavenly fire?" She recalled that Baizhi had not possessed such a skill before. Baizhi nodded, placing the prepared rabbit meat on the fire to roast while recounting the events of that time. Shangwan Mushue listened in astonishment, particularly when he mentioned that he had voluntarily released Qin Wanyue's hand. She couldn't help but frown and exclaimed, "How could she let go of you? Thankfully, you're unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would have sought her out for retribution. What are you thinking? I was the one who requested to let go. Otherwise, with me as a burden, how could she possibly escape?" Baizhi shot her a disapproving glare, yet a warmth blossomed in his heart. "I don't care. If you had encountered any misfortune, I would hold her accountable," Shangwan Mushue retorted with a huff, her tone adamant. "Moreover, even if she released you, she didn't manage to escape herself." Baizhi found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter the concerns of this girl who had his best interests at heart. "By the way, how confident are you regarding the diplomatic mission to the Great Jin in the alliance negotiations?" Noticing Baiji's reluctance to discuss the Ziwei heavenly fire, Shangwan Mushue intentionally shifted the subject. As they spoke of the alliance, Baizhi gazed at the flickering flames, his expression becoming contemplative. "I have no confidence. Rather than a lack of assurance, it is more accurate to say that I have no leads at all. Forget it, don't dwell on it." Shangwan Mushue observed that although Baiji's eyes were calm, there was an undercurrent of melancholy about him that she could sense. She reached out her delicate hand to retrieve the rabbit meat from the rack, smiling. "It has been ages since I last had rabbit meat. It seems to be ready." Baizhi firmly grasped her outstretched hand, explaining, "Look at the color. It still has traces of blood, and the meat, as Hugh suggested, is not yet cooked. Eating undercooked meat is unhygienic." Hiki. Shangwan Mushue chuckled foolishly, allowing him to hold her hand, feeling a sweetness within her heart. Naturally, her head leaned against his shoulder as she observed the flames dancing, asking, "Do you truly aspire to become the strongest in the continent?" She suddenly recalled the young man's vow before her in the town of Golden Sands, his resonant words echoing in her ears. Baizhi nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the flames with unwavering determination. Now that they had arrived in this realm, what significance was there if they could not pursue their aspirations or protect those they cherished? The two sat quietly by the campfire, feasting on rabbit meat, exchanging no further words. The only sounds that accompanied them were the crackling of dry wood and the flickering shadows that danced before them. The next day, Bai Zhe and his companion resumed their journey. Moonmei City lay to the southeast of the Meihe River. Yet Shangguan Muxue had stubbornly pursued the opposite direction for nearly 100 kilometers in her quest to catch up with Master Ningqing. Despite their relentless pace, they would only reach the Meihe River by noon, let alone Moonmei City. As they traveled, their spirits were buoyed by light-hearted banter. But soon the blazing sun reached its zenith, and they arrived at the Meihe River. However, the river had undergone a dramatic transformation. Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushue's expressions shifted as a pall of gloom enveloped their hearts. The once crystal-clear waters of the Meihe River had been stained a deep crimson. The blood-red tide flowing from upstream had turned the entire river into a veritable sea of blood, evoking a sense of dread. Shangguan Muxue dipped her hand into the river, collecting a few drops of the tainted water. Upon seeing its altered hue, her delicate features hardened, and she contemplated tasting it to discern its nature. Wait, this must be blood. Bai Zhe swiftly intervened, his hand reaching out to stop her while channeling the Yin fish to absorb the tainted water from her grasp. Perplexed, Shangguan Muxue inquired, "How do you know it's blood? It lacks the typical viscosity and metallic scent. Generally, blood capable of dyeing a river red would retain at least some semblance of its acrid aroma, which is why she had been inclined to sample it. This blood may be rather peculiar." Bai Zhe found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain that he had witnessed demonic blood bubbles within the Meihe River. Demonic blood, indeed. It is evidently implausible, and few would believe it if spoken aloud. Indeed, it is rather extraordinary, a realization I have also come to. Without waiting for Bai Zhe to explain, Shangguan Mushue's expression abruptly shifted. As she seized Bai Zhe's hand, which bore the mark of the Yin fish, scrutinizing it intently. "What are you doing?" Bai Zhe found himself unaccustomed to such handling. Shangguan Muxue pointed elegantly, indicating, "Look over there." Not far upstream, a considerable mass of peculiar tufts drifted slowly toward them. Wherever these tufts passed, they brought devastation upon the Mei River. The once crystal-clear waters, revealing fish and stones beneath, transformed into charred remnants, releasing bubbles akin to boiling water with a gurgling sound. Bai Zhe stood up and approached the flowing tufts. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the strands were closely packed, exhibiting an orderly and aesthetically pleasing arrangement, reminiscent of peacock feathers. Yet, these were clearly not peacock plumes. They were a mlang of browns, whites, grays, and even curious red strands. As his gaze wandered beneath the tufts, Bai Zhe's eyes flickered as he picked up a sizable stone from the roadside and hurled it toward the mass of hair. Contrary to expectations, rather than splashing into the water, the stone landed solidly atop the piled tufts, failing to penetrate and sink to the riverbed. They exchanged glances, both registering mutual astonishment. Shangguan Muxue, gazing at the floating tufts supporting the stone, exclaimed in shock, "These are the hairs of Master Ningqing. And this blood, it's demonic blood." Before Bai Zhe could inquire further, she produced a strand of hair from her sleeve, identical in hue to those in the Mei River. Furrowing her brow as she continued, "Yesterday, she was gravely injured by Ling Hu Tianqiong. These hairs must have fallen from her." The Mei River flows from the northwest to the southeast, which implies that its downstream passes through Yumei City, providing the very water consumed by its inhabitants. Realizing this, Bai Zhe's expression shifted, and he asked, "If these are indeed her fallen hairs and blood, what consequences might arise if ordinary residents drink this tainted water?" Shangguan Muxue shook her head, clearly aware that this question bore no favorable answer. "We must hurry, following the direction of the Mei River." To assess the extent of the contamination, Bai Zhe understood the gravity of the polluted waters and the dire implications for the populace. As they journeyed along the Mei River, nearing Yumei City, they suddenly spotted a young man clad in a purple robe ahead. His dark hair framed a furrowed brow, and he stood in a section of the river yet untainted. It appeared he was resolutely contemplating something, his grip tightening around his sword. What could he be planning? Several thousand meters away, the two individuals observed the young man, their vision reaching him, yet unclear about his intentions. No sooner had the words left their lips than the young man abruptly plunged his longsword into the crystalline waters of the Mei River. In an instant, a torrent of formidable and astonishing icy energy erupted from his being, coursing along the blade and enveloping the river's surface, plunging down to its depths. Within mere moments, the section of the river he occupied was entirely frozen, with the longsword serving as the epicenter, transversely sealing the Mei River and trapping the demonic blood within. What incredible density of spiritual energy! Bai Zhe exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. The ability to freeze the river from surface to bottom spoke volumes about the profound nature of that icy energy. Even if it merely severed the Mei River at its midpoint, it was still remarkable. Your prowess is truly formidable, Baizhi praised sincerely, clapping his hands. The young man in the purple robe, noticing the two were momentarily taken aback and realizing they had come from upstream, shook his head and remarked, "Even if we can temporarily seal it with ice, if we cannot find a way to cleanse the demonic blood from the river, the entire Dejin will suffer." His words bore the truth. The Mei River was unique, traversing through a significant portion of Dejin's counties. Should the contaminated blood reach the populace, the consequences would be dire. You two being here is indeed fortuitous. May I inquire your esteemed names? The young man asked courteously, bowing slightly. However, Shangguan Mushiwei remained unimpressed. Retorting, the Ice King Sima Yin has only two esteemed disciples, Linghu Tiancheng and Xia Jie. Her gaze lingered on the purple-robed youth before she continued. I have met Linghu Tiancheng. He is not as diminutive as you, so you must be Xia Jie. Unfazed by Shangguan Mushiwei's sarcasm, Xia Jie chuckled lightly. You are indeed astute, but may I ask for your illustrious name? Sima Yin, known as the Ice King, was the only extraordinary figure in Dejin. With only two disciples. One was the talented Linghu Tiancheng. The other, however, lacked significant connections and was less known. Xia Jie did not expect that his mastery of ice would reveal his identity as Sima Yan's disciple. Baizhi stepped forward, interrupting their conversation, and curtly asked, Are you here to find a solution to the demonic blood? Do you even know where it originates? Xia Jie frowned slightly, disinclined to converse with Baizhi. He turned his gaze towards Shangguan Mushiwei and smiled. Fear not, young lady, I have a method to eliminate this demonic blood. And my senior brother will soon arrive in Yumei City, at which point we shall have a solution. His mention of a senior brother undoubtedly referred to Linghu Tiancheng. Baizhi and Shangguan Mushiwei exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement. Shangguan Mushiwei stepped forward and introduced herself. My surname is Shangguan, with the single character Shui. She gestured to Baizhi beside her. This is Baizhi. We have grown up together. Shangguan Mushiwei had stored Lei Yuan in her storage space and did not carry it with her. Thus, as long as she refrains from utilizing her spiritual energy, very few individuals can discern that she is a wielder of lightning attributes, and consequently, they would not suspect her identity as the disciple of the master of the Divine Sky Palace. Upon hearing that the two had grown up together, a hint of disdain flickered in Xia Jie's eyes. However, she quickly concealed it and smiled, saying, Miss Shangguan, our encounter is a fateful one. Why not accompany me to Moonmei City for a visit? She promptly added, My residence is in Moonmei City. Seeing Baizhi nod, Shangguan Mushiwei could only feign agreement. Accompanied by Xia Jie, their entry into Moonmei City was quite smooth, leading them directly to the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion appeared grand and imposing. Young Master Xia, what brings you to my humble Moonmei City? A middle-aged man, dressed in casual attire, hurriedly emerged even before they crossed the threshold. Had it not been for Xia Jie's subtle gesture, you might have inadvertently addressed her as Lord Xia. Xia Jie waved her hand and gestured for Shangguan Mushiwei to enter, smiling as she said, It is nothing. Encountering such a celestial-like lady today naturally calls for a small gathering. Lord Gua, I would appreciate it if you could prepare some refreshments. The city lord, surnamed Gua, quickly bowed and nodded before retreating to arrange the food. Seated, Shangguan Mushiwei's thoughts were far from the matter of food and drink as she inquired, How did this demonic blood come about? Do you have any insight? She and Baizhi harbored suspicions, yet dared not voice them outright. Regarding the demonic blood, Xia Jie's gaze turned slightly helpless as she replied, The emergence of this demonic blood is not unprecedented. Previously, it has only afflicted martial artists driven to madness, leading them to be consumed by the beastly transformation, thus rendering them unable to survive without blood. Despite the seemingly powerful Dejin, a tempest brews beneath the surface in recent months. Initially, a headless corpse roamed the streets of the capital, violently attacking ordinary citizens, biting them only to discard them carelessly. Each victim, within a minute, found their eyes filled with crimson, swiftly succumbing to a frenzied state, attacking those around them. Thankfully, the martial artists of Dejin managed to suppress the situation before it escalated. However, within less than a month, a decayed corpse surfaced in the city's moat. With only its blood-red eyes remaining distinct, the rest of its form obscured beyond recognition. Investigations suggested that this corpse likely belonged to the esteemed Grand Tutor, who had previously been reported ill and had not been seen in public since. It was unexpected to encounter him in such a state. Yet verifying his identity was no longer feasible. Recently, there were claims of a half-beast, half-human creature appearing near the Mei River. I followed the river to investigate, only to discover it was contaminated, forcing me to temporarily seal it. Xia Jie's expression mirrored her helplessness as she recounted her prolonged search without even catching a glimpse of the creature. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Mushue smiled and remarked, Bai Zhe and I have indeed encountered this half-demon, half-human creature. However, it seems she was defeated by your senior brother, though unfortunately, she escaped before being slain. My senior brother? Xia Jie was taken aback, her excitement clear as she gazed at Shangwan Mushue and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that my senior brother, Linghu Tianchong, appeared near the Mei River? Indeed. What is the matter? Shangwan Mushue inquired with a hint of perplexity. Upon receiving confirmation, Xia Jie beamed with delight and exclaimed, Wonderful. At last, there is a solution to this predicament. It appeared that Xia Jie had been laboring under considerable strain regarding the blood-related issue, which explained his exhilaration upon hearing from Linghu Tianchong. Bai Zhe's heart skipped a beat, revealing a look of confusion as he queried, Why is that? If the blood demon has not yet been captured, how can we resolve the matter of the demon's blood? Xia Jie seemed unconcerned about divulging details, smiling as he explained. My senior brother will return, undoubtedly with what he needs. Once that is in hand, the blood demon will pose no threat whatsoever. What is that? Bai Zhe hesitated to inquire further, fearing it might incite unnecessary suspicion. However, Shangwan Mushue harbored no such reservations and boldly asked, What is that object capable of vanquishing the blood demon? After all, despite Linghu Tianchong's meticulous arrangements, he could not slay the blood demon. What other means could possibly bring about its demise? Xia Jie pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. If Miss Shangwan is interested, you are welcome to linger in Yumei City for a few days, and then you shall discover the truth. It appeared that Linghu Tianchong would soon arrive in Yumei City, and perhaps then they would witness the true nature of the long box and golden lock. After spending some time at the city lord's mansion, they excused themselves under the pretext of exploring the area, departing from the lord's abode. Bai Zhe and his companion inquired around the city and learned that the Chang'an tea house was the most convenient place to gather information. He contemplated visiting to see if he could catch sight of Qin Wanwei and others, while also seeking to ascertain whether the peculiar events within the Great Jin were indeed as Xia Jie had described. The Chang'an tea house was a most distinctive establishment. The ground floor served as a dining area, while the second floor lacked enclosed rooms, merely featuring a roof with open spaces on all sides. The second floor was designed for tea drinking and leisurely conversation, lending it a unique charm. Bai Zhe and his companions settled into a corner table on the second floor, and almost immediately, a smiling waiter with a towel draped over his shoulder approached, asking, Well, would you like to drink, esteemed guests? What delightful teas do you offer? Shangwan Mushue, clad in a pale pink wrap dress, inquired while adjusting her hair, having emerged from the forest without her veil. She had drawn the attention of those around her, leaving Bai Zhe feeling quite uncomfortable amidst the stares. Fair maiden, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. Why not try our premium tea, Shen Yan? The waiter cheerfully suggested. Upon hearing the name of the tea, Bai Zhe was momentarily taken aback and asked, What is the origin of this tea? In his previous life, he had a fondness for tea and was always eager to delve into the stories behind each variety. You ask a fine question, sir. Our premium Shen Yan tea has quite the intriguing history, the waiter replied, growing animated as he took a seat on a nearby stool. To speak of this tea, we must trace back to the origins of the Chongyun Inn. The Chongyun Inn originally served as a resting place for Emperor Gaozu of the Great Jin dynasty, due to the auspicious feng shui of the locale. Coupled with the emperor's inexplicable fondness for this land, he personally renamed it Chang'an, which also signifies enduring fortune. This name reflects the hope for the Great Jin's prosperity to last for millennia. Perhaps it was fate. Following the emperor's renaming, a natural spring suddenly erupted from the earth, reaching nearly a meter in height, an occurrence that elicited exclamations of wonder. The water was crystal clear and pure, possessing a silky smoothness akin to the finest silk. The emperor, savoring this divine gift of spring water, wore an expression of ecstasy that has been recorded in the annals of Great Jin's history. Feeling that the spring water was a heavenly blessing, and having heard that martial cultivators were believed to have connections with celestial beings, he aptly named it Shen Yan, or celestial connection. Over the course of a century, Shen Yan tea has spread across the continent. While there are other springs beyond the Moonmei City, none are as renowned as this one, frequently visited by people from foreign lands eager to witness its extraordinary spring pool. Sir, am I to your satisfaction? The innkeeper, with a playful glint in his eye, looked at Bai Zhe, his obsequious demeanor eliciting little annoyance from the two. Shangwan Mushui curled her lip, tossing a small piece of silver to him, saying, "Take this and let me ask you a few questions." The innkeeper, gleefully accepting the silver, beamed, "Ask away, esteemed guest. I shall share whatever I know." Internally, he mused that this gratuity exceeded his entire day's earnings. What a stroke of luck. Is the great Jin presently at peace? Baizhu inquired subtly. The innkeeper, perceptive and astute, immediately circled around them and said, "You too wish to inquire about the blood demon, do you not?" Shangguan Muxue and Baizhu exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed come to the right place. This matter has been a hot topic in our tea house. Though the common folk regard it as mere entertainment, not taking it to heart, the innkeeper explained. Recently, however, it is rumored that the Swift General and the so-called Ice Sword Immortal, Linghu Tianchong, will be visiting Moonmei City, though I'm not sure of its veracity. Also, there's a general named Su Ziqing, who seems to be quite renowned in Great Jin, though I am not personally familiar with him. The innkeeper reflected on the gossip circulating in the tea house with a touch of nostalgia. As for the blood demon, we in Moonmei City have yet to witness it firsthand, and thus, it is of little concern to us. At this point, the innkeeper glanced around cautiously and leaned in closer. I, however, was fortunate enough to have seen it. Just recently, while I was out of the city collecting tea leaves from a nearby village, I chanced upon a half-human, half-demon creature devouring the villagers. There were corpses scattered everywhere, severed limbs and remnants that horrified me. Baizhu furrowed his brow and immediately asked, "Did you see the appearance of this half-human, half-demon?" "Do not jest, esteemed guest. Had I been able to see it clearly, I would not be here now," the innkeeper replied with an awkward smile. After dismissing the innkeeper, the two settled at a table and began to converse. "Baizhu, what should we do now? We cannot find Xiao Shi and the others. Nor have we uncovered any leads regarding the blood demon," Shangguan Muxue inquired, her brow knitted in concern. Since her acquaintance with Baizhu, whenever she encountered a problem, he would invariably be the first person to come to her mind, a fact she herself had not even realized. Baizhu shrugged. In this city of Yumei, they were bound to cross paths. In contrast, he was more preoccupied with the matter of the blood demon, pondering that any clues could potentially assist De Jin in their negotiations for an alliance, perhaps sparking a change in their fortunes. As he contemplated this, a ragged little beggar, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, staggered up to the second floor, his unsteady gait exuding a certain carefree nonchalance. Spotting Baizhu and his companion, the little beggar wobbled towards them, his unkempt appearance eliciting disdain from the patrons at nearby tables. With a clang, he set his broken bowl upon the table before Baizhu, nonchalantly perched himself with one leg crossed over the other, his filthy hands digging into his nostrils, embodying a picture of untidiness. As Baizhu observed the little beggar, a foul odor wafted through the air, prompting a slight furrow of annoyance in Lu Mei's brows as she prepared to shoo him away. However, Baizhu interjected, inquiring, "Little brother, what brings you here?" This inquiry was not one that a typical individual would pose to a beggar, for it is universally understood what a beggar seeks. Yet, Baizhu boldly articulated this question, leaving not only Shangguan Muxue perplexed but also the young beggar. A slight smile graced Baizhu's lips as he thought, "Ah, were it not for the bubbles hovering above your head, I might have mistaken you for a mere beggar." Above the young beggar's head, a series of information bubbles floated, extracted by Baizhu's perception. Su Qier, a citizen of the Great Qin, possessed the Wood attribute and was at the second stage of the golden body. He practiced the breath-restraining technique, a primary celestial level skill capable of concealing one's cultivation, and the Mu Yi Tai Ching technique, a top-tier celestial level skill of the Xianqing sect. Upon their initial meeting, it seemed that the bubbles revealed only certain information, lacking any attributes or similar details. Baizhu felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain about how these bubbles functioned, when they displayed information, when they revealed attributes, or if both were shown simultaneously. Upon hearing Baizhu's words, Su Qier burst into laughter, his gaze fixed fervently upon him. "The princess spoke truly. You are indeed no ordinary person, discerning even the subtleties of my attire." He jested. "This tea-house's second floor is not a venue for the common folk, and the proprietor is no fool." Baizhu rolled his eyes, finding this explanation somewhat presumptuous, as it implied he had merely made an educated guess. Su Qier paused momentarily, then chuckled, "It seems I underestimated you." His expression turned serious as he regarded the two of them. "Young Master Bai, Miss Shangguan, here is a letter from the princess for you. Please, peruse it at your leisure." With that, he produced a neatly sealed envelope from his pocket and handed it to Baizha. Upon receiving the envelope and briefly scanning its contents, Baizha's expression grew solemn. Beside him, Shangwan Mushiwe, anxious, immediately inquired, "What is it? Are they in danger?" Although Shi was her maid, their time together had forged a bond akin to sisterhood. No, they are not in danger. They have unexpectedly received an invitation from the Empress of the Great Jin, who has summoned them directly. Baizha relayed the contents of the letter. Noting the peculiarity of the situation, Qin Wanwei had ventured out anonymously, and El Pin was a fugitive from the Great Jin. How could they be invited into the imperial palace so readily? With this thought, Baizha turned his gaze towards Su Qier and inquired, "Aside from this letter, does Miss Qin have any other instructions?" "The princess instructed me to deliver this letter to you. The rest, young master, shall discern how to proceed." Su Qier replied calmly. As a citizen of the Great Qin, he referred to Qin Wanwei as a princess. For even though she had yet to marry into the Great Qin, she remained a princess of the Great Qin, perhaps in the eyes of the Great Qin people. The married Qin Wanwei was still regarded as a noble princess. Baizha's gaze lingered on Su Qier for a while before he asked, "Brother Su, might you assist me in this matter?" He felt uncertain, yet this was a tentative inquiry, for he sensed that Su Qier had more to convey. Since he was unwilling to speak directly, perhaps he could assist me, and I might glean further insights. After all, as a member of the Great Qin Xinqing sect, it seems improbable that he ventured to the Great Jin merely to deliver a message. The journey has been exhausting and parched. Su Qier let out a hearty laugh, patting his shoulder with his left hand and rubbing his waist with his right, feigning fatigue. Baizha, being a man of the world, recognized these common gestures and promptly ordered dishes from the waiter, also requesting 3 servings of the finest Xianyuan tea. Only Shangwan Mushiwe, witnessing his blatant extortion, puffed her cheeks in indignation, unable to restrain herself from muttering, "Once I return to the Shenshao Palace, I shall certainly wreak havoc upon your sect." Although she was unaware of Su Qiu's background, his address of Qin Wanwei as princess indicated his ties to the Great Qin, the sects within the Great Qin. With the Shenshao Palace being paramount, would surely compel him to regurgitate today's feast. Su Qiu seemed unfazed by Shangwan Mushiwe's grumbling. His brows twitched slightly as he gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, exclaiming, "What a generous young man you are. I shall indulge without reservation." With that, he began to eat heartily, one hand grasping wine and the other savoring beef, relishing each bite. Compared to the Xianyuan tea, I find such feasting far more delightful, simply exhilarating. Having resided in the north for quite some time without such indulgence, he was thoroughly elated. Baizha merely sipped the Xianyuan tea, a refreshing sensation coursing through his body. Yet upon reaching his chest, it felt as if it had plunged into a 4-legged cauldron, igniting a fleeting flame. "What is this?" Baizha was taken aback. Maintaining a facade of calm on his face, he took another sip of the tea, the peculiar sensation washing over him once more. The ephemeral flame of the cauldron seemed to vividly materialize before him. "This tea," Baizha furrowed his brow. Staring at the bowl containing only slightly yellowed tea leaves and clear tea water, a profound perplexity etched across his features. "What is happening? This tea is quite delectable. Invigorating my entire being, refreshing indeed." Shangwan Mushiwe gazed at Baizha in confusion, uncertain why he bore such an expression. She too took a sip, the delightful sensation enveloping her, overwhelming in its joy. Meanwhile, Su Qier smirked slightly, recalling Qin Wanyue's parting words, which echoed in his mind. Initially skeptical, he began to entertain the notion. He was an extraordinary individual, seemingly capable of perceiving the truth behind all matters. Though his dantian was shattered, rendering him unable to condense spiritual energy, one should never underestimate him. Observing Baizha's expression, Shangwan Mushiwe, unable to contain her concern, inquired, "What troubles you? Why do you look so?" She too had sampled the Xianyuan tea, feeling refreshed but sensing nothing extraordinary. This tea, the water within appears to be infused with spiritual energy. Baizha contemplated the bowl reflecting his visage, his face awash with disbelief. Spiritual energy? Shangwan Mushiwe was taken aback and instinctively took another sip, pursing her lips as she discerned no distinct flavor, remarking, "Is this the taste of spiritual energy?" It was her first experience with spiritual energy, and out of curiosity, she found it rather bland, leaving her somewhat disenchanted. Su Qier chuckled softly, genuinely impressed. "Young master, your discernment is truly remarkable. How many have sipped the celestial tea yet failed to identify its essence? I am astonished that you, Sir Bai, could deduce its nature so swiftly. Truly remarkable." His words were not mere flattery. He was genuinely awestruck. He recalled that when he first arrived in Yume City and sampled the celestial tea, it took him an entire afternoon to form a rough guess, while the person before him had only taken 2 sips to uncover its extraordinary qualities. Might you be able to discern the secrets within this water? Su Qier inquired, intrigued, leaning closer to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe paused, carefully sensing how the celestial tea integrated within his body, his brow slightly furrowing as he remarked, "This spiritual energy seems to contain a peculiar element, without careful examination. It is quite challenging to distinguish." This revelation came to him when a flicker of flame ignited from the 4-legged square cauldron. The cauldron possessed the remarkable ability to refine spiritual energy, encompassing not only the 5 fundamental energies but also some extraordinary forms, such as yin-yang and the forces of wind and thunder. At the moment the flame blazed forth, a trace of crimson emerged within the cauldron, only to vanish after burning. Su Qier was genuinely astonished. The ever-smiling demeanor he maintained had completely dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension as he inquired, "Brother Bai, how did you perceive this?" After all, he had sensed nothing at all in the beginning. Meanwhile, Shangwan Muxue, who stood nearby, was utterly bewildered. However, witnessing Su Qier's profound admiration for Bai Zhe brought a subtle smile to her delicate face. The secrets of the heavens must remain concealed. There must certainly be other substances within this immortal fate tea. Bai Zhe, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, remarked, "Your tone suggests you might have some insight into what lies within." Shangwan Muxue, her fair ears twitching with curiosity about the contents of the immortal fate tea, listened intently. "Follow me," Su Qier said, his demeanor suggestive of unspoken thoughts, as he ultimately led Bai Zhe and the others down from the Changyan tea house, directing them toward the wellspring that served as a scenic attraction. As dusk approached, few ventured to witness the natural spring at this location. Upon Su Qier's arrival, the nearby beggar children promptly sprang into action, guiding away the last remnants of common folk, rendering the area considerably quieter. The 3 of them reached the spring, where Su Qier held a bowl, dipping it into the water to fill it. He then extended his palm, gently caressing the surface of the water within the bowl, allowing a few drops of pale green would attribute spiritual energy to flow from his hand into the water. Upon contact, a reaction occurred. The previously clear surface of the water was soon adorned with small red speckles, spreading throughout the bowl. This sight caused Bai Zhe and his companion to furrow their brows in concern. The mischief of the blood attribute cultivators was evident, as they infused the unique blood spiritual energy they had gathered into this mystical tea, concealing its secrets through some peculiar method. At this realization, Su Qier knitted his brows once more, pondering. While it is true that blood attribute spiritual energy can potentially influence one's mind when existing independently, its effect diminishes significantly when mixed with the spring water. What could the blood cultivators be after, given the minimal gains from such actions? What motives drive them to pursue this? Su Qier remained perplexed by this enigma, yet he sensed that the blood cultivators' intentions were far from simple. Bai Zhe scrutinized the bowl of spring water, his brows tightly knit in alarm. The bubbles on the surface revealed that it was indeed superior spiritual liquid. Polluted superior spiritual liquid, no less. The term spiritual liquid refers to a rare and precious essence formed from the gathering of spiritual energy, immensely beneficial for martial cultivators. The notion of pollution stemmed from those red spots, which represented the blood attribute spiritual energy, as Su Qier had indicated. Could it be that the blood cultivators were unaware of the profound nature of this water? The bubbles displayed no alarming red exclamation marks, unlike the ominous signals he had sensed during moments of peril. At this juncture, Shangwan Muxue reached out to touch the water, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is so remarkable about this water? Is it not merely sweeter than ordinary water? Sweeter. The words echoed in Su Qier's mind, igniting a sudden realization. He quickly dipped his finger into the water and brought it to his lips for a taste. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is actually spiritual liquid. Is that possible?" Shangwan Muxue, well aware of the significance of spiritual liquid, understood that even high-quality spiritual liquid was a rarity. An ordinary spiritual liquid was exceedingly difficult to obtain within the domain of a powerful force such as the Divine Sky Palace. Thus, spiritual liquid had always been a coveted yet elusive treasure for martial cultivators. In her surprise, she sampled the water again, but to her dismay, it still tasted merely sweet, without any discernible difference. "Miss Shangwan, when you sip this water, try to channel the spiritual energy within you and observe any reactions. Generally, no one would attempt to manipulate the energy vortex while drinking ordinary water. The spiritual energy whirlpools of martial cultivators autonomously absorb and circulate day and night. It is advisable to refrain from unnecessary exertions, as they may hinder the absorption rate. After all, the pathways for absorption are limited. If they become constricted or occupied, the process will naturally slow down. Following his counsel, Shangguan Muxue conducted an experiment and indeed found that the reverse lightning attribute within her body accelerated its absorption rate under the influence of that minuscule amount of spiritual liquid. Was this not the very essence of spiritual liquid? She had previously had the fortune to absorb a modest quantity of spiritual liquid in the Divine Sky Palace, and she was well aware of its effects. This is indeed spiritual liquid, Shangguan Muxue murmured, her gaze fixed upon the entire well, utterly astounded. Even a small vial of spiritual liquid could incite fierce competition among martial cultivators, and now, before her, lay a vast well, leaving her heart racing incessantly. Beside her, Su Qier was no better off. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Bai Zhe, however, rolled his eyes. His dantian was shattered. Even if he were presented with mountains of spiritual liquid, it would be of little use to him. The spiritual energy he currently utilized was derived solely from the small cauldron within him, providing merely a half hour of explosive power. And even that required an excuse to explain to Shangguan Muxue. You should not act like wolves spotting sheep. This spiritual liquid has been tainted with blood spiritual energy, diminishing its efficacy. Moreover, with frequent consumption, the blood spiritual energy concealed within the liquid will accumulate. Even the liquid's dilution capabilities cannot entirely remedy this. Over time, he would lose consciousness, devolving into a beast driven solely by the instinct to kill, Bai Zhe stated calmly. Both individuals, being astute, quickly grasped the implications of Bai Zhe's words. Su Qier contemplated the situation and remarked thoughtfully, So, you mean to say that these blood cultivators believe that by dispersing their own essence into this well, they can turn most of the populace in the city into beasts? Once the moonlit city descends into chaos, they will be free to pursue their desires? Shangguan Muxue interjected, gazing at the two men. Bai Zhe nodded, a hint of amusement in his expression as he replied, Yet, they could never have anticipated that this well would contain spiritual liquid, and of superior quality at that. Albeit tainted. Despite its excellent dilution properties, it cannot entirely eliminate the blood cultivator's essence. Blood cultivators rely on blood spiritual energy as their inherent attribute. In nature, there is no source of blood spiritual energy for them to acquire. Thus, their only means of obtaining blood is from humans or beasts. Compared to the chaotic and diluted blood of beasts, they prefer human blood, especially that of martial cultivators, as it can significantly enhance their own essence. At this juncture, Bai Zhe turned his gaze towards Su Qier and inquired, How long have you been aware of this? Can you estimate the approximate time of the essence's infusion? Yes. We discovered it 5 days ago. At that time, there was not nearly as much as there is now. It is speculated that the blood spiritual energy was infused in the past day or two, Su Qier replied. Su Qier's face bore a trace of reminiscence. His gaze weighted with gravity as he contemplated the unexpected attention the blood cultivators had turned towards Yume City. Shangguan Muxue's complexion faltered, her surprise evident as she remarked, Given the timing, the first batch of those consumed should manifest their effects tonight. She instinctively glanced at the setting sun, realizing that with nightfall, several terrifying hidden bombs would emerge within the city, casting a shadow of dread upon her heart. How many innocent lives would be lost as a consequence? Foolishness. With the dilution of this spiritual liquid, do you truly believe the timing would still be tonight? Bai Zhe shot her a glance, his tone unyielding. Since they cannot wait until tonight, where do you think they will go? Shangguan Muxue and Su Qier exchanged knowing glances, pointing towards the location of the spring, their faces illuminating with a shared understanding. Indeed, we shall wait and see tonight. To uncover which blood cultivator dares to conspire against the lives of the citizens of Yume City to further their own cultivation. Bai Zhe's expression betrayed his indignation. Such inhumane actions deserved universal condemnation. He harbored another intention, to eradicate the blood spiritual energy within the veins of these ordinary folk. And the only method to achieve this was to eliminate the blood cultivator releasing their essence. Unlike ordinary martial artists, a blood cultivator's essence, even when separated from their body, remained an integral part of them. To fully render it inactive, the demise of the individual was necessary to completely eradicate the blood spiritual energy. In preparation for the impending conflict of the night, Su Qier took his leave, heading towards the direction of the Xianqing sect where Yume City lay, seemingly in search of allies. After all, a blood cultivator with such grand ambitions could prove to be a formidable opponent. Having an additional companion would provide greater assurance. As an affiliated sect of the top 10 sects in the continent, The Xianqing sect surely had formidable experts from the Qingyi sect stationed there, potentially offering invaluable support. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe and Shangguan Muxue remained behind. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Shangguan Muxue leaped onto the rooftop to savor the sunset's waning light. The sky adorned with brilliantly hued clouds, a sight to behold. What are you busy with? Come over and admire this evening glow. It's quite beautiful. She called out to Bai Zhe, eager to share this rare spectacle. However, Bai Zhe's thoughts were far removed from such pleasures. He waved her off, stating, "You can look for yourself. I need to assess the positioning to see if I can set up a formation." "A formation? You know how to do that?" Shangguan Muxue queried. Her curiosity piqued. Martial artists skilled in formations were, in many respects, even rarer than spiritual liquids. After all, the talent for formations was not commonly found, while low-grade spiritual liquids were relatively available. "Are you boasting? Do you really know formations?" she exclaimed, jumping down from the rooftop to stand beside him, astonished. Bai Zhe barely lifted his head, sketching peculiar symbols in the dirt while muttering, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I can't. As it happens, I have the 4 symbols illusory killing formation, which aligns perfectly with the timing and circumstances. It will be sufficient to deal with that fellow tonight." "The 4 symbols illusory killing formation? What kind of formation is that?" Shangguan Muxue inquired, her intrigue growing as it seemed he indeed possessed knowledge of the matter. And the name of the formation sounded rather formidable. Yet he appeared indifferent to her, which instantly displeased her. She thought to herself, "You better not end up failing to capture him, for that may provoke his wrath and lead him to pursue you relentlessly." Blood cultivators exhibit evident weaknesses in their mental fortitude, often prone to bouts of rage. Given their formidable defenses and resilience, they tend to retaliate against whomever provokes them. Rest assured, if this 4 symbols illusory killing formation cannot vanquish even a mindless blood cultivator, I might as well abandon my endeavors, Bai Zhe proclaimed confidently. This formation was crafted from ancient texts studied meticulously by the master of this body, marking his inaugural application of it. However, he was brimming with confidence. For the 4 symbols illusory killing formation required 4 formation pillars, which comprised 2 yin fish and 2 yang fish, essentially the 4 mystical fish of the quadruped cauldron. This object is no ordinary item. It possesses the ability to extract the essence of the true dragon from the dragon vein martial arts. One can only imagine the formidable nature of the yin and yang energies. Even the unique blood-spirit energy would find itself overwhelmed. Upon observing his unwavering confidence and lacking a counter-argument, Shangguan Muxue clicked her tongue and approached, noticing him inscribing obscure patterns on the ground. Initially intrigued, her interest waned as fatigue set in, prompting her to stifle a yawn and declare, "I'm heading to the rooftop for a brief rest. Call me when you're done." Regardless of whether Bai Zhe heard her, he sprang up and leapt onto the rooftop, settling into a comfortable position to sleep. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe shook his head and continued his intricate designs. With each completed pattern, he carefully placed an appropriate dark fish within. As the dark fish infused the patterns, they emitted a faint glow before fading into the earth. After nearly an hour of diligent work, he finally completed the arrangement and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, reflecting, "There is still a bit of pressure. It's my first time setting up a formation, and my stamina is quite lacking." His sentiments were understandable, as he was unable to cultivate martial arts at present. Despite his physique being significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, and even comparable to some low-tier martial practitioners, the absence of spiritual energy ultimately hindered his endurance. Once he finished his tasks, it was already a quarter past the hour of the pig, with an hour remaining until the second quarter of the hour of the rat. Bai Zhe was particularly mindful of this timing, as it was during this period that the dark fish, embodying the most potent yin spiritual energy, would amplify the power of the 4 symbols illusionary killing formation. Having completed all preparations, Bai Zhe was drenched in sweat, feeling warm throughout. A sudden cool breeze swept by, providing a refreshing respite. Taking advantage of this breeze, his gaze fell upon Shangguan Muxue, sprawled on the rooftop. Observing her sleeping posture, supported by one hand, he could not help but smile wryly, noting her resemblance to Yin Er. Utilizing the phantom shadow technique, Bai Zhe ascended to the rooftop and sat beside her, careful not to disturb her slumber. Gazing at the crescent moon hanging above, he felt the heat within him dissipate. Taking a deep breath, the small cauldron within his body began to absorb the pure yin attribute spiritual energy. While the cauldron would usually absorb energy autonomously, Bai Zhe's active engagement hastened the process. "Damn it, why are you being so elusive?" murmured Shangguan Muxue in her sleep, her delicate lips moving as she spoke in dreams. The words startled Baishi, causing a cold sweat to break out. Once he realized she was merely talking in her sleep, he felt a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Unable to resist leaning closer to her exquisite face, murmuring, "Look at you, completely clueless as usual, only bringing me trouble. Now you're even managing to startle me in your sleep. That is quite something." No sooner had he spoken than Shen Yan, with her hand brushing against the seam of his trousers, suddenly swatted at him, lightly grazing his cheek. It was not a slap, merely a gentle tap against his face. Baishi was taken aback, helplessly grasping her hand and muttering to himself, "You truly are remarkable. Even in slumber, you manage to appear awake." As he attempted to place her hand back, he found himself unable to release it. With no other option, Baishi remained seated on the rubble before her, gazing at the luminous moon, accompanied by the gentle caress of the breeze. Despite the disturbance, his heart gradually found tranquility once more. Reflecting on his 2 months in this world, he mused upon the journey thus far. Though it had been fraught with challenges, he was grateful to have encountered her. Recalling his experiences with the Song family, he thought that without Shen Yan, he might have already sought rebirth. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, her occasional, unwavering concern for him was both inexplicable and heartfelt. He often pondered whether her foolishness was genuine or feigned. Over the course of their time together, Baishi perceived Shen Yan as somewhat naive in her dealings, yet she was always decisive when it came to standing up for him, which warmed his heart. Suddenly, he remembered the mission concerning the Great Gene and let out a sigh. Regarding the alliance, I possess not a shred of insight. The Great Gene is in decline, while the Great Gene is rapidly advancing. What do I have to offer in forming an alliance? He could never utter such words to Shen Yan in person, as it would undoubtedly undermine her confidence. However, Miss Jean was directly summoned to the palace by the Empress of the Great Gene, leaving one to ponder the underlying reasons, perhaps favoring an alliance. Upon hearing Su Qian's remarks during the day, he speculated that Qin Wanwei might be acquainted with the Empress of the Great Gene. After all, why would a person of such high status, residing far in the capital of the Great Gene, take an interest in the affairs of a once prominent princess of the Great Gene? As he languished in contemplation, 2 figures, hand in hand, approached the small temple of Jingquan. Their complexions were flushed, exuding vitality. Their very presence suggested they were not ordinary individuals. Standing at the temple's entrance were Su Qian and a young master, a skilled practitioner from the Qingyi sect stationed there. "Brother Liu, just ahead is Jingquan, the gentleman I mentioned to you, along with the beloved disciple of the master of Shenxiao Palace, is inside." Su Qian gestured invitingly, feeling a sense of reassurance in the presence of his companion. Despite his youth, he was a luminary among the younger generation of the Qingyi sect, a paragon of excellence in Jingzhou. His name was Lu Miao, a prodigious youth. Dressed in a deep blue long robe, holding a paper fan, Lu Miao's chiseled face radiated a serene smile as he replied, "Oh, the one whom you have lauded all along is within? I must approach quietly to discern the caliber of this individual who has garnered such praise from you." Su Qian, a distinguished figure among the younger generation of the Xianqing sect and a key focus of the Qingyi sect's cultivation efforts, was highly regarded by Lu Miao, who cherished their amicable relationship. Yet, before they could cross the threshold of the Jingquan temple, Lu Miao's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to halt Su Qian. "Be cautious. The aura of darkness here is profound." "Profound darkness? How can that be?" Su Qian exclaimed, bewildered. When he had visited earlier, the atmosphere had been perfectly balanced. But now it seemed to have shifted dramatically, steeped in an oppressive gloom. Yet, the sight before him compelled belief. In the corners of the temple, tendrils of dark energy swirled, like mist obscuring the surroundings. A gust of wind swept through, sending chills even to seasoned martial artists like Su Qian, let alone ordinary folk. How could this happen? It was not like this during the day. Su Qian marveled at the scene unfolding before him. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao's mind sparked with insight, and he chuckled lightly. This individual named Baishi is truly remarkable. To set up such an intricate formation in such a short span is indeed impressive. With that, he stepped forward into the temple, leaving a bewildered Su Qian behind, his mind racing with questions. Master Bai is also versed in formations? What else could he possibly not excel at? As they entered the Jingquan temple, Baishi appeared before them, smiling. "Follow me closely, do not stray." As he led the way, he elucidated, "This 4 symbols illusionary killing formation, based on the dual energies of yin and yang, creates illusions to strike down foes. It is particularly suitable for dealing with mindless blood cultivators." Su Qian listened in awe, marveling at the princess's discernment, The man before him was undeniably extraordinary. Should he be granted the opportunity to cultivate, it is likely that he would secure a prominent position among the younger generation of prodigies. He and Lu Miao can only be considered talented individuals, whereas true geniuses remain a tier above. As Baizhu approached the vicinity of the well, Lu Miao gazed at the moon above, his right thumb rhythmically tapping between his index and middle fingers, and spoke gravely, "Young Master Bai, I am Lu Miao. Without further ado, the blood cultivator is swiftly approaching. We should find a place to conceal ourselves." Baizhu nodded, though he remained uncertain of Lu Miao's abilities. Nevertheless, Lu Miao's estimation of the blood cultivator's arrival bore a resemblance to Baizhu's earlier conjectures, aligning rather well with the principles of Taoist divination. Su Qi'er and Lu Miao concealed themselves to the left and right, while Baizhu climbed onto the roof to rouse the slumbering Shangguan Mu Shui, seeking a hiding spot on the rooftop. As the chimes of the clock in Mumei City resonated, a figure cloaked in black emerged outside the small temple by the well, entirely shrouded in darkness, save for a pair of eyes glowing red. He glanced around, hesitating momentarily as he observed the malevolent wind swirling within the temple, unsure whether to proceed. Suddenly, the well he had longed for materialized before him, and with a steely resolve, he leapt inside. At that moment, the temple door closed of its own accord, and a spiritual fish nestled in the corner of the doorway stirred, flickering briefly before settling back into stillness. Beneath the shroud of night, Baizhu and his companions looked down from the rooftop at the figure ensnared within the four symbols illusory killing formation. Lu Miao's brow furrowed slightly, expressing concern. The blood cultivator is known for his propensity for slaughter. In a sense, one could say he is rather simple-minded. Will this illusion truly affect him? Indeed, those with uncomplicated thoughts possess a greater chance of survival within an illusion, as their single-mindedness prevents the emergence of distracting phantoms. You worry too much. The power of the four symbols illusory killing formation transcends mere illusions, Baizhu replied with a light chuckle, his gaze fixed on the figure ensnared within the formation. This was his first time arranging the four symbols illusory killing formation, and he harbored a measure of anticipation regarding its effectiveness, especially given the incorporation of the yin-yang spiritual fish, which amplified its potency. As his words fell, the cloaked figure, upon seeing the well he so fervently desired, dashed towards it, just as he intended to draw a bucket to discern why no one had been affected by the blood essence that night. The well before him began to distort and warp, its outline becoming increasingly nebulous. Startled, the figure recognized that the well was crucial to his plans and hastily reached out to touch it, only to grasp nothing but air, as if it were perpetually just beyond his reach. With the well's contours twisting further, a colossal python suddenly erupted from its depths, rendering the black-clad figure as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Anyone else would likely be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a monstrous serpent. Yet, the figure's blood-red eyes ignited with excitement, filled with an insatiable greed as he beheld the giant python. Good heavens, this fellow intends to devour the python's blood. Su Qi'er observed with a bemused expression, realizing that even he would hesitate to confront such a formidable creature. Yet the figure clad in black, far from displaying any trepidation, desired to quench his thirst with its blood. Indeed, those who cultivate blood magic are truly deranged, wholly unafraid of death. The enormous head of the serpent, resembling a flattened mass, flicked its crimson tongue, its eyes fixated upon the black-clad individual, likely contemplating him as its next meal. As the serpent's fist-sized eyes glinted with a cold light, its massive tail, which would require several men to lift, suddenly lashed out with immense force, crashing down upon the figure in black. To everyone's astonishment, he did not evade. Instead, he boldly lunged forward, a sight that left Baizhu and the others in disbelief. That formidable force was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Well then, I retract my previous statement. He is not fierce. This man is simply a fool. Su Qi'er touched his forehead, gaining a deeper understanding of the nature of blood cultivators. As anticipated, the tremendous force sent the black-clad figure hurtling away. However, the place where he landed was unforgivingly cold, as if it had frozen his very bones. Attempting to rise, he suddenly realized he was atop a gigantic shell, and as he tried to stand, he found himself immobilized, a wave of despair washing over him. Before he could process his predicament, the colossal shell let out a thunderous sound, leaping into the air and flipping over, pinning the black-clad figure beneath it. Such a violent impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. When he finally discerned what lay before him, he realized it was an ancient tortoise, its size rivaling that of the massive serpent. The tortoise, slow to react, allowed the black figure to transform into a puddle of blood, vanishing from its sight. In the next moment, he reappeared between two aging behemoths. His gaze darted between them, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The ancient tortoise and the gigantic serpent exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement, and simultaneously launched their assault on the black-clad figure. The tortoise's head shot forward, its powerful jaws clamping down on one of his arms, while the serpent coiled around his waist. Thus, the figure was rendered immobile, to his surprise, rather than panic. A look of exhilaration spread across his face. Baizha felt a jolt of alarm before he could ponder the absurdity of the situation. The ancient tortoise and the serpent began to bubble rapidly, in the blink of an eye transforming into a pool of crimson liquid. Upon witnessing the blood on the ground, the black-clad figure lunged at it like a rabid dog, desperate to consume it all. At that moment, the tattered edge of the black cloth around his mouth revealed the grim reality. His lips were covered in dark, festering sores, with not a single spot intact. The areas where he had been bitten on his shoulder and waist were torn open, exposing skin riddled with black blisters, from which foul black blood oozed. It was this vile blood that swiftly dissolved the ancient tortoise and the massive serpent into a mere puddle of blood. I shall confront him. The sudden dissolution of the illusion caught them unawares. In desperation, Su Qier had no choice but to confront him personally, seeking to unveil his true nature and, when the opportunity arose, eliminate him. Baizha nodded. He too was taken aback by the existence of such a formidable entity within the dark-clad blood cultivator, capable of dissolving all things. Be cautious. I shall summon the illusion to assist you, Baizha advised, as he began to channel the intricate patterns of the yin-yang xian fish etched upon his palms. This represented the dual energies of yin and yang, anchored at the four pivotal points of the four symbols illusionary killing array, with a green short staff in hand, distinct and segmented like bamboo. Su Qier leaped boldly into the formation. As he did so, a magnificent crimson bird swooped down with a piercing cry, flapping its wings as it soared above him, then began to circle. Beside him, a black-furred tiger with a white forehead emerged, letting out a fierce roar as it stepped forth from Su Qier's side. Upon the appearance of these two entities, Su Qier's heart raced in trepidation, for the resplendent crimson avian before him was none other than the vermilion bird. And beside it, was that not the white tiger? With two of the four sacred beasts manifested, the prospect of resistance seemed utterly futile. The figure cloaked in black raised a mouthful of fresh blood, intending to consume it, when suddenly, amidst the sanguine pool, a flicker of brilliance surged forth. A dark entity darted out, aiming directly for the forehead of the black-clad individual. Instinctively sensing the imminent threat, the black-clad figure unleashed a potent aura of blood energy, enveloping his entire being in a manner reminiscent of the spiritual armor wielded by Shangguan Mushiwei. However, it was evident that this defense was not derived from innate talent, but rather from the accumulation of blood attribute spiritual energy. One could only imagine the heinous deeds the adversary had committed to amass such power. As the dark entity collided with the shield conjured from the black-clad man's condensed blood energy, a resounding crack echoed, and within the blink of an eye, the shield was shattered, the force unabated as it surged towards the man's chest. The black-clad figure, caught entirely off guard by the prowess of this dark point, hastily raised his blood-imbued hand to grasp at it. Despite his speed, in that critical moment, he was left with no choice but to act as he did. Just as the dark point was about to make contact with his palm, it revealed itself with a splash, transforming into a pitch-black mystical fish hovering before him. It regarded him with curiosity, its white speckled eyes flitting about. The revelation of the dark entity's true form, a fish entirely cloaked in darkness, sent a wave of fear through the black-clad man's visage, prompting him to flee in panic. Yet his legs betrayed him, refusing to obey his commands, rendering him immobile. Before us lies the enigmatic yin-yang xian fish, a creation of Baizha, set within the four symbols illusory slaughter array. The dark fish before us embodies the essence of yin, suggesting that its manifestation must be Zhenwu. However, Baizha, observing from the periphery, is more intrigued by the profound fear the blood cultivator exhibits towards the yin attribute xian fish. Before he can ponder the reasons behind this, Su Qier, accompanied by the phantasmal Jacquet and Baihu, approaches the cloaked figure. Upon sensing the arrival of its companions, the yin attribute xian fish leaps into the ground with a splash, and in an instant, the serpentine creature, Zhenwu, emerges from beneath, perched atop a colossal tortoise. Thus, 3 of the 4 sacred beasts have materialized, with only the azure dragon remaining absent. Gazing at these 3 spectral beasts, Su Qier is filled with fervor, exclaiming, "You audacious fiend dare to threaten the innocent citizens of Yumei City. I shall see how you escape this array. Upon hearing this, Baizhi inwardly lamented, exclaiming, "Oh no, this is dire." The blood cultivator, with a dwindling intellect and a fiery temperament, sees only his desires. The cloaked figure, fixated solely on the well, becomes alert at Su Qi'er's taunt, making it all the more challenging to contain him. As anticipated, upon hearing Su Qi'er's words, the figure's blood-red eyes whirl in agitation. He pounds his chest thrice in rapid succession, visibly enraged. Shangwan Mushua, witnessing this scene, cannot help but laugh, remarking, "Does this blood cultivator lack the ability to speak? He resembles a primitive man, expressing his fury through chest thumping." Beside her, Lu Miao of the Qingyi sect, fanning himself gently, chuckles and explains, "Miss Shangwan, you may not be aware, but once one embarks on the path of blood cultivation, they cannot articulate their words until reaching a state of great perfection. Historically, blood cultivators primarily communicate through body language or glances." Shangwan Mushua rolls her eyes, recognizing her limited understanding of blood cultivation matters. Upon realizing that what lies before them is merely an illusion, the cloaked figure continues to pound his chest in frustration. Blood-red spiritual energy surges from within him, coalescing into a sharp longsword in his grasp, causing the countenances of those present to shift dramatically. Ordinary blood cultivators typically consume blood, utilizing specialized techniques to refine it into spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their cultivation. However, techniques and martial arts hold little value in the eyes of a blood cultivator. As the blood is refined and condensed, their powers multiply. The manifestation of condensed blood before them exemplifies a heightened purity of blood attribute spiritual energy. What horrors has this individual wrought? Baizhi's expression darkens. Historical texts recount that blood cultivators can not only condense weapons but can also transmute their bodies into blood to escape. To annihilate such a being, one must destroy the essence within them. Lu Miao, with a serious demeanor, expresses concern, "Let us not dwell on the details. Su Qi'er cannot confront a blood cultivator capable of blood manifestation alone. Our only chance of survival lies in joining forces." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Qi'er, accompanied by the two mythical beasts, Zhuke and Baihu, was poised to display his prowess. However, his utterance incited the wrath of the cloaked figure. Grasping a blood-red longsword, he charged towards Su Qi'er with reckless abandon, eschewing the need for any martial techniques. The speed of this individual was not to be underestimated. Su Qi'er felt a sudden shock in his heart as he brandished the green short staff in his hand, silently invoking Taiji with shield. Instantly, a circular shield formed before him, composed of what attributes spiritual energy, adorned with mystical Taoist inscriptions that shimmered with a golden hue. Behind him, the vermilion bird and the white tiger let out simultaneous roars. The vermilion bird plummeted from the sky, its sharp talons aimed at the head of the black-clad figure. The white tiger, equally formidable, surged forward with a flash of white light, embodying the fierce descent of a tiger from the mountains. The two phantom beasts exuded a formidable presence. However, upon encountering the cloaked figure who effortlessly tore through their garments, revealing dark, viscous blood, both creatures instantly dissolved into a mere pool of crimson. Su Qi'er stood bewildered, his hands still raised, clutching the Taiji wooden shield. Yet his mind buzzed with confusion. How could such seemingly powerful phantoms vanish in an instant? The cloaked assailant offered him no respite for contemplation. The blood-red sword appeared to possess the power to rend all asunder, shredding the Taiji wooden shield and plunging towards Su Qi'er's chest. At this critical juncture, Baizhi summoned the reconstituted Zhenwu from the four symbols phantom killing formation, momentarily staving off disaster, allowing Lu Miao, who had leapt from the rooftop, to rescue him. The outcome was grim, as the Zhenwu once again transformed into a pool of blood, its dark form appearing somewhat fatigued, as if it had expended considerable energy. Faced with the wrathful figure clad in black, Su Qi'er felt a lingering dread and pondered, what manner of being is this? How is it that everything that comes into contact with him disintegrates in an instant? His once proud Taiji wooden shield crumpled under the onslaught, a reality that was difficult for anyone to accept. At that moment, Baizhi and Shangwan Mushua appeared by their side. Observing the furious figure in black pounding his chest, Baizhi spoke in a deep voice, "We must devise a means to breach his body and extract his essence, ensuring his complete annihilation." By now, the four of them had exhausted all options. The blood cultivator in black had firmly etched their identities into his mind. As long as the four symbols' illusionary killing formation persisted, he would believe they were merely concealing the spring from him. With such a single-minded determination, he would not easily let Baizhi and the others escape. "Allow me," Shangwan Mushua said, her gem-like eyes shimmering with excitement. Let us see what this entity is capable of. Can it withstand the wrath of heavenly thunder? Since embarking on her journey, she had never employed heavenly thunder. The techniques she had previously utilized were merely a form of the nine heavens' divine thunder. Baija showed no intention of stopping her. He too was eager to witness whether this blood cultivator was truly invincible, capable of nullifying all forms of elemental assaults. Grasping the Thunder Abyss sword, Shangwan Mushue's gaze sharpened, and with a subtle utterance, she intoned, "Heavenly Thunder Summon." In an instant, a streak of blinding lightning descended from the pitch-black sky, striking the figure in black with unerring precision, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The blood cultivator, previously consumed by rage, was jolted by the heavenly thunder, his body convulsing violently, as his black garb was utterly shattered and fell to the ground. With the cloak of darkness stripped away, the blood cultivator stood exposed before them. And the sight before Shangwan Mushue was so nauseating that she could not contain herself, causing the Thunder Abyss to slip from her grasp and tumble to the ground. What a grotesque sight. The creature before them was covered in fist-sized, dark blood blisters, with not a single intact patch of skin to be seen, save for a pair of eyes that seemed to glimmer with a haunting intensity. It evoked a profound sense of revulsion. Su Qier furrowed his brow in distaste, muttering, "This is hardly human. What on earth has he endured? To cultivate blood attributes spiritual energy. Has he not only lost his ability to speak but also transformed his very form? Even if he has gained formidable power, it is a deeply despairing transformation." Baija, well-versed in the history of the Qingyan continent, shook his head and explained, "While blood attributes spiritual energy is indeed tyrannical and insidious, there are no records indicating it could lead to such a transformation." After a pause, he continued, "I suspect he must have ingested something extraordinary, which could account for this drastic change, even erasing the essence of his attribute powers." Initially, he was puzzled as to how blood attribute spiritual energy could possess the capacity to corrode other attributes, especially since it had caused the illusions born of yin and yang to collapse instantaneously. Now, it seemed clear that he had inadvertently consumed another's blood. Hearing this, Lu Miao's eyes sparkled with insight, and he chuckled, "Indeed, it is no wonder that Su has praised you. I too believe that this blood cultivator has likely ingested some tainted blood, resulting in his current state." As they conversed, the enraged blood cultivator, revealing his true form, erupted in fury. With a swift motion of his arms, the blisters on his body erupted like a torrent, and he charged towards Shangwan Mushue. Witnessing this scene, Baija's expression turned to one of shock. He dared not gamble on whether the creature could corrupt lightning attributes spiritual energy, as it was Shangwan Mushue's very life that hung in the balance. In an instant, he focused his mind, commanding the two yin and yang mysterious fish from the four symbols phantom killing array to return to his palm. With the shadowy steps of the charming phantom technique, he raced ahead of the monstrous being to position himself before Shangwan Mushue. With no time for words, he summoned the yin and yang energies from within the four-legged square cauldron and activated the mysterious fish in his hand. A Taiji diagram materialized before his chest as he thrust his hands forward, sending forth two currents of energy, one black and one white. Baija did not have the luxury of gathering strength. Time was of the essence, and he had to release his power immediately. The speed of the yin and yang energies was astonishing. Although the blood cultivator's expression shifted from rage to panic upon seeing them, he could not retreat in time. The two forces collided without the anticipated explosion. Instead, the energies surged into the blood cultivator's body. In less than a breath, the creature's blood-red eyes widened in terror as he turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired that could instill such fear in a being that had no option for retreat. Clearly, Baija's offensive had proven effective. Both Lu Miao and Su Qier, faces etched with astonishment, sprang into action, determined to prevent the creature's escape and to thwart his blood essence. As the blood cultivator attempted to flee, tendrils suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring his limbs with an unyielding grip. The blood that dripped from his body sizzled upon contact with the vines, emitting a hissing sound and rising tendrils of green smoke, indicating that its corrosive power had been significantly curtailed. This is all attributable to the dual forces of yin and yang still residing within him. As the mischievous yin-yang mystical fish wreaks havoc on the blood attribute spiritual energy coursing through his body, albeit without any awareness of its actions. Had it possessed consciousness, it would likely have sought out the vital essence directly. With the blood attribute within him constrained, the corrosive potency of the toxic blood is naturally diminished. no longer capable of swiftly reducing him to a mere puddle of blood as it had before. Trapped as he is, he emits a muffled roar from his throat, unable to articulate his urgency and frustration. Meanwhile, the azure-clad loom outchannels the water attribute's spiritual energy within him as the colossal water spirit dances around him, accompanied by a soft hum from his lips, causing the gentle water attribute's spiritual energy to come alive upon the surface of his paper fan. Fan dance disturbance. This is the most formidable water attribute technique within the Qingyi Gate's celestial rank. Although it is merely at the initial level of the celestial rank, it can be cultivated to perfection, wielding power that is by no means inferior. Lu Miao elegantly manipulated the paper fan in her hand, rolling it gracefully at her wrist. With a focused gaze, she released the fan, sending it hurtling towards the back of the blood cultivator. In midair, the water attribute's spiritual energy emanating from the fan suddenly exploded forth, manifesting into no fewer than 100 paper fans, all striking in unison towards him. This situation feels akin to rain frantically pelting against my back. Although water is gentle, its force, when combined with intensity, can be quite overwhelming. Earlier, a few paper fans struck my back, where the dark blood blisters erupted, taking on a blood-like pyramidal shape, ensnaring the subsequent paper fans beneath. Step aside. Allow me to take charge. In the midst of this relentless assault, Blood Repair remains unharmed. Yet his greatest concern lies within, the mysterious fish within him. However, he is not alone in this predicament. Baizhi shares a similar fate. The yin-yang fish that resides in his palm has now entered Blood Repair's body, but this time, the process is far from the seamless experience he had when confronting Su Ziqing. It appears that Baizhi has also been affected. At this moment, beads of sweat adorn his forehead as he sits dejectedly, seemingly enduring immense agony. Shangguan Mushiwei wishes to assist him, yet finds herself powerless. Just as she witnesses Blood Repair being subdued by Su Qi'er and Lu Miao, her fury ignites. How could she allow this entity to escape? With the Thunder Abyss sword in hand, and stepping with the Thunderfall technique, she swiftly appears before Blood Repair, intent on engaging him in close combat. The Thunder Abyss, radiating with pure white lightning, lunges towards Blood Repair's neck, poised to strike true, when suddenly, the vines binding his right hand snap with a loud crack. In a critical moment, that very hand conjures a blood sword, clashing with the Thunder Abyss. The crackling of lightning intertwines with blood, neither willing to yield, creating an atmosphere fraught with the tension of impending explosion. I will slay you. Shangguan Mushiwei's eyes blaze with fury, and the Thunder Abyss sword seems to resonate with her wrath. In that instant, it erupts with radiant lightning, cleaving through the blood sword wielded by Blood Repair. Unwilling to relent, Shangguan Mushiwei continues her relentless assault, her right hand wielding the Thunder Abyss in a flurry of strikes, slashes, thrusts, and jabs, while her left hand occasionally directs heavenly lightning with the tip of her sword, alternating between attacks, a relentless tide of offense. In this scene, both Su Qi'er and Lu Miao found themselves utterly astonished, simultaneously pondering the terrifying nature of provoking this woman. They finally grasped the sheer dominance of the lightning attribute. Initially, Shuexiu was able to withstand the onslaught. However, the relentless barrage of attacks ultimately led to a momentary lapse in his defenses. Struck once more by the summoned heavenly thunder, his movements came to an abrupt halt. In that fleeting instant, he was completely obliterated under the relentless assault of the thunderous abyss and the celestial lightning. The overwhelming power of the divine thunder and the radiant bolts of the thunderous abyss rendered Su Qi'er and Lu Miao incapable of perceiving Shuexiu's presence. Although Shuexiu could transform into a pool of blood, this state could not endure for long. Moreover, Shangguan Mushiwei had no intention of allowing him the time to recover. For the duration of a lantern's burn, Shuexiu was thoroughly reduced to mere remnants, dissolving into a puddle of blood. Unable to reconstitute into human form for an extended period, gazing upon the sanguine pool, Shangguan Mushiwei's fury remained unabated, and she summoned the heavenly thunder once more. The radiant bolts striking the blood, causing it to explode and expose the underlying earth. Ahem, Miss Shangguan, this blood cultivator is as dead as can be, Lu Miao remarked, observing her as she raised her hand to summon the thunder again, unable to restrain himself from offering counsel. The utterance of those words pulled Shangguan Mushiwei back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she sheathed Lei Yuan and hurried to Baizhi's side, furrowing her brows as she murmured, "What exactly is wrong with you?" At that moment, Baizhi no longer had beads of sweat trickling down his face. However, his brow remained tightly knitted, indicating that his agony had not diminished. It seemed he heard Shangguan Mushiwei's words, as he half opened one eye and struggled to articulate, He is not dead. Don't let him escape. Upon hearing this, the three of them simultaneously directed their gazes towards the pool of blood, only to witness the crimson liquid shifting, causing their hearts to plummet. How could such a ferocious attack leave him still alive? Their reaction was swift, yet ultimately, they were too late, allowing the blood cultivator to flee. Shangguan Mushiwei refrained from pursuing. Her concern lay more with Bai Zhe and his inexplicable condition, as he seemed to have fallen into a state of grave illness after executing that technique. Are you all right? At that moment, Su Qi'er and Lu Miao had already set off in pursuit of the blood cultivator, leaving just the two of them at the small temple. With the four elemental nodes of the four symbols illusionary killing formation taken by Bai Zhe, the formation had ceased to exist. After a considerable time, Bai Zhe barely managed to open his eyes, offering a bitter smile as he said, It seems I have done something quite momentous. When he turned his internal gaze inward, he was astonished to discover that the Yin-Yang Xian fish had inexplicably siphoned off a portion of the blood cultivator's essence. It was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Although this stolen essence could not entirely eliminate the blood attribute spirit energy's effect on ordinary people, it would at least delay any immediate transformation into a mindless beast driven solely by slaughter. Yet for Bai Zhe, this posed an enormous dilemma. The blood essence, having been taken by the yin-yang energies, had mysteriously settled within his internal cauldron. If it were to overflow, his already shattered dantian would quickly infect his meridians. At that point, he would become a victim of the blood attribute, transforming into an alternative blood warrior. Of course, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts for the time being, as the mysterious nature of his internal cauldron suggested it would not easily allow the blood essence to leak, sparing him from suffering as its host. What is it? Shangguan Mushiwei was taken aback, instinctively inquiring. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Zhe's mind as he managed a forced smile, saying, I gravely injured that blood cultivator. It seems I also disrupted some of his essence. Having absorbed a portion of the essence, was that not tantamount to destruction? But what of it? Are you unscathed? Shangguan Mushiwei clicked her tongue, exasperatedly responding, Why are you so foolish, rushing in front of me like that? I do not regard such a minor blood cultivator as a threat. She shot Bai Zhe a disapproving glance, clearly dissatisfied with his actions. To be fair, Bai Zhe had only seen Shangguan Mushiwei's introduction through the bubble information. The 9 spirals of spirit energy marked her as an extraordinary talent in the annals of Qingdan continent's history, yet he was unaware of her true prowess. Me? What could possibly be wrong with me? Bai Zhe chuckled foolishly, attempting to quell Shangguan Mushiwei's worries as he forced himself to stand. Yet, his trembling and feeble legs only conveyed the message, I cannot rise. I am gravely wounded. In a moment of unsteadiness, Bai Zhe nearly stumbled to the ground, only to be caught by the timely assistance of Shangguan Mushiwei. She chided him, You should be more cautious when injured. Why pretend as if nothing is wrong? Her petulant demeanor contrasted starkly with the fury she had displayed moments earlier, revealing a softer side akin to that of a delicate woman. I merely wish to assure you that I am fine, so you need not worry, Bai Zhe said sheepishly, scratching his head. He hadn't anticipated that his first attempt at bravado would falter so quickly. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan Mushiwei puffed out her cheeks, placing her hands firmly on his shoulders, and insisted he sit on the ground. Stay put. With me here, no one can harm you. Her earnest expression elicited a smile from Bai Zhe, who found it difficult to contain his amusement. What are you laughing at? Shangguan Mushiwei asked, momentarily taken aback. Her face a picture of confusion. Bai Zhe shook his head, his smile fading as he adopted a serious demeanor. Thank you, Mushiwei. The simple utterance of her name left her momentarily stunned, and she stammered, What did you just call me? Her personality was typically boisterous and cheerful. Yet when it came to matters of the heart, she found herself at a loss for words. She often reacted with anger whenever Bai Zhe faced difficulties. Until now, he had mostly referred to her as Miss Shangguan or Princess, never employing such an intimate address, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Are you deaf? Bai Zhe rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated. If you didn't tea here, then just go and destroy those formation diagrams for me. Although the Yin-Yang Xuanyu, the core of the formation, had been retrieved by Bai Zhe, it was still necessary to obliterate the 4 symbols illusory kill array diagrams at the formation site to prevent others from learning them in the future, which would be a costly mistake. Shangguan Mushiwei pouted, feeling somewhat deflated. I'll go, but there is no need to be so fierce. Reluctantly, she turned to dismantle the formation diagrams. As she pivoted, Bai Zhe chuckled softly. Thank you, Mushiwei. The sound this time was crisp and tranquil, and Shangguan Mushiwei heard it distinctly. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, as sweet as honey. The earlier resentment vanished without a trace, and she cheerfully scurried off to dismantle the formation. Once she departed, Baizhi let out a wry smile and shook his head. I must expedite my personal growth. Despite possessing numerous abilities, the disparity in our statuses was insurmountable. Shangguan Muxue, as the esteemed princess of the Golden Kingdom and the younger sister of the current emperor, was also the beloved disciple of the master of the formidable Shengxiu Palace on the Qingyan continent. These dual identities weighed heavily on Baizhi, preventing him from revealing even a hint of his feelings. He feared causing her pain. Reminiscent of the suffering he had inflicted upon Yin in his previous life, a heart-wrenching agony that lingered in his heart to this day. I must hasten to mend my dantian. Baizhi clenched his fists, silently vowing that during this journey to the Great Jin, he would seize the golden chalice and the glazed lamp, restore his dantian, and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Before long, Su Qia walked into the Wellspring Temple with a dejected expression, shaking his head. Next to him, Lu Miao offered words of comfort. The opponent is a blood cultivator, with myriad techniques at their disposal. Moreover, this encounter was particularly unique. Our attributes are completely restrained, making it impossible to exert our full strength. It is only natural that we could not retain our opponent, so do not lose heart. Su Qia could only manage a bitter smile. He had previously thought himself quite formidable among the younger generation, but tonight's experience had revealed his shortcomings. Upon returning to the Wellspring Temple, they found Baizhi still seated on the ground. Concerned, Su Qia inquired, "My brother, how are you faring?" Had it not been for Baizhi's yin-yang diagram, none present would have escaped calamity tonight. I'm fine now, much improved. After resting for a while, the blood attribute energy within him had settled considerably, firmly suppressed by the dual energies within the four-legged cauldron. Seeing Baizhi rise, Lu Miao expressed genuine admiration. Initially, I was skeptical of Su brother's praises for young Master Bai, but it appears I was rather narrow-minded. Bai brother is indeed an extraordinary individual. Defeating a blood cultivator capable of manifesting blood forms while in a state of dantian rupture is no less difficult than ascending to the heavens. I told you. Bai brother is a remarkable person. You just wouldn't believe me. Su Qia recalled the princess's appraisal. His conviction deepening, this man before him was indeed capable of creating miracles. At this moment, Shangguan Muxue approached with measured steps. Upon noticing the three engaged in conversation, she clapped her hands and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Su Qia and Lu Miao recalled the earlier incident when Shangguan Muxue had furiously beaten the resilient blood cultivator to the point of losing all semblance of humanity. Were it not for his tenacious vitality, he would have likely perished long ago, leaving no trace behind. The memory of that scene sent shivers down their spines, deepening their apprehension towards Shangguan Muxue, and they awkwardly chuckled. We were discussing the unfortunate escape of the blood cultivator. What? Shangguan Muxue's countenance darkened upon receiving such disheartening news, but she quickly regained her composure and muttered, "Perhaps it is for the best. I shall personally ensure his demise." At the moment of her fury, Su Qia and Lu Miao instinctively took a step back, and in response to their actions, both felt a bitter smile creep onto their faces. "Brother Su, Brother Bai, let us leave the matter at that for now. Since our plans have been compromised, the blood cultivator will undoubtedly exercise greater caution. It seems the small temple by the well will remain safe for the time being. Our primary concern is how to mitigate or even eradicate the negative effects brought about by the common folk's consumption of the immortal fate tea," Baizhi remarked, his complexion regaining some color and his breath becoming steadier. Su Qia pondered briefly before stating, "I am aware of a method that can completely eliminate the influence of blood attribute essence. But what?" Lu Miao interjected. "Brother Su, speak plainly. Is our martial cultivation not intended to benefit the community? If such a matter exists, we should not hesitate." Seeing Su Qia's hesitation, Lu Miao waved his paper fan and spoke decisively. Baizhi and the others also looked on with curiosity, as they would not shy away from such discussions. In the capital of the Great Jin, there lies a spring of superior spiritual liquid. If we could draw upon its essence, the blood within this small well would inevitably be diluted, perhaps even transformed. Su Qia sighed, sharing his thoughts. At this revelation, the expressions of the three men shifted in unison, to suggest that the Great Jin would provide its superior spiritual liquid for the benefit of ordinary citizens. Such a notion was simply untenable. In recent years, the dominance of the Great Jin over two-thirds of Jingzhou is inextricably linked to the exquisite spiritual liquid spring, which serves as the lifeblood of the imperial family. It is inconceivable that they would deplete such a precious resource for the sake of the common people. Lu Miao shook his head and remarked that the superior spiritual liquid from the capital of Great Jin cannot be replenished, and after years of consumption, it is nearly exhausted. Moreover, even if a small amount remains, do you truly believe the royal family would part with it? The answer is unequivocally no. They would never provide it openly. However, what if approached differently? Baiji's eyes sparkled with a hint of inspiration, as if he had unearthed a potential strategy for forging an alliance. In moments like these, Su Qi'er could not help but inquire, "What is your plan?" Her demeanor reflected an unwavering faith in his approach. Baiji's gaze shifted back and forth between Su Qi'er and Lu Miao, pausing in contemplation. Both were exceptionally talented individuals, acutely aware of the implications behind his look. As the day grew late, Lu Miao excused himself, stating, "I have matters to attend to at Qingyi sect. Farewell, Brother Bai, Brother Su, Miss Shangguan." He offered a respectful bow, elegantly fanning himself, and departed without hesitation. His actions clearly conveyed to Baizhi that he had a sect to represent and did not wish to involve himself in state affairs. However, Su Qi'er, scratching his head with a naive grin, chimed in, "Do not look at me. Although I am with Xianqing's sect, I have known the princess since childhood. If Her Highness chooses you, Brother Bai, then I shall naturally stand by your side." Both understood that while they were unaware of Baiji's plan, it inevitably intertwined with the interests of the state and sects, making their trust in him tenuous due to their nascent acquaintance and differing statuses. Humph. If you trust your princess so much, why not seek her out in the capital of Great Qin? Shangguan Mushui retorted, harboring long-standing resentment towards Qin Wanyu. Baizhi shook his head, gazing intently at Su Qi'er. "I do not require your faith in Miss Qin. What I need is for you to follow me." Upon the utterance of those words, even Shangguan Mushui was momentarily taken aback, let alone Su Qi'er. The notion that a man with a shattered dantian would aspire to have the prodigious Su Qi'er, whose future seemed boundless, follow him was undeniably absurd. Had it been Shangguan Mushui, it might have seemed somewhat plausible. As Su Qi'er beheld the glimmering eyes of Baizhi, he felt as though he were gazing upon the vast cosmos, his steadfast heart inexplicably stirred, ensnared by the endless brilliance of starlight. After a considerable pause, he vigorously shook his head and turned to Baizhi, exclaiming with fervor, "Brother Bai, allow me to pay my respects." Though Baizhi was a year or two his junior, having resolved to follow him, Su Qi'er naturally regarded him with reverence. Observing Su Qi'er bowing before him, Baiji's anxious heart finally eased, and he joyfully stepped forward to assist him up, saying with a smile, "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Su." As soon as the words left his lips, he gently tapped Su Qi'er's forehead with his index finger, imparting the secrets of the shadowy movement technique into his consciousness. "I see that you are predominantly attuned to wood element spiritual energy, although this technique is primarily suited for wind attributes. It will serve as a temporary means of mobility for you." Noticing Su Qi'er's unsteady steps, Baizhi surmised that he had not practiced any light-footed techniques before. Thus, he decided to teach Su Qi'er the shadowy movement technique he had acquired from Yin Pishi. The teachings flashed through Su Qi'er's mind, and upon completion, his face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you." Despite being a prodigy among his peers, possessing superior techniques such as the Wudi Tai Ching and the concealment technique, he had yet to find a suitable mobility technique. The shadowy movement, while not perfectly aligned with him, was still a rare martial skill. Subsequently, Baizhi shared his thoughts with the two, elaborating on how to persuade the royal family of the Great Jin to willingly relinquish the high-grade spiritual liquid spring, thereby saving the local populace. After much discussion, they resolved that Su Qi'er would attempt to halt the further sale of the Xianyuan tea at the Chang'an Tea House in Yumei City, aiming to minimize its impact. Meanwhile, Baizhi and Shangguan Mushui would journey to the capital of the Great Jin to convince the royal family to surrender the high-grade spiritual liquid spring. However, fate had other plans. Just as Baizhi and his companion intended to depart the following day, they encountered a citywide lockdown. Suddenly, they found themselves unable to leave Yumei City, rendering all their plans futile. While waiting anxiously for news in their room, Baizhi and his companion felt a surge of impatience as the door swung open, revealing Su Qi'er, who had changed into simple attire. "Young master, Miss Shangguan, I have discovered the reason behind the city lockdown." Su Qi'er poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all at once, clearly having endured considerable effort while gathering information outside. Observing his flustered demeanor, Shangguan Mushui frowned slightly and urged, "Do not keep us in suspense. What is the matter?" Having waited in that small room for nearly 2 hours, how could they not be concerned? Taking a moment to collect himself, Su Qi'er began. It is Ling Hu Yu and Ling Hu Tian who have arrived in Yumei City. Ling Hu Yu, as the current imperial son-in-law and a general renowned for his swiftness, has ordered the city lord to impose a lockdown. The people within the city are now in a state of panic, each speculating about the situation. What is the matter? Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushiwei inquired in unison, momentarily creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. A fleeting blush graced Shangguan Mushiwei's delicate face, vanishing almost instantly. Su Qier took a sip and continued, according to the intelligence gathered by my Xinjiang sect, it has come to our attention that Ling Hu Yu and Ling Hu Tiancheng are plotting to eliminate the notorious blood cultivators, who have recently stirred up a great tumult in the Great Jin Kingdom. This comes as no surprise, after all. Xia Jie had previously mentioned that Ling Hu Tiancheng had acquired what he needed, seemingly possessing absolute confidence in utterly annihilating the blood cultivators. The most peculiar aspect is that Ling Hu Tiancheng audaciously proclaimed that the martial artists of Yumei City should observe how the twins under the ice throne would eliminate the blood cultivators tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Qier found himself utterly perplexed. Typically, individuals would retreat at the mere mention of blood cultivators, let alone so brazenly disclose such information. For if the matter were left unresolved, the blood cultivators would relentlessly pursue the individual. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe paused momentarily, then chuckled. Tonight promises to be entertaining. If Brother Ling Hu can truly vanquish the blood cultivators, it would spare him a great deal of trouble. After all, the yin-yang mystic fish still resided within the blood cultivator's body, inexplicably failing to return on its own accord. Given this, what are we waiting for? Shall we take the opportunity to explore? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mushiwei's spirits lifted, and she seized Bai Zhe's hand, darting towards the door. Beside them, Su Qier also felt inspired and said with a smile, I am quite familiar with Yumei City. There are several delightful spots to visit. Allow me to guide you. With that, he stood up and opened the door, assuming the role of a tour guide. With matters having progressed to this point, Bai Zhe could only chuckle helplessly as he followed the two out of the inn. Yumei City is named after the Meiha River, which flows crystal clear through the city. This river offers unique advantages to the local populace. Those who have resided here for an extended period have developed a profound attachment to the Meiha. The arched bridge ahead is known as the Bridge of Fate. Every year during the Qixi festival, people gather beneath this stone arch to release lanterns upon the river. Su Qier pointed at the bridge and cheerfully introduced it, displaying his familiarity with the city after several years of residence. The Bridge of Fate, the Tea of Destiny. Shangguan Mushiwei murmured in surprise, did the people of Yumei City truly believe in fate? Why does every name here contain the character for fate? Upon hearing this, Su Qier laughed and replied, Miss Shangguan, you are correct. The residents here genuinely do believe in the concept of fate. Why is that? Bai Zhe inquired with newfound interest. While fate is indeed significant, some matters ultimately depend on human effort. Whether one is destined or not, inaction yields no results. At this moment, the elderly man lying beneath the Bridge of Fate opened his eyes, propping himself up with a cane as he stood. Young man, he stated, if there is no destiny, no amount of effort will suffice. Bai Zhe could not concur with this notion, having endured the tribulations of a past life. He firmly believed that success ultimately lies within human endeavor rather than relying on the whims of fate or karma. The old man seemed to understand that Bai Zhe was not easily swayed, and he approached the trio from the left, letting out a sigh. Do you know why this bridge is called the Bridge of Fate? Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushiwei were naturally unaware, and even Su Qier, who had resided there for several years, wore a puzzled expression and remarked, Granny, isn't the name derived from the local belief in fate? And what of the marriage? The old woman stamped her cane and shot a glare at Su Qier, huffing, there are many types of bonds, teacher and disciple, close friends, and even marital ties. The tale associated with this Bridge of Fate solely pertains to marriage. Rendered speechless by her retort, Su Qier shrugged his little hands, deciding to remain silent and listen attentively. However, Shangguan Mushiwei, intrigued by the mention of marital bonds, could not contain her curiosity and asked, Granny, what story lies within? Upon hearing the question, the old woman sighed and began, in days of yore, within the city of Yumei, two souls were drawn together by an unseen thread of fate. They met beneath an archbridge, where mutual affection blossomed, yet neither dared to express their feelings. As time went on in Yumei, their bond deepened, and they silently vowed to be together for life. However, calamity struck as a strange phenomenon occurred, unleashing a rain of crimson droplets that scorched all it touched. The city of Yumei transformed into a hell on earth, filled with cries of despair. The man, in haste, sought out the one who held his heart, only to be taken aback by the sight of her beside another, an even more remarkable young man. He could only watch as they departed from the tormented city. Unable to utter a single word, the turmoil in his heart known only to him. After the disaster, the man dedicated himself to helping the survivors rebuild Yume, personally restoring the arch bridge and naming it the Bridge of Fate. Though this account was brief, Baizhi felt a tumult of emotions within him, yearning to voice his thoughts but unsure of how to begin. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mushue's eyes blazed with fury as she fixated on the Bridge of Fate, unsheathing her Lei Yuan's sword with an unknown fervor. What a farcical notion of a Bridge of Fate. It is merely a deceptive illusion. Allow me to destroy it. As she spoke, traces of the Thunderfall step began to manifest beneath her feet, prompting Baizhi to hastily grasp her arm, exclaiming, "Do not move. It will attract unnecessary trouble. It is broad daylight, and creating such a commotion, does it not allow Brother Linghu to discern our presence here prematurely? Although they may not recognize me, they are certainly familiar with Miss Shangguan Mushue. Indeed, Shangguan Mushue is merely a name. Why must one become so incensed?" Su Qier instinctively shrank his neck, recalling her tempestuous demeanor at the small temple by the well. In response to Su Qier's remarks, Shangguan Mushue shot him an unabashed glare, exclaiming, "What do you know? How can you dismiss the affection they once shared simply because you saw that girl leave with another man? He is the most ineffectual of boys, the most cowardly boy." As her anger escalated, she bit her lip and turned to the old woman, demanding, "Grandmother, where is that man? I shall go and end him. He is nothing but scum." The old woman, taken aback by her casual comment leading to an encounter with those martial practitioners, offered an awkward smile, saying, "My dear girl, do not be angry, nor should you be in a rage. This happened 20 years ago. I have no idea if that boy is still around or where he might be." Baizhi furrowed his brows and inquired, "How do you know this story? Even Su Qier, who has lived here for several years, is unaware of it. Why does this old woman possess such knowledge?" The old woman paused, forcing a smile. "I have merely heard it through the grapevine. It is just a tale. You may choose to believe it or not. Why would you wish to trouble me? Grandmother, you jest. Who would dare trouble you? I shall confront anyone who does." Shangguan Mushue retorted as she freed herself from Baizhi's grasp, affectionately grasping the old woman's frail hand. In the process, she cast a fierce glare back at the two, sparing even Baizhi from her ire. Baizhi rubbed his nose, offering an awkward chuckle. Su Qier simply turned his head away, indicating he had heard nothing and knew nothing. Their antics caused the old woman to chuckle. "You're indeed kind, my dear girl. I have no qualms in sharing this with you. I come here daily at the behest of that boy from the story, recounting it to passing strangers. In hopes of finding that girl, perhaps?" Baizhi interjected thoughtfully. The old woman glanced at him, her sagging skin creasing into a smile. "Indeed, but all these years, I have yet to encounter her." "Wait. Why can you assert that the girl before you is the same one from that you're merely by telling this story? After so many years, is it not possible for the girl to have changed?" Su Qier suddenly pondered, his curiosity piqued as he posed the question. Even the esteemed Shangguan Mushue could not help but express her disdain for Su Qier, remarking with irritation, "Since this tale has been left behind, it suggests that both the boy and the girl are likely cultivators. For such practitioners, 20 years is but a fleeting moment, hardly significant in the grand tapestry of their prolonged cultivation. Although the boy is no longer in Yume City, he has nonetheless left behind this story for the old woman to pass down through generations. Is it not his hope that one day the girl would reminisce about their happiest moments and return to Yume City? Clearly, 20 years have elapsed without her return." The old woman sighed wistfully, expressing her helplessness. Both of them are extraordinary individuals, yet they have never returned to this Yume City. It seems that the first chapter of their fated love on the Bridge of Destiny may have reached an inconclusive end. "That cannot be," Shangguan Mushue replied, her gaze fixed intently on the Bridge of Destiny, her heart resolutely unwavering. The girl's willingness to commit to the boy signifies her desire to keep him in her heart, and I firmly believe she will return. This unwavering conviction sent a tremor through the old woman's heart, prompting her to inquire in astonishment, why such certainty? After 2 decades, neither of them had returned to the moonlit city, nor had they visited beneath the Bridge of Fate. Shangguan Mushue shook her head, yet asserted with confidence, "I believe in the heart of a young girl." The statement sounded somewhat absurd. How could two individuals who had never met trust each other upon a mere utterance? The elderly woman paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, 20 years ago, I held some belief in such things. 10 years ago, I had none at all." She then turned her gaze towards Shangguan Mushue, her eyes brimming with affection, and continued, "But now, I believe once more. From her bosom, she produced a delicate jade pendant, known as the heart-locking jade. This particular jade is akin to a lock. Divided into two parts, a key and a lock. It can be separated into two pieces, yet can also unite as one. Adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs. The dragon pursues the phoenix as the phoenix chases the dragon. My dear girl, I present this to you. For you are the sole person in these 20 years who has empathized with the girl from the tale and still believes in their eventual reunion. The elderly woman smiled as she handed the dragon and phoenix heart-locking jade to her. Should you encounter your beloved one day, feel free to split this jade. Keep one half for yourself and give the other to him. Perhaps this will pave the way for your destined union. With a hint of melancholy, she added, do not refuse it. This was left by that man from long ago, and all I have done and said is as he instructed. She offered Shangwan Mushiwe no chance for refusal, placing the heart-locking jade in her palm before slowly departing with the aid of her cane. Watching her retreating figure, Shangwan Mushiwe stood in a daze, completely unprepared for this turn of events. She had merely followed her heart. After securing the heart-locking jade, Baizhi and his companions lost interest in further exploring Yume City. Each consumed by their own thoughts, they ordered dinner at the inn, hastily dined, and then returned to their quarters to await the dramatic performance of the Lianhu brothers, restlessly tossing and turning in her room. Shangwan Mushiwe held the dragon and phoenix heart-locking jade, her gaze fixed upon it for an extended period. Suddenly, she sat upright, shook her head, and exclaimed, Shangwan Mushiwe, what are you thinking? This is a gift from another. If fate allows, return it to him one day. Yes, she thought, return it to that man. Contemplating this, she gradually found her composure. Just as she intended to recline again, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the door. Startled, Shangwan Mushiwe promptly approached the entrance. Her hands parting the door, only to be met with a familiar visage. Her cheeks flushed slightly as memories of her earlier thoughts flooded back, causing her to instinctively lower her gaze. Come on, Linghu Yu is clashing with the blood cultivator, Baizhi remarked, his expression darkening. He had been acutely aware of the surroundings, yet he had not anticipated that Linghu Yu would confront the blood cultivator so boldly. Concerned for Shangwan Mushiwe's safety, he had come to her door to awaken her, urging her to witness the unfolding confrontation involving the Linghu brothers. The pair grasped the railing and leaped onto the rooftop, where they discerned intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the direction of the city lord's mansion, faintly perceiving both wind and blood attribute spiritual energies. Exchanging glances, they each employed their abilities and swiftly made their way toward the city lord's residence. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Yue City, a man clad in gray with a conical hat, a fiery red sword sheath protruding from his back, looked up towards the city lord's mansion with a slight smile playing on his lips, murmuring, after all this time, I still find myself drawn to snatch it away. From all four corners of Yue City, figures cloaked in black emerged, some observing the spectacle, others harboring their own agendas, regardless of their intentions. It was evident that this night would not bring tranquility to Yue City. Approaching the vicinity of the city lord's mansion, Baizhi immediately noticed several bubbles of spiritual energy in various corners, devoid of any significant information. So many people, it seems tonight will be quite lively, he mused. A slight smile gracing his lips as he scanned the area. What could the Linghu brothers be thinking? Do they genuinely believe that slaying the blood cultivator in plain sight will bring them a sense of accomplishment? Baizhi's gaze shifted towards the rooftop of the city lord's mansion, where Linghu Yu was engaged in combat with a formidable stranger whose eyes gleamed with ferocity. This individual was not clad in black, but rather was a robust figure of remarkable strength. This blood cultivator is not the same one we encountered last night. Shangwan Mushiwe's heart sank, her expression darkening as she spoke, disappointment evident in her voice. She had been contemplating revenge for Baizhi, only to discover that they were not dealing with the same adversary. Baizhi's gaze lingered on the unfamiliar man, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed the so-called blood cultivator on the rooftop. The individual exudes an unmistakable aura of ferocity and bloodlust. However, Baizhi, who has traversed through certain sanguine energies, fails to detect any traces of blood affinity within him. In other words, this man is not a blood cultivator. Baizhi is acutely aware that the majority of hidden spectators have been thoroughly deceived. Although these two combatants engage in a vigorous exchange, their blades flashing amidst the intertwining gusts of wind and crimson light against the night sky, it is Baizhi who comprehends the underlying truth, that finds little amusement in the spectacle. He clicks his tongue and remarks, let us depart. There is nothing of interest here. Did we not just witness their fierce confrontation? Look at how intensely they are clashing, she muses, tilting her head towards the unfamiliar man, a furrow forming between her brows. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this man is not wielding blood energy. Her voice trails off, uncertain, as she observes his appearance. Shangguan Muxue shakes her head in mild distress, while Bai Zhe, witnessing this scene, offers a wry smile. He is likely an atypical attribute. Perhaps a shadow within the realm of Yin energy, adept at mimicking spiritual energies. Above the head of the unfamiliar man hovers a large bubble, indicative of his attribute. Shadow spiritual energy, level 5. This does not reflect his innate spiritual essence, but rather the spiritual energy value that Bai Zhe can gather. It appears that the shadow spiritual energy is not particularly appreciated by Bai Zhe's abilities, to the extent that he lacks even the desire to collect it. After all, shadow spiritual energy is a subsidiary of the Yin spiritual energy, and possessing both Yin and Yang energies would naturally lead to a sense of superiority. As the fundamental energies of heaven and earth, Yin and Yang are exceedingly rare. Even as a subsidiary energy, few have had the opportunity to encounter it. Thus, their unfamiliarity is unsurprising. Shadow spiritual energy? Such a thing exists? Shangguan Muxue wore a look of confusion, having never heard of it before. The ruckus on the roof did not in the slightest disrupt their conversation, as if they were entirely detached from the chaos. At that moment, a chilling scream suddenly echoed from the homes of the citizens, piercing through the night sky of Yuehui City and sending a wave of dread coursing through their hearts. This is dire. The aura of blood is overwhelmingly potent, and it emanates from multiple locations. Shangguan Muxue was the first to perceive the anomaly within Yuehui City, soon followed by the surrounding martial practitioners who began to spring into action, clearly organized as if led by someone. There were 3 locations where the blood aura was particularly intense, one at the southern gate, another at the northern gate, and the last, the closest to Bai Zhe and Muxue, was less than 100 meters away, where they could vaguely see a half-beast, half-human figure seizing a citizen with one hand, raising them high to drain their blood. Let us go. Seeing that the situation was dire was not Bai Zhe's style, especially not with something of this nature. The two swiftly took flight, and most of the nearby martial practitioners followed suit. Blood practitioners were indeed the common enemy of the world, as they had brought countless nightmares to the people of the Qingyan continent. It was Master Ning Qing. As Bai Zhe and Muxue approached the figure and discerned her outline, shock was evident in their eyes. Although Master Ning Qing had undergone a profound transformation, the contours of her face and her physique were unmistakably clear to them. Bai Zhe clenched his teeth and coldly remarked, "Since we have encountered you, this time we shall not let you escape." Master Ning Qing seemed to hear Bai Zhe's words, casting the feeble human she held to the ground, revealing her blood-stained fangs. Her blood-red eyes quietly fixed on Bai Zhe, remaining still and contemplative. A sense of foreboding gripped Shangguan Muxue's heart as she cautioned, "She seems to have grown stronger. Be careful. Ordinary blood practitioners lack humanity, consumed only by bloodlust and madness. Yet, this Master Ning Qing exudes an unsettling calmness. This is not the prowess one would expect from a blood cultivator. It only signifies one thing: she has grown stronger. You stay back. If the situation turns dire, retreat. I shall confront her." With a brief command, Shangguan Muxue, wielding the Thunder Abyss, stepped forward with the Thunderfall stride, advancing 3 paces and swiftly slicing through the unresponsive throat of Master Ning Qing. Astonishingly, not a single drop of blood was shed. No, to be precise. Despite the sharpness of the Thunder Abyss, it failed to breach her skin. The Thunder Abyss is indeed a divine weapon, though it lacks a sword spirit. Its sharpness is fearsome. Even without employing spiritual energy, the self-radiant lightning of the Thunder Abyss could not pierce her skin. "Muxue, unleash your full power," Bai Zhe called out to Shangguan Muxue, eager to witness the extent of Master Ning Qing's transformation upon her return. Shangguan Muxue lightly nodded, gripping the Thunder Abyss tightly as 9 spirals of spiritual energy surged chaotically within her, a tumultuous wave of lightning attribute energy spilling forth from her being. In a heartbeat, she was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, crackling with electricity like a deity of thunder descending to the mortal realm, wielding the Thunder Abyss with an air of defiance. Bai Zhe swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow, murmuring, "This is rather exaggerated. Is this what 9 spirals of spiritual energy look like? It surpasses even the energy released by the likes of Linghu Tianchong and Li Jianxin in their prime." Unlike Li Jianxin or Linghu Tianchong, whose spiritual energy spread across the horizon, Shangguan Muxue's lightning energy remained concentrated around her, the dense lightning illuminating the surroundings and sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Such a commotion inevitably drew the attention of numerous martial cultivators nearby. This is lightning attribute energy, incredibly powerful. The sword in her hand resembles the thunder abyss. Does that mean she is the disciple of the divine sky palace? Shangwan Mushue truly embodies the essence of the younger generation's prodigies. Someone gasped in awe. The magnitude of their shock immeasurable. The youth with a blazing red sword strapped to his back, witnessing the scene, smirked slightly and said nonchalantly, "We meet again. I shall visit you when I have the time." With that, he vanished in a flash towards the northern gate, where he sought something of importance. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, a man engaged in a fierce battle with a blood cultivator, upon seeing the flickering lightning, felt his gaze turn icy. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the blood cultivator with his long spear, grunting, "Very well, everyone is here, it's time to settle the score." Like a goddess of thunder. Shangwan Mushue's expression hardened as her delicate lips parted, uttering, "Sword chi dance of lightning." As her words echoed, she leapt into the air, propelling herself forward and unleashing two arcs of lightning sword chi, one to the left and one to the right, encircling Master Ningqing. Before the two arcs could descend, Shangwan Mushue pointed the thunder abyss downward, merging herself with the sword into a singular flash of brilliance that surged downward with an earth-shattering force. Its speed surpassing that of the previous arcs, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The arc of lightning sword chi struck Master Ningqing as if merely tickling her, eliciting no response whatsoever. Yet that individual, in conjunction with the sword, transformed into a beam of sword energy. The beastly form of Master Ningqing did not falter. She extended her two fur-covered arms, daring to catch the sword's radiance with her bare hands. However, as the Thunder Abyss sword intertwined with her palms, her arms immediately sprouted crimson crystals, layering upon them to intercept the blade's strike. Though she successfully halted the sword's advance, Shangwan Mushue's onslaught did not waver. Twisting the hilt of the Thunder Abyss sword, she forcefully pushed aside Master Ningqing's arms, exclaiming, "The elegance of the wind cascades through the heavens." The Thunder Abyss sword was raised at an angle, and a bolt of lightning surged from the ground, forming a barrier of radiant energy several feet wide and 10 feet long, advancing relentlessly towards Master Ningqing. Confronted with such a luminous display of thunder, Master Ningqing did not charge forward like an ordinary blood cultivator. Instead, there was a hint of gravity in her blood-red eyes as her beastly feet recoiled, retreating several steps. With nowhere left to withdraw, the city wall loomed behind her. With a fierce roar, she stomped the ground with her beastly paw, leaping skyward to land upon the city wall, narrowly evading the impending strike. The colossal barrier of lightning crashed against the wall, reverberating with a thunderous roar that stirred up billowing clouds of dust, revealing ominous cracks forming in the structure, instilling a deep sense of dread. Should this calamity befall a person, it would likely result in immediate demise. A pair of blood-red eyes gleamed ominously as Master Ningqing leapt down from the city wall, utilizing the rising clouds of dust to launch an assault on Shangwan Mushue. Unfortunately, just as she descended, she was met with Shangwan Mushue's commanding voice. "When the moon is full in the starry sky, the heavens tremble at the gates of the ninth firmament. The sword's energy dances with the lightning, and elegance falls like rain from the sky. When the moon is full in the starry sky, the heavens tremble at the gates of the ninth firmament." This is the most skillfully executed technique within the Nine Heavens Thunder Decision, wielded by Shangwan Mushue, and it represents her most formidable strike to date. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, brilliant arcs of lightning burst forth. With a commanding shout, the Thunder Abyss sword ascends into the sky. On this night of a full moon adorned with countless stars, it summons the celestial thunderous tribulation. In an instant, the moonlight cascades upon the Thunder Abyss sword, and bolts of lightning rain down like droplets from the luminous celestial body, directing their fury towards the stunned Master Ningqing amidst the haze. Even though Master Ningqing had undergone beast transformation, gaining enhancements from her blood cultivation, she was caught off guard by the ambush and found herself immobilized, wide-eyed and helpless as the earth-shattering lightning poured down upon her. The onlookers, skilled cultivators themselves, were filled with terror, their expressions betraying a profound sense of dread. This is the prowess that the Qinyan continent boasts, a level of genius strength. Even if others are merely at the peak of the acquired realm, their innate talents are incomparable to those at the golden body stage. Moments later, Master Ningqing was hurled into the ground, her beastly form drenched in blood, surrounded by shattered crimson crystals. In a critical moment, she must have attempted to harness this power to protect herself. Yet, the outcome was far from her expectations. After executing this move, Shangguan Mushue's complexion turned ashen as she descended from the sky. The immense expenditure of spirit energy to perform such a technique was unprecedented for her, leaving her quite overwhelmed. Foolish bravado. Who urged you to expend so much energy? And now, look at you, unable to endure the consequence. Bai Zhe, who had been closely watching her, rushed to her side, chiding her while shielding her from potential attacks. How could Shangguan Mushue be unaware of his intentions? Forcing a smile, she replied. Did you not ask me to give it my all? So I did. The casualness of her words struck Bai Zhe like a thunderclap. One simple request had led her to exert herself fully. What merit did he possess to warrant such a response? Did she not realize the peril in her actions? All right, let's not dwell on it. My full effort has not been in vain. Look at Master Ningqing. She seems to have lost her breath. She moved past Bai Zhe to gaze into the pit where Master Ningqing lay, her pale visage revealing a flicker of relief. At least this effort had not been for naught, had it? Indeed, the beatified Master Ningqing was now drenched in the radiant lightning of the myriad full moons. The thick crimson crystals could not save her. Blood flowed ceaselessly from her body, staining the pit red. As her lifeblood ebbed away, her fur gradually vanished, restoring her to her original appearance. Even her blood wheel returned to its former clarity. It seems that blood cultivators are not invincible after all, Bai Zhe mused. Recalling his encounter with a blood cultivator the previous night, the mutated blood cultivator appeared far more formidable, yet in truth, Master Ningqing possessed greater strength. A blood cultivator with a faint consciousness, capable of forming crimson crystals to shield herself, was akin to the pinnacle of human genius, an exceedingly rare existence. One could only wonder who had transformed her into such a state. She was, after all, an innocent victim. Watching the silent Master Ningqing, a rare glimmer of sympathy appeared in Shangguan Mushue's eyes. Martial cultivators generally avoid any association with blood cultivators, evidently. Master Ningqing's beastification was a meticulously orchestrated sacrifice by another. Just who could it be? Be careful. As the two were lost in their thoughts, a blazing golden light erupted from Master Ningqing's gradually fading form, hurtling towards Shangguan Mushue's forehead. In that critical moment, Bai Zhe pushed her aside, taking her place and allowing the formidable light to pierce his brow. Upon entry, Bai Zhe ignited in a fiery crimson glow, the sanguine energy attempting to seize control of his body. Bai Zhe, in her weakened state, Shangguan Mushue bore witness to Bai Zhe's heroic rescue, her heart tightening with urgency as she yearned to reach out to him. With her heart racing, she called out in distress. Bai Zhe, his brows furrowed and eyes closed, extended his right hand to deter her, exclaiming, "Do not come closer." The blood attribute's spiritual energy emanating from him was far denser than ordinary blood essence. Posing a grave danger, he urged her to keep her distance. With a thunderous voice, he settled into a cross-legged position. Striving to calm himself, he could not afford to lose control of his emotions at this critical juncture, or it would truly be too late. No, I refuse. Determination shone in Shangguan Mushue's exquisite eyes, disregarding Bai Zhe's warnings as she crawled towards him from the ground. The distance between them was a mere 30 centimeters. Despite her frail state, she had no intention of separating from him even by an inch. Just as she was about to reach Bai Zhe, a strong arm suddenly seized her, halting her advance. The owner of that arm was a handsome young man clad in the distinctive crescent attire of the Shenxiao Palace. His expression one of deep reluctance. "Junior sister, do not touch him." His voice was as gentle as the softest rain caressing the skin, a tone that would stir the hearts of any woman. Yet, in that moment, Shangguan Mushue was wholly consumed by thoughts of Bai Zhe, oblivious to the soothing words. "Let go. Release me." Her face pale, Shangguan Mushue bit her lip and cried out from the depths of her soul, "Luo Jichen, if you do not let me go, I shall hate you for a lifetime." Luo Jichen, the eldest brother of the Shenxiao Palace, was taken aback by her direct call of his name. His little junior sister had never addressed him so before. Yet now, for the sake of the man before her, she uttered his name without hesitation. "Do not be foolish. He is afflicted by blood attribute spiritual energy, which is several times denser than ordinary essence. If you come into contact with him, you too will be affected." Instinctively, Luo Jichen did not release her, naturally offering explanations and admonitions. However, Shangguan Mushue, consumed by desperation, would not heed his words. Gritting her teeth, she shouted at him, "Let go! Let me go!" In her fervor, she even attempted to bite Luo Jichen's arm. Yet, in her frail condition, her bite lacked any strength, failing to inflict pain. But it stirred turmoil within him that lingered long after. The look in Shangwan Mushue's eyes, filled with urgency and resentment, made him question the correctness of his actions. Luo Jichen wanted to release her, yet reason compelled him to hold firm. She was his little junior sister, cherished by their master and beloved by all within the Shinshao Palace. He could not let her go. With his resolve solidified, he tightened his grip and stepped forward to embrace her. Let go. Let go. Please, let me go. Shangwan Mushue cried out, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Baizha, who seemed to drift farther from her sight. Her heart-wrenching pleas echoed through the air. Yet, in her current state, she was no match for Luo Jichen, who had firmly resolved not to release her. After all, he had been entrusted by their master to protect Shangwan Mushue. With her in peril, how could he turn a blind eye? As the cries grew fainter, an array of diverse cultivators hurriedly approached. Their expressions varied as they beheld Baizha, who was deeply affected by the blood attribute essence, his spirit gradually slipping away. It seems he is beyond salvation. Perhaps we should assist him on his final journey, thus benefiting the common folk. Are you not afraid that Miss Shangwan will come back and kill you? It is evident how significant this individual is to her, considering her heart-wrenching sobs just moments ago. What nonsense! If we each take a strike, can she truly eliminate us all? Besides, have you not heard of the principle that the law does not hold the multitude accountable? Moreover, we are merely ridding the world of a menace. This group incessantly claims to act for the benefit of the people, yet moments ago, when Ning Qing the master slayed innocent civilians, they cowered in the shadows like frightened children. Now, as Shangwan Mushue strikes down Ning Qing and Baizha suffers the infusion of blood attributes, they dare to emerge, proclaiming their allegiance to righteousness and the people. A pitiful assembly. Amidst this crowd, a voice suddenly arose, distinct and striking, drawing the attention of all. A young man, gripping a long spear, wore an expression of disdain. Insects, begone, he declared coldly, clad in simple white garments. His haughty demeanor incited discontent among the martial practitioners present. Unable to tolerate his insolence, one individual wielded a pair of axes, charging at him. The axes shimmered with a golden hue, indicating the assailant's affinity for gold attributes. Regrettably, that meager strength was laughable in the eyes of the spear-wielding youth. With a swift sweep of his weapon, he unleashed a gale-like force that cleaved both the man and his axes in twain, leaving blood and entrails scattered upon the ground. Get out of the way, kill, he uttered succinctly, his words brutally reflecting his disdain for these insects. The long spear, imbued with wind attribute energy, belonged to Su Ziqing, a young man not yet 20. Recognizing this arrogant youth, some in the crowd recalled his involvement in the pursuit of Su Ziqing through the distant mountains. Stripped of his armor, he initially went unrecognized. Upon the mention of Su Ziqing's name, the expressions of the martial practitioners fell, instinctively retreating several steps. This was the demon who had eluded nearly 10,000 pursuers. Their collective thought was singular. Keep your distance. Some, unable to bear the pressure, fled early, wishing to avoid a fate akin to that of the unfortunate man moments ago. Su Ziqing tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked Baizha, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You dare to steal my vortex of spiritual energy? Today, I shall have the chance to exact my vengeance. He recalled that he had sensed 2 of his 6 wind attribute energy vortices teetering on the brink of collapse, while the nascent 7th nearly vanished, all thanks to Baizha's meddling. Were it not for this, he would not have been forced to flee, lingering in the mountains for nearly a month until summoned back by Ling Huyu. The martial practitioners who remained, upon hearing Su Ziqing's words, felt their apprehensions dissipate. They had thought him an ally of Baizha, only to realize he too sought to exact retribution. They could hardly blame him. After all, it was this young man who had wrought his own misfortune. Such thoughts lingered in their minds, finding a strange satisfaction in the unfolding events. Fearing that the night would stretch long with dreams, Su Ziqing raised his spear and bellowed, powerful wind attribute energy swirling around it as he lunged toward the defenseless Baizha. Just as it seemed Baizha was destined to fall, a flash of white light surged forth, deflecting Su Ziqing's attack and whisking the seated Baizha to safety. In an instant, the white light vanished, and upon regaining his composure, Su Ziqing scanned the area. There was no trace of Baizha to be found. The prize had slipped from his grasp, and he could not contain his fury. In a fit of rage, the nearby cultivator inevitably became his outlet for venting, and those caught off guard were mercilessly slain by his brutal hand. It is hardly surprising that he finds himself in this predicament. Most of the individuals here were once hunters in the distant mountains, pursuing him relentlessly, though few have had the opportunity to confront him directly. As a prominent figure fell, the cultivators swiftly scattered like startled birds, their agility revealing their extensive training. With the demise of Master Ningqing, the blood cultivator closest to the Lord's manor in Yuemei City was eradicated. The blood cultivator at the southern gate was efficiently dealt with by Su Ziqing. However, the northern gate presented considerable challenges. There, the blood cultivator encountered Bai Baizhi the previous night, possessing a unique toxic blood capable of refining elemental spiritual energy, was present. Initially, he faced off against Linghu Tianchong, yet the ice attributes wielded by Linghu were rendered as fragile as paper in the hands of this adversary. Despite Linghu Tianchong's formidable strength, he found himself helpless against such a counter.